As a senior student, Zhang Tong faced a challenging job market, and out of frustration, he returned to his rural roots to start a business. In the passage of a millennium, a single year endures after 8 centuries. The fragrant and supreme agarwood takes form. 3,000 years of venerable tea trees rise like dragons, their tender leaves shimmering like jade. The king of gold, the doghead gold, lies quietly in the stream. Precious pearls scatter across the sandy shores by the sea. Adventure beckons, treasure awaits. With a daily income of 3 billion, one might rival the wealth of nations. A reporter inquires, Mr. Zhang, with your wealth in the trillions, are you happy? Zhang Tong, I apologize, but the joy of the rich is beyond your imagination. Chapter 1. In anger, he returns to the village to cultivate sweet potatoes, and an entire new realm emerges. Inside a renowned corporate conference room, Zhang Tong was undergoing an interview. The interviewer posed a question. The bridge can bear a weight of 800 pounds, while the cow weighs 1,000 pounds. How does the cow cross the bridge? By taking a boat across the river, Zhang Tong replied promptly. I meant crossing the bridge, the interviewer retorted, his expression darkening. Is there a difference between crossing a bridge and crossing a river? Zhang Tong glanced at him, bemused. Frustration mounting, the interviewer slammed the table. I'm sorry, but you are not suitable for our company. I originally intended my heart toward the bright moon. Yet alas, the moon shines upon the ditch. Zhang Tong sighed deeply, his face a portrait of indignation. Once a top student at Hunan University, he consistently ranked first and was showered with scholarships. He aspired to join a prestigious company, but after applying to dozens, he failed to pass a single interview, receiving an array of reasons for rejection. They claimed he was overly ambitious. They said his salary expectations were excessive. Some accused him of arrogance that clashed with the corporate culture. Others cited his refusal to work at the grassroots level. Today's rejection was even more baffling. No reason was given at all. In that case, he had no obligation to comply. Why not return to the countryside and start afresh? In Xiangqing, Qingshan Town, Shaoshui Village, the dilapidated courtyard of an old red brick home was gently enveloped by the morning fog, with dew on the peach tree, leaves glimmering like pearls. A disheveled man donned in shorts and a tank top wielded a hoe, perspiring profusely as he dug a cellar for sweet potatoes. He appeared strong and rugged, and paired with his striking features and exceptional demeanor, he was undoubtedly a handsome gentleman. Dang! He struck a stone, not just any stone, but a remarkably smooth slab. Lifting it revealed a hole approximately 2 feet in diameter. The hole descended about 2 meters deep, with what appeared to be tunnels on the sides. Could this possibly be an ancient burial site? Is there a tomb hidden here? Perhaps this is the treasure trove of my ancestors, filled with riches? Curiosity piqued. Zhang Tong peered into the depths. He hurried home to grab a dagger, machete, flashlight, and candles. Then he descended into the cellar to explore. At the bottom of the hole, he indeed found horizontal tunnels, leading to a circular passage about 3 meters wide, smooth and illuminated by some white light, shimmering mystically with a touch of advanced technology. My heavens, what is this place? An alien base? Zhang Tong was left dumbfounded, grappling with disbelief. It took a moment before he collected his thoughts, excitement brewing inside him as he stumbled upon something extraordinary. He swiftly lit a candle and ventured further down the corridor, finding that it remained lit as he boldly pressed on. After walking straight for about 300 meters, he reached an exit. What lay outside was a world so astonishing it defied belief. In the brilliant azure sky hung 2 suns, one as large as a wheel, the other small as a basketball, both radiating searing white light, creating a dazzling spectacle. In the distance stood majestic mountains, their peaks blanketed in pristine white snow. A mighty river coiled like a giant python at the mountain's base. Lakes sparkled like pearls, with massive and ferocious creatures chasing each other in the shadows. Nearby, lush forests soared high into the sky, their trunks so wide that a dozen people could encircle them. Streams bubbled joyfully through the woods, while peculiar birds danced above the trees. Great birds soared across the sky, as large as airplanes, resembling pterodactyls, majestic yet fearsome. The air was fresh, infused with a captivating floral fragrance. Taking a deep breath was extraordinarily invigorating, with oxygen levels evidently high. My word, is this an alien world? Zhang Tong stood astonished, utterly overwhelmed. He was certain this was not Earth. Instead, it was a new planet, not within the solar system, but rather in another galaxy entirely. The distance to Earth was surely unfathomable, yet a mysterious conduit connected the two, allowing for a mere few minutes of transition. A marvel beyond comprehension. What kind of technological mastery was at play here? Which magnificent civilization had left this behind? Or perhaps it was a remnant of a legendary deity? But why was the entrance on the Earth's side blocked by dirt, hidden from sight? Could it be that some calamity befell this planet, leading to the extinction of its extraterrestrial beings, which in turn caused upheaval on Earth and the collapse of the tunnel entrance? Were the two stars, once bonded, severed from one another forever? Shaking off his wild thoughts, Zhang Tong boldly stepped out, finding himself on the precipice of the tunnel. At that moment, he felt his body grow heavy, as if burdened by hundreds of pounds. He nearly stumbled, caught off guard by the significant gravity. It was at least twice that of Earth's. Fortunately, his years of martial arts training had endowed him with strength, enabling him to withstand it. Zhang Tong swung his knife to clear the thicket of thorns and bushes from the cliff's edge. Upon closer inspection, he noted the cliff stood about 5 meters high, with a giant camphor tree growing below, its branches reaching up to the precipice. Zhang Tong leaped onto a branch and climbed down the tree. Clearing the leaves covering the ground revealed rich, black soil, evidently fertile. If he were to clear a plot nearby for vegetable and grain cultivation, he could amass a fortune. Regrettably, the gravity proved too intense. It was not a viable option. He shook his head and cautiously approached the stream bank to observe. The water sparkled clear, strewn with pebbles of various sizes, predominantly white and quite lovely. Schools of small fish frolicked cheerily in the water. The banks were lined with sparse trees aside from pine and camphor. Most were unfamiliar to him. Some bore vibrant fruits, red and green, exuding an enticing aroma, but he dared not taste them due to fear of toxins. He followed the stream upstream, his eyes widening. For there, a mere dozen meters away, lay a gigantic golden object in the water. Could it be gold? Anticipation surged through Zhang Tong, his gaze aflame with excitement. He stepped into the stream and dashed towards it, scrutinizing and touching it carefully. It was an enormous piece, reminiscent of a horseshoe or a dog's head, gleaming in golden hues. The surface was pocked with numerous honeycomb-like depressions. Oh my goodness, is this doghead gold? I've stumbled upon doghead gold. Out of a personal interest, Zhang Tong had dabbled in the study of gold and jade. He easily recognized doghead gold. Also known as horseshoe gold, despite its name, it is actually a naturally occurring mixed mineral containing large, irregular nuggets of gold. It is typically rounded yet is often marked by small honeycomb-like pits and protrusions, resembling a dog's head or horseshoe, hence its name. The earliest literatures mentioning it date back to the Ming Dynasty in the geographical work Tiangong Kaiwu, where the author Song Yingxing noted, the largest is called doghead gold, the medium is known as chaff gold. In simple terms, doghead gold refers to a less pure gold ore. However, the value of doghead gold exceeds that of pure gold. Many individuals adore collecting it, believing it to bring good fortune or even appreciate in value. It should weigh about 80 pounds based on Earth standard. That's a solid 40 pounds. Delight flooded Zhang Tong as he cradled the doghead gold, weighing it in his hands. Such a massive piece was a rarity like no other. It could surpass any previously discovered doghead gold on Earth. If counted as pure gold, it would be valued at over 7 million. Chapter 2. The giant emerald stone rolling down the mountain. A fortune awaits, behold, a treasure star, akin to the finest doghead gold. Thus, it shall be named Treasure Star. Zhang Tong was overjoyed, brimming with excitement. The sensation of having stumbled upon a fortune was utterly exhilarating. Surely, there must be a gold mine nearby. Eagerly, Zhang Tong ventured upstream in search of more riches. Before long, he made a remarkable discovery. Flecks of gold glimmered in the stream, some as large as soybeans, others the size of grains of rice. The thrill was indescribable. Zhang Tong could not resist picking them up one by one. For each grain was worth hundreds. It was akin to gathering money from the ground. Soon enough, he had amassed a handful. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the earth trembled as a massive boulder cascaded down from above, wreaking havoc in its path, snapping trees and flattening thickets with its formidable force. "Good heavens, an avalanche!" Zhang Tong exclaimed, dashing away in a frenzy, finally seeking refuge at the base of a cliff, where he quickly climbed a camphor tree. To his astonishment, the boulder rolled beneath the tree, crashing into pieces of varying sizes, some as large as a basket, others akin to winter melons, radiating a dazzling green light that was utterly blinding. "Why, word, is this jade?" Zhang Tong's eyes widened in disbelief, his face reflecting sheer incredulity. Gold may have a price, but jade is priceless. High-quality jade could be worth far more than gold. Why should he bother with gold flecks when he could simply gather these stones and strike it rich? Curious about the quality, Zhang Tong hastily descended from the tree to examine the jade closely, comparing it with his rudimentary knowledge of the gemstone. It appeared that jade varieties fell into four main categories: glass, ice, mushy, and bean. The classification pertains to the jade's texture and structure, which are vital indicators of quality. All the jade he observed shared similar characteristics. The outer surfaces exhibited a brilliant sheen, ranging from semi-transparent to transparent, producing a metallic sound when struck and resembling ice crystals in appearance. The jade was colorless or minimally colored, with a uniform granularity, discernible crystal grains, and pure jadeite devoid of impurities, exhibiting a fine, lustrous texture without cracks or cotton-like inclusions. This should be classified as high ice jade, second only to glass jade. However, its value would ultimately depend on its color. A slight variation in hue could result in a tenfold difference in price. The most precious shades are sunlit green and imperial green. In simpler terms, the more vibrant the color, the more expensive it is. Lighter greens, apple greens, blue greens, and spinach greens typically hold less value. The jade he beheld was a vivid green, likely sunlit green, only a step below imperial green. In total, the weight could surpass 1,000 pounds, indicating an immense potential value. How much, Zhang Tong dared not estimate, for his understanding of jade was limited. And he was no expert. Yet, he was aware that the measuring unit required would be in billions. Indeed, one single piece, even if merely the size of a watermelon, represented a fortune that an ordinary person could scarcely earn in a lifetime. Logically, Zhang Tong should have immediately transported these treasures back to avoid any unforeseen complications. Yet, he was tempted to conduct an experiment to ascertain whether other stones might also be jade roughed. If so, he could bring in a generator and stone-cutting machine to extract jade here, making the process significantly easier. A continuous flow of wealth could transform him into a top-tier magnate. He promptly searched for additional stones, discovering only a few of moderate size half buried in the earth. Zhang Tong unearthed a dozen, some as large as a football, others the size of a fist. He eagerly smashed the stones together. Bang, bang, bang. After breaking three, one revealed jade. High ice red jade, vibrant as blood and exceedingly beautiful. After smashing three more, he found yet another piece, ice-type sunlit green. This confirmed that the stones in this vicinity, including those on this towering mountain, were indeed jade rough, with a high probability of yielding jade of excellent quality. Although he had yet to uncover any glass-type imperial green, he was certain it existed. It was merely a matter of time before discovery. If he were to extract all the jade from this mountain and sell it gradually, how much could it be worth? Hundreds of billions, thousands of billions. It was unfathomable. Zhang Tong's face was alight with joy and anticipation. Alas, he could not bring anyone with him. It was a solitary endeavor. How long would it take to excavate? In truth, simply collecting stones could yield him immense wealth effortlessly. The mountain was steep. If he climbed up and nudged the stones, they would roll down to the base. Moreover, the stream contained numerous stones, some towering above him, countless as large as watermelons. Just the stones in the creek alone would keep him occupied for months. While he fantasized about this promising financial future, he failed to notice the looming danger. A tall, robust white wolf stealthily approached, suddenly leaping from the underbrush, exuding a palpable aura of menace and ferocity. Lunging for Zhang Tong's throat in a state of sheer panic, Zhang Tong reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful strike to the wolf's face, sending it crashing to the ground. Although he was a university student, he had practiced the ancestral martial art of Tongtian Fist since the age of 3, enduring grueling training through the winters and summers for 19 years. The Zhang family had once been renowned. Having risen to prominence through their mastery of Tongtian Fist, the wolf, though wounded, quickly regained its footing and attempted to flee. A deep gash marred its face, flesh torn and blood streaming forth. Yet, it did not retreat far. It continued to lurk, baring its teeth at Zhang Tong, exhibiting a ferocity surpassing that of wolves on earth. You seek death, beast? Zhang Tong felt a chill run down his spine, but he did not falter. Instead, he brandished his knife and approached cautiously. The wolf, cunning as it was, retreated when Zhang Tong advanced and pursued when he stepped back, engaging in a guerrilla battle. Zhang Tong found himself in a predicament. Without eliminating the wolf, he could not carry away his treasures. He devised a plan, feigning great fear and swiftly retreating. The wolf, indeed, fell for the ruse, leaping once more. Perfect. Zhang Tong swiftly pivoted, crouching to evade the wolf's fangs while delivering a decisive blow to its abdomen. With a sickening thud, the wolf flew over Zhang Tong's head, crashing heavily to the ground, never to rise again. Its crimson blood soaked the grass. Exhausted, Zhang Tong collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Just as he caught his breath, a sudden rush of air signaled the approach of a colossal golden-feathered bird of prey, descending with tremendous force, snatching the barely alive wolf and soaring gracefully into the sky in an instant. Zhang Tong stood, dumbfounded, trembling with fear. Had the bird's target been him instead of the wolf, the consequences would have been dire. At that moment, he fully grasped the truth. While the treasures of the treasure star were abundant and invaluable, they came with inherent dangers. The earlier rolling stone, the wolf, and now the majestic bird of prey all underscore this reality. Next time he ventured forth in search of treasure, he must be adequately prepared. Furthermore, he needed to diligently practice martial arts. Stagnation was not an option. He must grow stronger to be deemed a worthy adventurer. Fortunately, he encountered no further dangers. After considerable effort, Zhang Tong successfully transported the doghead gold and all the jade to the cliff's edge, carefully moving them closer to the entrance of the cellar, ensuring to secure the cellar's entrance lest anyone stumble upon the secret beneath his home. Chapter 3. Antique Street. Selling doghead gold as dawn broke. Zhang Tong rose early, laden with 2 bulging burlap sacks, which he placed onto a tricycle. "Are you off to sell sweet potatoes again, Zhang Tong?" inquired the toothless old man next door, curiosity piqued. "Selling ancestral treasures." Zhang Tong replied with a smile. The old man erupted into laughter. "Isn't sweet potato just an ancestral treasure? Just not worth much. Not in a hurry to sell the ancestral treasures, huh?" Young Tong were one short. "You take the lead for a while," suggested Old Li, his mustache twitching with anticipation. "I in Little Water Village, with over 100 households and a population exceeding 500, the youth had all gone off to work, leaving behind the elderly. Their days were filled with playing cards and engaging in endless gossip, capable of discussing trivialities for days on end without batting an eye. I have no interest in mahjong." Zhang Tong replied, both amused and exasperated. Competing against the elderly at mahjong was a guaranteed win. Their failing eyesight and sluggish thinking made them prone to mistakes. Winning their money felt unjust. He drove off on his tricycle at breakneck speed. In tumultuous times, gold flourishes, while antique markets thrive in prosperity. Presently, the antique trade is booming. Xiang City, as a provincial capital, boasts a well-developed antique street, featuring dozens of antique shops. By 10 o'clock in the morning, the antique street was bustling with activity. Stalls lined the way, brimming with copper coins, silver dollars, jade artifacts, paintings, and a myriad of other craft items or trivial antiques, overwhelming the senses. The shouts of vendors rang out in chorus. Ancient paintings by Tang Bohu. Absolutely authentic ancestral snuff bottles, 300 years of history, only for 100,000 yet. The antique shops saw little interest, their owners remaining unfazed, as calm as ancient turtles. This trade often endured 3 years without a sale. Only to earn enough to sustain 3 years of business, Zhang Tong arrived at the antique street, finding a spot to set up and began shouting. Fresh sweet potatoes, roasted sweet potatoes, sweet potato chips, sweet potato flour. In a vast forest, one finds every kind of bird. The owner of the largest antique shop, Hua Bao Xian, stared in disbelief, caught between laughter and frustration. He had assumed Zhang Tong was just another vendor selling crafts or a local selling treasures, only to discover he was selling sweet potatoes. "Hey buddy," Selling sweet potatoes is fine, but could you tone it down a bit? This is the antique street, not a snack street, advised a neighboring vendor, wiping sweat from his brow. Apologies, I misspoke. It's just a habit, Zhang Tong replied apologetically, swiftly producing a gleaming object and exclaiming, "Doghead gold, ancestral treasure weighing 40 pounds, for sale at a high price," as you pass by. Do not let this opportunity slip away. The sun casts its glow upon the doghead gold, its brilliance dazzling and extraordinarily captivating. Various antiques are commonplace, and gold ornaments are hardly rare. Yet, the doghead gold, a product of nature, is easily distinguishable between genuine and counterfeit, though few have laid eyes upon it. It is exceedingly rare. The entire antique street is abuzz. Numerous stall owners abandon their posts, rushing over to witness this marvel. The proprietors of antique shops, too, are stirred into action, flocking to the scene. Alas, the youth lacks decorum. Luo Hao cannot contain himself any longer and curses as he steps out, harboring a deep-seated resentment. The over 40 pounds of doghead gold, in both size and weight, is undoubtedly a global treasure of immense value. Should this young man attempt to sell it at Wabaoxuan, Luo Hao could acquire it at a bargain and use it as a prized possession to enhance his shop's reputation, greatly benefiting his business. However, this is now a challenging endeavor. He must contend with all his competitors and a multitude of intrigued buyers. Luo Hao weaves through the crowd, his gaze fixed intently on the doghead gold. "Greetings, I am Luo Hao, the owner of Wabaoxuan. May I examine it?" "Certainly," Zhang Tong nods. "If someone wishes to purchase your doghead gold, it is imperative to authenticate it. The crowd here is overwhelming. How about we go to my shop for the appraisal? It's merely a short stroll away." Luo Hao smiles. "This doghead gold has been in my family for 8 generations. It is genuine and above reproach. You are all experts and can surely discern its authenticity at a glance. Therefore, I shall not seek an appraisal at your esteemed establishment." Zhang Tong tactfully declines. He intends to auction it here to secure a higher price. Time is of the essence. Otherwise, as the crowd swells, acquiring the doghead gold will become increasingly troublesome. Luo Hao murmurs to himself, "How about this? You place the doghead gold on the ground, and I will appraise it alone." "That sounds agreeable," Zhang Tong replies with a slight smile. Placing the doghead gold on the ground, everyone steps back, urging silence. The antique shop owners begin to maintain order. Luo Hao takes out a magnifying glass and starts to scrutinize the piece carefully. The crowd grows, each person straining to catch a glimpse, their chatter lively. Heavens, how can there be such a colossal piece of doghead gold? It's simply unbelievable. The doghead gold is stunning. I am utterly enamored. I wonder how much it could fetch, perhaps several million. But what if it's fake? It can't be a counterfeit. Otherwise, how would they dare to auction it in public? Some even begin making calls to summon friends. "Wang Lao, hurry here. There's a 40-pound doghead gold on the antique street, and it appears genuine." "Lao Zhao, come quickly to the antique street. A piece of doghead gold weighing over 40 pounds has appeared. And it's beautiful. I believe it's absolutely real. This is a rare find. Don't you want to collect it?" Luo Hao grows increasingly anxious, hastening his appraisal and having Zhang Tong weigh it on a sweet potato scale. Announcing loudly, "The color is golden, the surface is smooth, adorned with numerous honeycomb-like pits, and it features protrusions resembling a dog's head. Thus, this is undoubtedly a genuine doghead gold weighing 40.1 pounds. Good heavens, it truly is doghead gold. I desire it. It could be a family heirloom and appreciate in value." The true worth of doghead gold lies in its symbolism. It brings good fortune. Doghead gold, dog luck, is no mere myth. The crowd is electrified, excitement reaching a fever pitch. Their gaze is more fervent than ever. Doghead gold is far more sought after than other antique artifacts. I bid 3 million, 4 million, 5 million, 5.5 million, 5.8 million. Bidding commences. Many antique shop owners join the fray, determined to outbid one another. 7 million. Luo Hao asserts his dominance. A decisive hammer blow. No one dares to raise their bid. It seems they have conceded. "Young man, provide a bank account. I shall transfer the funds to you." Luo Hao states, "I won't sell for 7 million. Zhang Tong replies leisurely, "Not selling? Then why did you invite us to bid?" Luo Hao, exasperated, nearly loses his composure, his face flushed crimson, veins throbbing like worms upon his forehead. "I won't sell until my psychological price is met." This isn't an auction house. Zhang Tong's expression takes on a peculiar twist. It's merely a bidding war, yet you appear so agitated. It seems this fellow is merely putting on a show. Chapter 4. A trial of skill, 1,000,000 earned you. Luo Hao trembles with rage. I raise my bid by 100,000, making it 7.1 million. This price surpasses that of pure gold, and doghead gold contains many impurities. Still insufficient? Zhang Tong scoffs inwardly. Do you think I am uninformed? Do you assume I lack education? You? Luo Hao, furious and at a loss for words, is rapidly losing his composure. Young man, know when to stop. The young man is insatiable. Aside from Boss Luo, no one else will bid such a high price. Numerous antique shop owners begin to persuade him. Let us wait half an hour before proceeding. Zhang Tong closes his eyes to rest. Goodness! Many antique shop owners are nearly driven to despair. The onlookers burst into laughter. Relishing the spectacle, this young man is resolute, holding the antique shop owners firmly in his grasp. Truly, there are experts among the populace. Half an hour slips by. The antique street is now teeming with people. All drawn by the doghead gold. Of course, most have come merely to spectate. Few can truly afford the doghead gold. After all, in any era, the poor vastly outnumber the rich. The time has come, let the bidding commence. Some impatiently urge, eager to witness the unfolding drama. For many, this is their first experience with an auction. They have never even set foot in an auction house. Today, their eyes are opened. Look, no one is bidding. 7.1 million is surely the ceiling. Young man, do not waste time. Provide me with your bank account, and I shall transfer the funds. Luo Hao interjects. This esteemed gentleman bids 7.1 million. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? Zhang Tong challenges skeptically. I bid 7.2 million. An elderly man who has just arrived shouts 0.7.3 million, 0.7.5 million, 0.8 million. Like the first domino falling, the equilibrium is shattered. Bids begin to pour in, and even the antique shop owners again join the fray with fervor. 10 million, a young woman, escorted by a bodyguard, parts the crowd. Her white high heels and blue dress accentuate her curvaceous figure, while a dazzling pink diamond necklace and a jade bracelet on her wrist exude an air of opulence. Her features are exquisitely crafted, as if sculpted by divine hands, possessing a striking three-dimensional quality. Most remarkable are her large, luminous eyes, fair skin, and waist-length hair. All the men cannot help but steal glances, admiring her beauty and indulging in fanciful thoughts. Zhang Tong is compelled to gaze at her again, then exuberantly calls out, Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? This is an extraordinarily rare piece of doghead gold. Miss this chance? And you may never encounter it again. After a long pause, no one responds. Clearly, the price has soared beyond reach. Zhang Tong can only plead with the woman, Miss, with such vast distances separating us, would you consider increasing your offer? No increase. If you wish to sell, so be it, Fan Bingxiang retorts, poised to depart. Is she not the type to treat money as mere clay? Truly a businesswoman? Zhang Tong, slightly perplexed, calls out, All right, I shall sell it to you. Finally, it is secured. A victorious smile graces Fan Bingxiang's face. She is extremely fond of this piece of doghead gold, and it has great potential. Once Zhang Tong provides his bank account, the beauty promptly transfers 10 million. Upon receiving the bank notification, Zhang Tong, amidst his excitement, reflects deeply. 10 million. It would take 20 years of hard work to earn that. Indeed, choosing not to pursue employment and venturing into entrepreneurship in the countryside was the right call. This is the path to $1 million fortune. Once he sells the jade, his wealth will likely surpass $1 billion. Noticing that the beauty possesses considerable strength, personally cradling the doghead gold as she prepares to leave. He blocks her way. Miss, may I have your contact information? I still have jade to sell. One client does not trouble another. This sheep has much wool to offer. Everyone wears an expression of peculiarity. Has the young man, now a millionaire, grown overconfident, seeking to court this obviously affluent beauty? Fan Bingxiang is momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening as she appraises Zhang Tong from head to toe, a handsome face, a straight nose, and a healthy wheatish complexion. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, he stands firm like a mountain. Alas, his tattered clothing, disheveled hair, and rough hands undermine his attractiveness and charm. She simply replies, It's merely a chance encounter. There's no need for us to know each other. Step aside. The bodyguard, quick-witted, senses his mistress's desire to avoid this fellow and steps forward, pushing Zhang Tong forcefully. Yet, Zhang Tong remains unmoved, as steadfast as a great mountain. With added force, the bodyguard pushes again, but still, he cannot budge him. The bodyguard, astonished, suddenly lowers himself and attempts to tackle Zhang Tong. However, he unexpectedly collides with nothing, tripping over his own feet and crashing to the ground. Bruised and dazed, panic wells up within him. Oh no, I've encountered a master. This young man is remarkably skilled. He effortlessly took down the bodyguard. I didn't even see how it happened. I didn't see it either. It's truly impressive. The crowd is left speechless, utterly astonished. Fan Bingxiang, too, is taken aback, suddenly realizing that the youth selling the doghead gold is far more complicated than he appears. She has judged him solely by his attire. I detest individuals like you, who possess no real ability yet rely on their connections. Was it merely a matter of exchanging a few words with your master that prompted you to rush in and bite? Were it not for my good mood, I would have dealt with you with a single strike. Zhang Tong glanced disdainfully at the bodyguard on the ground. I apologize, the bodyguard said, his face smeared with dirt, feeling exceedingly awkward as he hurriedly offered his apology. Zhang Tong paid him no further heed and quietly confided to the flustered Fan Bingxiang, in truth, I am still a treasure hunter of the folk variety. I possess other treasures that may pique your interest, which is why I inquired about your contact information. Although he had only recently stepped into society as a university student, he was well aware that there existed individuals who made a living by hunting for treasures, amassing wealth through their endeavors. If he were to embark on the path of treasure hunting, what else could he be but a treasure seeker? You are indeed a treasure hunter of the folk variety? Is that true? Fan Bingxiang's interest was piqued, her complexion brightening with excitement. It seemed she had suddenly realized that the gold nugget he possessed must have been acquired through his treasure hunting. Of course, there is no need for me to deceive you, Zhang Tong replied. Then let us speak further. Fan Bingxiang handed the gold nugget to the recovering bodyguard and led Zhang Tong to a quieter area. Her demeanor cheerful as she remarked, I actually know many treasure hunters, most of whom are quite renowned worldwide. In the realm of treasure hunting, there are few experts in our country, and I had not anticipated such a rising star as yourself. Finding the world's heaviest gold nugget will surely bring you fame. You flatter me. The gold nugget is truly ancestral. I am not deceiving you. The other treasures, however, are indeed the result of my treasure hunting. What other treasures do you possess? Fan Bingxiang inquired eagerly. Chapter 5. Selling jadeite to test the waters, earning another 50 million. Some exquisite jadeite, high ice-type young green, and a piece of ice-type red jade. Zhang Tong chuckled. A few? There is quite a substantial amount of high ice-type young green, nearly 1,000 jin, while the ice-type red jade is just a small piece, perhaps a few jin. Are you certain you're not jesting? Fan Bingxiang exclaimed, her face awash with disbelief. Nearly 1,000 jin of high ice-type young green jadeite. Even the owner of the jadeite mines in Myanmar, wouldn't he dare claim such an amount? It is indeed true, Zhang Tong affirmed. I can cut it right here, as most of it is semi-gambling material. Then that is even more peculiar. If it is semi-gambling material, how can you be so certain it is high ice-type young green? Unless it is fabricated from glass? It is a colossal piece of rough jadeite, nearly akin to being clear material. Only the outer skin has yet to be removed. Thus, the quality remains consistent. I see. That giant piece must be quite large. It appears you are on the verge of striking it rich. Are you interested? Nearly 1,000 jin? I wouldn't want it. I do not engage in the jewelry business. However, I can introduce you to several buyers, all of whom are prominent figures in the jewelry industry. Find a place to host a private auction, and I shall have them attend. It would be best to cut the jadeite on site. Very well, I will confirm the location and contact you. It should be within the next couple of days. Please have them prepare their funds. Allow me to express my gratitude in advance. I shall treat you to a meal. No need for formalities. It is but a small favor. By the way, do you possess any other treasures? Not at the moment. However, I am acquainted with numerous treasure hunters. Should you require any particular treasures? Feel free to let me know. I am in urgent need of ginseng that is over 300 years old. I am willing to purchase it at a price 1 to 3 times higher than the market rate. Understood. I will keep an eye out for you. After exchanging WeChat contacts, Fan Bingxiang departed with her bodyguard. Zhang Tong, in high spirits, drove his tricycle to the Jade Street, where many jewelry shops and even gambling stone shops were located. He had come to familiarize himself with the market, for only through understanding could he avoid being swindled in private auctions. It is well known that in business, deception is rampant, especially among those who have expanded their enterprises and become major players. They are the true masters of trickery. Zhang Tong parked his vehicle beside a gambling stone shop and was soon greeted by a cacophony of excited voices. The gamble has increased. Alas, it was merely a glutinous type with floating flower patterns. Yet they still profited. Then the sounds of electronic firecrackers began to ring out. Many flocked to witness the spectacle. Zhang Tong, carrying a sack containing a piece of jade, joined the crowd. The throng was so dense that he could barely enter the shop. Forced to stretch his neck to peer inside, it turned out a young man had spent 30,000 on a piece of gambling stone, which, when cut, revealed glutinous jadeite, with a size comparable to half a basketball. Such fortune, young man, are you selling that jadeite? Inquired a jewelry store owner who had arrived on the scene. I'll sell if the price is right. The young man was quite shrewd, not committing to a price. Indicating he was no novice, I'll offer 100, 000.110, 000.120, 000. There were over a dozen bidders. Ultimately, an elderly man secured the piece for 350, 000. The young man was thoroughly pleased, his joy evident. As the crowd dispersed, with numerous owners exiting, Zhang Tong seized the moment to pull out a jadeite piece the size of a watermelon from his sack, calling out, freshly cut ice-type young green, who was interested. The piece still bore its outer skin, not entirely revealed. However, there was merely a few inches thick layer of stone skin remaining, with the rest being jadeite, essentially clear material. What? Ice-type young green? The eyes of the previously bidding jewelry owners lit up with brilliance, as they swarmed around to inspect it closely, using flashlights to illuminate the jade. After all, they had not witnessed it being cut firsthand. Without authentication, they dared not be eyed it truly ice-type young green. And so enormous. It had been many years since they had seen such a large top-grade jadeite. The young man had indeed been exceptionally lucky. Ice-type young green. It is simply exquisite, breathtakingly beautiful. Gasps of astonishment and praise filled the air. The owner of the gambling stone shop also rushed out, offering a cigarette while signaling discreetly, "Sir, you bought that jadeite from my shop, did you not? You mentioned taking it home to cut." Should Zhang Tong nod? His business would surely soar. The benefits would be substantial. Indeed, it is true that in business, deception reigns supreme. Zhang Tong mused inwardly, yet this was precisely what he desired. Now his jadeite had a provenance. Deriving from this gambling stone shop, he nodded and replied, "Your memory is remarkable. I purchased this just yesterday from you. I enjoy cutting the stones myself for the thrill of it. Little did I expect such a significant surprise. Sir, your luck is extraordinary. You are destined for wealth," the gambling stone shop owner exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. Truly a shrewd individual, he promptly began to fervently promote the event, setting off electronic firecrackers to attract more onlookers. The bidding commenced. "I'll bid 28 million, 30 million, 32 million, 35 million, 38 million, 45 million. The atmosphere grew heated, with competitors flushed and fervent. Onlookers stood agape, struck by awe and envy. Zhang Tong was equally astonished. These jewelry store owners were remarkably affluent, bidding such high prices without a hint of hesitation. Gradually, the price soared to 45 million, with subsequent increments dwindling to 1 million at a time. 50 million. A man in his 50s proclaimed with great vigor. The other owners fell silent, their faces marked with regret. 50 million was already quite high, with minimal profit to be gained. They could only expect to earn a modest processing fee. Yet, with jadeite of such high quality, it would become a prized possession, elevating their reputation and drawing clients. The invisible benefits were numerous, but alas, their funds were insufficient, as they had not adequately prepared. Congratulations. This piece of jadeite now belongs to you. Zhang Tong was quite pleased. 50 million was no small sum. It turned out that ice-type young green jadeite was worth such a fortune. The transaction was swiftly completed, and another 50 million appeared in Zhang Tong's bank account. "My surname is Sun. I am the owner of Jingtian Jewelry. Here is my business card." Sun Jingtian handed over a card before departing, expressing his desire to be contacted should Zhang Tong acquire more jadeite in the future. "Understood," Zhang Tong nodded. Congratulations, The gambling stone shop owner congratulated Zhang Tong, then lowered his voice to ask, "May I hang a banner?" The content would read, "Our esteemed customer gambled to unveil high-ice type Yang Green, soaring profits of over 49 million. This owner is astute, truly a person of great insight. No wonder he can run such a large gambling stone shop." Zhang Tong silently marveled, contemplating, "I wish to purchase stone-cutting tools. Do you know where I might acquire them? I have stone-cutting tools right here. I can sell you a set at a bargain, saving you at least 10,000. The owner chuckled. "Very well, I will buy a set." Zhang Tong replied that in truth, he wished to purchase several sets, but buying directly from the manufacturer would not yield quick delivery. Thus, he opted to buy one set for immediate use, while allowing the banner to be hung. After all, it was not his loss. Chapter 6. An unexpected encounter with the campus belle. Zhang Tong arrived at Tianlan Manor by the Xiang River. Tianlan Manor is a premier development by Lvgiyuan, featuring both commercial apartments and luxurious villas, the latter being the pinnacle of opulence. Named Tianlan Node 1.it is considered one of the finest properties in Xiangnan. The landscaping, building spacing, and decor are beyond reproach, ensuring complete satisfaction. The environment and location are unparalleled, directly opposite Xiangzhong University, a key national university directly under the Ministry of Education, recognized as a double first-class institution under the 985 and 211 projects. It is also a pioneering institution in the Ministry of Education's Strong Foundation Program and a trial university for 8-year medical education, medical doctorate degree, being the first in the nation to train active duty officers as master's degree students. It ranks first in Hunan Province and is also Zhang Tong's alma mater. Nearby are other universities such as Xiangnan University, Xiangnan Normal University, Xiangnan Normal University Music College, and Xiangnan Art Vocational College. Behind the estate flows the renowned Xiang River, with the Orange Isle barely visible in the distance. On its side stands the picturesque Lijing Mountain. If one were to purchase several properties in Tianlan Manor for rental purposes, it could indeed yield substantial profits. It is noteworthy that Xiangzhong University alone boasts over 58,000 full-time students, comprising more than 34,000 undergraduates, over 22,000 postgraduates, and more than 1,600 international students. A 3-bedroom apartment, rented out to 3 students at a rate of 1,000 each, would amount to a total of 3,000, making it quite a lucrative endeavor. In these past 2 years of economic downturn, property prices nationwide have plummeted, and in Xiangxing, prices have been halved, presenting a prime opportunity for investment. Zhang Tong, however, is not here to seize the moment in real estate. Rather, he intends to acquire a villa to serve as a venue for private auctions. This space will also prove beneficial for hosting guests and socializing. The countryside is less convenient, especially considering the deep secret hidden within the cellar, which is unsuitable for gatherings. Additionally, it allows for occasional personal stays. With wealth comes the necessity to indulge in life's pleasures. Amidst this bustling atmosphere, what new sales tactics have emerged? Zhang Tong notices a crowd gathered outside the sales office of Tianlan Manor and wishes to join in the spectacle. But he is stopped by the security guard at the kiosk. 3-wheelers are not permitted entry. "I am here to purchase a property," Zhang Tong asserts. "That is not permissible," the guard replies dismissively, scrutinizing Zhang Tong and showing him no respect. He clearly does not believe that someone arriving on a 3-wheeler could afford a home. Perhaps if he had driven a car, there might have been a chance. Zhang Tong, however, chooses not to engage with a guard who looks down on others. Finding a spot, he parks the 3-wheeler and makes his way to the entrance of the sales office, parting the crowd to enter. What he sees is striking. At the entrance stands an exquisite beauty. Dressed in a form-fitting white mini dress and red high heels, with cascading red waves of hair and perfectly manicured nails, she is at least 1.75 meters tall, with captivating curves. Her long, slender legs are fair and alluring, and her features are exquisitely refined. Her skin as delicate and pale as porcelain, practically ethereal. She appears enchanting and sensual, capable of driving any man to madness. Good heavens, the sales model is astonishingly beautiful. She surpasses the women in live streams by a mile. How can you even compare the sales model to those live streamers? The latter typically employ beauty filters, you know? This is a genuine beauty, akin to a celestial being. She is not at all inferior to top-tier celebrities. With such looks and figure, she could easily embark on a career as a star. Haha, do you think becoming a star is easy? Without a benefactor, lacking a formal education from a film academy, And without any under-the-table arrangements, no matter how beautiful, the chances are slim. It's probably for the best that such a beauty does not pursue fame. It could lead her down a dark path. The onlookers gawk with fervent eyes, drooling in admiration. Some are continuously snapping photos. The sales model is quite cooperative, striking various poses and expressions, some cold, some smiling, but all photogenic. It is indeed impressive that they managed to secure her. Zhang Tong wears a peculiar expression. He recognizes this sales model. She is Zhao Qian, the campus belle of Shangzhou University, currently in her sophomore year. Due to her extraordinary beauty, she is quite famous within the university, attracting suitors in droves, some even offering cars and houses. Yet, she remains elusive, with no one successfully winning her heart. Some speculate that she is waiting for a super-rich benefactor, while others believe she is on the lookout for a prince charming with wealth and status. Zhang Tong had even engaged in fervent discussions about her with classmates during his time at university. Yet no definitive answers emerged. Zhang Tong does not greet Zhao Qian as he enters the sales office. Although they attend the same university, he is preoccupied with part-time jobs to support himself and lacks the time to pursue romantic interests. Thus, he knows Zhao Qian, but she does not know him. They have never crossed paths. The sales office is rather deserted, with no one interested in purchasing property. Only a few sales ladies are seated together, engaging in idle chatter. Alas, selling houses has become increasingly difficult. No one is inquiring at all. Our boss spent money hiring a campus belle as a sales model, but it hasn't proven effective. It has merely attracted a few lecherous onlookers. I haven't sold a single house in 2 months. I might as well be eating dirt. Upon noticing Zhang Tong enter, they pay him no mind. He appears far too shabby, dressed in what looks like market stall clothes, making it evident that he is from the countryside. Moreover, they had seen him being stopped by the guard earlier. Such a person entering the office is unlikely to be a genuine buyer. He is merely there to gawk at the beauty. After all, with such a breathtaking sales model outside, there might be even more beauties within. Men's thoughts often align in this manner, leading to occasional entries, only to exit quickly upon realizing the sales ladies are not particularly striking. If they were to ask, "Sir, are you looking to buy a property?" they would flee as if avoiding a snake or scorpion. Is no one paying attention to me? Zhang Tong stands there for quite a while, feeling rather dejected. The sales ladies seem exceedingly unprofessional. He is here to purchase a top-tier villa. After all, the commission should amount to several tens of thousands, if not nearly $1 million. Deciding against letting others benefit, he opts to approach Zhao Qian instead, as they share the bond of being alumni. "Excuse me, beautiful, if you sell a house, will you receive a commission? If so, I will buy from you." Zhang Tong smiles. "Certainly," Zhao Qian replies with a smile. "Are you really interested in buying a house?" "Yes." Zhang Tong nods earnestly. "Please, follow me." Zhao Qian leads Zhang Tong inside, inviting him to sit on the sofa and offering him tea. "May I ask your name, sir?" "I am Zhang Tong." "Your face seems familiar. Have we met before?" Zhao Qian inquires hesitantly, gazing at Zhang Tong's handsome face. She struggles to recall if any of her past suitors bore such a familiar visage. Could he be one attempting to find an opportunity to court her under the guise of purchasing a property? Such occurrences are not uncommon. They happen daily, with 3 happening just yesterday, all students from Shangzhou University, leaving her amused and exasperated. Chapter 7. The 45 million villa. We are alumni. I am in my senior year, and you are in your sophomore year. Perhaps we cross paths on campus, or you might have seen me play basketball. Zhang Tong explains that I'm not currently looking for a relationship, so I must apologize. Zhao Qian responds apologetically. "Wait, what? You're rejecting me just like that? I wasn't even trying to pursue you." Zhang Tong nearly faints. Having been rejected twice in one day, beautiful women truly hold themselves in such high regard. He attempts to maintain a nonchalant demeanor. "I genuinely want to buy a property. You are an alumnus, which is why I sought you out. Must I continue to act?" Zhao Qian feels a bit helpless. Alumni, especially those who have yet to graduate, often have ulterior motives when seeking to purchase property, merely wanting to engage in conversation. The burdens of being extraordinarily beautiful. However, since she was invited to serve as a sales model, she must uphold her professionalism. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the fee she is receiving. She begins introducing the properties. There are 3 types of model homes available: a 2-bedroom, 1 living room of 70 square meters, a 3-bedroom, 1 living room of 100 square meters, and a 4-bedroom, 2 living rooms of 138 square meters. Last year, the price was 15,000 per square meter, but now it is only 10,000. The prices have nearly halved, reaching rock bottom. They cannot drop any further. Were I wealthy, I would undoubtedly purchase several units and reap the rental rewards. As there are hundreds of thousands of university students nearby, these properties would rent out effortlessly with no possibility of vacancy. Are there any discounts? Indeed, we offer incentives like covering the down payment, providing appliances, and furnishing, she replies. The sales ladies cast cold glances at each other, murmuring, "This guy has quite the audacity." Even after being rejected, he continues to linger. It seems the allure of a super beauty captivates men, leading them to pursue her with relentless determination. Our boss has wasted money hiring the campus belle as a sales model for several days, yet not a single property has been sold. Only a horde of lecherous onlookers have been attracted. Shall we take a look at the model homes first? Zhao Qian asks, noticing Zhang Tong shows no signs of leaving. You haven't introduced the villas yet? He responds, villas? Zhao Qian touches her forehead, realizing she had underestimated this man's audacity. He seems intent on prolonging their interaction. I have already clearly rejected you, you know? This is pointless. Yet, she steels herself and begins to introduce the villas. The average price is 40,000 per square meter. Are there fully furnished options with all the necessary appliances included? Zhang Tong inquires, showing little interest in unfurnished villas. There is one model villa that meets your criteria. The garden spans over 1,200 square meters, and the house itself is 737.15 square meters. The total price is 45 million, Zhao Qian states. Let us go take a look. Zhang Tong expresses his interest. Today, he encounters a man with remarkable audacity, eager to keep up the pretense. Zhao Qian is left both amused and exasperated. 45 million, not 4,500, a mere senior student. How could he possibly afford it? Unless he is an incredibly wealthy second-generation heir, yet Zhang Tong does not fit that mold. Putting such thoughts aside, she rises and says, "All right, I'll take you to see it." Showing properties is indeed far less taxing than standing at the entrance striking poses, so she hopes to utilize this as a brief respite. The model villa is indeed impressive. The feng shui layout is ideal. Flowing water, 2 small golden silk namu trees, which are not particularly valuable, and a half-acre garden. It is a standalone 3-story structure with a well-proportioned layout, south-north ventilation, ample natural light, and a tranquil environment. It boasts a gym, an audiovisual room, a collection room, and a lounge. The entrance features double parking spaces, a 6-meter living room, a pearl shell dining room, both Chinese and Western kitchens, guest rooms, bathrooms, a maid's room, and a life terrace. The luxurious master bedroom spans 5 meters, accompanied by a study, separate dressing rooms for both genders, an opulent master bathroom, a children's room, a piano room, a sunlit art studio, dual independent bathrooms, dual scenic terraces, and a rooftop life terrace. The decor is exceptionally lavish, with brand-name furniture and appliances, exuding a radiant and exquisite beauty. Stepping into such a villa, one cannot help but feel an overwhelming sense of joy. And there is also a basement. Zhao Qian introduced the situation adequately before leading Zhang Tong into the basement. The basement was spacious, measuring at least 100 square meters. It was fitted with top-tier flooring, and the walls were pristine and smooth. However, it was empty, lacking any furnishings such as a wine cabinet. Clearly, this was a cost-saving measure. The space could easily be utilized for stone cutting. The absence of a wine cabinet was indeed a stroke of genius. Zhang Tong calculated with satisfaction, but suddenly his eyes widened in surprise as he gazed at a dark hole in the corner. It appeared strikingly familiar, resembling a hole he had seen in the cellar of his rural home. Unable to resist, he approached and peered down. The hole was about 2 meters deep, and at its bottom lay that mysterious metallic pipe. How had it been transferred here? Zhang Tong stood there, dumbfounded, overwhelmed with confusion and shock, struggling to comprehend the situation. "Senior brother, what is wrong?" Zhao Qian inquired, visibly taken aback. "Apologies, I was lost in thought," Zhang Tong replied. Awakening from his reverie, casting her a peculiar glance, he realized she had not mentioned the hole at all. Could it be that she was unable to see it? Was this entrance visible only to him? Moreover, had it followed him here, transferring to the basement or the cellar? The basement was intended for wine storage. There was nothing particularly noteworthy about it. Let us head upstairs, Zhao Qian suggested. There seems to be a hole in that corner. Zhang Tong hesitated for a moment before tentatively saying, a hole? There isn't one. I don't see it. Zhao Qian stared wide-eyed at the spot Zhang Tong was pointing to, her face a mask of confusion. I mentioned there's some irregularity. Zhang Tong responded, secretly exhilarated. Indeed, she could not see it. This truly was his unique advantage. How delightful! Irregularity? Perhaps, Zhao Qian remarked dismissively, as she had not noticed anything amiss. Could he possibly be using a magnifying glass to see it? The thought nearly made her laugh out loud. Upon returning to the villa's grand hall, Zhao Qian settled comfortably onto a genuine leather sofa. So, what do you think? Are you satisfied? Somewhat satisfied, Zhang Tong replied. Scrutinizing his surroundings with a critical eye, however, he could not pinpoint any flaws. 45 million. One could say it was as though it were crafted from gold. If purchased, he could move in today, as even the bedding was included and still in its original packaging. Once you strike it rich in the future, consider buying a villa like this one, Zhao Qian remarked, adding that by then, he would be able to attract any beautiful woman, and no one would refuse his advances. To this day, she still did not believe Zhang Tong was genuinely here to purchase a villa. Such a subtle refusal was indeed an elaborate effort on her part. Really? Zhang Tong replied, his expression peculiar. If I buy this villa now, will you be my girlfriend? I didn't mean it that way. Zhao Qian, concerned that Zhang Tong might continue to press, quickly added, but if you insist, it can certainly be interpreted that way. She had unwittingly dug herself a pit. What would her reaction be if he actually purchased the villa? Zhang Tong could hardly contain his laughter as he turned and walked towards the door. Has he finally backed down? Zhao Qian laughed triumphantly. I can't believe he still has the audacity to pursue me. Chapter 8. The school beauty was stunned goodbye, senior brother. Zhao Qian waved cheerfully as she returned to the entrance of the sales office. What do you mean goodbye? Handle the purchasing procedures for me. I want to move in today, as I have friends to host tomorrow. Zhang Tong raised an eyebrow. What? What did you just say? Zhao Qian was taken aback, struggling to believe her ears. I said to handle the purchasing procedures. You want to buy the house? Really? You're not joking? Zhao Qian remained skeptical. Of course, it's true, Zhang Tong affirmed. Let us not waste time. Which unit do you want? Of course, the model villa we just viewed. Zhang Tong stated 45 million. You're aware of that, right? Zhao Qian hesitated before confirming, of course. Zhang Tong nodded. Although the school beauty was rather verbose, he was not irritated. He could afford to be lenient with a woman of high beauty and figure. It was a privilege bestowed upon her by heaven. You need to go to the bank for a loan. Are you certain you can secure one? Zhao Qian inquired, deliberately presenting various obstacles to deter him. There was a strong likelihood he was still naive, trying to play coy with her. This was becoming somewhat bothersome. Though he was quite handsome, her patience had its limits. Full payment and no need to go to the bank. Zhang Tong declared 45 million, full payment? So extravagant. Zhao Qian felt an overwhelming sensation of breathlessness wash over her. Could it be that she had encountered a wealthy tycoon? Just how much could she earn? A 2.5 commission on 45 million would amount to 1.125 million. She was about to strike it rich. But wait, hadn't she just said that if he bought a house, she would be his girlfriend? What was she to do? Do you doubt me? Would you like me to show you my bank balance? Zhang Tong, noticing her flushed face and dazed expression, said with exasperation, I'm sorry. I truly didn't mean to. It's just that you are so extravagantly wealthy. Zhao Qian, feeling apologetic, replied, I'll get the paperwork ready for you. She warmly invited Zhang Tong to sit on the sofa while busily preparing the contract. She also called for the finance officer. Before long, the paperwork was completed, and 45 million was swiftly deducted from his card. Oh my gosh, he really paid in full. He truly is a tycoon. Zhao Qian was astonished. How is this even possible? Can someone who drives a tricycle afford a model villa worth 45 million? And in cash, that's over 1.2 million in commission. If I had approached him from the start, wouldn't he have been mine? The other saleswomen were each filled with regret, beating their chests in despair, their eyes green with envy directed at Zhao Qian. After finalizing the paperwork, Zhang Tong gathered his folder and keys. Ready to leave, Zhao Qian escorted him outside, bashfully asking, Senior brother, are you free tonight? What? Are you truly hoping to be my girlfriend? I thought that was merely jest, Zhang Tong replied, a smirk playing on his lips. With a senior brother as handsome as you, How could it be possible that you don't have a girlfriend? Zhao Qian blushed deeply, asserting, I don't believe that. Handsome looks are of little use. It is wealth that possesses true allure. Zhang Tong mused inwardly, responding nonchalantly, I genuinely don't have one. Believe it or not. Actually, I meant no other intention than to invite you to dinner as a token of my gratitude for facilitating my commission of over 1 million. Something I never dared to dream of. Zhao Qian expressed her appreciation. Dinner doesn't matter much, but if you genuinely wish to thank me, I have a small favor to ask. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll be hosting some important guests at the villa. I would appreciate your assistance in receiving them. Zhang Tong had already contacted Fan Bingxiang. Discussing the time and location of the auction to IT would be quite impolite to have no one to serve tea. Zhao Qian, being a top school beauty, would lend the occasion both courtesy and elegance. What sort of guests? What gathering? Zhao Qian asked, her face a mixture of shyness and anxiety. Just a private auction, featuring jade. All right, I agree, Zhao Qian replied, her spirits lifted, smiling radiantly. This was an opportunity not to be missed. It could expand her network and potentially prove invaluable in the future. She was not merely a pretty face but a student from a prestigious university with ambitions. She understood the significance of connections. See you tomorrow. Senior brother, let us have dinner tonight as well, shall we? Zhao Qian shyly inquired. Of course, if you're too busy, we can always do it another time. I am not busy. Very well, let us dine together. Zhang Tong conceded, unable to decline after her 2 invitations. After settling on a time and place, Zhang Tong departed. Hey, great beauty, you've hit the jackpot. You owe us a celebration. Several saleswomen quickly surrounded Zhao Qian, their faces filled with envy. I'll treat you all once I receive my commission, Zhao Qian replied with a smile. Continuing her work as a sales model, she became less dedicated and instead posed a question in her university class group. Does anyone know the senior brother Zhang Tong from the 4th year? I know him. He is a super scholar from the Department of Electronics, ranking first in exams every year and a recipient of numerous first-class scholarships. He stands at 1.8 meters tall, handsome and dashing. I've heard he practices martial arts, truly a man of both letters and arms. Unfortunately, he lost both parents and is rather impoverished. Apart from attending classes, he spends all his time earning money and never engages in social activities. So few people know him. By the way, I heard his job search hasn't been smooth. So he returned to the countryside to start a business. Thank you. Zhao Qian's eyes sparkled. What an impressive young man. It seemed he had found success in his entrepreneurial endeavors. Zhang Tong exited the development and rode his tricycle towards the villa, only to be stopped by a security guard who informed him that tricycles were not permitted inside. My name is Zhang Tong. I am the owner of the newly purchased 18th villa. Zhang Tong replied calmly, retrieving his access card and keys. Let me make a phone call. The guard's heart raced, and he hurriedly called the butler for confirmation. Of course, he received a positive response. Why, sincerest apologies. The guard stammered. That's quite all right. Zhang Tong waved his hand dismissively. This was far too understated. However, his demeanor was genuinely commendable. The guard, watching Zhang Tong's retreating figure, felt an inexplicable sense of awe. He even sensed a cleansing of his spirit. As if his thoughts had undergone a profound transformation. It was simply remarkable. Upon returning to the villa, Zhang Tong moved the stone-cutting tools to the basement. Noticing that the hole remained, he jumped in to take a look. Indeed, there was that mysterious passage, leading to the treasure star. It had truly transferred here. This was no mere illusion. Joy flooded Zhang Tong's face. Although this situation was unfathomable, it was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Henceforth, he need not worry about revealing his secrets. He could relocate anywhere he pleased. As long as he purchased a villa with a basement, he could access the treasure star. What a delightful experience. Zhang Tong promptly surveyed his villa. Ascending from the 1st to the 3rd floor, he stood on the balcony gazing at the river view, his face adorned with a broad smile, his heart brimming with pride. Henceforth, Shangjiang No. 1 shall also have a place for me. Zhang Tong, Chapter 9. Shared bicycles versus Ferraris. At precisely 5:50 p.m., Zhang Tong exited the villa and noticed a 2-seater shared bicycle parked by the roadside. Such bicycles are unique to university towns. He decided to ride it to the sales office. Zhao Qian stood gracefully at the entrance, surrounded by numerous admirers. Excuse me, it's time to wrap up for the day. Please make way, she announced. As the clock struck 6, Zhao Qian exhaled a sigh of relief. Suddenly, A sleek blue Ferrari sped in like a bolt of lightning, screeching to a halt at the sales office entrance. A dapperly dressed man stepped out, clutching a bouquet of red roses, striding directly towards Zhao Qian. Alas, he has gone, several men sighed, overwhelmed with frustration. They could hardly bear to witness their beloved goddess being whisked away by another. Passers-by paused to watch the spectacle. A handsome man, a Ferrari supercar, and a beautiful woman were indeed the focal point of attention. Zhao Qian, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? The man approached her without a care for his surroundings, kneeling before her, raising the roses and a jewelry box high. Would the goddess say yes? The hearts of many men bled with jealousy, their pain palpable. Meanwhile, numerous women gazed with envy, admiring the suitor's charm, wealth and designer attire, arriving in a 3 million yuan Ferrari 296. To be pursued by such a man would surely mean entering a life of luxury. If only I possessed her beauty, they mused. Isn't that young Master Lu? Zhang Tong thought, somewhat speechless. Young Master Lu, known as Lu Fu, bore a rather kitsch name and was a student at Xiangzhou University, currently in his third year. A wealthy heir and notorious playboy, he had pursued Zhao Qian for quite some time without success. Previously, he had publicly confessed his feelings to her multiple times, but never with such fanfare. This time, he boldly declared his affections while showcasing his newly acquired Ferrari, evidently having made grand preparations. Why was he so relentless in his pursuits? Zhao Qian contemplated how to decline this man's advances. Glancing around, she suddenly spotted Zhang Tong, who had stopped his bicycle, watching the unfolding drama with a smirk. I'm sorry, but I already have plans. He's here to pick me up, she stated diplomatically. Who? Who's here to pick you up? Young Master Lu asked, taken aback, scanning the vicinity like a predator but finding no other luxury vehicles. He looked at Zhao Qian suspiciously, doubting her words. It's him. Zhao Qian approached Zhang Tong and wrapped her arm around his, bashfully saying, let us go. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Zhang Tong with envy and jealousy, particularly young Master Lu, whose eyes turned red with rage. This was the campus goddess Zhao Qian, revered by countless men, pure and unblemished, who had never accepted any suitor's advances. Yet today, she clung to another man's arm. A gesture suggestive of a romantic relationship. Was Zhao Qian dating someone? Who was this interloper? Young Master Lu glared at Zhang Tong, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Clad in shabby attire, with tousled hair and calloused hands. Riding a shared bicycle, he looked like a laborer. How could he possibly win the affections of the campus beauty? Surely, Zhao Qian must have merely chosen a random passerby as a shield. Yes, that must be it. You, get lost immediately, or I'll make you regret it. Young Master Lu shouted angrily at Zhang Tong. Who are you? Are you speaking to me? Do we know each other? Zhang Tong responded, incensed by the audacity of this wealthy heir. Was it acceptable for him to bully others simply because of his wealth? The onlookers were equally outraged, rallying to Zhang Tong's defense. Some even pulled out their phones to record the encounter. Zhao Qian, I know you've just picked a random shield, but I'm not angry. I truly like you. Let us go to the International Hotel for dinner. I've made a reservation, young Master Lu declared. Clearly not the dim-witted rich kid he appeared to be, as he had managed to enroll in Xiangzhou University, known for its high admission scores. Sensing the crowd's growing hostility, he chose to temper his bravado. Beautiful lady, hop and we're off to a street food stall. No reservations needed. The food will be ready upon arrival. Zhang Tong offered, patting the back seat of his bicycle, inviting her. The crowd erupted in laughter, enjoying the sight of the wealthy heir being countered by a commoner. This is utterly hilarious. Young Master Lu seethed with anger. Having grown up with a silver spoon, he had developed an arrogant disposition. He rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Tong. You scoundrel, are you courting death? Are you looking for a fight? Zhang Tong scoffed, with a fragile flower like you. I could take on 100. Young Master Lu's expression shifted as he finally noticed Zhang Tong's imposing stature and robust physique. He realized he was outmatched, good sense prevailed, and he decided to retreat. Don't hesitate, get in the car, he urged Zhao Qian. Beautiful lady, this spoiled rich kid is clearly useless. Come with me, Zhang Tong said. The crowd erupted in laughter once again. They relished the moment of the rich heir being humiliated, feeling a sense of camaraderie with Zhang Tong, as most of them were not wealthy either. Who the hell is this guy to offend me so brazenly? Young Master Lu fumed. his face darkened with rage. Zhao Qian, now disdainful, wasted no time and took her seat on the back of Zhang Tong's shared bicycle. Wrapping her arms around his waist, oh my, this stunning beauty is blind, choosing a shared bicycle over a Ferrari? Isn't it said that women prefer to cry in Ferraris rather than laugh on bicycles? What a peculiar turn of events. This model, exquisite as a celestial being, seemingly chose a humble bicycle, refreshing the perspective of onlookers. Oh my. I believe in love once more. The crowd stood agape, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Some men felt invigorated, excitement coursing through them. Perhaps they too had a chance at love, akin to the legendary tale of the cowherd and the weaver girl. In that instant, they felt rejuvenated. How can this be? What is happening? Young Master Lu stood there, dumbfounded, disbelief etched across his face. It felt surreal. Zhao Qian had actually chosen a commoner. He had prepared for rejection, knowing Zhao Qian was a challenge to pursue. But never had he anticipated losing to a poor nobody. What was the reason behind her choice? What could have attracted her to someone of such humble means? The answer was simple. He was wealthier than you. The saleswomen exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter at young Master Lu's expense, leaving him to experience the bitter lessons of reality. Chapter 10. Almost surrounded, the street food stall had an exquisite flavor, rivaling that of high-end restaurants. My roommates and I had dined there numerous times, relishing dishes like chili oil, eggplant casserole, and stinky tofu. We had hearty appetites, often consuming 7 bowls of rice, while the others managed 5 to 6. Stacked bowls towered high, a spectacular sight. Zhang Tong guided Zhao Qian into the bustling street food stall near Shangzhong University, choosing an empty table. You're quite amusing. Zhao Qian chuckled. I've dined here before during a class gathering. I remember the dishes being spicy yet delightful. I used to worry about the heat affecting my skin, so I came less frequently. There are non-spicy options, Zhang Tong replied, effortlessly ordering several dishes, including steamed eggs and eggplant casserole, which were mild in flavor. Suddenly, Zhang Tong sensed something was amiss. The once boisterous stall had fallen eerily silent. He looked up to find all the male patrons glaring at him with fiery eyes. Their stares filled with envy. If looks could kill, Zhang Tong would have perished 1,000 times over. Am I being resented? He thought, bemused. Honestly, we are not in the relationship you think we are, he pondered. Though he questioned whether an explanation would hold any weight. Zhao Qian, blushing, felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was her first time dining alone with a male companion in 2 years at university. And her fame meant that every male student recognized her. With everyone owning a smartphone, one misstep could lead to her being photographed and turned into a wallpaper for countless devices. Go ahead and stare. It doesn't hurt. Zhang Tong decided to ignore the stares. Once the food arrived, he urged Zhao Qian to enjoy their meal. Unbeknownst to them, a post had emerged on the university's BBS, claiming the campus goddess Zhao Qian was on a date with a male student, complete with photographic evidence. The photograph captures Zhang Tong and Zhao Qian with crystal clarity. Who is this scoundrel? I shall end his life. How dare he betray me? The enmity of a husband robbed is one that cannot coexist. This rogue is doomed. Which restaurant? Just watch me annihilate him. The crowd is seething with fury. Utterly enraged. Wait, is that not Zhang Tong? A rotund fellow, upon witnessing this, felt a pang of jealousy mixed with alarm. Oh no, Zhang Tong might be in for a beating. He hurried to Lao Kai restaurant at breakneck speed. Eyes wide, and indeed, there was Zhang Tong, laughing and chatting intimately with the campus belle, Zhao Qian. The goddess gazed at him as if charged with electricity, infused with sweetness. Zhang Tong, you must leave at once, or you shall face the consequences. The plump fellow dashed forward, shouting urgently. Luo Peng? Aren't you supposed to be at work? What brings you to the school? Zhang Tong was taken aback. He thought little of encountering acquaintances while dining with a beautiful girl. As most fourth-year students were busy with their jobs, Luo Peng, whose full name was Luo Ming, was one of Zhang Tong's roommates and a good brother of 4 years. I reside on campus. I returned home after work, Luo Peng replied. Someone posted online. Some of Zhao Qian's fervent admirers have vowed to come and confront you. We must leave. Surely not. Zhang Tong was skeptical. That seems exaggerated. They wouldn't dare take action. Indeed, I rushed out and have already seen individuals shouting threats as they descended the stairs. Luo Peng insisted. Brother, we need to go. Zhao Qian felt somewhat awkward and anxious. Alas, it appears that even in a prestigious institution, there are still many hot-headed youths. Zhang Tong sighed deeply, just as he was about to discreetly slip away with Zhao Qian. Yet, it was too late. A throng of Zhao Qian's fervent admirers burst in like a tidal wave, each casting fiery glares at Zhang Tong. "Scoundrel, who do you think you are?" An evidently wealthy young man fumed, his anger palpable. "I am your senior, a fourth-year student in the computer science department, consistently ranking first in my cohort. A paragon of scholarship. Do you believe you can surpass me?" Zhang Tong stood his ground, unyielding. "You." The young man faltered, his complexion turning crimson. He longed to declare, "But I am wealthier than you." Yet, at such a moment, he sensed that voicing this would be utterly humiliating, likely inciting a tempest of backlash. Thus, he remained silent. However, another long-haired rich kid, lacking in intellect, bellowed, "Your good grades are meaningless. Upon graduation, you will merely serve others. My family's company employs countless individuals with higher qualifications than yours. When they see me, they must respectfully address me as young master. You do realize that is your family's company, not yours. What do you truly have to boast about? Without your forebears, you would struggle to sustain yourself. Do you comprehend that in the eyes of many, including the employees of your family's company, you are merely a worthless good-for-nothing?" Zhang Tong retorted with a cold laugh. "You." The long-haired rich kid, infuriated beyond measure, shouted, "I was born with advantages. Some are born in Rome, while others are born as cattle or horses. I am the former. You are the latter. Do you not understand? You pride yourself on being a good-for-nothing, do you?" Zhang Tong countered, disdainful of cattle and horses. "Have you forgotten that your ancestors were once cattle and horses? Are you unaware that Rome was built by the labor of cattle and horses? You, a pauper, how can you compare to me?" The long-haired rich kid, lacking a leg to stand on, resorted to personal attacks. "My monthly allowance is your annual salary. But I managed to win over the campus belle, while you can only seethe with impotence." Zhang Tong retorted, "You infuriate me." The long-haired rich kid was nearly apoplectic, utterly outmatched. The other boys were seething with rage, feeling utterly humiliated. Their impotent fury struck deep. How could they stand by and watch this? It was too outrageous, too immoral. "Strike him." A malicious voice called from the back. "Strike me? Do you all wish to forfeit your diplomas?" Zhang Tong responded, astonished, "I have documented everything. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on me will undoubtedly be expelled." Luo Peng, with a sly grin, raised his phone. "This." The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, and they began to retreat. The threat of expulsion loomed too large for them to bear. Zhao Qian seized the moment. "Gentlemen, I have the right to choose with whom I dine and whom I date. Your behavior is nothing short of unreasonable. Return to your homes, else you shall attract the police. Alas, let us depart." The multitude of boys, crestfallen, trudged away, each in their own sorrowful state. What else could they do? Were they to watch the goddess flaunt her affection for that scoundrel? "Zhao Qian, why do you like him? Why?" Some still refused to leave, lamenting loudly, only to be pulled away by others, for it was simply too embarrassing. Chapter 11. Becoming another's golden support at last, tranquility returned. Zhang Tong rubbed his forehead, reflecting. "Now you understand the allure of the campus belle, do you not?" Luo Peng whispered in Zhang Tong's ear, pressing him to divulge how he managed to win over the campus belle. "I did not pursue her. She invited me, do you comprehend?" Zhang Tong replied earnestly, "Is this boasting?" Luo Peng was infuriated. It was utterly heart-wrenching to realize that Zhao Qian was the one pursuing Zhang Tong. Over their 4 years in university, the three roommates had often speculated about the kind of extraordinary individual who could capture Zhao Qian's heart. Surely, he would be exceedingly fortunate. Yet, that extraordinary figure, that exceedingly fortunate man, turned out to be Zhang Tong? No way, though she invited me. We are not in a romantic relationship. We are merely friends, Zhang Tong clarified. Really? Luo Peng's face was filled with skepticism. Believe it or not? Zhang Tong replied curtly, "A man pursuing a woman is akin to climbing a mountain. A woman pursuing a man is like passing through a veil. I doubt you can maintain your composure for long." Luo Peng scoffed, turning to Zhao Qian. "Great campus belle. When did you take an interest in my brother?" "Today. I only just met him," Zhao Qian replied. "What? You just met him today and fell head over heels?" Zhang Tong and Zhao Qian exchanged glances, somewhat speechless, choosing to ignore the interloper. Oh, great campus belle. I hear you work as a real estate model. How much do you make in a day? Luo Peng attempted to strike up a conversation again. 2,000. For a 4-hour shift. 2,000 a day is quite substantial. It seems that beautiful women have it easy when it comes to earning money, Luo Peng remarked, noting that his own monthly salary barely reached 10,000. Working 8 hours a day, often with overtime. Modeling is exhausting. Standing for 4 hours can leave one feeling utterly shattered, Zhao Qian stated. Have you considered live streaming? You could earn even more that way. Luo Peng suggested. In the past, the three brothers had mused about how, if someone as stunning as Zhao Qian entered the live streaming industry, she could easily earn a 6-figure salary, perhaps even millions. I dislike that line of work. It requires feigned smiles and performances to please the sponsors. Zhao Qian replied. What do you plan to do in the future? Zhang Tong inquired. I'm a bit lost myself. Zhao Qian admitted. Next year I will be in my 3rd year, and graduation is not far off. My major is English. If I pursue a job related to my field, it will likely be as a secretary or translator, neither of which seem particularly promising. If I enter the modeling industry, the prospects are equally uncertain, as it is a career that relies on youth. What will I do as I age? Men fear entering the wrong profession, and women fear marrying the wrong man. I believe you should focus on marrying a good man. That would ensure a happy life. Luo Peng declared, perhaps referring to my brother Zhang Tong, who is talented in both the arts and the sciences, destined for greatness. Or myself, Luo Ming, who will undoubtedly become a figure of prominence in the future. Are you suggesting I choose between the two of you? Zhao Qian asked, stifling laughter. I did not mean to imply that. But it would not be out of the question, Luo Peng brazenly suggested. Perhaps someone might not consider me worthy. Zhao Qian glanced at Zhang Tong with a hint of melancholy. Since meeting Zhang Tong, she had noticed that he had not shown any interest in her. His intention in purchasing a villa was not contingent upon her agreeing to be his girlfriend. He genuinely intended to buy it. Merely acknowledging her as an alumna, a stunning beauty, it was her first encounter with a man who showed no interest in pursuing her, which struck her as both refreshing and infuriating. Goodness! Luo Peng was agog, utterly astonished. Could it be that Zhao Qian was genuinely pursuing Zhang Tong? Yet Zhang Tong seemed reluctant to accept. At present, I have no other thoughts. I merely seek a beautiful secretary, Zhang Tong stated, as he was far too busy to manage without one. Goodness, Tonggu, have you achieved entrepreneurial success? Luo Peng exclaimed, filled with joy. If not successful, would I dare suggest recruiting a beautiful secretary? I have made some money and plan to register a company soon, Zhang Tong explained. What industry? Luo Peng inquired eagerly. It could be described as the jewelry industry, Zhang Tong replied. In truth, it involves treasure hunting, seeking out the various treasures that nature has bestowed upon us, gold nuggets, gemstones, diamonds, unique stones, and various precious trees, flowers, and medicinal herbs. The term used is treasure hunter. The jewelry industry, treasure hunting? Luo Peng was dumbfounded. This was entirely unrelated to his field of study. After a moment of bewilderment, he glanced at Zhao Qian, and an idea struck him. Could it be that Zhang Tong had become wealthy through treasure hunting, hence Zhao Qian's interest in him? His heart raced, and his breath quickened. Do you have confidence in earning money? Well, that is difficult to predict, Zhang Tong replied. Every industry has its winners and losers. However, in my field, it is somewhat easier to achieve profitability. Tonggu, my job is not particularly great. I am merely involved in computer maintenance, and my salary is far from high, not even reaching 10,000. Shall I assist you? Luo Peng inquired eagerly. What a remarkable individual he is. Zhao Qian cast a sidelong glance at Luo Peng, tinged with a hint of envy, as it seemed this rotund fellow was about to align himself with a lucrative venture. Are you truly willing to help me? Do you have no regrets? Zhang Tong asked with solemnity. Certainly no regrets. I had assumed that after graduation, we would all go our separate ways, never to meet again. If we can remain together and strive collectively, it would be an exceedingly joyous affair. At worst, we may not earn a fortune, but there is nothing to fear. I am quite ample and can withstand hunger, Luo Peng said, patting his plump chest earnestly. Then come along with the campus beauty tomorrow to assist me. Zhang Tong instructed. As for your remuneration, let's provisionally say 100,000. You must bring those stones back when you return. Cutting stones tomorrow will be labor-intensive, and one person cannot manage it alone. With Luo Peng's assistance, it will be significantly easier. Besides, there will be countless stones to cut in the future. If I rely solely on myself to cut stones at Baoxing, I would exhaust myself without completing the task. Thus, I will only cut the stones in half at Baoxing, taking the jade back for Luo Peng to handle. Moreover, it is essential that the cutter is someone I can trust. 100,000 annual salary? Isn't that excessive? Before the company becomes profitable, I would prefer to forego my salary and simply receive living expenses. Luo Peng remarked. I was referring to a monthly salary of 100,000. Zhang Tong clarified. What? A monthly salary of 100,000? Luo Peng's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Do not frighten me. You were once my roommate and my first subordinate. Hence the generosity, Zhang Tong stated. From now on, let Luo Peng toil away at cutting stones and breaking them down, exhausting him. After all, 1 million annual salary is not so easily acquired. Boss, your extravagance is commendable. Allow me to toast to you. Luo Peng's face was alight with joy, realizing he was indeed about to latch onto a golden opportunity. Little did he know, he was destined to become Zhang Tong's laborer, embarking on a life shrouded in dust and devoid of sunlight. Nevertheless, the salary remained enticing. At least it was beyond his current earning capacity. Heavens, just do not berate me in the future. Zhang Tong chuckled inwardly. A monthly salary of 100,000? How extravagant! Zhao Qian's eyes glimmered with envy and jealousy. Almost reddening, she even contemplated volunteering to become Zhang Tong's secretary, hoping to cling to his financial success. Perhaps she could earn a monthly salary of 100,000, or even more, even if subjected to unwelcome advances. Could she not accept it? Goodness, why am I thinking this? Zhao Qian's face flushed inexplicably. She was astonished. In the past, she had unhesitatingly rejected countless suitors from wealthy families, unmoved by offers of cars and houses. Why now, then, did she contemplate lowering her standards to become Zhang Tong's secretary? Could it be because he was simply too handsome? Chapter 12. Luo Peng's shock at 7 o'clock the following morning. Luo Peng appeared, brimming with energy, beneath the girls' dormitory, awaiting the campus beauty, Zhao Qian, as they were to accompany Zhang Tong today. Last night, Zhang Tong had not disclosed his address, thus they would rely on Zhao Qian to lead the way. After some time, Zhao Qian finally descended, clad in a black professional suit, exuding both allure and innocence. Big campus beauty, your attire seems rather conservative today, lacking the sultry appeal of yesterday, Luo Peng remarked. Is there a difference between yesterday and today? Yesterday, I was a model for a property sale. Today, I am a secretary, Zhao Qian retorted. A temporary secretary, is it? Luo Peng inquired, intrigued. Something like that, Zhao Qian replied. So, it is true that Tonggu is seeking a beautiful secretary? Luo Peng questioned. Has he struck it rich? I cannot say for certain. You should inquire with him yourself, Zhao Qian replied, maintaining her secrecy. In truth, she only knew that Zhang Tong had purchased a villa for 45 million and was aware of nothing else. Who was she to speak out of turn? Soon, the two exited the campus. Although they were seen by others along the way, no commotion ensued, as they maintained a distance of a meter apart. Importantly, they had both heard whispers that Zhao Qian had taken a liking to a handsome senior in his final year, and he was certainly not a rotund fellow. Does Tonggu reside here? Luo Peng asked as they entered Tianlan Manor. Indeed, Zhao Qian confirmed. The rent here must be exorbitant, correct? Luo Peng queried. Of course, after all, it is one of the most luxurious neighborhoods in Xiang City, Zhao Qian explained. What type of residence does Tonggu rent? Is it a multi-room apartment? Luo Peng asked. He resides in a villa. Zhao Qian replied. A villa? Goodness, what is the monthly rent? Luo Peng exclaimed in astonishment. If the market price were to be considered, the monthly rent would not be less than 100,000. What? 100,000? Luo Peng jumped in disbelief. That is quite astonishing. The villa is valued at 45 million. No wonder, Zhao Qian sighed in admiration. If 45 million were deposited in a bank, accruing a 3% interest rate, that would yield 1.35 million annually. Thus, a monthly rent of 100,000 is indeed reasonable. However, Zhang Tong is exceedingly extravagant. Is he not supposed to be starting a business? Why is he so lavish? Has he truly become wealthy? Big campus beauty. Do you think Zhang Tong's treasure-seeking endeavor, involving an auction house, is reliable? Luo Peng asked, tentatively. Sensing that Zhao Qian possessed some inside knowledge. Whether it is reliable or not, you will know once you get involved, Zhao Qian replied. After all, he is offering you 1 million annual salary. I suggest you enjoy yourself. If he cannot earn money, Then offering me 1 million annual salary is meaningless, Luo Peng countered. That is a fair point. Thus, you should carefully consider your options. Zhao Qian smirked, refusing to divulge that Zhang Tong had purchased the villa for 45 million. You are truly a competent temporary secretary, remarkably tight-lipped, Luo Peng remarked, nearly at a loss for words. I pride myself on my professional integrity. Zhao Qian retorted haughtily, so do not think you can pry any secrets about Zhang Tong from me. I am a brother of Zhang Tong. Without my assistance, how could you pursue him? Luo Peng threatened. Who said I wished to pursue him? Zhao Qian replied, both flustered and annoyed. Last night, Zhang Tong had subtly hinted that he was not interested in a girlfriend, merely seeking a beautiful secretary, which was rather disheartening. It not plainly evident on your face? Luo Peng teased point. One cannot expect pearls from a dog's mouth. Zhao Qian fumed, glaring at Luo Peng as she quickened her pace. Soon, they arrived at Zhang Tong's villa. She pressed the doorbell. Is this the 45 million villa? Luo Peng asked, his curiosity piqued and excitement palpable. He intended to take several photographs to flaunt in their class group chat. You have arrived quite early, Zhang Tong greeted them, dressed in a black suit and shoes, his hair neatly styled, exuding an aura of striking handsomeness. After dinner the previous night, he had accomplished much, getting a haircut, purchasing clothing, procuring tea, red wine, beverages, soap, towels, and other daily necessities, and transporting all the jade raw materials from the secret passage into the basement. Although he had gone to bed late, his youthful vigor allowed him to rise early. And he appeared remarkably refreshed. You are exceedingly handsome, Luo Peng expressed with envy and jealousy. You are more striking than any celebrity. Zhao Qian's heart raced inexplicably, wishing she could slap herself. The handsome figure before her was not a good person. He only sought to take advantage. She absolutely must not develop feelings for him. Come in, Zhang Tong dismissed Luo Peng's remarks. When he had no money, he had also been this handsome, yet no women had been interested in him. Thus, wealth must take precedence. Heavens, this is so extravagant! Luo Peng exclaimed upon entering, spotting 2 golden silk nanmu trees, his astonishment evident. As he surveyed the grand hall, he was left in awe, realizing that poverty had indeed limited his imagination. It was astonishing that a villa could be so lavish, merely valued at 45 million. This is nothing in comparison. There are even more opulent mansions worth hundreds of millions or even billions, primarily located in Hong Kong, Shenzhen, and Shanghai. The most expensive villa in Xiang City is valued at less than 200 million, Zhang Tong remarked. Such villas are hardly noteworthy. Luo Peng, unimpressed, challenged, if you have the means, buy one yourself rather than renting. What do you mean it is rented? Zhang Tong exclaimed in disbelief. Am I that impoverished? What? You mean you bought it? Luo Peng stuttered, his heart racing, and he glanced at Zhao Qian. What do you say, big campus beauty? I can only tell you that Zhang Tong purchased this villa outright for 45 million from me yesterday, and I earned over 1.2 million in commission. Zhao Qian said with a mischievous smile, why heavens, he bought the villa outright for 45 million? Zhang Tong, where on earth did you acquire such wealth? Luo Peng trembled, his face turning crimson. It seemed Zhang Tong had indeed achieved success in his entrepreneurial endeavors. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so extravagant. What is it to you? Zhang Tong asked, pulling out his phone to reveal a news article that boldly proclaimed, today, our store has a distinguished guest betting on stones, resulting in a staggering profit of over 49 million. You are that distinguished guest? Luo Peng gasped. Zhao Qian instantly understood. So that was how Zhang Tong had acquired the funds for the villa. Indeed, Zhang Tong affirmed, but my point is that treasure hunting also encompasses betting on stones. Do you possess X-ray vision? Luo Peng exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, I do, Zhang Tong replied with mock seriousness. Then the campus beauty has been completely undressed before you? Luo Peng's logic was uniquely peculiar. You have caught me off guard with that comment, Zhang Tong remarked, rubbing his forehead, unsure of how to respond to Luo Peng's nonsensical rambling. If I were to perish, I would only speak foolishly. Zhao Qian, too, covered her face in embarrassment. I was merely stating a fact. X-ray vision, aside from treasure hunting, is primarily for ogling beautiful women, as depicted in novels, Luo Peng asserted defiantly. Well, enough of the jokes, Zhang Tong interjected. Why betting on stones relies mainly on intuition and a bit of luck. However, our company will depend on jade for profit for quite some time to come. Luo Peng, you must learn how to extract jade. Come, I shall lead you to the basement and teach you the intricacies of the process. Extract jade? I find it fascinating. Luo Peng's eyes sparkled with delight and anticipation. Chapter 13. The pricey red jadeite. May I have a look? Zhao Qian inquired eagerly. You have other tasks to attend to. Please clean the villa and prepare the meals. I have already procured the ingredients. Zhang Tong replied, having gone shopping for them early that morning. The auction is scheduled for the afternoon, making it inconvenient to dine out at noon. Do you think of me as a servant? Zhao Qian expressed her discontent. With a commission exceeding 1.2 million, what is wrong with you serving me for a day? Zhang Tong retorted with a glare. Fine, fine. I will attend to the cleaning right away. Zhao Qian conceded. Goodness, you are rather impolite to the campus beauty, Luo Peng remarked as he followed Zhang Tong to the basement. As Zhang Tong coolly stated, desire breeds weakness. I have no intentions towards her, so why should I be courteous? So, you have no desire to be with her? Luo Peng teased with a sly grin. Get lost? Zhang Tong shot back, exasperated. This fellow is far too lewd, constantly preoccupied with women. I, on the other hand, pursue wealth. Women are merely incidental. Upon entering the basement and switching on the lights, the jadeite raw materials scattered across the floor shimmered with a captivating green luminescence, both beautiful and enchanting. Is this jadeite? It's exquisite. Luo Peng, lacking any concept of its value, showed little reaction. This is the jade cutting machine, and this is the grinding machine. Zhang Tong commenced his instruction, extracting a vibrant red jadeite the size of a basketball, radiating an alluring crimson glow. Stunning. How much do you think it will sell for? Luo Peng asked, enamored as he toyed with it. When the buyers arrive for the auction, you'll find out, Zhang Tong replied, hesitant to disclose its true worth lest he frighten Luo Peng. All of these are from your gambling ventures? Luo Peng remarked, observing the considerable quantity. It seems you have quite the knack for gambling stones. As for the origins of the jadeite raw materials, do not inquire further, nor should you speculate. This is a closely guarded commercial secret, the foundation of our company, Zhang Tong asserted. Understood, Luo Peng replied, thumping his chest in agreement. He commenced the extraction process. Since these were all semi-gambling raw materials, there was little concern about damaging them. A meticulous peeling was all that was required. The plump gentleman exhibited remarkable patience, making the task appear effortless and thoroughly enjoyable. With a monthly salary of 100,000, he was invigorated, having no worries about Zhang Tong being unable to pay him. Zhang Tong's wealth was at least 45 million. You take your time extracting the jadeite. I shall go upstairs to rest, Zhang Tong declared. As you wish, Luo Peng replied, not lifting his head. This labor is quite agreeable. Zhang Tong chuckled inwardly, feeling relieved. Returning to the main hall, he settled onto the sofa, leisurely sipping tea and smoking. Particularly, as he observed Zhao Qian gracefully sweeping the floor, his contentment grew. Clearly, it was time to hire a beautiful and sensual secretary like Zhao Qian. I candy, seeing you so stunning. Shall I offer you a shoulder massage? Zhao Qian playfully retorted, the wish fulfilled. Zhang Tong laughed. Dream on. Zhao Qian haughtily retreated to her room to continue her cleaning. At 1:30 in the afternoon, a convoy of luxury vehicles arrived at Tianlan Manor. BMWs, Mercedes, Rolls-Royces, Porsches, Ferraris, all finally parking in front of Zhang Tong's villa, from which a group of elegantly dressed magnates emerged, flanked by bodyguards. Fan Bingxiang also arrived, stepping out from a Ferrari, instantly overshadowing the entire gathering. Clad in a pristine white dress paired with red heels, adorned with a ruby necklace and a jade bracelet, she radiated beauty, exquisite and noble. What a splendidly beautiful and regal woman. Is this the legendary top socialite? Zhao Qian mused silently, filled with admiration. Perhaps, the kind of woman men aspire to marry is one as noble and beautiful as a princess. Welcome, Zhang Tong greeted warmly. Thank you all for gracing me with your presence at this private auction. This is Zhang Tong, a treasure hunter. My gold nugget was discovered by him. Just yesterday, he gambled and won jadeite worth 50 million at Lao Kai's stone gambling shop. This is Boss Zhao, owner of Zhaogua Jewelry Company. This is Boss Qin, owner of Qin Dynasty Jewelry Company. This is Boss Luo, owner of Shanhe Jade and Jewelry Company. Fan Bingxiang began the introductions. She had informed others about Zhang Tong's previous jadeite win to bolster her own record, effectively adding a shining accomplishment to her treasure hunting resume. The response was favorable, with many magnates expressing astonishment. "Thank you all for attending my private auction. I hope not to disappoint you." Zhang Tong invited everyone inside. The hall was spacious enough to accommodate the numerous guests comfortably. "Please enjoy some tea." Zhao Qian busily prepared the tea. "Zhang Tong, is this beauty your girlfriend?" Fan Bingxiang inquired. "No, her name is Zhao Qian. She is my junior and a university classmate, currently in her sophomore year. I invited her to assist me," Zhang Tong explained. "Mr. Zhang, where is the jadeite? Let us have a look," one of the businessmen urged eagerly. "They are currently being extracted in the basement," Zhang Tong replied. "Would you like to take a look?" "Certainly." The businessmen rose in unison, eager to see the jadeite they had come for. Without having seen it, they could not feel at ease soon. They descended to the basement, with Zhao Qian boldly following, under the pretext of welcoming esteemed guests. But truly, she was keen to see the exquisite jadeite, as a beauty. She possessed an immense fascination for treasures like jadeite. Luo Peng was still engrossed in the extraction, his face covered in dust, hands likewise soiled, yet he reveled in the task, extracting beautiful pieces of jadeite with a great sense of accomplishment. "How stunning!" The crowd's eyes lit up, beginning to scrutinize closely, each taking out a flashlight. All were of the high-quality ice green variety. "This must weigh over 1,000 pounds, right? It has been years since so much high-quality jadeite has been revealed at once. The jade industry is abuzz. Ha ha ha, this trip was worth it. Boss Zhang, you are truly remarkable. To gamble and win such a large quantity of high-quality jadeite is nothing short of miraculous." The businessmen were filled with joy. "And there is a piece of ice-type red jadeite. How beautiful! I must have this piece. No one shall compete with me for it." Boss Zhao, a woman in her 40s still radiating allure, clutched the red jadeite tightly. Clearly thrilled with her newfound treasure, "Boss Zhao, it is not enough to simply desire it. The highest bidder shall claim it." Someone challenged. "I bid 1 billion, Boss Zhao declared fiercely. "What the?" Luo Peng stumbled, nearly losing his balance. "My goodness, 1 billion for a piece of red jadeite? Is this woman for real? Surely she cannot be serious." Zhao Qian, too, was left in a daze, unable to comprehend the situation. Yet, astonishingly, the other businessmen showed no sign of disbelief. One quickly raised their bid. "I offer 1.05 billion, 1.06 billion, 1.07 billion, 1.08 billion. Scarcity enhances value. Ice-type red jadeite, especially in such vivid red, is extremely rare, hence highly coveted. 1.1 billion. Boss Zhao bellowed, her voice commanding. No one dared to place further bids. They all surrendered. "Congratulations," Zhang Tong responded promptly, agreeing without hesitation. The transaction was swiftly completed, with 1.1 billion added to Zhang Tong's bank account. Boss Zhao, cradling the red jadeite, beamed radiantly. Luo Peng and Zhao Qian stood by, dumbfounded, questioning their very existence. Just for this single piece of red jadeite, 1.1 billion. How could this be? Chapter 14. A windfall of 4.4 billion. Boss Zhang, how shall we auction the high-quality ice green jadeite? One businessman inquired. "We have not fully extracted it yet," Zhang Tong replied. "Is it unnecessary to auction them individually? The quantity is too large. Auctioning them one by one would be impractical. Instead, let us proceed by weight." Zhang Tong suggested. Boss Qin proposed. "How much per pound? Then we can divide it accordingly." As all were formidable jewel merchants, the bidding would be fiercely competitive, hence the proposal. Agreed. "What price do you suggest per pound?" Zhang Tong contemplated briefly before nodding. However, if the price does not meet his expectations, he reserves the right to decline the sale. 3 million per pound. How does that sound? After some discussion, they reached a consensus. Even Boss Qin elaborated, "This is a fair price. You will not suffer a loss, and we will also make a profit. Since you were referred by Bingxiang and are an exceptional treasure hunter, we hope to establish a long-term collaborative relationship. Mutual benefit is essential for longevity. 3 million per pound. If it weighs over 1,000 pounds, that could amount to 30 billion. Luo Peng's hands trembled. His legs quaked, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. If I were to damage a piece, would I be liable for compensation? Finally, he understood why Zhang Tong offered him a monthly salary of 100,000 and why he deemed Zhao Qian unworthy. She could at most serve as a secretary, never to hold a significant position. Zhang Tong would surely marry a top-tier wealthy beauty. I'm losing my mind. Zhao Qian was nearly faint from the shock, as the wealth she had longed for, the affluence she had desperately pursued, seemed encapsulated in the jadeite extracted from the stone before them. Yet, to obtain such jadeite was an arduous endeavor. For Zhang Tong, however, it was merely a matter of convenience. If he were to give her a piece, she could ascend to greatness, ushering in a life of abundance and happiness. To rely solely on one's own efforts is undoubtedly to tread upon an endless sea of suffering. Very well, let us settle on 3 million per pound. Zhang Tong nodded with a smile, acknowledging that this price exceeds his own mental valuation by a considerable margin. This implies that yesterday's jadeite was sold at a notably lower price. However, without such comparisons, one cannot discern the sincerity of these prominent figures. The crowd was elated and promptly began to divide the spoils, swiftly clearing all 1,100 pounds. After the payment was made, they were eager to depart. For such treasures could not be left unguarded in the vault. Esteemed colleagues, I am soon to establish a small auction house, where numerous jadeite masterpieces will be auctioned, along with other treasures unearthed by many a treasure seeker. Zhang Tong proclaimed, inviting everyone to grace the occasion with their presence. Certainly, we shall eagerly anticipate it. Please be sure to inform me when the time comes. The crowd unanimously agreed. If one could procure a substantial amount of jadeite from Zhang Tong, there would be no need to risk a trip to Myanmar for stone gambling. Furthermore, the jadeite mines in Myanmar are nearly depleted, making the acquisition of jade increasingly challenging, with prices steadily on the rise. Thus, this is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Zhang Tong promptly created a WeChat group named Tongtian Treasures and included all the prominent figures. Henceforth, any news regarding treasures and auction schedules would be communicated within the group. Quite efficient, indeed. The youth's mind is remarkably agile. The illustrious businessmen were both delighted and impressed, and soon took their leave. Zhang Tong, congratulations on earning over 4 billion, Fan Bingxiang, who had yet to depart, expressed her congratulations. Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, this would not have gone so smoothly, Zhang Tong replied gratefully. Allow me to treat you to a grand meal. Do not feel obliged on my account. Fan Bingxiang waved her hand dismissively. I have matters to attend to and must make a trip to Changbai Mountain immediately. What brings you to Changbai Mountain? Zhang Tong inquired, taken aback. To search for ginseng over 300 years old. Fan Bingxiang stated solemnly, I am bringing along some gold. Perhaps it will bring me luck. Whether Changbai Mountain even has ginseng of such age is uncertain, Zhang Tong thought to himself, shaking his head discreetly. If you have no other pressing matters, would you consider accompanying me? If you manage to find ginseng over 300 years old, I would be willing to purchase it at a premium. Fan Bingxiang invited. Very well, when shall we depart? Zhang Tong, though reluctant to visit Changbai Mountain and instead yearning for treasure hunting at Baoxing, found it impossible to refuse. After all, she had rendered him such significant assistance. The connection she provided would take him years to cultivate on his own. To decline would be rather inconsiderate. I shall agree to this. Tomorrow morning, we shall take a helicopter. I will prepare for our journey. Next time we meet, I shall treat you to a grand meal. Fan Bingxiang was delighted and filled with anticipation, believing that with such a remarkable treasure seeker like Zhang Tong joining her, they would surely reap rewards. Once Fan Bingxiang departed, Luo Peng exclaimed excitedly, Brother Tong, you've struck it rich, over 40 billion. With such wealth, you could never spend it all in a lifetime, could you? Could you not aspire for something greater? Zhang Tong retorted irritably, saying, those businessmen, who among them does not possess hundreds of billions? Hundreds of billions? Surely not. Luo Peng recoiled in disbelief. They are all owners of renowned jewelry companies. And indeed, many possess fortunes in the hundreds of billions, some even exceeding 1 trillion. I have verified this on Baidu. Zhao Qian added. What the? Luo Peng was astonished. Brother Tong, you are now so formidable. Are your friends all tycoons? When will you surpass them in wealth? With your current aspirations, why not aim to exceed the world's richest? Zhang Tong responded. Brother Tong, you truly have lofty ambitions. It's incredibly impressive. I am in awe. Luo Peng showered him with flattery before asking, during your time at Changbai Mountain, what should I do? Please help me register a company, to be named Tianbao Auction House. The registered capital shall be 500 million. Zhang Tong instructed, also seeking 1 or 2 appraisers. Additionally, please circulate a recruitment advertisement for a beautiful secretary with an annual salary of 3 million, and I will conduct interviews upon my return. A secretary with a salary of 3 million? Luo Peng was taken aback. That seems excessive.
Only a high salary can attract a stunning and capable secretary, Zhang Tong replied. Very well, by the way, can I recruit a secretary? Luo Peng asked eagerly. You specialize in stone cutting. What need have you for a secretary? Zhang Tong replied sternly. Yet you may seek a trustworthy assistant, provided he is male. How is that fair? Luo Peng protested in frustration. However, he quickly subdued his indignation and asked, What about the company's address? Acquire a floor in a nearby building, preferably on the first level, where we can construct an underground treasure vault. Zhang Tong stated, Given the current downturn in real estate, I expect we can secure it at a low price. Very well, Luo Peng nodded seriously. Let us forego the secretary recruitment, shall we? I wish to give it a try. Zhao Qian suddenly clung to Zhang Tong's arm, playfully shaking it as she acted coy. What a sight! How shameless! Luo Peng's expression was one of mixed feelings. Goddess, have you fallen from grace? Are you truly serious? Zhang Tong responded with a peculiar expression. Absolutely, I have no regrets, Zhao Qian affirmed earnestly. An annual salary of 3 million could very well be the pinnacle for a secretary. Moreover, if I can win his favor, there may be additional rewards, no? Chapter 15. Date night at the movies. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider. I fear you may not be able to handle it, Zhang Tong suggested. How could I possibly fail? You underestimate me, Zhao Qian retorted, indignant. Then enlighten me. What tasks must a secretary perform? Zhang Tong teased. It not merely serving tea, massaging shoulders, and attending to the boss's work-related matters. Essentially a secretary's duties, Zhao Qian replied. And what else? Zhang Tong nearly burst into laughter. What else is there? I am uncertain, but I am willing to learn. Zhao Qian blushed. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my secretary. With an annual salary of 3 million. However, you must diligently study how a secretary ought to perform their duties. Upon my return from Changbai Mountain, there shall be an assessment. Should I find your performance lacking? You will return whence you came, Zhang Tong declared. Agreed, I shall not disappoint you. Zhao Qian beamed, her eyes sparkling with delight. An annual salary of 3 million. Just like that. How fortunate, she then playfully added. Since I am your secretary now, may I handle the purchase of an office floor? Seeking commission again? Zhang Tong rubbed his forehead. If someone is to profit, it might as well be me. Zhao Qian responded confidently, assuring him, I will ensure it is purchased at the lowest price. And you will be thoroughly satisfied. Very well, then you shall handle it, Zhang Tong consented. Thank you, boss. Zhao Qian smiled sweetly, becoming even more enchanting. I shall provide each of you with a vehicle. You may procure it yourselves. With reimbursement available for purchases under 1 million, Zhang Tong announced. What an incredible arrangement! Luo Peng and Zhao Qian were both taken aback. The boss is exceptionally generous. What about you? Zhao Qian inquired. Should I arrange for a vehicle for you as well? Just get me a four-wheeled vehicle that can carry cargo, Zhang Tong replied. You, such a significant boss, only want a four-wheeled vehicle? Luo Peng and Zhao Qian nearly fainted. A four-wheeled vehicle is merely a work vehicle. We can discuss a transport vehicle upon my return, Zhang Tong said. The company will also need to recruit some staff, such as clerks and receptionists, right? Luo Peng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. A few clerks and a receptionist will suffice. Around 7 or 8 should be enough. They should earn a monthly salary of 30 to 50,000, but they must possess striking looks to be pleasing to the eye while also being capable. Let us begin with the recruitment advertisement, Zhang Tong proposed. After an afternoon of deliberation, they went out to enjoy a lavish feast and celebration. I shall take my leave. You may proceed at your own pace. After the meal, Luo Peng, ever the opportunist, made a swift exit. Shall we go watch a movie? Zhang Tong asked Zhao Qian. Certainly, Zhao Qian replied bashfully. At the cinema. The pair settled into a couple's box. Zhao Qian felt both anxious and shy. Quietly asking, Is Miss Fan your girlfriend? No. I have only known her for 2 days, having met while selling gold, Zhang Tong clarified. Oh, I see, Zhao Qian nodded, only to realize that Zhang Tong had taken hold of her hand. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet she made no attempt to resist as he wrapped his arms around her slender waist. No, Zhao Qian protested weakly, but she was powerless to withstand, gradually yielding to Zhang Tong's embrace. Their breaths quickened, and they began to kiss passionately, completely oblivious to the film's content. Upon exiting the cinema, Zhao Qian felt a mixture of panic and embarrassment, wishing she could slap herself for her lack of composure. How could she succumb so easily? Why had she allowed him to hold and kiss her so swiftly? Must return to school now. You should also rest early, Zhao Qian stammered, flustered and uncertain of how to face Zhang Tong. The man she should address as boss had left her flustered and enamored. How about you stay with me tonight? Zhang Tong suggested. No, no. Zhao Qian nearly fainted, hastily fleeing as if escaping a fire. The once unattainable campus goddess was now his secretary, even tacitly accepting the unspoken rules. Zhang Tong watched her retreating figure with a peculiar smile, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. This is the epitome of a perfect life. Zhang Tong drove his three-wheeled vehicle back to Xiaoshui village, eager to conduct an experiment to see if the mysterious passage would follow him upon his return. Additionally, he needed to arrange for Wang Kai to ensure he wouldn't starve during his trip to Changbai Mountain. Wang Kai is a stray dog that Zhang Tong found. Remarkably intelligent, he even follows Zhang Tong in practicing the Tongtian fist with astonishing proficiency. Should a video of Wang Kai boxing be shared online, it would undoubtedly leave viewers in awe. Zhang Tong has even contemplated filming Wang Kai for profit. If it weren't for the unexpected adventure in the cellar, he might have pursued that idea. Woof, woof, woof. Before the vehicle had come to a complete stop, Wang Kai was already standing upright, his front paws resting on Zhang Tong's shoulders, eagerly licking his face, while his tail wagged with exuberance. Get off, Zhang Tong said, pushing the enthusiastic Wang Kai away in mild disdain. A group of elderly folks soon gathered around, chattering excitedly. Zhang Tong, did you find a golden dog head? Did you sell it for 10 million? Nonsense. My family has a hereditary golden dog head that has been passed down for 8 generations. Yet no one has ever known of its existence. Recently, I was planning to start a business, so I sold it. Zhang Tong replied earnestly. Goodness, your family actually possesses a hereditary golden dog head? Who would have thought that the impoverished Zhang family had such a treasure? Alas, it seems I am the truly destitute one. They were all envious. Their eyes tinged with jealousy, in their hearts. They harbored doubts about whether it had truly been found by Zhang Tong, but they had no evidence. Zhang Tong retrieved a takeout box of rib rice from the car and tossed it to Wang Kai to tea that moment. He was indifferent to the notion of 10 million. Jade was far more valuable. Abundant and devoid of governmental troubles, as there were no jade mines domestically. Wang Kai joyfully wagged his tail, as if to say, ribs are delicious. My master is making money, which is splendid. Meanwhile, the elderly folks continued to lament. Now that Zhang Tong has 10 million, can he not marry a beautiful wife? 10 million is nothing. He Mu feigned indifference, asserting that no beauty would ever take an interest in him, as he was merely a sweet potato farmer with no prospects. Not comparable to civil servants or high-ranking white-collar workers. After a pause, he emphatically declared, in any case, a beauty like my daughter could never fall for him. Indeed, your daughter is a golden phoenix. Just wait to enjoy the fruits of your labor. After Wang Kai finished the ribs, Zhang Tong took him to the backyard to inspect the cellar. The mysterious passage indeed reappeared below, a marvel that was both astonishing and elusive. With ample time remaining, he decided to venture to Baoxing to collect some stones for Luo Peng to carve. Filled with enthusiasm, Zhang Tong armed himself with a chopping knife and a short hoe, leading Wang Kai into the mysterious passage, which soon brought them to Baoxing. It was nighttime. The 2 moons illuminated the sky, and the stars sparkled densely like rain, appearing far larger and brighter than those seen on Earth. Chapter 16. The Superhuman and the Superdog Woof. Woof, woof. Wang Kai seemed intensely curious about the world outside, eagerly dashing out to the precipice. Instantly, the terrifying force of gravity pinned him to the ground, leaving him questioning his canine existence. What is this place? Why is it so frightening? After a considerable time, he gradually acclimated and managed to crawl back into the passage, retreating in fear. Useless creature, Zhang Tong frowned. He had hoped to take Wang Kai on an adventure in Baoxing, relying on him to alert to dangers, but he hadn't anticipated that Wang Kai would be overwhelmed by the gravity of Baoxing. This is troublesome. Without further delay, he stepped out confidently, standing firm, with his mind prepared. He observed his surroundings more clearly. Though there were 2 moons, the light remained insufficient, making it difficult to compare to daylight. Wild winds howled, casting shadows all around, and fierce beasts prowled in the darkness. Battling and roaring it was far more perilous than during the day. Descending at night was out of the question. Zhang Tong's face was etched with trepidation, yet he was unwilling to simply retreat. He began practicing the ancestral Tongtian fist on the cliff. The cliff was spacious, covering several dozen square meters, providing ample room to expand his movements. He executed each move slowly, as though burdened by a great weight. Soon, Zhang Tong felt a warmth enveloping his entire body, his heart pounding fiercely, while his breathing slowed. After a while, he inexplicably sensed that he was drawing in the moonlight, transforming it into streams of cool energy that infused his organs, blood, and every cell. His body became increasingly agile. After completing one set of punches, he found himself compelled to repeat the sequence. He continued for 9 sets before emerging from his trance. To his astonishment, he realized that his strength had surged, having at least doubled, allowing him to fully adapt to the terrifying gravity, rendering it no different from Earth. He was left in a state of shock. Exclaiming, "Heavens! I've cultivated the legendary Tongtian gene." Tongtian gene is the hallmark of mastering the Tongtian fist, enabling the practitioner to refine the energy of heaven and earth, fortifying the body and potentially extending one's lifespan by an additional century. Allowing for a life of 200 years, it is worth noting that no one in the Zhang family had achieved Tongtian Jian for the past 300 years. Yet here he was, accomplishing it at just 22 years of age. I must possess considerable talent. However, it is inconceivable that I could surpass all my ancestors from the past 300 years. Zhang Tong mumbled to himself, realizing that it was due to Baoxing's unique qualities. In other words, Baoxing is conducive to cultivation, allowing for overnight breakthroughs. Recognizing that this place was a sanctuary for training, he resumed his practice. Regrettably, the rapid progress he had previously experienced was no longer present. Although the Tongtian gene was indeed growing, the pace was slow. Reaching the second level of Tongtian gene might take half a year or even longer. Suddenly, a peculiar thought flashed through his mind. What if Wang Kai practiced the Tongtian fist here as well? He promptly called out to Wang Kai, "Come out and practice, woof, woof, woof." Wang Kai looked at Zhang Tong, seemingly perplexed, as if asking, "I don't understand. Could you clarify, master? What does practicing mean?" Zhang Tong demonstrated, then forcibly pulled Wang Kai out, grasping his paw to guide him in practice. This time, Wang Kai understood and began to laboriously practice the fist. Gradually, something extraordinary occurred. The silvery moonlight appeared to flow, being inhaled through Wang Kai's nose. An ethereal glow emanated from his form. My goodness. Zhang Tong was taken aback. In his previous trance, he had missed witnessing such a phenomenon. Now, he beheld it clearly. This world was truly wondrous. Even a dog practicing the Tongtian fist could absorb moonlight. Slowly, Wang Kai entered a remarkable state of cultivation. Becoming increasingly absorbed in his practice, he continued until he had completed 81 sets before awakening from his reverie, having also cultivated the Tongtian gene, his strength surging by threefold. No. It should be noted that before a breakthrough, strength increases by twofold, and upon breaking through, it surges again by another twofold. Thus, Wang Kai was now far more agile than he had been on Earth. Wang Kai had indeed experienced a breakthrough, attesting that the cause was the nature of this world, not any other factor. Zhang Tong's face brightened with joy. From now on, he need not worry about Wang Kai faltering during their explorations of Baoxing. However, tonight was unsuitable for adventures. Both the nighttime dangers of Baoxing and the impending trip to Changbai Mountain made it ill-advised. Zhang Tong practiced a bit more before leading Wang Kai out of the cellar. Whoosh. Zhang Tong leaped lightly, soaring like an arrow. This was a 5-meter deep cellar. Whoosh. Wang Kai effortlessly followed suit. Whoosh. Zhang Tong leapt again, this time reaching a height of 10 meters, easily grasping a branch of a large tree, swinging like a pendulum. Goodness, I've become a superhuman. Zhang Tong marveled silently, filled with exhilaration. The Tongtian gene was indeed remarkable. Whoosh. Wang Kai, not to be outdone, leaped to a height of 10 meters, biting onto a branch, and began swinging as well, proudly wagging his tail, as if saying, "Master, I've become a super dog. Isn't that impressive?" At last, dawn broke. Zhang Tong had not slept a wink all night. Yet he felt invigorated, devoid of any fatigue. Then, he received a call from Fan Bingxiang, instructing him to prepare for her arrival. "I'm headed to the countryside, to Xiaoshui village. Would you come pick me up?" Zhang Tong inquired. "Why have you gone to the countryside?" Fan Bingxiang responded, astonished. "I brought some equipment. Zhang Tong explained. Oh, I understand. I'll be there shortly, she replied. Zhang Tong had indeed prepared some supplies, a dagger, a machete, pots, bowls, grains, fruits, and more, all stored within the mysterious passage. Upon arriving at Changbai Mountain, should the need arise, he could dig a cellar or find a cave, and it was likely the mysterious passage would appear. Allowing him to retrieve his supplies, a young man without a woman certainly rises early, remarked the toothless old man as he opened the door, spotting Zhang Tong. Old man, you also rise quite early. After decades without a woman, you must be accustomed to it, Zhang Tong replied. Are you heading out on a long journey? The toothless old man inquired. Yes, to Changbai Mountain, Zhang Tong confirmed. Waiting for someone to pick you up? The old man asked, surprised, yet somewhat envious. Having money is indeed good. It allows for travel. The best part is, Zhang Tong is young and healthy, so he need not worry about keeping up with his body. Indeed, Zhang Tong agreed. You should hurry and find a girlfriend, the old man suggested. I think Himu's daughter, Hiyu, would be a good match. She is a top student at Huqing University and exceptionally beautiful. What do you think? Interested? I can act as a matchmaker that Hiyu and I grew up together. We are too familiar with each other, so I cannot pursue that, Zhang Tong replied. Hiyu is indeed very pretty and attending a prestigious university, but I truly have no feelings for her. Growing up together makes it more like childhood friends. Knowing her background is a good thing. After all, can you find anyone better than Hiyu? The old man insisted. How can you not appreciate my daughter? Mother, he stormed out of the door, grumbling. What the hell? Did that woman hear me? Zhang Tong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Fortunately, the sound of whirring blades filled the air as a helicopter soared above, gradually descending onto the flat ground in front of Zhang Tong's home, under the astonished gazes of numerous villagers. A stunningly beautiful woman emerged from the aircraft, flanked by several formidable bodyguards, radiating an innate aura of nobility. A beauty so breathtaking it rendered one breathless. Chapter 17. Seeking Ginseng in Changbai Mountain. Zhang Tong. Do you reside here? As Fan Bingxiang stepped off the helicopter, her face was alight with curiosity. This house is rather dilapidated, isn't it? The mountain may not be tall, but it is renowned for its immortals. Zhang Tong smiled faintly. Are you ready? Fan Bingxiang inquired. Yes, Zhang Tong replied, securing a pack on his back, a dagger at his thigh, and a machete at his waist. Let us depart, Fan Bingxiang declared. The group leapt aboard, with Zhang Tong following suit. Wang Kai, unwilling to be outdone, nimbly jumped up as well. Should we bring the dog? Fan Bingxiang asked. Yes, it possesses considerable strength, Zhang Tong answered. Soon, the helicopter ascended, vanishing into the sky to my goodness. The toothless old man and the other villagers remained in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Has Zhang Tong truly become this formidable? Is he mingling with such terrifying beings? The helicopter finally arrived at Changbai Mountain, landing amidst the low forests of Yuhua. Ginseng could only be found in areas above 1,800 meters. Naturally, besides ginseng, there were rare animals like cicadere, minks, and northeast tigers. As for the scenic spots of Changbai Mountain, they were unlikely to harbor ginseng, thus rendering any visit unnecessary. I have hired dozens of ginseng gatherers to scour the mountain, yet over a month has passed without a single century-old ginseng to show for it, let alone a 300-year-old one. Upon disembarking, Fan Bingxiang expressed her frustration. I am willing to pay 3 times the market price for ginseng. I trust they would not conceal anything. They must genuinely have found none. Now, I am counting on you. After all, you have discovered dog-headed gold before. Your luck must be quite exceptional. I am feeling quite pressured, Zhang Tong remarked, inhaling the fresh air. However, have you considered that while Changbai Mountain is vast and rich in primal forests, it has also nurtured ginseng, attracting many gatherers? Among them are skilled individuals who dare to venture into the most perilous and hidden places. Thus, I fear we may not find a 300-year-old ginseng. If it were there, I would certainly have discovered it. Ha, my brother, you are surely exaggerating, a burly man sneered. There are numerous dangerous areas in Changbai Mountain that few dare to tread, even the most powerful of experts. For instance, the depths of the volcanic crater, he suggested. If you wish to find ginseng, it would be wise to split up. That way, we can cover more ground. Zhang Tong completely disregarded the burly man. As for the dangerous areas, leave them to me, including the depths of the volcanic crater where no one dares to go. Is there a map indicating the hazardous zones? You. The burly man was so furious he nearly spat blood. This was Yu Chong, well acquainted with Changbai Mountain. Fan Bingxiang introduced, Yu Chong, please draw a map for him. Of course, Yu Chong nodded, promptly beginning to skillfully sketch a map of Changbai Mountain, marking out the perilous areas. There were indeed 3 concealed volcanic craters, and the treacherous ravines numbered over a dozen. All ginseng gatherers were expected to return here within 10 days. You should do your utmost, Fan Bingxiang added. Because 10 days from now, even if we do find a 300-year-old ginseng, it will be of no consequence. I will explore all the perilous grounds within 10 days and return. Hopefully, I will have some findings. Zhang Tong stated, examining the map with unshakable confidence. Exploring all that in 10 days? You must be dreaming, Yu Chong scoffed, his face filled with derision. Wang Kai, let us move. Zhang Tong continued to ignore Yu Chong. Calling out to Wang Cai in a swift motion, he vanished several meters away, and in another instant, he was dozens of meters distant. In mere moments, he disappeared from sight. What was alarming was that Wang Kai followed suit with equal speed. What the hell did I ask that lightness of foot? Yu Chong was astonished. It was only then that he realized Zhang Tong was far from ordinary, perhaps rivaling the world's top treasure hunters. So strong? Fan Bingxiang was likewise taken aback. She had already overestimated Zhang Tong's combat prowess, but had not expected to have underestimated him still further. Did you see that? That dog leapt over a dozen meters in a single bound. How is that possible? Even a cheetah or a tiger could not achieve such speed. One bodyguard exclaimed in shock, a superpowered dog. While a human strength could be comprehended, the idea of a dog possessing such power was utterly incredible. How had he trained it so? Enough discussion. Time is of the essence. You should also search for ginseng. Just leave one person to protect me, and that will suffice, Fan Bingxiang instructed. Time flew by swiftly. Soon, 5 days had elapsed. Some ginseng seekers began to return, having already searched for over a month. I apologize, but we have not made significant progress. I found only a single decades-old ginseng. I have yielded no results either. I did find a 10-year-old ginseng, but I did not gather it. They appeared disheveled and utterly exhausted. Having truly given their all, Fan Bingxiang grew increasingly despondent. This volcanic crater is astonishingly deep. It's terrifying. But I have at last descended. Yet, Zhang Tong found himself deep within the volcanic crater. It was incredibly spacious, spanning several thousand square meters, overrun with plants and thorns. However, as he searched every nook and cranny, he found no ginseng older than a century, with only a few 10-year-old specimens in such a perilous location. How could there be no century-old ginseng? Zhang Tong pondered, but upon discovering human footprints, he suddenly understood. What one might assume to be an untouched land had, in reality, already been explored time and again. After all, the world is not devoid of some incredibly powerful and daring individuals. It seemed Fan Bingxiang would be disappointed. Zhang Tong sighed deeply. In truth, he had little desire to seek out other perilous grounds. A glimpse through a tube reveals but a fraction. He thought it is unlikely that anything fruitful awaits. Rather than squander time, it would be more prudent to explore the treasure star. Muttering to himself, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of returning so soon, lest he leave a negative impression on Fan Bingxiang. He resolved to give his all. If he found nothing, he hoped she would not hold it against him. However, he was unwilling to waste time, so seeking the treasure star became his only option. Thus, he located a very secluded cave and ventured inside. Indeed, the dark entrance appeared like a ghostly apparition. Wang Kai, let us go, Zhang Tong said with a mysterious smile, leading Wang Kai into the cave. He first retrieved his hidden supplies and enjoyed a hearty meal before leaping down the cliff. Fortune favored him. It was daytime in the treasure star. He cautiously approached the stream and began to explore upstream. Progress was slow, as he had to clear thorns. Woof, woof, woof. After traversing several meters without discovering the dog-headed gold or jadeite, Wang Kai began to bark excitedly, indicating he had found something. Zhang Tong approached with anticipation, only to find a set of eerie white bones lying quietly amidst the underbrush. The skeletal remains were over 10 meters long, monstrously large and utterly astonishing. Nearby, traces of a deadly struggle lingered. What in the world? Zhang Tong was horrified, the hair on his neck standing on end. Such immense bones must have belonged to a formidable beast. What creature had slain it? It was clear he needed to remain vigilant. Danger was far greater than anticipated. He prepared himself to encounter danger at any moment and be ready to flee. Thus, he sought a flat, fertile spot and used a small hoe to dig up some earth, burying several sweet potatoes and sowing some seeds. Watering them with stream water, it was merely an experiment to see if Earth's flora could survive and if there would be any changes upon thriving. Suddenly, Wang Kai excitedly bit into a bright red fruit, devouring it voraciously as if it were a once-in-a-lifetime treasure. "Don't eat that recklessly," Zhang Tong exclaimed in alarm. "What if it's poisonous?" Chapter 18. Little Elephant, Giant Rock. Zhang Tong wanted to intervene but was too late, for Wang Kai had already swallowed the fruit. However, it appeared to suffer no ill effects. Over an hour later, Wang Kai was still lively, even jumping into the stream to catch fish. Zhang Tong felt entirely at ease now. He picked a red fruit, took a bite, and was astonished by the sweetness and juiciness. "How delicious!" he exclaimed, utterly surprised. He had never tasted anything so delightful. "Perhaps I should gather some to sell? I could charge 100 yuan per gene. I suspect demand would far exceed supply. This is a unique business, and the flavor is exceptional. It could lead to a long-term venture." As he surveyed the mountainside filled with red fruit trees, some no taller than 2 meters, yet laden with fruit within easy reach, Zhang Tong couldn't help but beam with joy at last. His adventurous efforts had not been in vain. There was indeed a reward. He consumed several more fruits. Feeling revitalized and completely free of hunger, his spirits soaring even higher. With such energy, he could explore for a longer duration. Thus, he continued upstream along the stream, hoping to uncover true treasures. Woof, woof, woof. Wang Kai barked again, fixating intently on the forest across the stream. Almost simultaneously, a small elephant, the size of a water buffalo, emerged from the woods, extending its long trunk to drink. An elephant? Zhang Tong felt a sense of familiarity. This was indeed an animal found on Earth, a herbivore that posed little danger. Yet, the unexpected occurred. The little elephant, having quenched its thirst, suddenly spotted Zhang Tong and charged toward him with a deafening trumpet. Unstoppable in its advance. Goodness! Zhang Tong swiftly dodged aside. Wang Kai, equally quick, had already circled behind the elephant, biting its leg. Yet it seemed that no skin was broken. Crack! The young elephant missed its target and charged ahead, crashing violently into a tree as thick as a thigh. The tree splintered and fell with a resounding thud. Dazed, the young elephant turned to Zhang Tong, appearing ready to attack once more. "I harbor no ill intentions." A benign expression surfaced on Zhang Tong's face. The young elephant seemed to sense Zhang Tong's goodwill, refraining from further aggression, merely stamping its feet and swinging its trunk in warning, evidently wishing to drive Zhang Tong and Wang Kai away. "Very well, let us depart." Zhang Tong had no desire to engage in conflict with the young elephant. Should a herd of elephants be attracted, it would spell significant trouble. He retreated a short distance with Wang Kai. The young elephant indeed relaxed, beginning to munch on the leaves, no longer regarding them. The upper region was likely the elephant's territory. The bones they had seen earlier could very well belong to a fallen elephant. Zhang Tong concluded quietly, feeling unexpectedly pleased. Proximity to the elephant's territory should be considered relatively safe. After all, elephants are the undisputed rulers of the land. He shifted his exploration downstream along the creek. Soon, however, trouble arose once more. Roar! 2 leopards emerged from the forest, their icy gazes closing in. A palpable aura of menace filled the air, far more formidable and fearsome than the wolf Zhang Tong had slain previously. Clearly, the downstream belonged to the leopards. "Wang Kai, prepare!" Zhang Tong felt no fear as he drew his machete, raising it high. Woof, woof, woof. Wang Kai barked vigorously, seemingly affirming, "Understood." Whoosh! The 2 leopards, fierce and unrelenting, leapt simultaneously, lunging at Zhang Tong. Wang Kai, on the other hand, was entirely disregarded. Woof! Wang Kai erupted in fury. How dare they ignore a super canine? Today, they would receive a monumental lesson. Crouching low, it sprang into action, moving with unparalleled speed. It collided forcefully with one leopard's midsection, sending it flying with a resounding thud. It then pounced again, sinking its teeth into the leopard's throat, violently shaking its head in a frenzy. The leopard shrieked in agony, struggling, but gradually grew still. Meanwhile, the other leopard had already met its demise, having had half its skull cleaved off by a single stroke from Zhang Tong. With their formidable powers honed through rigorous training, both Zhang Tong and Wang Kai exhibited exceptional combat prowess. Dealing with leopards was well within their capabilities. "All right, Wang Kai, let go." Zhang Tong gently patted Wang Kai on the head. "Silly dog, the leopards are dead. Why are you still holding on? Aren't you tired?" Woof, woof, woof. Wang Kai released its grip, proudly wagging its tail at Zhang Tong, seemingly seeking praise. "Not bad, not bad. I'll reward you with a leopard leg shortly." Zhang Tong felt quite pleased with Wang Kai's performance. The moment the leopards approached, Wang Kai had sensed them, and it had even killed one. Future explorations would undoubtedly be much safer. He proceeded to eviscerate the leopard, skinning it and applying the prepared seasonings and salt before grilling it. The rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. Woof, woof, woof. Wang Kai drooled, eager to partake immediately. "Here you go." Zhang Tong tore off a leg from the leopard and tossed it to Wang Kai. Wang Kai devoured it ravenously, showing no signs of poisoning. Only then did Zhang Tong feel at ease to eat. The taste was delightful, though the meat was a bit tough, yet it had a satisfying chew. After a brief exploration post-meal, they found little of interest, and night soon fell. Zhang Tong returned to the cliff, sleeping half the night and practicing martial arts for the other half, finally realizing that a night on Baoxing was just as long as a day, 24 hours. The next morning, Zhang Tong descended from the cliff with Wang Kai to observe the land they had cultivated yesterday. The sweet potatoes had sprouted, with vines extending a foot long. Little cabbages, large cabbages, scallions, garlic sprouts, wheat, corn, potatoes, and rapeseed had all sprouted as well, standing finger-high, vibrant and tender, trembling in the gentle breeze, exuding a vigorous vitality. How swiftly they grow, at least 3 to 5 times faster than on Earth. Zhang Tong was both astonished and delighted. With this, he no longer needed to worry. Even a year of exploration here would not leave him hungry. He could easily cultivate his own food, so long as he brought in salt. Perhaps this world also produced salt. He just had yet to find it. He took out his pot and bowls, preparing to boil leopard bone soup, adding in noodles, little cabbages, and scallions. To his surprise, it was an unprecedented delicacy. The little cabbages were particularly sweet and tender, while the scallions were incredibly fragrant, nearly causing Zhang Tong to swallow his tongue. Vegetables from Earth seemed to mutate on Baoxing, becoming far more delectable. Zhang Tong reached a conclusion. He crossed the creek, heading up the mountain. Wang Kai led the way, occasionally marking territory with urine. After advancing for over 20 meters, they encountered a massive stone lying beneath a large tree, at least the size of half a truck. Zhang Tong wondered if it contained emeralds. Without hesitation, he pushed the boulder down the mountain. Soon, he discovered an unusual type of tree. Its trunk was smooth and straight, resembling a long spear. Striking it produced a resonant sound akin to steel. Even his machete could not penetrate an iron tree. Zhang Tong's eyes sparkled with interest. He retrieved a small, exquisite saw, a tool specifically designed for cutting steel. He sawed down an iron tree the thickness of his wrist, gradually crafting it into a 2-meter-long spear with a sharpened tip. Thrust. Zhang Tong executed a flourish and drove the spear forcefully into the trunk of a large tree. Thwack! It penetrated half a foot deep. Ha ha ha! Zhang Tong burst into laughter. Now he possessed a long weapon. He would not fear aerial predators. Who could withstand a spear thrust to the belly? Chapter 19. The Treasure Mouse and the Millennium Ginseng. Woof, woof, woof. Wang Kai had made a discovery and began to alert Zhang Tong. Before them, in a low-lying area, stood a towering giant tree, its branches laden with fruit the size of a truck. Among them, one fruit had opened a window at its base, revealing a furry head peeking out cautiously at Zhang Tong and Wang Kai, a squirrel. Zhang Tong's face lit up with joy. He had recognized yet another familiar creature. How comforting! Over the past 2 days, he had encountered at least dozens of bird species, but not a single one he recognized. Whoosh! The squirrel, seemingly frightened of Zhang Tong and Wang Kai, darted from the fruit and vanished without a trace. Scurrying, Zhang Tong climbed the tree and quickly ascended to the fruit where the squirrel had made its home. Curiously, he peered inside. The space was vast, filled with an assortment of nuts, resembling a granary of a wealthy household. The shell of the fruit was incredibly hard, Zhang Tong could not break it nor pull it down. Could this also be a type of coconut? Zhang Tong speculated, severing one fruit and jumping down. Upon opening it, he discovered it was indeed filled with water. Wang Kai came to test for poison. Zhang Tong poured out some water, and Wang Kai eagerly licked it up, beaming with delight. Clearly, it tasted quite good. After a while, with no signs of poisoning, Zhang Tong took a sip himself. Refreshingly sweet. It truly tasted like coconut water. Zhang Tong proceeded to sever dozens more, rolling them down the mountain. The water inside was drinkable, and the shells could be fashioned into water jars and bathtubs, useful for winter. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little squirrel reappeared from who knows where, on the tree trunk, shaking its tiny fists at Zhang Tong, seemingly protesting. This is my private property, sacred and inviolable. How adorable. Zhang Tong took out an ear of corn from his bag and approached, offering the little creature a treat. What is this delicious morsel? I have never seen it before. The squirrel's eyes widened, eager yet a bit fearful. Zhang Tong placed the corn on the ground and stepped back a bit. The squirrel jumped down, happily clutching the corn and nibbling away. Its tiny mouth moved rhythmically. Truly too cute. Is it good? Don't worry, I won't harm you. Zhang Tong wore a friendly expression. Wang Kai, too, wagged its tail, projecting an aura of kindness and friendliness. Alas, the little squirrel still would not let them approach and soon scampered back up the tree. So timid. Zhang Tong shook his head and continued his ascent. Whoosh! Suddenly, a hefty black bird, weighing over 10 pounds, swooped down from nowhere, seizing the squirrel in its claws. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The squirrel cried out in terror, struggling desperately. But to no avail, it was dead. Zhang Tong turned to see this scene and was instantly consumed by rage. Hurling his spear with all his might, whoosh, the spear sliced through the air and, in an instant, pierced the blackbird's body, pinning it to the trunk of a tree. The squirrel fell, shrieking from the tree, Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Let me see your wounds. Zhang Tong rushed over to catch the squirrel and gently offered comfort. The little creature had several bloody holes in its neck, blood oozing slowly. Zhang Tong took out scissors to trim its fur, applied some Yunnan Baiyao, and affixed a bandage. However, whether the squirrel would survive remained uncertain. Such a small creature with 5 wounds could not have sustained light injuries. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little squirrel lay pitifully in Zhang Tong's arms, pointing in a specific direction. Is the squirrel leading the way? Zhang Tong seemed to grasp the squirrel's intent and quickly advanced while cradling it. Climbing over a small hill, they arrived at a sparse wooded area, but the surrounding grass grew denser. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little squirrel pointed toward a thicket beneath a large tree. There grew a plant that Zhang Tong recognized well, with 64 leaves and a cluster of red seeds at the top. The little squirrel urged Zhang Tong to approach the plant, and it began to laboriously consume the red seeds. In mere moments, it regained much of its strength, even able to stand. Evidently, this was a healing herb. My goodness, this is ginseng, Zhang Tong exclaimed in surprise. The reason he had not recognized it initially was that this ginseng bore 64 leaves, whereas typical ginseng usually has only 37 leaves. The difference was staggering. With so many leaves, could it be a millennium ginseng? Zhang Tong felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Ginseng can live for 1,000 years, but on Earth, a century-old ginseng is exceedingly rare and, of course, incredibly expensive. One would need millions to obtain it. The notion of a millennium ginseng had become mere legend, as no one had truly encountered one. Zhang Tong carefully placed the little squirrel onto the ground and began to excavate with a short hoe. Gradually unearthing a plant he suspected to be a millennium ginseng, it was undoubtedly ginseng, and an extraordinarily massive one at that. The main body was ancient, with a deep, dark hue that exuded an aura of time-worn wisdom. Measuring approximately 54 centimeters in length, the root bulbs were densely packed, numbering over 1,000, while the hairs were sparse, yet the main root hair was remarkably long, extending about 468 centimeters. The age of ginseng can be determined by examining its bulbs, body, and hairs. Typically, one bulb grows each year. The greater the density of the bulbs, the older the ginseng. If rings appear, it indicates that the ginseng has aged significantly. Ginseng that thrives in harsh natural environments can live for decades or even centuries. And this longevity is evident in its skin. The older the ginseng, the darker and more weathered its appearance. Consequently, older ginseng exhibits fewer hairs, resulting in a more streamlined appearance. Based on these observations, this particular specimen was undoubtedly over 1,000 years old. Zhang Tong also retrieved a spring scale from his bag and weighed it, revealing a weight of 3,100 grams. 7 taels signify ginseng, while 8 taels denote treasure. Could 3,100 grams not be a millennium ginseng? Surprisingly, he had not found a century-old ginseng in Changbai Mountain, but had instead discovered one in Baoxing. What a delight! This was an unparalleled treasure, and he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The prospect of wealth shimmered in his eyes. The millennium ginseng possessed the power to restore life to the dead, which explained the squirrel's severe injuries. After consuming a few ginseng seeds, it had miraculously recovered and now frolicked about. It soon hopped onto Zhang Tong's shoulder, then leaped onto Wang Kai's back. Perhaps it felt a sense of affection toward Zhang Tong for saving it, extending its friendliness even to Wang Kai. From now on, you shall be called Hui Hui, understand? Hui Hui, are there any other ginsengs nearby? Zhang Tong gestured toward the ginseng for quite a while. The clever little squirrel quickly grasped his meaning and began to bounce along, leading the way. They soon discovered 9 more millennium ginsengs. Of course, there were a few that were several hundred years old, but Zhang Tong chose not to excavate them, focusing solely on the millennium ginseng, as their lifespan was essentially at an end. If left unharvested, they would simply wilt and decay. We should be on our way. Hui Hui, you must stay hidden at home and be cautious when you come out, Zhang Tong said gently, noticing that time was slipping away and darkness was falling. He affectionately patted the little squirrel's head. This is a treasure-hunting squirrel, a little expert at finding ginseng. Naturally, Zhang Tong cherished it. Zhi. Hui Hui perched atop Zhang Tong's head, playfully tugging at his hair, blissfully unaware of what Zhang Tong was saying. Upon reaching the tree under which the squirrel made its home, Zhang Tong gently set Hui Hui down on the trunk, pointing toward the squirrel's dwelling. Understanding, the squirrel bounced and scampered into its abode, poking its head out regretfully to gaze at Zhang Tong. Next time, I shall come to see you, Zhang Tong said, equally reluctant. Promising to bring delicious treats. Chapter 20. A surprise. The agreed-upon 10 days were swiftly approaching. Aside from Zhang Tong, the remaining ginseng hunters had returned, over 50 of them. Among them were more than 20 professional gatherers, while the other 30 were renowned explorers and treasure hunters from around the world. They were not the kind of faux adventurers who made a living off live-streaming their exploits, but rather seasoned treasure seekers who had braved life and death. Possessing formidable combat skills and exceptional wilderness survival capabilities, each with a notable record. Some had discovered shipwrecks on the ocean floor, while others had unearthed pirate treasures on remote islands or located gold and diamond mines in the mountains. There were even those who had stumbled upon ancient tombs filled with countless treasures. However, this time, none had made significant discoveries, not because of a lack of skill, but because Changbai Mountain simply did not harbor any ginseng aged over 300 years. The greatest find had been a Russian explorer who had unearthed a 90-year-old ginseng, which could sell for nearly $1 million. Alas, it seems we have failed. Fan Bingxiang sighed deeply. Zhang Tong has yet to return. Perhaps he will have better luck. Yucheng consoled. Is there anyone else? A treasure hunter asked in astonishment. Yes, there is one more person who arrived just 10 days ago, Fan Bingxiang replied, keen to avoid offending any of the treasure hunters. Knowing their potential need for assistance in the future. Is he also a treasure hunter? Indeed. Who is he? I know all the famous treasure hunters in the world, Daevsky inquired curiously. He is the one who found the 90-year-old ginseng. His name is Zhang Tong, a 22-year-old from Arhuagua, Fan Bingxiang explained. Zhang Tong has been known to discover gold nuggets and acquire jade worth 3 billion. He must have some reputation in the treasure hunting community. Perhaps these world-renowned treasure hunters have heard of him. Zhang Tong? Never heard of him, came the collective response. I don't know him either. Haha, he must be a novice in treasure hunting, another scoffed. Given that we couldn't find any ginseng over 300 years old, how could he possibly find any? I see no reason to wait for him. Let us head back. The treasure hunters wore expressions of ridicule. It was not that they lacked grace, but in the treasure hunting world, reputation was built on skilled. A young person engaging in treasure hunting was generally regarded as a joke. It took over a decade of training and rich experience to achieve any success and gain recognition. They don't even know Zhang Tong? Fan Bingxiang was slightly taken aback. However, considering Zhang Tong's age of 22, she felt reassured that in truth, she had not held high expectations for him prior to their departure. But upon reaching Changbai Mountain, Zhang Tong had demonstrated extraordinary agility, which had piqued her interest. After all, among the numerous treasure hunters they had invited, only a handful possessed similar skills. Let us wait a little longer. There are only a few minutes until the agreed-upon time, Fan Bingxiang suggested. Very well, the treasure hunters agreed, not pressing the matter further. After all, it was just a matter of minutes. They settled down, indulging in food and drink while engaging in idle chatter, even discussing joint explorations of mysterious locations. Zhang Tong is back? Yu Chong, ever observant, was the first to point it out. With a swift stride, Zhang Tong emerged from the dense forest, carrying 2 bulging sacks and accompanied by Wang Kai. His pace brisk, each step covering several meters. Could it be that he found ginseng? Fan Bingxiang's face lit up with anticipation. Ha ha, Miss Fan, you may be in for a disappointment, a treasure hunter sneered. If it were ginseng, it wouldn't fill 2 sacks. It's likely some ordinary medicinal herbs or wild fruits. Treasure hunters have a habit of not wanting to return empty-handed. They feel compelled to bring back something from every expedition. Indeed, Fan Bingxiang felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, chilling her to the bone. Alas, this mission has utterly failed. The bodyguards sighed deeply in unison. Soon, Zhang Tong approached the group. I apologize for the delay. I appreciate your patience. Zhang Tong, did you find anything? Fan Bingxiang could not help but ask. Yes, prepare for a financial windfall, Zhang Tong replied with a smile. Really? Hurry, show me what you've got. Fan Bingxiang's face radiated joy, while the others wore expressions of utter disbelief, particularly the treasure hunters, who were left dumbfounded. How could it be that, despite their combined expertise and over a month of searching every corner of Changbai Mountain, no one had found ginseng older than 300 years, and yet Zhang Tong had? Impossible. There can't possibly be any ginseng over 300 years old in Changbai Mountain. You didn't bring back a wild radish? Did you? Someone exclaimed incredulously. Who is this guy, claiming such certainty? There truly is no ginseng over 300 years old in Changbai Mountain. Zhang Tong did not mock his detractor. Rather, he admired him silently, noting the imposing presence of a tall, robust Russian man who emanated a powerful aura. Whether it is a wild radish or ginseng, let the experts here determine. Zhang Tong withdrew a ginseng root from the sack. Raising it high above his head, the root, along with its main hair, measured over 500 centimeters in length, surpassing 5 meters. The hair cascaded down like a waterfall, blanketing the ground in a snowy white. Reminiscent of an ancient sage with flowing white locks, the spectacle was audacious-inspiring, and why heavens, how can there be such a colossal ginseng in the world? Every pair of eyes widened in astonishment, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Breathless and incredulous, they were not merely treasure hunters but ginseng gatherers with extensive experience. How could they not recognize ginseng? Yet, in their lifetimes, none had ever encountered such an enormous specimen. Mr. Sun, do you believe this is ginseng older than 300 years? Fan Bingxiang was the first to regain her composure, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Mr. Sun, known as Sun Sigu, aged 54, had spent his life gathering herbs and ginseng in Changbai Mountain and was well versed in the age of ginseng. This is not merely over 300 years. It certainly exceeds that age. Let us weigh it. How heavy is it? Sun Sigu trembled with excitement. I weighed it. It's 3,089 grams. That's over 6 pounds. Unbelievable. Even a century-old ginseng only weighs a few tens of grams. Could this truly be the legendary Millennium Ginseng? Zhang Tong, your eyesight is exceptional. Count how many bulbs it has, Sun Sigu said, still in shock. Over 1,000 bulbs, Zhang Tong replied. Then it must be the Millennium Ginseng. The legendary Millennium Ginseng truly exists. It can undoubtedly restore life to the dead. Extending one's lifespan by several years would be a simple feat. Sun Sigu declared emphatically. Wonderful. This means my grandfather will be saved. Thank you, Zhang Tong. Fan Bingxiang exclaimed with immense joy, feeling fortunate to have met him. You're welcome, Zhang Tong replied with a slight smile. By the way, Mr. Sun, could you please appraise the value of this Millennium Ginseng? Miss Fan, this is a priceless treasure. It cannot be accurately valued. However, it would certainly be worth at least 10 times the price of a century-old ginseng. And a premium of several million would not be unusual, I believe, if it were put up for auction, 50 million should be quite feasible. After all, for some of the wealthiest individuals, spending 50 million to purchase a few additional years of life is indeed a worthwhile investment. Remarked Sun Sigu. Zhang Tong, I am willing to offer you 200 million for this Millennium Ginseng. What do you think? Proposed Fan Bingxiang. Chapter 21. The 10 Millennium Ginseng, a treasure hunter's astonishment, however. Just moments ago, Mr. Sun appraised it at only 50 million. Zhang Tong's expression remained impassive, tinged with dissatisfaction. What sort of valuation is this? Mr. Sun's assessment is excessively conservative, underestimating the affluent's reverence for longevity, Fan Bingxiang insisted. 200 million is the fair price. Very well, let it be 200 million, Zhang Tong acquiesced. Although he felt he was selling it too low, he had received assistance from the other party and viewed it as a gesture of gratitude. Mr. Zhang, greetings. I am Smith from the United States, a professional treasure hunter. Mr. Zhang, hello. I am Daryevsky. A throng of treasure hunters surged towards Zhang Tong, eager to make his acquaintance, presenting their business cards. Zhang Tong had earned their respect through his prowess. Hello, hello. Without an ounce of arrogance, Zhang Tong warmly shook their hands. Through an uncanny intuition, he discerned that these treasure hunters were indeed formidable individuals, each possessing remarkable martial prowess. They were his peers. Were it not for his development of the celestial energy, Zhang Tong's combat strength might not surpass theirs. Acquainting himself with these world-renowned treasure hunters was of immense benefit to him. The auction house he established would not face scrutiny regarding the origins of any treasures he auctioned. Mr. Zhang, we have scoured Changbai Mountain and found no century-old ginseng. What secret location did you discover to unearth Millennium Ginseng? Smith could no longer contain his curiosity. The others perked up their ears in anticipation. This is a commercial secret. I cannot divulge, Zhang Tong replied. However, it is beyond doubt that I located the Millennium Ginseng on Changbai Mountain. Ha ha ha, you truly possess a sense of humor. The treasure hunters were not angered. After all, a land that could yield Millennium Ginseng surely harbored other valuable ginseng as well. How could such information be leaked? Unless one were a fool. They had merely been testing the waters. Perhaps hoping that Zhang Tong, being young, might boast about it. Then they could all venture there to excavate ginseng and reap substantial profits. By the way, is it just one stalk of Millennium Ginseng? One treasure hunter inquired with curiosity. Indeed, merely one stalk, as it is Millennium Ginseng, Zhang Tong confirmed. Then what about the 2 bags you carry? Just some ordinary medicinal materials. Clearly, it is Millennium Ginseng. I saw it myself. Heavens, it truly is Millennium Ginseng, someone exclaimed as they peered inside, astonished. Zhang Tong could no longer conceal it and allowed them to extract the 9 stalks of Millennium Ginseng, arranging them in a stunning display upon the grass. The sight was nothing short of spectacular, my goodness. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded, eyes wide, overwhelmed by shock. Zhang Tong had merely taken a tour around Changbai Mountain and returned with 10 stalks of Millennium Ginseng. Valued at 2 billion, it was swifter than robbing a bank. This is incredible, terrifying, and utterly unbelievable. Fan Bingxiang was likewise rendered speechless for a while. She had thought Zhang Tong had merely found 1 stalk of Millennium Ginseng. But to discover 10 was simply extraordinary. What remarkable treasure-hunting prowess was this? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the king of treasure hunters. Esteemed guests, I have established a new auction house, Tianbao Auction House, which will soon commence operations, specializing in auctioning various treasures acquired by us treasure hunters, Zhang Tong announced. Smith, Daryevsky, all of you present are welcome to participate, bringing your discovered treasures to my auction house. The service fees and commissions will be the lowest in the world. What an intriguing concept. I am very interested, replied one. By the way, Mr. Zhang, when will the remaining 9 stalks of Millennium Ginseng be auctioned? I am eager to attend this auction. Many voices chimed in, expressing anticipation and interest in collaboration. I shall set the auction date for December 1 st. There will not only be Millennium Ginseng but also other miraculous treasures. The location will be in Arsiang City, Zhang Tong stated, requesting their assistance in promoting the event. Auctioning the Millennium Ginseng would serve as a trial run, as there were still plenty on Baoxing Mountain, more than he could use alone. Certainly, we will assist in your promotion and will attend as well, bringing along some treasures, Daryevsky offered. I have a friend who has been researching the secrets of longevity and is particularly interested in the legendary Millennium Ginseng. So you must not sell even 1 stalk privately, Smith advised sternly. Rest assured, I am a man of my word, Zhang Tong assured, patting his chest, secretly elated. His trip to Changbai Mountain had proven immensely rewarding, allowing him to forge friendships and gain recognition from so many world-class treasure hunters. With their support and participation, his future auction house would surely attract clients. After all, every renowned treasure hunter is connected to numerous wealthy individuals, boasting an extraordinary network. Shortly thereafter, 2 helicopters began transporting people down Changbai Mountain, with Zhang Tong and Fan Bingxiang being the first to board, flying directly to Xiangnan. Fan Bingxiang's face radiated joy, expressing her gratitude towards Zhang Tong. He, too, felt relaxed and elated. While seated on the helicopter, he contemplated the matters regarding the auction house. With 9 stalks of Millennium Ginseng up for auction and the presence of so many treasure hunters promoting it, he anticipated that numerous world-class billionaires would come to BID.IT, seemed prudent to prepare thoroughly and to explore Baoxing further, seeking additional rare and precious treasures to ensure a spectacular debut for Tianbao Auction House, making it renowned worldwide. Eventually, the helicopter arrived in Xiangnan, landing on the flat ground in front of the Xiangshu Sanatorium AT that moment. In a luxurious hospital room, an elderly man with white hair lay motionless on a bed, wearing an oxygen mask, completely engulfed in a coma, resembling a withered flower or a decaying tree, on the brink of death. "Father, please don't leave us," Fan Xian pleaded at his bedside, tears streaming down his face. Overwhelmed with grief, "My dear, do not be sorrowful. Your father has aged. What can be done? Life and death are inevitable," a graceful woman comforted softly. She was none other than Fan Xian's wife, Madame Fan, and also the mother of Fan Bingxiang. "I cannot accept it," Fan Xian lamented, his face etched with despair and anguish. His father had once been so healthy and vigorous, full of life, yet now he resembled a dry leaf in the wind. Just a severe illness had altered everything. "Father is 83 years old. That is considered a long life, and his recovery abilities are naturally weak," Madame Fan added. "Only 83. Many people in their 90s remain very healthy. There are those who even live to be over 100, Fan Xian countered. "If we could find 300-year-old ginseng, my father would surely recover." Although Divine Dr. Sun had mentioned this, it was not absolute. "The potency of medicine can sometimes wane," Mrs. Fan replied. The Fan family had scoured the world for 300-year-old ginseng without success, having even hired numerous renowned treasure hunters to search Changbai Mountain, with Fan Bingxiang personally leading a team. Yet they had not even found a century-old ginseng, let alone a 300-year-old one. What could be done? It seemed that Changbai Mountain simply did not yield 300-year-old ginseng. She could only comfort her husband with these words. Divine Dr. Sun had indicated that father could hold on for at most 3 more days. If they did not locate the 300-year-old ginseng today, it would truly be too late. Fan Xian sighed deeply. Alas, Madame Fan also let out a heavy sigh. Suddenly, the door swung open and Fan Bingxiang burst in, her voice filled with excitement and urgency. "Mom, Dad, I found Millennium Ginseng. Grandfather is saved." Chapter 22. Resurrection. What? Millennium Ginseng? Both Fan Xian and Madame Fan jolted, their eyes widening in astonishment as they beheld Fan Bingxiang cradling a large box containing a massive, ancient ginseng root. Such a gigantic ginseng! Their faces lit up with elation. And Fan Xian exclaimed, "Don't mention just a millennium. Even a 300-year-old ginseng would suffice for the medicine. If it is indeed Millennium Ginseng, it would be nearly guaranteed." After all, the legend claimed that Millennium Ginseng could bring the dead back to life and extend one's lifespan. Making it a trivial matter. It is indeed Millennium Ginseng. It has already been authenticated, Fan Bingxiang declared with excitement. It was discovered by my friend Zhang Tong. She pointed to Zhang Tong, who followed behind her. "This is Zhang Tong. This is my father, and this is my mother. Hello, hello. Thank you for bringing a glimmer of hope to my father's critical condition." The Fan couple expressed warmly, their gratitude evident. An elderly man with a snowy beard and hair was invited in. A folk doctor named Sun, rumored to be a descendant of Sun Simiao, who would authenticate the ginseng and prepare the medicine. Heavens, Millennium Ginseng truly exists, and its exceptional quality suggests it harbors extraordinary medicinal properties. It could indeed revive the dead and possibly extend life by several years, Divine Dr. Sun remarked, his delight palpable as he examined it thoroughly. He even snipped a root, from which a white sap oozed forth, exuding an incredibly rich fragrance that, upon inhalation, transported one to a state of bliss. How wonderful! The Fan family was overwhelmingly joyful. Could it be that the Millennium Ginseng produced on Baoxing possesses even greater efficacy? Zhang Tong pondered, realizing his knowledge of Baoxing was still woefully insufficient. However, the mere act of practicing martial arts with Huangkai alone serves as a testament to the enchantment and uniqueness of Baoxing. Perhaps it truly is a sacred land, as described in legends, conducive to human cultivation. The production of thousand-year-old ginseng that can extend life by several years is not beyond comprehension. One might even assert that it is rather commonplace. It is conceivable that Baoxing harbors other marvelous treasures waiting to be discovered at one's leisure. The vastness of Baoxing is nothing short of boundless. To date, I have not even fully explored a single mountain. To completely uncover the mysteries of Baoxing could take countless years. Perhaps in my lifetime, I may never exhaust its wonders, even with a lifespan of 200 years. Unless, of course, I can continue to break through with the Tongtian fist. Extending my life even further, I shall prepare the medicine immediately. You may await the miracle. Dr. Sun, filled with enthusiasm, began his tasks after speaking, concocting a potion using dozens of herbal ingredients alongside a few slices of thousand-year-old ginseng. He then proceeded to administer acupuncture to Old Master Fan. Instantly, Old Master Fan awoke from his stupor, though he was nearly at the end of his strength, lacking even the energy to speak. Chairman, rest assured, you will not perish. Your granddaughter is dutiful. She has indeed procured thousand-year-old ginseng, and with the miraculous ancient formula of the Fan family, it shall surely bring you back from the brink of death. Once you drink this potion, you will feel significantly better, Dr. Sun assured with a smile. The thousand-year-old ginseng? Old Master Fan's eyes sparkled. Who would not wish to live if death could be averted? He immediately endeavored to swallow the potion eagerly. Soon, miraculous changes began to unfold. His pallid complexion turned rosy, and his spirit improved greatly. He even managed to sit up unaided. I feel much better. If this isn't merely a fleeting revival, perhaps I could genuinely recover and live for several more years. Old Master Fan remarked, Chairman, I can guarantee that this is not a mere fleeting revival but the extraordinary efficacy of thousand-year-old ginseng, which can fortify and rejuvenate your vitality, effectively extending your lifespan. Living for a few more years is certainly not the limit. It could be at least a decade more. After Dr. Sun spoke, he lamented, the effects of thousand-year-old ginseng are far more astonishing than the legends suggest. It could indeed be described as a celestial elixir. Wonderful, grandfather is safe now. He will surely live to be 100, exclaimed Fan's family, their spirits buoyed, creating an unprecedentedly warm atmosphere. Alas, thousand-year-old ginseng is exceedingly rare. To find even a single root is a stroke of divine luck. There are no more available. Otherwise, many more could benefit from extended lifespans, Dr. Sun sighed once more, adding that it could even be utilized for research, potentially leading to the development of longevity medications. Can this one not be studied? Old Master Fan inquired. If a longevity medication could be developed, I would pass away with a smile on my face. This single root can only be used for a small trial, to formulate a longevity pill as recorded in ancient texts. Consuming one could extend life by a month, and we could prepare around 120 pills, thereby extending life by a decade, Dr. Sun explained. Yet, true research would involve investigating why the longevity pill can prolong life, leading to the development of alternative medications. The required quantity of longevity pills is, as one can imagine, substantial. Of course, we could also commence research directly on the thousand-year-old ginseng, but achieving results may prove more challenging. After all, consuming thousand-year-old ginseng alone has its limitations. Naturally, the quantity consumed would be greater. In truth, Zhang Tong had discovered a total of 10 roots of thousand-year-old ginseng. 10 roots. Where? Dr. Sun's eyes lit up, his face alight with elation. Here, Zhang Tong replied, setting down the burlap sacks he carried and opening them. My heavens! Dr. Sun reverently extracted the roots as if they were treasures, his face a portrait of astonishment, his eyes ablaze with fervor. How could there be 10 of such precious gems? This was indeed nature's most generous gift to humanity. He then turned to Old Master Fan, speaking earnestly, Chairman, our company must acquire these 10 roots for the purpose of researching longevity medications. Should we succeed, it could potentially alter the limits of human lifespan and yield immense wealth. However, I must apologize. These 9 roots have already been announced for auction. Zhang Tong interjected hastily, anxious to avoid any awkward decisions from Old Master Fan. Indeed, that is the case. Fan Bingxiang corroborated to Ian that event. Our Fan family shall bid with all our might. We must secure at least one route, if not more, Old Master Fan declared. Certainly, Fan Qian responded respectfully, his demeanor turning serious. Achieving this goal would not be simple, as they would be competing against nearly all the wealthy elites around the globe, including various pharmaceutical companies, which were formidable entities in their own right. Although the Fan family was not weak, their chances of successfully bidding for a route remained uncertain. After all, the miraculous abilities of century-old ginseng had long been verified, and several pharmaceutical companies had been discreetly conducting research. Unfortunately, the scarcity of century-old ginseng had hindered their progress. In today's rapidly advancing technological landscape, numerous research outcomes regarding longevity had emerged, such as blood transfusions, intermittent fasting, studies on a specific anti-aging enzyme within the human body, and research concerning telomeres. The feats that Qin Shi Huang could not achieve might very well be attainable by scientists of this era. Baoxing undoubtedly harbored even more thousand-year-old ginseng, with immense value. Zhang Tong secretly reveled in the thought that should numerous research companies truly begin to explore the secrets of ginseng and longevity, the worth of thousand-year-old ginseng could soar dramatically. For him, this was an extraordinary boon. Chapter 23. Was Zhao Qian bullied? Zhang Tong returned to the villa, carrying 2 burlap sacks. Upon entering, he saw Zhao Qian mopping the floor, clad in a black mini-skirt that showcased her long, fair legs, appearing irresistibly alluring. Was she intentionally trying to entice me? Zhang Tong's gaze became fixated, entranced by the captivating sight. Boss, you're back. Zhao Qian exclaimed with delight, fluttering over like a graceful butterfly, inviting Zhang Tong to sit on the sofa and offering fragrant tea. During this time, she had earnestly studied how to be a competent secretary and was now quite adept. After all, she was genuinely concerned that failing in her duties might result in her being dismissed in favor of a more satisfactory beauty. Where else could she find a job with an annual salary of 3 million? Come, give me a work report. Zhang Tong gestured to the sofa beside him. Zhao Qian, her cheeks flushed, took her designated seat and recounted her work over the past 10 days. They had purchased the first floor of the nearby Jinmao Tower, covering an area of 3,200 square meters, plus a 300 square meter basement, at a cost of 320 million. The average price had reached 100,000, as the first floor of a building is often the most expensive, while the upper floors typically sell for lower prices. The Tianbao auction house had also successfully registered, and Luopeng was currently busy with renovations.as for hiring staff and purchasing vehicles. There had been no time yet. Well done, Zhang Tong remarked, wrapping his arm around Zhao Qian's slender waist, acknowledging her competence. No, Zhao Qian blushed, escaping his embrace. She did not wish to succumb to the unspoken rules so quickly. If something comes too easily, a man would not cherish it. Hasten the renovations, swiftly recruit staff with auction experience, and consider utilizing headhunting services. Our auction house must commence operations promptly. We have an auction scheduled for December 1st. Zhang Tong commanded. Yes, boss, Zhao Qian replied respectfully, her heart secretly rejoicing. Zhang Tong was not angry, indicating a considerable level of tolerance towards her. Nevertheless, she must tread carefully. Boss, did you gain anything during your trip to Changbai Mountain? Did you find ginseng? Zhao Qian inquired curiously. The rewards are in the bags. See for yourself, Zhang Tong replied. Could it be that he truly unearthed ginseng? Zhao Qian was filled with anticipation yet skepticism as she opened the burlap sack. She was left utterly dumbfounded, her jaw dropping in disbelief. Heavens, so much ginseng. So enormous. Boss, how many years old is this ginseng? Zhao Qian asked, trembling. 1,000 years. 10 in total. Fan Bingxiang bought one for 200 million. The remaining 9 are here, and they will be auctioned at our company on December 1, attracting wealthy elites from around the world. We must be prepared, Zhang Tong specified. What? 200 million each? 10 roots would amount to 2 billion? Zhao Qian's eyes widened, her face a canvas of disbelief and shock. Zhang Tong's trip to Changbai Mountain netted him 20 billion. What an astonishing earning ability. Did no one else find any? Zhao Qian eventually regained her composure and asked curiously. A total of over 50 experts participated, including around 30 treasure seekers. However, they were all rather unfortunate and yielded little. Zhang Tong lamented, explaining that thousand-year ginseng is not easily found. It requires not only strength but also luck. and one must be favored by the heavens to truly uncover treasures. Boss, you're truly remarkable, Zhao Qian exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she embraced Zhang Tong's neck, her smile enchanting and her eyes sparkling. She resembled a tempting little siren. Dare to seduce me? Zhang Tong could not resist this allure and had no desire to. She was his beautiful secretary. A bit of flirtation was perfectly acceptable. He held her tightly and began to kiss her passionately. After all, this was not their first encounter. They were well accustomed to one another. No, Zhao Qian protested shyly, playfully resisting yet gradually succumbing to the intoxicating moment. Just then, the barking of Wang Kai echoed, and Luo Peng burst through the door, exclaiming, "Boss, you've finally returned. I've been utterly exhausted, unable to sleep for days." Upon entering, he was met with an inappropriate scene. Hasten to widen your eyes and observe, while shamelessly uttering, "I didn't see anything." You may continue. The flawless image of the campus goddess crumbled in his heart. Tio think she would take the initiative to be Zhang Tong's secretary. And now she even dares to seduce the boss. It is utterly disappointing. Alas, it seems that wealth is indeed the ultimate truth, and no matter how beautiful a goddess may be, she will eventually succumb to temptation. Zhang Tong had no choice but to release Zhao Qian, allowing her to shyly escape. He then shot a disgruntled glare at Luo Peng. "Aren't you supposed to be renovating the office? Why have you suddenly returned?" "Didn't you ask me to report on the work?" Luo Peng replied, with an air of indignation. "Is it my fault that you weren't paying attention?" "Luo Peng, allow me to share some monumental news. The boss has struck it rich again, earning a staggering 2 billion. Zhao Qian quickly attempted to redirect the conversation. In truth, she too felt compelled to express her feelings. "What? You went to Changbai Mountain and earned 20 billion just like that? Are you the reincarnation of the god of wealth?" Luo Peng was left dumbfounded, utterly astonished. Now he understood why Zhao Qian would be so willing to throw herself at him. It was impossible to resist the charm of a wealthy man. Were he a beauty, he would undoubtedly act in the same manner. "I rely on my formidable strength," Zhang Tong asserted, "not luck." "Formidable strength?" Luo Peng asked, bewildered. "Care to provide an example?" "Just watch closely." Zhang Tong resolved to demonstrate his power. He would procure even more treasures in the future, and these two individuals were the most important to him. He needed to instill a belief. Zhang Tong is exceptionally strong, thus acquiring various treasures is quite normal. Suddenly, he dashed out of the hall like the wind, leaping high and soaring 10 meters into the air to pluck a leaf from the crown of a decorative tree. What the hell? Is this the legendary lightness of body? Luo Peng and Zhao Qian were genuinely startled, utterly incredulous. Zhang Tong was, indeed, superhuman. No wonder he could become a treasure seeker and amass billions in wealth. "I am not a Superman. I have merely honed my martial skills since childhood. In truth, any exceptional treasure seeker is a martial arts master." "There is no need for astonishment," Zhang Tong remarked. "You are all employees of my Tianbao auction house. When conducting business, do not cower in fear. Be confident, neither servile nor arrogant, and do not fear anyone. I and the company are your backing." Both were new to the job, lacking experience. Without instilling confidence in them, they might struggle to perform their duties adequately. Thus, in 10 days, they had merely purchased a floor and registered a company, with no cars bought and no employees hired. "Boss, I've been horrendously bullied, and I have no idea how to handle it," Zhao Qian lamented, her eyes shining with indignation. "You've been bullied? Surely not." Zhang Tong found it hard to believe. How could anyone dare to bully such an unparalleled beauty as Zhao Qian? Countless boys would surely turn her adversary into a pulp. "She truly has been bullied," Luo Peng chimed in. "Zhao Qian is your woman. Since you are the legendary martial arts master, you must seek retribution." Luo Peng still needed a lesson. Zhang Tong's expression darkened. "How did Zhao Qian become my woman? She is merely my secretary. One must not speak carelessly." "Luo Peng, you fool. If you cannot speak properly, then remain silent." Seeing Zhang Tong's displeasure, Zhao Qian immediately scolded him. "Did I say something wrong?" Luo Peng retorted nonchalantly. "If Zhang Tong has slept with you, then are you not his woman? Forgive me for inadvertently revealing the truth. Are you not pleased? I am not an outsider. I won't spread it around. What on earth happened? Speak quickly," Zhang Tong inquired impatiently. Zhao Qian began to recount the tale. It turned out that the one who bullied her was none other than the owner of Tianlan Manor. Zhao Qian had worked as a sales model for 7 days, earning a remuneration of 21,000 yuan. However, although she had sold a villa with a commission of 1.225 million, the owner of the property was unwilling to pay her. Concocting various excuses to delay payment, I asked the owner male or female? Zhang Tong asked angrily. What a peculiar thought process. Luo Peng was bewildered, struggling to comprehend. Could it be that different genders warranted different methods of handling? Would a man be beaten to death, while a woman faced a different fate? The one who initially contacted me was a female manager, but she has since left. In fact, I have never met the owner. All communication has been through the new sales department manager, who is unwilling to pay the commission, Zhao Qian explained. Could it be that the new manager intends to pocket your commission? Zhang Tong pondered. It seemed unlikely that such a large owner would engage in such unscrupulous behavior, as it would have dire repercussions. What would other saleswomen think? Would they dare to continue selling houses? Therefore, a simple phone call to the property owner could resolve the matter. However, without the owner's contact information, there was no way to reach them. If we can't reach them, is there truly nothing we can do? It is evident that inexperienced students are easy targets, Zhang Tong mused, shaking his head. Let us go meet with that manager. He resolved to impart a valuable lesson on how to avoid being bullied. Thus, the three of them headed to the sales office, where they found the newly appointed manager. A woman in her 40s, still possessing a certain charm, perhaps having been beautiful once. Manager Liu, I hear you intend to withhold Zhao Qian's commission? Zhang Tong stated coldly upon their first encounter. And who might you be to speak on her behalf? Manager Liu scrutinized Zhang Tong with disdain. My name is Zhang Tong, the owner who purchased a villa for 45 million. Zhang Tong declared. Zhao Qian is still my secretary. Do you have any objections to my defending her? Oh, it is Mr. Zhang. The matter is quite simple. The contract signed by the previous manager did not specify any commission, only a daily wage of 2,000, Manager Liu hastily explained, her expression shifting. We hire sales models and pay them for their services. The number of properties sold and any commissions are irrelevant to her. However, the previous manager did mention that there would be a commission of 2.5 if I sold a property. Zhao Qian retorted angrily. The contract did not specify that. I merely acted according to the contract. Manager Liu countered. Then I would like to ask, who received the commission for the villa I purchased? Zhang Tong inquired with a chilling smirk. Striking at the heart of the matter, Manager Liu's complexion paled significantly, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Since you cannot answer, let us involve the police for an investigation, Zhang Tong said dismissively. Zhao Qian? Call the authorities. Yes, boss. Zhao Qian promptly took out her phone to dial. No. Manager Liu quickly collapsed to her knees. I was blinded by greed. Seeing the contract did not specify a commission, I thought I could pocket it. I was wrong. I will immediately pay the commission to you. Is it truly that simple? Why didn't I think of this? Luo Peng and Zhao Qian were left wide-eyed, feeling both shame and astonishment. It was clear that Zhang Tong had valid reasons for accumulating billions in wealth. The gap between them and him was staggering. Since you recognize your mistake, I shall grant you leniency this time. However, should anyone dare to bully my associates again, there will be no such mercy next time. You will regret it for a lifetime, Zhang Tong declared after a moment of contemplation, displaying a generous spirit. Thank you. Manager Liu repeatedly expressed her gratitude. She swiftly transferred 1.125 million to Zhao Qian, who had already received the commission, now residing in her own account. Thus, this matter concluded quite simply. Zhang Tong had not relied on any connections nor leveraged his wealth to intimidate anyone. He had not been vindictive either. That woman was truly wicked, attempting to steal my commission. Zhao Qian fumed as they exited the sales office. Boss, why not report her? It would serve as a significant lesson for her, perhaps leading to a few years in prison. Luo Peng echoed his dissatisfaction, puzzled. It is straightforward. I do not wish to hold a grudge against such a wretched woman, Zhang Tong replied. I am unafraid. But it would not be beneficial for Zhao Qian. After all, if we report her, she will face imprisonment, and retaliation against Zhao Qian could certainly occur. Why not reporting her? She will still face consequences but will not associate them with Zhao Qian or us, leaving us without any lingering repercussions. What kind of punishment? I see nothing amiss, Luo Peng said, utterly baffled. All the saleswomen saw and are aware of her disgraceful actions. Surely, someone will seek to become the manager and will report her to the property owner. The owner will undoubtedly dismiss her without hesitation, likely without any compensation. Thus, she will lose her job in the future. She will not even dare to include her time as a sales manager on her resume, making it difficult for her to find a well-paying job, Zhang Tong explained. Therefore, her hatred will shift to the informant or the property owner, leaving us unscathed. Goodness, this strategy is too profound. Boss, you are truly remarkable. No wonder you have become a wealthy tycoon. I am but your subordinate, Luo Peng exclaimed, his face filled with astonishment as he gazed at Zhang Tong in a way so exceptional, so formidable. Zhao Qian too was filled with admiration, her gaze toward Zhang Tong shifting to one of reverence. A feeling of worship welled up within her. She even began to entertain fanciful thoughts. If she were to be his woman, even if only in secret, she would undoubtedly feel an unparalleled sense of security. There would be no need to worry about being bullied or lacking funds. With his abilities, earning money would be as effortless as breathing. Even now, he had already amassed over 60 billion, and his company had only just been established, not yet fully operational. What astonishing achievements might he attain in the future? Such a man, how could she possibly possess the capability to control him? Perhaps it was best to obediently remain his secretary. Tightly embracing his thigh, she felt completely under his control. This was the correct way to interact as this thought crossed her mind. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Boldly, she linked her arm with Zhang Tong's, saying, "Boss, thank you for standing up for me. I will treat you to a meal." "Are you not going to invite me?" Luo Peng interjected, feeling a twinge of indignation. "Even if I haven't contributed, I have my own troubles." Zhao Qian shot him a glare. Luo Peng immediately understood and hurriedly concocted an excuse to slip away, secretly envious and filled with jealousy. His eyes tinged with red. Zhang Tong was truly reveling in his triumph. The campus beauty was utterly conquered, with wealth and high intelligence combined. The once proud campus queen had no defense and surrendered without a fight. Chapter 25. Luxury Cars and Car Models. After enjoying a couple's meal, Zhang Tong, accompanied by Zhao Qian, made his way to the company. Spanning 3,000 square meters, the space felt vast. The offices and auction hall were already partitioned, and the flooring was laid. The basement vault was under construction, set to be completed within a month. For every day completed ahead of schedule, a reward of 100,000 yuan would be granted, and for 2 days, 200,000 yuan, and so forth. Zhang Tong issued his orders with grandiosity. "Yes, boss," the renovation workers replied, their faces alight with joy. Energized, they worked with newfound vigor. "Now, Zhao Qian and I are going to buy a car." "What kind of car do you want?" Zhang Tong asked Luo Peng. "Are you really going to get me a car?" Luo Peng responded, astonished and pleased, yet slightly embarrassed. A monthly salary of 100,000 yuan in a car? The treatment seemed too lavish. Although Zhao Qian earned a higher salary, 3 million a year, he felt no envy, knowing she had to put in more effort. "You are our company's stone-breaking master. A car is a must?" Zhang Tong stated earnestly. With plenty of money available, his capable subordinates were only Luo Peng and Zhao Qian. It would be unacceptable not to provide them with a vehicle. "Then let us go for an Audi A4L. Luo Peng suggested. "You really do like Audis," Zhang Tong remarked, his expression peculiar. In the past, Luo Peng had longed to own an Audi, but that dream had always felt unreachable. Thankfully, he had Zhang Tong as a brother. Otherwise, even the cheapest Audi would have remained a distant fantasy. "And you? What car do you desire?" Zhang Tong inquired as they exited the company, wrapping his arm around Zhao Qian's slender waist, smiling. "I don't know." Zhao Qian replied, her face flushed with embarrassment, yet she made no attempt to escape. "Oh, you like sports cars?" Zhang Tong asked. "I do, but not too expensive," Zhao Qian nervously responded. "How about a Ferrari 812? It's stunning and costs over 5 million. What do you think?" Zhang Tong suggested. No, I'm just a secretary. I can't have such a nice car. It would bring you trouble. Just get me something within 1 million. Zhao Qian exclaimed, wide-eyed, hastily refusing. She was not the kind of woman who was insatiable. She understood her position as a beautiful secretary who could be potentially exploited, never daring to hope to be Zhang Tong's girlfriend. And this was exactly what Zhang Tong anticipated. In truth, he wasn't too keen on having a girlfriend, as they often pushed for marriage and would find all sorts of reasons to ask for this and that, even trying to control one's finances. Such situations were hardly pleasant. Of course, if a girlfriend was a wealthy beauty with her own career, it would be much better. However, Zhang Tong came from humble beginnings and had limited connections with wealthy women. So far, he had only met Fan Bingxiang, with whom he had never sparked any chemistry. Thus, He had not considered dating and felt no urgency, at just 22. He was in the prime of youth. Additionally, he had cultivated a remarkable strength that could extend his lifespan to 200 years. Should he continue to break through, his lifespan could multiply. With plenty of time to spare, waiting another decade or two to date would be quite normal. Moreover, with both parents deceased, no one pushed him towards marriage at a car under $1 million. That's a bit low-end. After all, you are my secretary, Zhang Tong remarked, but let's first go take a look. Zhao Qian's eyes sparkled with affection, her face radiating tenderness, her voice unusually sweet. Boss, there's a car show today featuring various luxury cars, including supercars worth tens of millions. The organizer contacted me, hoping I could be a car model, but I declined. Should we go take a look? A car show? Of course, we should go. Zhang Tong's eyes lit up, excitement coursing through him. In the past, he and his two roommates had always cherished car shows, as they could admire models and take countless photos to enjoy later. Regrettably, Luo Peng couldn't attend today due to renovation duties, and the other roommate, Yang Bo, had gone to work in the Magic City. Boasting that the car shows there were grander and the models more beautiful, he had resolved to work hard there to eventually marry a stunning car model. Zhang Tong wondered if that rascal had achieved his dream or if he had caught the eye of a model. Half an hour later, Zhang Tong and Zhao Qian arrived at the car show. The scale was impressive. The spacious hall was filled with an array of luxury cars, both new and established models. Perhaps as part of a promotional campaign, the models were exceptionally beautiful, with the top-tier one rivaling Zhao Qian. Countless men were left dumbfounded, drooling as they snapped photos with their phones and cameras. Boss, isn't that model incredibly beautiful? Do you like her? Zhao Qian asked, pointing at the most stunning model with a meaningful look. I merely appreciate her beauty. Zhang Tong replied earnestly, there's no question of liking. I know that model. Her name is Lu Qingxi. She's 19. Actually, she's a beautiful live streamer, and modeling is just a side gig, Zhao Qian explained. What do you mean by that? Zhang Tong shot her a glance. I'm just worried you might be captivated by her, Zhao Qian said. After all, she's so beautiful that no man could resist. Is your relationship with her quite poor? Are you enemies? Zhang Tong asked suspiciously. Our relationship is quite ordinary. We've both modeled at the same events, Zhao Qian replied. If she tries to seduce you, don't pay her any mind. Even if you do engage with her, don't let yourself get emotionally involved. Are you certain she would attempt to seduce me? Zhang Tong asked, intrigued. Having attended many car shows, he was familiar with models, especially the most beautiful ones, who tended to be quite proud and famous. It seemed unlikely they would actively pursue men. Absolutely, because you are exceptionally handsome and a wealthy man, Zhao Qian affirmed. Moreover, you might be here to buy a luxury car. How could she not notice? Well, let us wait and see, Zhang Tong chuckled. They continued browsing and soon spotted 3 cars. A red Porsche 911, the 2023 Carrera T3.0T priced at $1.5 million, an Audi A8L at $830,000, and a Mercedes-Benz GLS at $1.06 million. Instead of making an immediate purchase, they approached the most expensive luxury vehicle on display for a closer inspection. This was a white Ferrari LaFerrari, strikingly cool and eye-catching. Any man would be enamored. After all, it was a top-tier supercar worth over $20 million. The most beautiful model stood beside it, flipping her hair and striking poses. Zhang Tong could see her more clearly now. She stood at least 1.76 meters tall, nearly matching his height when paired with her red high heels. Her waist was slender, yet her upper body was remarkably ample, almost bursting from her attire. Her legs were long and fair, her features exquisite, her skin pale and exceptionally delicate. Overall, she exuded a combination of sensuality, allure, and beauty that made her comparable to Zhao Qian. So beautiful, Zhang Tong couldn't help but steal a few more glances, even feeling a hint of anticipation for her to flirt with him, not out of a desire to sleep with her, but rather for the thrill of being pursued. Chapter 26. Luxurious Cars and Beautiful Women. Truly delightful. What a handsome man. Is he a super-rich second-generation heir? Zhang Tong thought. After all, how else could Zhao Qian, who typically ignored men, cling to his arm throughout the event, her words dripping with flattery? The model Lu Qingxi had undoubtedly noticed Zhang Tong by now. As she spotted him approaching, her beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Zhao Qian, bring someone over. I want to buy a car. Zhang Tong had become deeply enamored with the Ferrari LaFerrari. Recognizing its extraordinary capabilities, it featured the most advanced hybrid power system, combining an intake engine and electric motor to output a staggering 708 kilowatts. Additionally, it boasted an energy recovery system that transformed excess heat from breaking into electrical energy to provide even more power, all propelled by a V10 engine that churned out a remarkable 1,000 horsepower. Moreover, this car was nearing its discontinuation. Acquiring one was akin to striking gold. "Excuse me, is Zhao Qian your girlfriend?" As soon as Zhao Qian stepped away, Lu Qingxi elegantly tossed her hair and inquired playfully. "She is my secretary," Zhang Tong replied, casting her a glance. Had Zhao Qian been right? Was this stunning model indeed trying to seduce him, a secretary? Lu Qingxi exclaimed, her face a mixture of surprise and amusement, nearly bursting into laughter. "Zhao Qian, how far you've fallen. To think you'd become a secretary. I expected you to be with a wealthy heir. Who would have guessed otherwise? Zhao Qian, I look down on you. You're truly regressing." In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of superiority. Soon after, a woman in her 30s approached, introduced herself as Manager Wu Li, and asked, "Hello, are you looking to purchase a vehicle? I would like to buy 4 cars. A red Porsche 911, the 2023 Carrera T3.0T, an Audi A8L, black. Mercedes-Benz GLS, silver white. In addition to this Ferrari LaFerrari. Can I take delivery of the car today?" Zhang Tong said casually. "What? 4 cars? Including the Ferrari LaFerrari worth over 20 million. Manager Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Qingxi was equally astonished, her delicate frame trembling. My heavens, what a terrifyingly wealthy individual. Could he possibly have a fortune in the hundreds of billions? After all, even Wang Tsongtsong wouldn't dare to display such extravagance. Only the truly affluent could afford to spend so lavishly. "Yes, you can take the car today, and the license plate can be arranged as well," Manager Wu exclaimed excitedly. "Then let us proceed with the paperwork," Zhang Tong replied with an air of nonchalance. It's merely over 20 million, a trivial matter for him. Not only because he currently possesses tens of billions, but also because he owns a treasure planet, teeming with countless riches. Just the Jade Mountain alone must be worth several trillion, though it requires some time to liquidate. Manager Wu immediately began processing the paperwork, with Zhao Qian handling the details. Throughout the entire process, Zhang Tong merely presented his identification and swiped his card. "Sir, once you finish the paperwork, I will be off work. Could you give me a ride home?" Lu Qingxi asked shyly. Wow, is she really making a move on me? Zhang Tong was taken aback, feeling a rush of exhilaration. However, he promptly declined without hesitation. "I'm sorry, I'm unavailable today." Lu Qingxi was momentarily stunned, unable to believe that this stunning supermodel had been rebuffed. Yet, she was not one to give up easily. She quickly offered a flirtatious glance and sweetly inquired, "How about we add each other on WeChat?" "Sure," Zhang Tong replied this time without hesitation. He was willing to maintain contact with such a beautiful model. However, he remained cautious about Lu Qingxi, as he did not know her well. In contrast, he felt comfortable with Zhao Qian, having known her as a fellow alum, which made him willing to have her as his secretary. Fulfilling a dream from their university days, soon, the paperwork was completed and the license plates were affixed. Zhang Tong drove off in the Ferrari LaFerrari, while Zhao Qian piloted the Porsche 911, all under Lu Qingxi's envious and jealous gaze. The other 2 cars were driven by Manager Wu and another staff member, delivering them to Zhang Tong's villa. Zhang Tong did not speed. He drove cautiously, as he had a license but lacked substantial driving experience, taking his time to acclimate. Similarly, Zhao Qian felt nervous driving such a luxurious vehicle, fearful of an accident. "Zhao Secretary, from now on, you'll drive this Porsche 911, while Luo Peng will take the Audi A8. Just keep the receipts," Zhang Tong instructed upon returning to the villa. "Thank you, boss," Zhao Qian replied, her face brimming with gratitude and joy. "Come, let me take you for a spin," Zhang Tong beckoned her. "Yes, boss," Zhao Qian responded, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Clearly, she was thrilled. This was a luxury car worth over 20 million. Most beautiful women, even those with stunning looks, might never have the chance to sit in such a vehicle. "Wang Kai, get on the roof." After Zhao Qian climbed into the car, Zhang Tong called for Wang Kai to join him on the roof before starting the engine, executing a beautiful drift as they sped away. Whoosh! Like a silver bolt of lightning, akin to a swift arrow, they dashed out of the community and onto the road, roaring away into the distance. Wang Kai, truly an extraordinary dog, stood firmly atop the car as if welded to it, occasionally barking proudly, seemingly flaunting his strength and prowess. Wow, a luxury car and a beautiful woman, how exhilarating. My goodness, that's a Ferrari LaFerrari, worth over 20 million. And there's a stunning beauty on top. Who is that? Driving a multi-million supercar with an exquisite beauty? Who is she, to be chosen by such a wealthy individual? Going for a joyride? Did you see the dog on the roof? That dog is incredible. What a marvelous creature. Passers-by, along with drivers on the road and dogs on the sidelines, gasped in astonishment, consumed by envy and admiration. Indeed, luxury cars and beautiful women are a delight. Zhang Tong felt a surge of excitement as well. It turned out that driving the Ferrari LaFerrari is only truly enjoyable when accompanied by a mesmerizing beauty. Otherwise, the thrill is simply lacking. Boss, I love you, Zhao Qian exclaimed, inexplicably feeling unprecedented happiness and elation. Her smile radiant and captivating, that moment, she felt as though she had reached the pinnacle of her life. Why is this girl so excited? Zhang Tong glanced at Zhao Qian and accelerated, speeding along the road. After half an hour of joyriding, Zhang Tong returned to the countryside, parking the car in front of his family home. And why heavens, Zhang Tong is back, driving such an eye-catching car with an extraordinary beauty? Is he here to flaunt his wealth? Last time he left in a helicopter, and now he returns in a supercar. Seems Zhang Tong has truly struck it rich. Countless elderly villagers observed this spectacle, each filled with envy and resentment. Boss, where are we? Upon disembarking, Zhao Qian asked sweetly. This is my hometown. I grew up here, Zhang Tong replied. Please take note, find a construction team, and have my old house demolished to build a villa. Just handle everything without constant oversight. Yes, boss, Zhao Qian affirmed. We'll be staying here tonight, Zhang Tong declared. Ah. Zhao Qian instantly became nervous, her cheeks flushing even more, enhancing her beauty. Chapter 27. A night in the mountain village, Zhao Qian shyly followed Zhang Tong into the main room, immediately busying herself with brewing tea, then smiling radiantly as she massaged Zhang Tong's shoulders. Today, Zhang Tong had returned over $1 million in commission and gifted her a Porsche 911 worth $1.5 million. She was overwhelmingly happy and eager to please him, wanting to show her gratitude. Perhaps it was the inconvenience of her high heels, or perhaps Zhang Tong's hesitation to take the initiative. But suddenly she stumbled and fell into his embrace. Sparks ignited between them as they began to passionately embrace, entwining fervently. Boss? No, pleased. As Zhang Tong carried her into the room, Zhao Qian became somewhat flustered, coyly trying to resist, yet her demeanor was one of ambivalence. After a fervent encounter, Zhao Qian felt utterly spent, lying on the bed, unable to move, her flushed face still radiating the remnants of their intimacy, exuding a shyness that was simply enchanting, like a spring blossom. She had finally realized her long-held dream. Zhang Tong felt invigorated, both satisfied and proud. During their university days, he had undoubtedly harbored feelings for Zhao Qian but had never dared to confess, let alone approach her. His greatest fantasy was to win her affection, becoming the envy of all his male peers. The root cause of his previous hesitance was his poverty. Yet, unexpectedly, that wild fantasy had transformed into reality. Zhao Qian had voluntarily requested to be his secretary, and now she lay in his bed, shyly nestled in his arms, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, Zhang Tong's phone rang, indicating someone was trying to reach him. I bet it's Lu Qingxi trying to flirt with you, Zhao Qian teased. Do you believe it? No way. Zhang Tong was skeptical but opened his phone to find it was indeed Lu Qingxi messaging him. Mr. Zhang, have you returned home? It truly was her. He was astonished and looked at Zhao Qian. What can I say? You're an extraordinary handsome guy and a wealthy individual, after all. Although Lu Qingxi is beautiful, she dreams of something with you, Zhao Qian remarked. Does she often do this? Zhang Tong inquired, frowning slightly. Not really. She only acts this way towards someone as wealthy as you, Zhao Qian giggled, but she is quite materialistic. If you wish to be intimate with her, be prepared for a hefty expenditure. I have no interest in sleeping with her, Zhang Tong replied, rubbing his forehead, bemused. Surely there are men who wouldn't want such a stunning beauty? Zhao Qian teased. That's not absolute. You're generalizing too much, Zhang Tong said, his expression somewhat peculiar. Indeed, being a secretary is quite different from being a girlfriend. It's easier to avoid jealousy and to express one's true feelings. This dynamic felt genuine and extraordinarily comfortable. Boss, may I respond to her? Zhao Qian asked playfully. Go ahead, Zhang Tong replied, handing her the phone, intrigued to see how Zhao Qian would tease Lu Qingxi. Zhao Qian mischievously responded, I've arrived home. Where do you live? Lu Qingxi's eyes lit up, her heart racing. Great, she replied. Could this be promising? Guess, came the response. I can't guess. Hey, want to hit the nightclubs? Nightclubs? No, I have plenty of women, Zhang Tong replied. Dio, you want to add another? Lu Qingxi asked. Shall I come find you? Zhang Tong was utterly stunned by her boldness and directness. Could it be that a goddess-level beauty could be so open? The prerequisite, of course, is that you must be wealthy and handsome enough to capture her heart. No, I'm not the kind of man who is easily swayed, he asserted. Yet you seem to be just the opposite, Zhao Qian teased. I'm not easy. I've never dated or gone out with a man before. This is my first time because you're so handsome and I fell for you at first sight, she confessed. Haha. Zhao Qian's brief reply indicated her disbelief in his words. I reside in the Fragrant Mountains Villa. Do come visit me when you have the time. Tonight would be splendid as well. Lu Qingxi feels that her opponent is far too formidable to conquer and is contemplating a retreat. I refuse to believe it. Your tactics merely involve luring me over, only to demand extravagant gifts in return. One cannot secure anything less than several million. Lu Qingxi punctuated her thoughts with 6 ellipses, an expression of her utter disbelief. It seems she has encountered an exceptionally experienced and wealthy individual. Captivating him will prove to be an arduous task. Alas, even with unparalleled beauty, one does not possess an invincible charm. This woman seems on the brink of despair. Zhao Qian, however, is reveling in a mischievous smile, while Zhang Tong wears a peculiar expression, feeling he has gleaned some wisdom. Brother, could you possibly join me in my live stream? I am about to begin, and I would love to dance for you. Lu Qingxi resolved to withdraw from the current pursuit and fell silent, as she evidently commenced her live stream. She cast her net indiscriminately, not genuinely enamored with you, but merely seeking to flirt and gain advantages. After her failure, she still wishes to entice you into watching her live stream, preparing to gradually win you over. Zhao Qian earnestly advises, thus, dear boss, it is imperative that you do not develop feelings for her. Otherwise, you shall be deeply hurt. It appears that women have a profound understanding of one another. Zhang Tong reflects on this endlessly. Boss, tonight marks my first time. You are my inaugural man. I shall love you and treat you with utmost kindness forever. Zhao Qian tossed her phone aside, embracing Zhang Tong's neck with a gaze filled with longing, exhaling softly, I wish to be your lifelong secretary. You must never let me go, will you? As long as you continue to treat me well, I shall reciprocate with equal generosity, allowing you to revel in opulence. Rest assured. Zhang Tong glanced at the plum blossoms on the bedsheets, smiling as he replied, I shall make you the happiest man in the world. With this promise, Zhao Qian's joy knew no bounds, her face radiating happiness. She felt as though she possessed the entire world. She was acutely aware that, being alumni, Zhang Tong understood her well, recognizing her as the most beautiful campus belle. The dream goddess of countless boys, who had never dated and had rebuffed numerous wealthy suitors. Thus, Zhang Tong held her in high regard, and she undoubtedly was the muse of his past dreams. With such sentiments, a foundation of happiness was established. She vowed to cherish him deeply, to love him earnestly, to enter his heart, and to become the most important woman by his side. This was a night of sweet, idyllic bliss. Zhang Tong reveled in the experience, contemplating the richness of a wealthy man's lifestyle, so vibrant and splendid. In just over 10 days since his extraordinary encounter, he had acquired a villa, luxury cars, and a company, transforming his former dream goddess into a beautiful secretary now nestled in his embrace. Furthermore, he was being actively courted by alluring figures like Lu Qingxi, a renowned live streamer and model. He felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of life, filled with immense satisfaction. What awaited him was even more promising, as his journey as a wealthy individual was just beginning. Countless treasures on the horizon awaited his discovery. His remarkable abilities would continue to develop, and his lifespan would significantly extend. Ha ha ha, my future is a vast expanse of stars and seas. What a prospect to anticipate! Chapter 28. The comical Luo Peng and Yang Bo. The enchanting night eventually drew to a close. As dawn gradually broke, the sun ascending high into the sky. Zhao Qian awoke at last, glancing at her phone, her expression shifting dramatically. Oh no, I am going to be late. As a second-year student, she had classes to attend. Then drive my car. I shall sleep a little longer, Zhang Tong replied lazily, reluctant to rise. You should get up too. Let us leave together. There's nothing to eat here, and what if you starve? Zhao Qian struggled to rise, her movements somewhat cumbersome. Thankfully, youth granted her a swift recovery. Otherwise, she might have truly been unable to leave the deity. No worries. I'll whip up something simple. I also wish to seek treasures in the Dakingshan. Zhang Tong said, I won't be back for a few days. Seeking treasures again? Zhao Qian exclaimed in astonishment. What treasures could possibly lie in the Dakingshan? Absolutely. I shall not return empty-handed. I will earn several hundred million. If not more, he asserted confidently. Then I wish you a bountiful return. Zhao Qian expressed her skepticism, yet refrained from uttering any discouraging words. She did not leave immediately, sensing Zhang Tong's exhaustion after a night of labor. She prepared him a simple meal of noodles with 2 eggs, bringing it to his bedside before departing with a smile. Being late was of little consequence. After all, skipping class was not a first for her. Zhao Qian first returned to Zhang Tong's villa, switching to her Porsche 911 before heading to school. The LaFerrari was far too extravagant for her to drive to class. It would likely cause quite a stir and provoke countless rumors. On the way, she encountered Luo Peng, stopping her car to say, Boss, I have purchased an Audi A8L for you. Here are the keys. An Audi A8? That's fantastic, Luo Peng exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Before adopting a mock-serious expression, but boss, isn't it a bit unfair to prioritize beauty over friendship? You were given a Porsche 911 worth over $1.5 million. I am the esteemed secretary of the board. The company's image demands a Porsche 911, and you, merely a stone clearer, should be content with an Audi A8, Zhao Qian retorted. Content. Luo Peng immediately raised his hands in surrender, curiosity piqued. What car did the boss purchase for himself? A LaFerrari and a Mercedes, Zhao Qian replied. Wow, that's simply outrageous, Luo Peng exclaimed, utterly astonished. The boss earned billions from a trip to Changbai Mountain. What is a few million on cars? Zhao Qian responded nonchalantly. Indeed, the boss is astonishingly impressive, earning money effortlessly, and he is incredibly handsome. Truly a lady killer. Luo Peng mused enviously. Judging by the circumstances, it seemed Zhao Qian had returned from outside the campus, undoubtedly having spent the night with Zhang Tong. What transpired last night was something one could easily surmise. Wealth truly has its privileges. The top campus belle eagerly sought the role of secretary. When work arises, she dutifully fulfills her obligations. When not? Well, shaking his head, he decided not to dwell further and inquired, Where is the boss? He is still asleep, Zhao Qian replied, her cheeks flushing as she realized her slip of the tongue, inadvertently revealing too much. Even Luo Peng, though dim-witted, grasped the implication that she had spent the night with Zhang Tong. Tong Gu has overworked himself. He can't even get out of bed. How alarming! Luo Peng was secretly shocked. His excitement mounting, I shall head to the villa to prepare him some black-bone chicken and goji berry soup. He is not at the villa. He is at his rural hometown. Moreover, he won't be coming over today. As he intends to seek treasures in the Dakingshan, claiming he will return with billions, I wonder if that is true or not. Zhao Qian felt a strange warmth rise to her cheeks. She was secretly astonished. Was this fellow truly such a sycophant? Could he really prepare black-bone chicken and goji berry soup for him? Perhaps I am more suited for that task. Seeking treasures and claiming to earn billions? Luo Peng was stunned, unable to believe it. Yet Zhang Tong had already demonstrated miraculous feats. After a trip to Changbai Mountain, he had returned with 10,000-year-old ginseng worth billions. Earning billions in the Dakingshan was not entirely implausible. He shook his head, casting aside his wild thoughts, and asked, Does the boss have any new instructions? He instructed me to find a construction team to build a villa in the countryside, and to purchase a small delivery truck. Additionally, he wants to recruit auction house staff. Hasn't he mentioned it to you before? Just handle it as you see fit, and do it promptly. We cannot delay the opening, Zhao Qian declared. The renovations have now become systematic. So do not be overly scrutinizing. I shall start recruiting today. I shall seek the most stunning front desk ladies, just as Tong Gu suggested. The salary will be 30 to 50,000. Luo Peng's face lit up with excitement and anticipation. He was determined to recruit super beauties. Are you truly going to follow his plan? 30 to 50,000 is excessive. It disrupts industry norms. I believe 1,000 would suffice. Zhao Qian countered. 1001T attract super beauties. If you insist, I shall be the one to face the consequences. Luo Peng protested, justifying his stance. Our company earns a fortune daily. What's wrong with offering 30,000 a month for the front desk? One isn't enough. We should hire 2 to rotate shifts. We also need to recruit several top-notch beauties as clerks at 50,000 a month. The boss would certainly approve. He recalled how the boss had once stated that upon establishing a company, he would hire many super beauties. Even if he didn't engage with them, they would be a delight to the eyes. You're talking nonsense. He is not that kind of person, Zhao Qian retorted. Exasperated. This left her momentarily speechless, thoroughly taken aback by Luo Peng's audacity. Yes, the boss is not that kind of person, but I am, Luo Peng said with a mischievous grin. As a subordinate, one must always be prepared to shoulder the blame for the boss. Thus, this burden shall fall upon me. Zhao Qian was at a loss for words, yet she found herself unable to retaliate against Luo Peng. Moreover, she had no desire to report him. That would only label her as jealous. I refuse to believe that Luo Peng can truly recruit super beauties. Do you think they are as common as cabbages? Perhaps this rascal is simply trying to provoke me. Ignoring him, she sped away, leaving Luo Peng in her dust. It seems the secretary has agreed. I wonder how many super beauties will be hired. Luo Peng wore a lecherous grin, filled with anticipation. He eagerly contacted another roommate. Yang Bohei, how are you? I have some exciting news. I found a job with a salary of 100,000 a month. The company is filled with beautiful women, any of whom rivals the stunning Zhao Qian. How does that sound? Are you envious? Still asleep, are we? Indeed. In dreams, one possesses everything, Yang Bo quickly replied. Zhang Tong is even more impressive. He resides in a villa, drives luxury cars, and has the campus belle smitten with him. How exhilarating, Luo Peng, undeterred by Yang Bo's disbelief, continued to boast. Last night, Zhang Tong and you shared a dream, right? The company provided me with a car, an Audi A8L. Aren't you envious? Disregarding your daydreams, I am quite occupied. And my beautiful secretary is urging me to hasten my pace. How dare you? If you had a stunning secretary, I would stand on my head and defecate. If the two of you truly prospered, I would drink urine upside down, by heavens. The day you actually drink urine, Luo Peng, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, Fool. Chapter 29. Re-entering Baoxing, the mysterious iron nail? Zhang Tong returned to Baoxing, where he installed a generator and a stone cutter at the base of a cliff. These tools had been ordered prior to his journey to Changbai Mountain, yet they had now arrived at Baoxing. With immense strength, he effortlessly maneuvered these items. The installation was completed swiftly, and after conducting a test, he found everything functioning flawlessly. The wave of relief washed over Zhang Tong. He commenced cutting the colossal stone he had previously pushed down the mountain. This rock was remarkably sturdy and resilient, having rolled down without sustaining any damage, leaving its interior shrouded in mystery. Thus, it was imperative to slice it open. This stone was even larger than the last. Should there be jade within, its worth would undoubtedly be staggering. Zhang Tong was filled with anticipation. Woof, woof, woof. Wang Kai, filled with curiosity, circled around the stone cutter as if it were a toy. Wang Kai, keep a vigilant watch and ensure no monstrous beasts approach unawares. Zhang Tong admonished. Finally, the stone was cleaved open. Zhang Tong's face was a portrait of bewilderment and astonishment. There was no green, nor red, but rather a brilliant yellow emerged. The cross-section was astonishingly translucent and icy, approaching the quality of high ice jade. Its hue was rich, resembling the exquisite color of chicken fat yellow, breathtakingly beautiful and resplendent. Could this be the legendary chicken fat yellow jade? Zhang Tong's eyes widened in sheer ecstasy. He fully understood that high ice chicken fat yellow was exceptionally rare, its value rivaling that of ice red jade, second only to glass-like imperial green. Why heavens, what could its worth be? 2 billion? 3 billion? 5 billion? 10 billion? Zhang Tong's heart raced uncontrollably. Although the jade's cross-sectional area was merely a fraction of the stone, it was still as large as a half-door. For context, the last piece of ice red jade, only slightly larger than a basketball, had sold for 11 billion. What a thrill! A radiant smile spread across Zhang Tong's face as the weight of his burdens dissipated. all his worries vanishing into the ether. Establishing a company indeed carried considerable pressure, particularly as employees required salaries. Zhao Qian alone earned 3 million annually. If he failed to generate profit, it would be a source of great distress. Yet, with the successful cutting of this massive stone, all worries were swept away. Life truly is a balance of gain and loss. Having acquired chicken fat yellow worth tens of billions or even over 100 billion, he had lost his anxieties. He chuckled, thinking to leave this stone for Luo Peng to handle, anticipating it would keep him busy for a day or two, exhausting him to the point of dizziness. With a mischievous grin, Zhang Tong, accompanied by Wang Kai, dashed up the mountain. Eager to explore, he resolved to quicken his pace and complete the exploration of this mountain as swiftly as possible. This was an expansive, boundless planet. Without diligence, he might never fully uncover its secrets within a 10-mile radius. What treasures might lie further afield? This was an alien world, not Earth. Conventional reasoning could not be applied. Soon, they arrived beneath a towering coconut tree, where a little squirrel leapt down with a chirp, landing on Zhang Tong's shoulder. It danced and squeaked, playfully tousling Zhang Tong's hair into a nest-like mess. Zhang Tong chuckled instead of scolding, pulling out a handful of peanuts from his pocket. The gray squirrel, delighted, quickly shelled them, grinning from ear to ear as it nibbled away. Its little mouth moved adorably, a sight to behold. Thus, the trio continued their ascent. Before long, they reached unfamiliar terrain, naturally slowing their pace. Certain areas were quite steep. Fortunately, both Zhang Tong and Wang Kai possessed extraordinary abilities, granting them great strength and speed, and they pressed on undeterred. They encountered numerous stones that might contain jade, yet these were embedded within the mountain, making extraction challenging. This conflicted with Zhang Tong's principle of treasure hunting, so he chose to ignore them. What was that? Zhang Tong spotted an enormous tree, its trunk thick enough for a dozen people to encircle. It was, unmistakably, golden silk Nanmu. Zhang Tong recognized it well, as he had 2 such trees at his villa. This tree must be thousands of years old. He approached and touched the trunk, marveling, what a remarkable treasure. If I ever find myself in need of funds, I could sell this tree. Woof, woof, woof. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Both Wang Kai and the gray squirrel sounded the alarm. Simultaneously, 2 elephants emerged from the forest, one of which was the young elephant Zhang Tong had encountered previously. The other was massive, towering at 7 to 8 meters and stretching over 10 meters in length. The mother elephant swung her long trunk, fixing Zhang Tong with a menacing glare. With a thunderous stomp, she crushed the ground beneath her, sending golden flecks flying. Was that gold dust? Zhang Tong's eyes sparkled, his heart racing. Could this truly be a treasure mountain? Not only were there potential jade materials, but also gold mines. And the mountains were dotted with red fruit. Additionally, the golden silk Nanmu and colossal coconuts were present, yet they were claimed by the elephants. Realizing Zhang Tong had not retreated, the mother elephant's fury escalated. With a terrifying aura, she charged down, her lengthy trunk swirling like a colossal whip, snapping trees as if they were twigs. The sight was utterly terrifying. Zhang Tong's heart raced in fear. He quickly turned and fled with Wang Kai. Though he was formidable, his strength was merely 1,000 pounds, and such a gigantic elephant could weigh over 10,000 pounds. The disparity in power was evident. He dared not throw his spear, primarily to avoid harming the elephant, and besides, its tough skin would likely render the spear ineffective. The elephants, including the young one, pursued him relentlessly, driving him down the mountain like a flock of ducks. How unreasonable! Zhang Tong had no choice but to abandon his exploration of the mountain and, alongside Wang Kai and the gray squirrel, head downstream toward the creek. There were other areas to explore. In the distance lay a vast grassland, which might also harbor ferocious beasts. Zhang Tong was acutely aware that Africa's grasslands were home to lions, crocodiles, and wolves. Thus, even with the warnings from the gray squirrel and Wang Kai, he remained exceptionally cautious, moving at a deliberate pace. Slowly, they arrived at a sizable lake, expansive and shimmering, spanning at least 10 kilometers. Gigantic fish swam through the waters, creating enormous waves. Some might even call them water monsters. Along the shallow edges of the lake grew a dense expanse of wild grasses, swaying without wind, indicating the presence of fish lurking within. Goodness, what was that? Zhang Tong's eyes widened in shock as he beheld a section of the lakeshore devoid of aquatic vegetation. Where numerous rocks stood sentinel, on one of these stone pillars was something resembling a metallic object, rusted and corroded. Could it be an iron nail? Zhang Tong's expression turned serious. If it were indeed an iron nail, it would suggest the existence of intelligent life on this planet, perhaps even a civilization that once constructed mysterious passages. Could there be extraterrestrials on Baoxing? Chapter 30, The Ancient Sword and the Flying Clam. The possibility of extraterrestrial life seemed implausible. Otherwise, the exit on the Earth side would not remain buried underground but would have been cleared. Therefore, the aliens must have perished, leaving behind only remnants and technological artifacts. Zhang Tong quickly regained his composure, analyzing this conclusion to bolster his courage. If he were to discover the remnants of an alien civilization, could he unearth technological knowledge that would propel Earth's technology forward? A sudden thought surged through Zhang Tong's mind, but he swiftly shook his head, dismissing such an unrealistic notion. Even if he could find alien technological artifacts, he would not dare to send them to Earth. Perhaps this extraterrestrial civilization had been obliterated due to technology that was too advanced and dangerous, leading to a loss of control. Thus, until the mystery of Baoxing civilization's extinction was unraveled, it would be wise to tread carefully. Cautiously, he approached, scrutinizing the object closely. It did not resemble an iron nail but appeared more like a hilt. Could it be a knife or a sword? Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhang Tong grasped it and pulled with force. With a crack, it came free. It was indeed a sword, measuring only 2 feet in length, its blade showing no signs of rust, seemingly made of bronze, ordinary in appearance, lacking any extraordinary features. The hilt was corroded, likely due to copper oxidation, but it did not detract from its grip. If this were Earth, discovering a bronze sword would be unremarkable, but in an alien realm, it was a different matter. It clearly indicated that Baoxing had once harbored civilization. Of course, it was also possible that it had once been connected to Earth, with someone bringing it over. How could a bronze sword embed itself into a rock? Zhang Tong pondered, impulsively inserting the sword into a nearby stone. To his astonishment, it penetrated as effortlessly as if it were slicing through tofu, vanishing deeply within. Goodness, how sharp! Zhang Tong stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the revelation. Was the stone merely soft? To test this, he drew his hatchet and struck it against the rock. A resounding clang erupted, sparks flying, yet leaving no mark. Clearly, the stone was exceptionally hard, having withstood countless years of weathering. Yet, the bronze sword had sliced through effortlessly. Remarkable, Zhang Tong continued his experimentation, striking the sword against the hatchet. There was no sound. The hatchet was severed cleanly in two without resistance. This confirmed it. The bronze sword could indeed cut through iron like mud. This was a revolutionary discovery in terms of technology. Presently, even the most advanced weaponry could not achieve such prowess. Zhang Tong was both astonished and exhilarated, overwhelmed with joy. He had stumbled upon a treasure of unparalleled worth. In sheer delight, he handled it with care, but in a moment of distraction, he accidentally grazed his skin, causing blood to flow. How dangerous! Zhang Tong felt a chill run down his spine. In a hurry, he found a piece of wood and fashioned a scabbard, allowing his precious sword to rest within it, suspended at his waist. Grasping the hilt with his right hand, a surge of valor coursed through him, filling him with an overwhelming sense of might. With such an extraordinary sword in his possession, even the most fearsome beast would not instill fear in his heart. He felt considerably safer now. Zhang Tong continued his exploration, cautiously meandering around the lake. He sensed that treasures might lie within its depths, perhaps even remnants of ancient relics. The sword lodged in the stone pillar served as testament to this possibility. Suddenly, a cacophony of barks and squeaks erupted. At that very moment, a monstrous creature erupted from the lake, resembling an enormous clam, comparable in size to a truck. To his horror, the clam's shell snapped open violently. Intent on ensnaring Zhang Tong for a hearty meal. Realizing the danger, Zhang Tong swiftly retreated, drawing his sword and delivering a fierce strike upon the shell. It shattered soundlessly, leaving a deep gash with a resounding thud. It fell to the ground, writhing and attempting to escape back to the water. In a way, would Zhang Tong allow the clam to return to the lake? He sprang forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes that rendered the creature utterly mangled. It lay still, lifeless. Upon closer inspection, It became evident that the clam was akin to a colossal flying saucer, with a thickness of 2 to 3 meters and an astonishing weight exceeding 2,000 pounds. The most peculiar aspect was its ability to fly. It had emerged from the water to attempt to devour him. How could it leap without legs? Zhang Tong, despite his curiosity about the clam's flight, was not a biologist. His purpose was treasure hunting. He promptly pried open the clam's shell, meticulously searching for pearls. To his delight, he discovered one large pearl and two smaller ones, the large one resembling a peanut in size, while the smaller ones were about the size of beans. They felt light and were not particularly round, lacking in aesthetic appeal. Even if they were genuine pearls, they likely held little value. Disappointed, Zhang Tong discarded the two smaller pearls onto the ground, opting to keep the larger one, which might fetch a modest sum. However, Wang Kai, his loyal companion, was intrigued and sniffed one of the pearls, attempting to consume it. In an astonishing turn of events, Wang Kai began to float upwards, as if tethered to a colossal helium balloon. Fortunately, Zhang Tong reacted swiftly, grabbing Wang Kai and pulling him back down. Startled, Wang Kai quickly expelled the pearl from his mouth, returning to normalcy. Could it be that the pearl granted the ability to fly? Provided it was held in the mouth? Zhang Tong was filled with endless wonder. Hastily gathering the two pearls, he boldly placed the smaller one in his mouth, and instantly, he felt as if he had become weightless, floating upwards with increasing speed. Was it truly possible to fly? What a miraculous treasure! Overwhelmed with astonishment, he quickly spat it out, falling back to the ground. Zhang Tong continued his experiments and soon made further discoveries. Holding a pearl allowed one to levitate, yet even a slight opening of the mouth would influence the ascent and descent, enabling control over speed and elevation. The larger pearl permitted flight as well, but at a rate 3 times faster than the smaller one. After numerous trials, Zhang Tong mastered the technique. With the pearl in his mouth, he soared through the air. Leaning forward propelled him ahead, while leaning back sent him backward. Opening his mouth wide caused him to descend. He reveled in this newfound exhilaration, filled with immense joy at the prospect of achieving the dream of flight. Moreover, it required no charging or energy consumption, and of course, whether the pearl would allow for perpetual flight remained uncertain, necessitating further study. Elated, Zhang Tong decided to name this extraordinary treasure the Flying Pearl. Chapter 31. Terrifying avian creatures. The Flying Pearl saves lives. Continuing his wanderings by the lakeside, Zhang Tong observed dozens of flying clams stirring in the water. Yet they refrained from attacking him. Perhaps these creatures possessed some intelligence, recognizing his prowess and opting to steer clear. Nevertheless, Zhang Tong was cautious and did not dare venture into the water, uncertain of other lurking horrors. He resolved to return at a later time, hoping the creatures would have forgotten him, allowing for another hunting opportunity. Not wishing to squander time, Zhang Tong departed from the lake, following the stream downstream. However, after merely covering a few dozen meters, a horrifying spectacle unfolded. The sky was thick with enormous birds, each one the size of a helicopter. Countless ferocious beasts fled in panic below: horned wolves, scaled serpents, kangaroo-like creatures, and deer-like animals, all distinctly different from any on Earth. The colossal birds swooped down relentlessly, preying upon these creatures with lethal precision, lifting them high into the air before dropping them to their doom. Zhang Tong was filled with dread. He could not continue his exploration and dared not hide in the bushes. Having witnessed animals concealed their being dragged out, it was evident that the giant birds possessed keen eyesight, able to detect any movement or hidden prey. Clutching Hua Hua and accompanied by Wang Kai, he transformed into 2 streaks of light, racing towards the nearby mountain. Yet, they were no match for the giant birds. One of the colossal creatures swiftly closed the distance, diving down with lightning speed. Its talons aimed directly at Zhang Tong, in a desperate bid for survival. Zhang Tong raised his sword and struck at the descending claw. With a resounding crack, the bird's talon shattered, falling to the ground with a mournful shriek. Zhang Tong's countenance paled, and he felt a chill. The impact of his sword against the claw had met with significant resistance. Had he not possessed great strength, he might not have severed it at all. It was clear that the giant bird's talons were exceptionally hard, surpassing even steel. This creature was likely a member of a predatory flock, possibly the ruler of the skies. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Tong fled, not pausing for a second. Wang Kai followed closely behind, no longer displaying his usual bravado, having encountered a far more formidable entity. Perhaps Zhang Tong's counterattack had enraged the giant birds. For soon a dozen of them were in pursuit, diving down to surround him. Zhang Tong managed to sever the talon of one bird, but was swiftly captured by another, lifting him into the air before releasing him. Like a meteor, Zhang Tong plummeted to the earth. The triumphant cries of the giant birds echoed around him, while Wang Kai emitted a heart-wrenching howl, sensing his master's perilous fate. Nevertheless, Zhang Tong remained composed. He retrieved the larger flying pearl from his pocket and placed it in his mouth. His descent slowed dramatically, and when he landed, he was unscathed. With Wang Kai in tow, he dashed away, swiftly covering a great distance. The giant birds stood agape, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. How could he not be harmed by such a fall? Without hesitation, they resumed their chase. Realizing he was still far from the cliff, Zhang Tong knew he had to act quickly. He leapt into the air, delivering a fierce strike to the abdomen of a descending giant bird. The blow opened a massive wound, blood gushing forth like a river as the bird fell, unable to regain its flight. The other birds were taken aback, hesitating to attack Zhang Tong, instead retreating to the skies to assess the situation. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Tong and Wang Kai fled, finally reaching the base of the cliff. Once inside a crevice, Zhang Tong collapsed, panting heavily. It was only then that he realized he was drenched in sweat. His limbs weak and his body drained, the result of sheer terror. Had he not obtained the flying pearl, he would surely have met his end today. In the midst of this chaos, Hua Hua, nestled in his arms, finally found the courage to voice her fright. Wang Kai, however, remained oblivious, barking defiantly at the circling giant birds above. A few of the colossal creatures swooped down, but upon discovering the crevice was too small for them to enter. They abandoned the chase, resuming their hunt for other beasts until their bellies were full before disappearing into the sky. Had Zhang Tong grown complacent due to his mastery of the heavenly strength? He began to reflect, drawing lessons from this harrowing experience. He realized he should not venture too far in one direction, but should explore the surrounding areas of the cliff, allowing for swift retreats in times of danger. Today, he had committed a grave error in adventure. He acknowledged his own weakness and resolved to train diligently, aspiring to reach the second layer of heavenly strength, enabling him to explore beyond the lake's perimeter. Moving forward, he would also focus on honing his flying abilities with the pearl, aiming to achieve the flight speed of the giant birds, greatly enhancing his chances of escape. Additionally, he needed to practice his swordsmanship to improve his combat skills. Above all, he reminded himself not to rush. He had ample time to explore this world at a leisurely pace, amassing wealth and relishing the joy it brought. Once his reflections concluded, Zhang Tong began to tally his gains. This adventure had yielded tremendous rewards. A bronze sword that not only served as protection but could also cleave through stone with ease. In the event of encountering jade, it would prove far more convenient than any stone-cutting tools he had previously brought. Had he acquired the bronze sword earlier, he need not have lugged any cutting tools or generators into this realm. Furthermore, he had obtained 3 flying pearls, each a treasure of immense value. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. In the days that followed, Zhang Tong dedicated his nights to rigorous training while utilizing his days to construct a base. He procured a considerable amount of cement and bricks, installing a formidable iron gate at the exit of the mysterious passage. Designed to thwart the entry of venomous snakes and ferocious beasts, Zhang Tong then selected a location beneath the cliff, employing a bronze sword to excavate. The rock was exceedingly hard, yet it yielded to his efforts as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. By heavens, it's green! This is indeed an emerald mine. Zhang Tong exclaimed with astonishment, redoubling his efforts to dig. Before long, he unearthed a small cavern, with sections of the walls shimmering in a verdant hue. Thanks to the emeralds, after affixing the iron door, he diverted a stream of water into the cavern, creating a skylight for ventilation. It was even suitable for cooking within. Once he brought in a bed, a desk and chairs, along with supplies, his satisfaction grew. Now, he possessed a dwelling on Baoxing, a place to sleep and rest, eliminating the necessity of scaling the cliff each time, especially since there was no water up there. Indeed, the stream was potable. Wang Kai had tested it for toxins, and it was exceptionally refreshing, imbued with a subtle sweetness, undoubtedly the finest spring water. In the days that followed, Zhang Tong also collected various stones, slicing them open with his bronze sword. Any emeralds found were sent into the mysterious passage, amassing a considerable stockpile of raw emerald material. He had become quite adept at soaring with the flying orb. Should he ascend to the mountaintop for a look? No matter how formidable the elephants, they could not take flight and pose a threat to him. On this day, Zhang Tong could no longer resist the allure of adventure. Chapter 32. Is Hui Hui truly a treasure-seeking mouse? The dawn on Baoxing was shrouded in ethereal mist, breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, with two suns illuminating the sky, the temperature soared, and the morning fog swiftly dissipated, leaving the sky clear and expansive. Occasionally, large birds soared high above, their size dwarfing that of Earth's avians. Zhang Tong stood at the base of the cliff, scrutinizing the heavens. He noticed the absence of flocks of birds, and even solitary flyers were a rarity. Resolutely, he entrusted Wang Kai with the home, grasped the flying orb, and ascended into the sky, swiftly making his way to the mountaintop, with Hui Hui cradled in his arms. Over the past few days, he had successfully trained his flying skills, significantly increasing his speed, rivaling even the masters of flight on Earth's pigeons. However, when compared to the elite avians of Baoxing, he still recognized the gap in prowess, hence he proceeded with caution. Unwilling to act recklessly, the mountain was not exceedingly high, at most 3,000 meters. At such an altitude, barring ill fortune, danger was unlikely to. As he reached an elevation of 2,000 meters, Zhang Tong's eyes sparkled with delight at the stunning landscape. Green and red intertwined beautifully. The greenery represented trees while the vibrant red signified ripe fruits. They were the edible red berries, previously only partially ripened, now fully adorned in crimson. Each fruit was as large as a duck egg, glimmering like rubies. What a bountiful harvest! Zhang Tong lamented. So many fruits will soon rot. This is a crime against nature. If only I had time to gather some to sell. Even selling half would be worthwhile. It's not about profit, but rather the shame of waste. He continued his ascent, sword at the ready, prepared to confront any aerial threats. However, no danger presented itself. Despite the presence of solitary massive birds soaring above, they showed no interest in Zhang Tong. Thus, he smoothly reached the summit, landing atop a towering rock formation. He did not consider whether these rocks were raw emeralds, for they grew from the mountain. Contravening his treasure-seeking principles, it was preposterous. There were treasures aplenty without the need to extract and damage the environment. The mountaintop was overrun with peculiar vines, as thick as an arm, climbing the towering trees that scraped the clouds. The vines bore clusters of fruit resembling purple gemstones, each as large as a goose egg, with bunches likely weighing several dozen pounds. Small birds happily feasted on these fruits, pecking through the skin and savoring the succulent flesh within, each morsel sufficient for half a day's nourishment. The rich aroma of the fruit wafted through the air, causing Zhang Tong to swallow involuntarily. Hui Hui, unable to contain itself, leaped onto the vine, plucking one to relish. Yet, Zhang Tong's attention was soon diverted to the mountain's reverse side. To his astonishment, he beheld a tumultuous sea in the distance, stretching infinitely. Countless birds circled above the ocean, occasionally diving to seize large fish. Some bizarre fish leaped from the waters, capturing birds in their jaws and dragging them below. Zhang Tong even spotted familiar flying clams, their shells expanding and contracting as they ensnared enormous birds, causing them to plummet. Indeed, numerous other sea creatures were present. Some could soar like the flying clam to snatch birds, while others exhibited extraordinary jumping abilities to leap from the ocean to catch their prey. Astonishingly, there were even fish with wings gliding above the surface. What a wondrous world! Zhang Tong was utterly astounded, overwhelmed with both awe and inexplicable joy. The sea teemed with flying clams, which meant an abundance of flying orbs, priceless treasures. If I could gather countless flying orbs and sell them on Earth, humanity would surely enter an era of flight, rendering automobiles obsolete. Zhang Tong began to daydream, but soon chuckled to himself. Though this world harbored many flying clams, they were formidable indeed, especially the colossal ones. Even with his sword, capturing one would prove exceedingly challenging. A single strike against a flying clam would likely be as ineffective as a mosquito bite. Moreover, there were countless terrifying avians and sea monsters lurking about. Thus, while it was possible to acquire a flying orb, amassing them in significant quantities would be quite difficult, unless his extraordinary strength experienced multiple breakthroughs, multiplying his power exponentially. But how could that be easily achieved? In such a vast ocean, how many treasures lay hidden? Zhang Tong sighed, a profound joy illuminating his face. Baoxing belonged to him, and any treasures it produced were rightfully his. Once his strength increased and he was adequately prepared, he would venture to the seaside, perhaps uncovering astonishing treasures. Squeak, squeak. Hui Hui clutched a giant grape, offering it to Zhang Tong. "Is it delectable?" he inquired with a smile. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Hui Hui danced with delight, seemingly expressing, "Yes, it's delicious. You must try it." Zhang Tong felt no concern about poisoning, for so many birds, including Hui Hui, had consumed them without any adverse reactions. He accepted the grape and took a bite. It had a thin skin. With a gentle squeeze, the juicy flesh burst forth, sweet, fragrant, and succulent, devoid of seeds. These goose egg-sized grapes were utterly delightful. Zhang Tong found himself unable to stop, consuming 10 or so until his belly was full. Relishing the comfort of satisfaction, he gently patted his stomach, thoroughly content. Subsequently, he began to pluck the giant goose egg grapes, gathering them in burlap sacks. Yet, he soon ceased, for there were simply too many. The area above 2,000 meters was laden with these grapes, far more than he could ever harvest. There was no need to cultivate food. Simply eating the fruits sufficed. Zhang Tong marveled. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Hui Hui suddenly discovered something else, scratching at it with its paws but failing to extract it, erupting into excited squeals. "What have you found?" Zhang Tong approached to investigate. A red object was nestled within the crevice of a rock, barely visible from the outside, and Hui Hui could not unearth it. "What might this be?" Zhang Tong mused curiously, drawing his sword to slice through the stone and retrieve the red object. To his astonishment, it was a fist-sized red stone, resembling blood-red pigeoness blood, radiating a luminous sheen under the sun's rays. Exquisitely beautiful. My heavens, could this be a ruby? Zhang Tong gasped in astonishment, excitement coursing through him. So large. At least 500 grams. The world's largest and most perfect ruby. The Rosser Reeve Star Ruby from Sri Lanka weighed 138.7 carats, yet this one eclipsed it in size and value. This ruby was undoubtedly a peerless treasure, worth a fortune. Could Hui Hui truly be the legendary treasure-seeking mouse endowed with miraculous abilities? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Hui Hui suddenly pointed at the stone, dancing with glee, seemingly having discovered another treasure. Chapter 33. Returning loaded, Zhang Tong looked on, bemused. It turned out that the stone he had just cut revealed a hint of green, indicating it was also raw emerald material. As for the quality of the emeralds within, he could not ascertain, but since the stone was atop the mountain, it contradicted Zhang Tong's treasure-seeking principles. So he paid it no mind. Nonetheless, it affirmed Hui Hui's sensitivity to treasures, confirming its status as the fabled treasure-seeking mouse. Hui Hui, let us search for more of these treasures. Zhang Tong gestured toward the ruby. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Hui Hui understood and eagerly scurried about, astonishingly uncovering 2 additional rubies, both concealed beneath fallen leaves, resting in the soil. One the size of a goose egg, the other akin to a chicken egg. So beautiful. I adore them, Zhang Tong exclaimed, cradling the 3 magnificent rubies in his hands, his face radiant with joy. The visual appeal of the 3 rubies was exceptional, surpassing even the emeralds he had obtained previously. As for their value, Zhang Tong hesitated to assess. While rubies could be artificially synthesized, albeit in small sizes of a few grams, natural rubies exceeding 100 grams were indeed superlative treasures, incredibly valuable. However, the worth of such extraordinarily large rubies, weighing several hundred grams, was likely beyond even the experts' estimates. Only an auction could unveil their true value. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Hui Hui suddenly spotted something else, chattering excitedly. It turned out that in the lower area, a herd of elephants had appeared, some towering several meters high, stretching over 10 meters long, while others were as small as calves, appearing adorably endearing. Among them was the little elephant Zhang Tong had encountered previously. They are consuming leaves and lush tender grass, occasionally indulging in gooseberry grapes, and even feasting on red fruits. So many colossal elephants. Zhang Tong was taken aback, a twinge of concern creeping in. These creatures possess a formidable territorial instinct, exhibiting hostility towards nearby animals and are even prone to aggression. They reign supreme on this mountain. Zhang Tong found himself unable to coexist peacefully with them. He could only keep his distance. Roar, 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 thud, thud, thud. The elephants finally spotted Zhang Tong atop the mountain and were immediately incensed, starting to roar frantically and stomp their feet, preparing to drive him away. "Can you even reach me? Do you really have the audacity to chase me away?" Zhang Tong replied irritably. The section of the mountain he occupied was steep. Given the elephants' immense weight, it seemed improbable they could ascend. However, Zhang Tong was soon left dumbfounded. A few young elephants charged forward first, trumpeting as they dashed towards the summit, even leaping with surprising agility. A few extraordinarily large elephants followed at a leisurely pace. Upon encountering a cliff, they wrapped their trunks around a massive tree at the edge and effortlessly scaled it. How impressive! Zhang Tong was astonished and somewhat speechless. Well, these are not the elephants of Earth, but rather the elephants of Baoxing. Climbing mountains is as easy as walking on flat ground for them. Should I be fearful of you? Zhang Tong summoned Hui Hui onto his shoulder, clutching a sack of gooseberry grapes, and took flight, slowly descending the mountain. The multitude of elephants stared up at him in bewilderment, gazing at him as if he were a monster, seemingly unable to comprehend how a wingless creature could fly. Could he be a relative of the giant clam? Zhang Tong hovered above the elephants and said curtly, "We are neighbors, so let us refrain from threats and violence. From now on, let us coexist in peace. Shall we? If you persist in your aggression, you will find that I am not to be trifled with and can easily eliminate all of you." Roar, roar, roar. All the elephants sensed a palpable malice and became utterly enraged, wildly swinging their trunks as if preparing to attack Zhang Tong, though they were unable to reach him. "Would you care for some grapes?" Realizing that a confrontational approach would not suffice, Zhang Tong's eyes darted, and he retrieved a bunch of gooseberry grapes from his sack, presenting them before the elevated trunk of an elephant. The trunk halted abruptly, then coiled around the grapes, drawing them back to its mouth. Zhang Tong repeated this with another elephant. A peculiar transformation occurred. All the elephants became tranquil and docile, ceasing their threats towards Zhang Tong, and began to quietly munch on grass, leaves, and grapes. It turned out that food could convey goodwill. Now that the elephants sensed his benevolence, they no longer regarded him with hostility. Zhang Tong felt a surge of joy. The elephants on the mountain remained a substantial threat. Should they ever descend to wreak havoc, all of Zhang Tong's constructions could be obliterated. He had cultivated a vast expanse of land beneath the cliff, planting a diverse array of crops: wheat, corn, sweet potatoes, and various vegetables, all flourishing and not yet ready for harvest. He certainly did not wish for the elephants to destroy his hard work. Given the current signs, perhaps peaceful coexistence was indeed attainable. Zhang Tong once more filled a sack with gooseberry grapes and flew down the mountain. He then returned to Earth, accompanied by Hui Hui, who insisted on following him, resembling the squirrels of Earth, alleviating any concerns. It was now around 10 o'clock at night. The elders of Xiaoshui village had all retired for the evening, and the surroundings were silent. The four-wheeled vehicle Zhang Tong had requested was parked on the flat ground in front of his home, with the keys hidden in a location he had specified, conveniently delivered by Zhao Qian. Zhang Tong had even utilized it to transport cement, bricks, iron gates, and the like. After more than half an hour, Zhang Tong returned to the villa, driving the four-wheeled vehicle. Upon receiving the news, Zhao Qian and Luo Peng were waiting at the door to greet him. "Boss, welcome back, fully loaded." Luo Peng had already noticed the vehicle was filled with treasures that Zhang Tong had evidently discovered, and he was visibly excited, rushing forward to embrace Zhang Tong warmly. However, Zhang Tong swiftly evaded him and embraced Zhao Qian passionately instead. That night, Zhao Qian had dressed with great care. Under her pale yellow princess dress were a pair of creamy white long legs, shimmering under the lights. Her upper body was voluptuous, seemingly on the verge of bursting from her attire. She exuded both sensuality and allure, truly deserving her title as the most beautiful campus belle of Xiangzhong University, the dream goddess of countless young men. The reunion after a brief separation was electrifying, and emotions could not be contained. Wow, utterly devoid of restraint in the presence of the opposite sex, Luo Peng almost choked in frustration. But soon, His attention was diverted as Wang Kai leapt lightly from the vehicle, which was not surprising given his extraordinary abilities. What was curious, however, was that a small squirrel was perched on Wang Kai's back, happily munching on peanuts. Hui Hui was in remarkably high spirits, having discovered that upon arriving on Earth, it too had become a super-powered squirrel, light as a feather, with enhanced strength and speed, capable of leaping over 10 meters high. Thanks to the reduced gravity, have you brought back another pet? So adorable! Luo Peng dashed over, eager to play with the little squirrel. However, Hui Hui refused to let him touch it, jumping onto Zhang Tong's shoulder instead. Shaking its tiny fists at him, baring its teeth in a mock show of ferocity, exuding cuteness in every way. Chapter 34. Luo Peng was left in shock, questioning his existence. Go play with Wang Kai. Zhang Tong dismissed Hui Hui, lifting the bashful Zhao Qian and heading into the room. What, this is incredibly rude and arrogant, isn't it? Do you not see me here? Luo Peng was left bewildered and utterly dejected. Although he worked for Zhang Tong, he still possessed a sense of dignity. Luo Peng felt utterly disheveled in the wind, deeply envious, as this was the unattainable dream goddess of countless young men, who surrendered herself entirely to Zhang Tong's whims. Truly, wealth allows one to indulge in anything. After lamenting for a while, he snapped back to reality and began inspecting the contents of the four-wheeled vehicle. What treasures lay within? Were they truly worth the billions Zhang Tong had previously boasted about? It seemed improbable. Otherwise, he would not have left the treasures unattended to engage in romantic pursuits with Zhao Qian. He busied himself with the inspection and soon discovered that the top of the cargo area was filled with bulging sacks containing two peculiar types of fruit. Goodness, could this be grapes? But why are they so enormous? What was this red fruit? It neither resembled an apple nor a peach. He had never encountered anything like it before. Luo Peng was utterly perplexed. As a foodie, especially fond of fruits, he prided himself on knowing every fruit in the world. Except these two. Unable to resist, he sampled two and was met with an explosion of sweetness and fragrance. How could such delicious fruits exist in the world? It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Luo Peng's face lit up with joy, grinning from ear to ear. Such delectable fruits must hold immense value. They were undoubtedly treasures Zhang Tong had procured from the Dakingshan Mountains. Filling an entire vehicle with them, he estimated they could fetch tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Indeed, it could be said that he returned from this venture with riches. Luo Peng was thoroughly pleased with Zhang Tong's treasure hunt this time. He began offloading the cargo, determined to keep a dozen sacks for himself to enjoy. However, beneath the fruits lay stones. Could they be jade rough? Luo Peng's heart began to race, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He swiftly grabbed a piece, revealing a stunning, lustrous yellow interior upon cutting it open. How beautiful! Could this be the legendary chicken oil yellow jade? High-ice chicken oil yellow? Or glass-type chicken oil yellow? Luo Peng gasped in astonishment, utterly shocked. During this time, he had read numerous books on jade and had gained some understanding of its quality, especially since he would soon be responsible for jade identification as the chief jade identification master. He began feverishly examining the other stones, one by one. Was this chicken oil yellow? Or perhaps another piece of chicken oil yellow? Goodness, he finally found a piece of icy green jade the size of a winter melon. He. Was this a purple jade? The legendary violet jade? Why was the color so intense? My heavens. Could this be glass-type green jade? This jade was utterly stunning. Luo Peng was shouting with excitement in the cargo area, ultimately clutching a piece the size of a basketball, suspecting it to be glass-type green jade, bouncing up and down with sheer delight. After all, glass-type green jade is one of the most coveted treasures among jades, radiating brilliance and vibrant green light that can captivate anyone. Luo Peng was no exception. My God, how much is this entire cargo of jade worth? Could it be over 10 billion? This scoundrel was beyond comprehension, having brought back such immense wealth from the mountains, and to leave it here unattended. He had gone off to indulge in pleasures. If it weren't for me, Luo Peng, it would have been stolen in an instant. Luo Peng was on the brink of frenzy, itching to burst into the room and demand that Zhang Tong disclose the source of such high-quality jade. Could there be a jade mine deep within the Dakingshan? Was Zhang Tong secretly mining it? No, I cannot inquire. He had previously stated that the source of the jade was a company secret. The foundation of the company's existence. Wang Kai, guard this place. If a thief comes, Bite them to death, Luo Peng commanded Wang Kai. Woof, woof, woof. Wang Kai appeared proud, as if to say, with me, the super dog, around, how could any thief dare to come and meet their demise? And what about me, Hui Hui? I am a super powerful dog knight and a remarkable treasure-hunting squirrel. Let me handle the thieves. Hui Hui sat atop Wang Kai's back, waving its tiny hands with great bravado. Luo Peng, panting heavily, continued to unload the jade from the vehicle. Though exhausting, it was immensely satisfying. Who else could claim to have handled such valuable treasures? Only I, Luo Peng. Inside the room, passions were running high. 2 hours later, Zhao Qian, utterly exhausted and unable to move, bore a charming visage adorned with a delicate blush, reminiscent of the evening glow at dusk, or perhaps the vibrant hues of a rainbow following a gentle rain. Exquisite and profoundly captivating. Zhang Tong reclined at the bed's edge, indulging in a cigarette, his countenance radiating satisfaction. Having returned from a treasure hunt, nothing quite compares to the pleasure of a post-adventure smoke. Boss, did you strike gold this time? Zhao Qian, having regained some strength, elegantly donned her attire while curiously inquiring. I was too busy earlier to ask. They're all in the car. Just take a look and you'll see, Zhang Tong replied with a cryptic smile. Could there truly be a monumental discovery? Could it be worth billions? Zhao Qian, brimming with anticipation and excitement, swiftly exited the room and descended the stairs. Luo Peng had yet to depart, seated at the villa's entrance, smoking while gazing intently at the plethora of jade roughs strewn about. Wang Kai remained vigilant, his eyes sharp, alert to any sign of disturbance. Meanwhile, Hui Hui, displaying an impressive demeanor, perched on a piece of golden silk nanmu. Surveying the surroundings, they all exhibited a posture akin to that of sentinels, clearly guarding against potential thieves. And my goodness, is this an abundance of jade roughs? Zhao Qian gasped, a blend of astonishment and joy flooding her senses. Heh, you think what's on the ground is all there is? There's more in the car, Luo Peng scoffed. Indeed, there were 2 pieces weighing several hundred pounds that he could not even budge. Zhang Tong, now descending the stairs, cast a scornful glance at Luo Peng before effortlessly leaping into the car, lifting one massive rock in each hand as if they were mere bubbles and landing gracefully. My heavens, truly, you are a superhuman, Luo Peng marveled, dumbfounded. Zhao Qian, too, was left speechless, grappling with disbelief. Such strength was astounding. No wonder his stamina was remarkable, and his striking power so fierce. She flitted around the 2 large pieces of rough like a delicate butterfly, exclaiming, these 2 yellow stones are colossal and stunning. Are they jade? Are they valuable? Despite having researched jade quality and market trends following the last auction, she had not delved deeply, hence her queries. Of course they are jade, and of the finest quality, known as chicken oil yellow. As for their worth, if all this rough is extracted, it should exceed 100 billion, Luo Peng declared nonchalantly, as if such wealth were inconsequential. What? Chicken oil yellow? Worth over 100 billion? Zhao Qian was momentarily stunned, her heart skipping a beat. 100 billion. Such an astronomical figure was unfathomable. Was this truly what Zhang Tong had amassed over the past few days? And this particular piece, a glass-type yang green jade, was the queen of jades, worth a fortune. Luo Peng placed the jade he had cradled on the ground, stating calmly, the king of jades is the glass-type emperor green. Naturally, the queen is the glass-type yang green. Wow, Luo Peng is quite the show-off, Zhang Tong observed, regarding him as a curious anomaly. It seemed Luo Peng possessed unexpected talents. Was he truly able to appraise jade now? What? Glass-type yang green? Zhao Qian, well aware of the rarity and value of glass-type jade, was utterly astonished. She immediately picked it up, her gaze ablaze with admiration. Heavens, how could there be such stunning jade in the world? Ha ha ha, how do you like my display? Luo Peng teased Zhang Tong, brimming with pride. Heh, you're nothing special, Zhang Tong retorted, smirking. Let me show you how it's done. He retrieved a black plastic bag from the SUV's cabin, revealing 3 enormous rubies that radiated a crimson brilliance under the light, sparkling like a cascade of silk. They were breathtakingly beautiful, leaving one breathless. My goodness, what treasure is this? Both their eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the rubies, unable to tear their gaze away. Rubies, the largest and most exquisite in the world. Each one could claim the title of the finest, Zhang Tong remarked casually. I just happened to relieve myself on the mountaintop and unearthed them. They might sell for over 10 billion. Wow. Your bragging is flawless. I'm impressed, Luo Peng said, giving Zhang Tong a thumbs up. You found 3 such enormous rubies just by taking a whiz? That's absurd, Zhao Qian. Enamored, delicately handled the rubies, reluctant to set them down. Internally, she was bursting with excitement, utterly captivated by Zhang Tong's astonishing abilities. He had nonchalantly retrieved treasures worth over 100 billion. Heh, if I reveal the bronze sword and the flying pearls, I suspect you'll be even more astonished, Zhang Tong mused quietly. However, those 2 treasures were too precious to be revealed lightly. At least the bronze sword was an extraordinarily valuable artifact, and its origins might invite complications. As for the flying pearls, they posed no concern regarding provenance. He could easily claim they were pearls collected from lakes or the sea, making them suitable for auction. After all, they were not unique. He currently possessed 3, and he could keep the largest for himself. Moreover, the treasure trove contained many flying clams, all housing flying pearls. Nonetheless, the functionality of the flying pearls was remarkable, and auctioning them could attract global attention, leading to potential troubles. Thus, careful consideration was warranted. That night, he resolved not to sleep until he extracted all the jade and secured it in the safe. Otherwise, he would feel uneasy. Once they moved the treasures to the basement, Luo Peng, eager to begin, prepared to work. He had indeed procured 3 safes, but they would scarcely accommodate such a vast number of jade roughs. If it were merely jade, there remained a slim chance. He would extract them the following day. Zhang Tong, however, was unperturbed. No one else knew of the jade's presence, especially with Wang Kai standing guard. Roughly shooing Luo Peng away, Zhao Qian also intended to leave but was held back by Zhang Tong. I truly can't bear it any longer. Perhaps you should quickly find a girlfriend or at least a beautiful secretary, Zhao Qian suggested, feigning shyness. Utter nonsense. Zhang Tong shot her a glare, suspecting her words were tinged with sarcasm. Really, I mean it. You should consider finding a girlfriend. Fan Bingxiang would be a perfect match for you. Zhao Qian, earnest, added, by the way, she has been looking for you. It seems she has something urgent to discuss. You should give her a call. Fan Bingxiang is looking for me? Zhang Tong was taken aback, her exquisite image flashing through his mind, both icy and fragrant, indeed distinctive. However, it was late into the night, and he had no intention of contacting her. Instead, he led Zhao Qian back into the room. His feelings for Zhao Qian were still strong, as she was the goddess of his university dreams, and he had cherished countless beautiful fantasies about her. Now that those fantasies had materialized, he intended to savor every moment, over and over again. The following day, when Luo Peng arrived to extract the stones, he was astonished to discover that they had already been completed, an endeavor Zhang Tong had accomplished with the bronze sword, swiftly and adeptly. He even announced in the Treasure Trove group chat that he had acquired another substantial batch of jade, including glass-type yang green and high-ice chicken oil yellow, to be auctioned alongside a millennium-old ginseng on December 1. This excited many jewelry industry magnates, who quickly began preparing funds for the auction. Luo Peng then reported on the progress of renovations, stating they would be completed in about 10 days. Recruitment advertisements had been disseminated, posted in various school bulletin boards, along with assistance from a headhunting agency. Well done. This month, I'll grant you a bonus of 100,000, and you'll also receive a 3-bedroom apartment. I've instructed Zhao Qian to handle the purchase. Henceforth, every employee will have one. And after 10 years of service, the property will be transferred to them, Zhang Tong expressed contentedly. Thank you, boss, Luo Peng exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Unable to contain himself, he contacted Yang Bo via WeChat to boast. Senpai, I have good news, don't envy me. This month, not only will I receive 100,000 salary, but also 100,000 bonus. Plus, I'll be getting a luxurious apartment. How about that? Haha, envy you. Do you have any idea how much I spent on my secretary last night? A full 300 million. You think I'm boasting? I'm telling the truth, if you don't believe me. Don't blame me later. Oh, you think I'm bragging? I really do have a secretary. Look at my luxury car. Luo Peng sent a photo of his Audi. Now look at my luxury car. Yang Bo replied, sending a picture of his Koenigsegg. Get lost. Get lost. The two exchanged disdainful glances, while Zhang Tong drove towards Fan Bingxiang's residence. She had invited him over for dinner. Chapter 36. I am a dynasty by myself, driving his Ferrari LaFerrari. Zhang Tong arrived at the opulent Baiyun villa amidst countless envious and awestruck gazes. As he halted before the Fan residence, Fan Bingxiang greeted him with warmth. Today, she had dressed with care, donning exquisite light makeup. Her form-fitting pink and white dress accentuated her stunning figure, while her red lips and nails, adorned with top-tier jewelry, elevated her regal charm. Zhang Tong was discreetly taken aback. She was truly breathtaking, rivaling Zhao Qian, and perhaps even surpassing her slightly, for the innate nobility she exuded was something Zhao Qian had yet to cultivate. Welcomed. Mr. Fan rose from his seat on the sofa, his face lit with a friendly smile. His complexion was rosy, and he appeared energetic, clearly having made a genuine recovery. Congratulations to the elder for his recovery. Zhang Tong smiled and said, "It is all thanks to the 1,000-year-old ginseng you found. Now I can eat and sleep well, feeling as if I can live for another decade." Mr. Fan chuckled. "At this point, you are like a young man. Why stop at just 10 more years? I believe you could live for several more decades." Zhang Tong remarked. The elderly man and the youth sat leisurely on the sofa, engaging in casual conversation. Mr. and Mrs. Fan soon emerged from their room to accompany their guest. Having met previously, and with Fan Bingxiang pouring tea and water by their side, Zhang Tong felt no awkwardness. The atmosphere was quite pleasant. "Young Zhang, have you started a family?" Mr. Fan inquired. "I am merely 22 years old, without even a girlfriend, so how could I start a family?" Zhang Tong replied with composure. "Indeed, you are a promising young man," Mr. Fan expressed with admiration. "Miss Fan, we have known each other for quite some time. Yet I still do not know your profession." Zhang Tong asked curiously. "I work at the Chongqing Pharmaceutical Company owned by the Fan family. My father is the general manager, and I am the vice president," Fan Bingxiang replied, her expression one of surprise. It seemed Zhang Tong was unaware of the Fan family circumstances. "Chongqing Pharmaceuticals?" Zhang Tong said, slightly astonished. "I certainly know of this publicly traded company, valued at nearly 100 billion. That implies the Fan family must possess a fortune in the hundreds of billions. In the past, Zhang Tong would have envied this immensely. But now, with his own wealth exceeding 100 billion, excluding Feizhu and the bronze sword, he felt no envy. Besides, he had a precious star yet to be developed. Thus, he was, in essence, a member of the elite, surpassing the Fan family by far. "Are you not even younger than I, yet you hold the position of vice president at a listed company? That is truly impressive," Zhang Tong complimented. "My daughter is a renowned talent. She graduated from Huqing University at just 19. Now at 20, having worked for a year, her position as vice president is solely due to her capabilities," Mrs. Fan proudly declared. "Miss Fan, with both beauty and talent, must surely have a boyfriend?" Zhang Tong inquired with a smile. No. While many suitors pursue my daughter, none have captured her interest yet," Mrs. Fan replied on her daughter's behalf. "Perhaps her standards are simply too high." Zhang Tong chuckled. "Zhang Tong, we wish to reserve 1,000-year-old ginseng from you. In other words, if you auction 8 roots, we will purchase them at the average price of those 8, ensuring you do not suffer a loss. What do you think?" Fan Bingxiang diverted the topic, feeling awkward discussing her lifelong commitments. "That will not do. I have stated that there are 9 roots for auction, and I will not reduce that number," Zhang Tong asserted. "Then we shall have to compete vigorously for the auction." Fan Bingxiang shot Zhang Tong a look, feeling he had been quite rude. "If you do not win the auction, you may still approach me privately for a purchase," Zhang Tong offered. "But if they are all auctioned off, what would be left for you?" Fan Bingxiang asked, astonished. "Who said there are only 10,000-year-old ginseng roots?" Zhang Tong replied nonchalantly. Zhang Tong must have discovered a wondrous secret in the Changbai Mountains, uncovering even more 1,000-year-old ginseng. If the Fan family could acquire them, they might be able to develop miraculous longevity medications, the kind that could be widely distributed, surely leading to a surge in wealth. The eyes of the Fan family members sparkled with extraordinary excitement. This young man's fortune undoubtedly exceeds 100 billion, making him a fitting prospective son-in-law for the Fan family. Should they consider a proactive union? Fan Bingxiang, along with her father and mother, directed their gaze toward Mr. Fan. "The weather is splendid today, but a storm is expected tomorrow." As per the weather forecast, Mr. Fan quickly regained his composure, steering the conversation elsewhere. The Fan family, relying on ancient remedies, had already verified that miraculous pills made from ginseng over 300 years old could extend life by a month. They were currently researching the underlying principles and alternative medications. With just one more 1,000-year-old ginseng root, Combined with the remaining pills, achieving research results would not be difficult. Why should they lower their status by seeking a marriage alliance? If he proposed it himself? That could be considered. Zhang Tong, have you been treasure hunting again? Have you found high-quality jade? Fan Bingxiang shifted the subject. She had seen Zhang Tong's updates in the treasure trove group. Indeed, Zhang Tong beamed, recalling the remarkable treasures he had discovered, which filled him with immense joy. What would you estimate its value to be? Fan Bingxiang asked curiously. Around 100 billion, I suppose. Zhang Tong replied casually. That is extraordinary. Fan Bingxiang's eyes sparkled up. Mr. Fan, Mrs. Fan, and the others were equally astonished. 100 billion? Adding the numerous thousand-year-old ginseng and the previous jade sale of over 40 billion. Zhang Tong's wealth had surpassed 200 billion, not inferior to the Fan family. Although the Fan family shares could be liquidated, extracting 200 billion all at once was utterly unfeasible. Are there any other treasures? Fan Bingxiang inquired further. There are rubies as well? Zhang Tong said as he retrieved a ruby the size of an egg from his bag. Under the light, the ruby reflected a dazzling red glow, crystal clear and radiant, a sight to behold. The four gazed at it, captivated, their expressions revealing a deep admiration. It was as if they had lost their senses, transfixed in silence, their desire to possess such a treasure intensifying. Anyone who encountered such a gem would wish to claim it for themselves. And they were no exception. Given your extensive knowledge, could you provide an estimate? Zhang Tong asked. It may be worth nearly 10 billion due to its size and beauty. It is undoubtedly the finest in the world. Mrs. Fan trembled as she spoke. It appears we are in for a significant profit, as I have found 3 in total, and this one is the smallest. Zhang Tong joyfully declared. 3? Are the other 2 even larger? The Fan family was left in shock, envy, and jealousy. Zhang Tong's luck was astonishing. He had unearthed so many thousand-year-old ginseng, and now he had discovered jade and rubies worth 1 to 200 billion. This meant Zhang Tong's wealth was nearing 300 billion, yet he remained single and unwed, a true gem of a son-in-law. Hence, the Fan family began their subtle courtship, dropping hints. Zhang Tong, at 22, you should find a suitable partner and marry soon. My daughter, at 20, is both talented and beautiful, yet still without a boyfriend. Chapter 37. Overly sentimental. Wow, if you all are interested in me, please just say so, don't hint at it, making me feel compelled to propose or confess my feelings. Zhang Tong replied, his expression darkening, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He despised the pretentiousness of the wealthy. Of course, even if they were to propose, he would refuse, as he was not inclined to seek a girlfriend so soon. His current focus was on treasure hunting and making money. Besides, he had the beautiful secretary Zhao Qian, whose looks rivaled Fan Bingxiang's, and she was obedient and sweet-natured. Therefore, he continued to play dumb, refusing to show any inclination. After dining, he took his leave without delay. This fellow seems rather unwilling. What's the reason? Mrs. Fan fumed. He must have a beautiful secretary, Fan Bingxiang remarked, her face darkening. Just as he begins to earn some money, he turns bad. Men are all like this. Mrs. Fan's expression soured. You shouldn't generalize, Fan Qian interjected. Aren't you just as bad? Do you think I am unaware of your wild escapades and the multitude of women you entertain? Silence, all of you. Mr. Fan erupted in anger, chastising them before turning to Fan Bingxiang. Zhang Tong is quite a catch. You should consider pursuing him, as the old saying goes. A man pursues a woman, and there's a mountain in between. A woman pursues a man, and there's but a thin veil. Don T let this opportunity slip away. I understand, Grandpa. Fan Bingxiang blushed deeply. Zhang Tong arrived at the Xiangnan Art Academy, drawn by a recruitment advertisement posted by Luo Peng. Hoping to avoid any embarrassment, given Luo Peng's reserved nature, he was certain he wouldn't overlook the beauty-laden art academy. The advertisement board displayed a plethora of notices, primarily for housing rentals, second-hand computers, and even anonymous love letters, which made Zhang Tong chuckle as he reminisced about his university days. During that time, Luo Peng had fallen for a stunning girl named Tanjia, the belle of the electronics department. However, he faced a formidable rival in Hu Kuan, who was both more attractive and wealthier than Luo Peng. Luo Peng sought advice from his good friends Zhang Tong, and Yangbo Zhang Tong suggested a mischievous plan. He had Luo Peng write a disgustingly cheesy love letter addressed to Tanjia, signed with Hu Kuan's name, and posted on the advertisement board, resulting in uproarious laughter among students and repulsion from Tanjia, who subsequently ignored who Ku and Hu Kuan was infuriated, but could not pinpoint who had orchestrated the prank. Yet, Luo Peng did not achieve his goal. Without his formidable rival, Tan Jia still did not reciprocate his feelings. For 4 years, Luo Peng remained a devoted admirer, never even holding her hand, not even qualifying as a backup option. An undeniable tragedy. Soon, Zhang Tong located the recruitment advertisement written by Luo Peng, which read, "Our company, Tianbao Auction House, located at .is seeking to hire." The owner is 22 years old, a prestigious university graduate, with a fortune exceeding 100 billion. The villa is valued at 45 million, and the vehicle, a Ferrari LaFerrari, is worth 22.5 million. This line was handwritten and stamped as proof. Our company specializes in the auction of jewelry and cultural relics. The appearance of our staff is the face of the company. Thus, we are offering high salaries for the recruitment of 2 front desk attendants and 4 clerks. Requirements include high attractiveness and excellent physique, preferably campus beauties. Salary, 350,000 per month, with only 2.5 days of work per week. Each employee is provided with a 3-bedroom apartment, which will be transferred to them after 10 years of service. This section is newly added and stamped as proof. Interview date, November 26, year, month, day, stamped. This advertisement was filled with comments. Scam. May the scammer's family perish. Scammer, don't let me see you, or I will end you. This is a major scam. Beautiful ladies, do not fall for it. Alas, Zhang Tong found himself utterly speechless, his anger bubbling over. What was presented here was not a recruitment advertisement, but rather a matrimonial proposal directed at him, Zhang Tong, and to top it off, he was branded a fraud. The absurdity of it all was beyond comprehension. Luo Peng was nothing short of a fool. He vowed to confront him upon his return. "Good day, sir. Are you the owner of Tianbao Auction House?" Suddenly, a young woman, exuding a delicate fragrance, appeared beside Zhang Tong. Her voice was sweetly enchanting, sending shivers down one's spine. Standing at least 5'8", she possessed a slender waist, long legs, and an alluring figure. Her skin was alabaster, and her thick black hair cascaded behind her like silk. Her large, sparkling eyes seemed to harbor a beautiful world within, expressive and captivating. Her cherry-red lips were irresistibly sensual. My goodness. Where did this beauty come from? How could one be so stunning? Zhang Tong was awestruck, lost in her charm. Such a beauty was undoubtedly a divine creation, a magnificent gift for any man. Yes, the advertisement was posted by one of my staff without my consent. I apologize for the confusion, Zhang Tong replied. Hello, my name is Luo Wei, a third-year student at Xiangnan Art Academy. It's a pleasure to meet you. Luo Wei's beautiful eyes sparkled as she extended her delicate hand. I am Zhang Tong. The pleasure is mine, he said, grasping her hand and feeling a jolt of electricity. It must be said, there are certain beauties that evoke instant affection, and Luo Wei was one of them. I intend to apply at your esteemed company, and I hope for your guidance, she said gracefully, bowing slightly, her figure becoming even more pronounced. I look forward to your arrival, Zhang Tong replied with a smile. His spirits lifted, however, he dared not linger, as a throng of girls was beginning to gather. In fact, the moment the Ferrari LaFerrari rolled onto campus, it had already stirred quite a commotion, valued at over 20 million. Such a supercar was a luxury even the wealthiest heirs might not possess. And this was merely Xiangnan, where the number of affluent individuals paled in comparison to the megacities of Shanghai and Beijing. Thus, even in an art academy teeming with beauties, it was rare to see vehicles worth several million, let alone those exceeding 10 million, coupled with the uproar caused by Luo Peng's recruitment advertisement, which had garnered widespread attention. Suspicions arose that the owner of Tianbao had indeed arrived. Was it possible that the advertisement was genuine? Were the generous salaries real? Any young woman with allure was curious, excited and eager to catch a glimpse of the handsome 22-year-old owner. Even those attending class found excuses to slip away. Ladies, please make way. Despite Zhang Tong's quick reactions, he couldn't escape in time. The moment he entered his car, he was besieged by hundreds of girls, completely immobilized. Heavens, it truly is a Ferrari LaFerrari worth over 20 million. How exquisite. So handsome, so young. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Hey, handsome, come down and chat, since you're here to recruit. Hiding in your car is not the way. The girls refused to disperse, buzzing with excitement and chatter. The array of beauties was staggering, each unique in her own right, truly a testament to the art academy's allure. Yet Luo Wei remained the most striking. Zhang Tong was overwhelmed, unable to take it all in. Naturally, he had no intention of exiting the vehicle, fearing he might be stripped of his trousers. Chapter 38. The Fruit-Selling Tycoon Classmates. He is indeed the owner of Tianbao Auction House, and the recruitment is genuine. Interested students may apply on the specified date. Now, please disperse and do not impede the owner's affairs, Luo Wei called out loudly. The girls gradually calmed down and stepped back, allowing Zhang Tong to escape the campus unscathed. He then drove to Xiangnan University, Xiangnan Normal University, and the Xiangnan Conservatory of Music, effectively advertising his venture. Otherwise, if students from other universities believed the recruitment advertisement was a hoax, they might not show up for interviews, and he would be unable to select the most capable candidates. Alas, all of this could be attributed to Luo Peng's unreliable handling of affairs. Leaving Zhang Tong to rectify the situation, as the boss, he truly felt the weight of responsibility. All recruitment advertisements were manually updated with details and stamped with the official seal, it must be said. Luo Peng was quite diligent in his work, but one couldn't help but wonder if he had endured any repercussions. Without exception, the news of the handsome boss had stirred all the beauties from every school. Each adorned in stunning attire, eager to catch a glimpse of the future boss or perhaps a potential husband. Zhang Tong reveled in the sight, while the male students seethed with jealousy, glaring daggers at him. Some even contemplated taking photographs to later confront Zhang Tong. Though unafraid, he hastily donned a mask and sunglasses to avoid being ambushed. Luo Peng, I forgot to mention that you should expedite the hiring of 10 robust security personnel to maintain order on the recruitment day. Zhang Tong instructed over the phone. He refrained from scolding Luo Peng. Despite the questionable nature of the advertisement, the outcome was fortuitous, attracting numerous talented individuals. Yet, the overwhelming success raised concerns about potential confrontations with jealous males on recruitment day. Without security, Luo Peng might end up battered. As for himself, he was a Superman, capable of escaping any predicament. Time was of the essence. Only 3 days remained. Though I've put up several advertisements, it seems no one believes them. So I doubt many beauties will show up for interviews. We probably won't need security to maintain order, Luo Peng replied. I am the boss. If I say we need it, we need it. Why are you prattling on? Zhang Tong retorted. I'm merely looking out for your well-being. Do you wish to be lazy? All right, I'll think of something to be. By the way, I have a fellow villager who is a retired Special Forces soldier. Early in the morning, Zhao Qian awoke and began to dress quietly, fearing she might disturb Zhang Tong. However, he stirred, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Why are you up so early? The sun isn't even up yet. Come, let us sleep a little longer. There is much to do today, Zhao Qian playfully replied. I bought 30 properties yesterday and still need to shop for wardrobes and furniture. Primarily, she longed to move in sooner rather than later. Living in Zhang Tong's villa every day felt inappropriate. She was merely his secretary, not his girlfriend. It could easily lead to rumors that would tarnish both their reputations. There was an endless list of tasks to complete, and rest was vital. Come, let us do some morning exercises together. 3 hours later, Zhang Tong sat in the living room, smoking and sipping tea, feeling somewhat bored. Zhao Qian had left for work, and Luo Peng was busier than ever. Only he, the boss, had nothing to do. I need to find something to occupy my time. I cannot remain idle. Zhang Tong pondered for a moment when suddenly an idea struck him. An hour later, he drove a fully loaded vehicle of fruits to the bustling street, seeking an open space to begin shouting, "Fruits for sale! Exquisite fruits, delectable and miraculous, hailing from the mountains. Fruits you've never tasted before. If you can identify them, I'll give you £100. If my fruits are not the best in the world, feel free to strike me." Of course, he was referring to the exceptional duck egg fruits and goose egg grapes from Baoxing. It wasn't about making money. It was a disgrace to let such delicious fruits spoil in the mountains. Precious gems like jade and gold could be collected any time, but once fruits passed their season, they would rot. What remarkable king is this? Are there truly fruits I do not recognize? As Zhang Tong observed the crowd's incredulous expressions, he felt a surge of pride, chuckling to himself. Dream on if you think you can claim £100 of my fruits. If you don't recognize them, you've truly never seen them before. What fruits could these be? Are they tasty? The crowd felt awkward, a bit frustrated, but mostly curious. Step aside. I'm claiming that £100 of fruit. I am a botanist. I recognize every fruit on earth. A well-spoken university professor, Wang Qingshan from Xiangzhong University, pushed through the throng, confidence etched on his face. Heavens! Zhang Tong recoiled, nearly fleeing, for he had attended Professor Wang's class. Given that he had aced the exam, there was a high chance the professor would recognize him. Thankfully, he was wearing a mask and sunglasses, and 2 years had passed since they last met. As the botanist approached, the crowd chuckled, eager for the spectacle to unfold. Upon entering, Professor Wang's eyes widened at the sight of the fruits, and he froze. He struggled to recall all the varieties of fruits he knew but found none that matched these unfamiliar specimens. He had never encountered these fruits in his lifetime, nor had he seen them mentioned in any book. How could this be? He couldn't help but pick up the fruits, inspecting them from every angle. But ultimately, his face turned crimson as he still could not identify them. Embarrassment mixed with excitement flooded through him. Tio discovered 2 previously unknown species of quality fruit on the street. Professor, please tell us, what are these 2 fruits? Are they edible? Some eager food enthusiasts could no longer contain their curiosity. As soon as the professor confirmed their edibility, they were ready to purchase several pounds to taste for themselves. This is a revelation of 2 newly discovered fruits, appearing remarkably exquisite, rivaling even the finest fruits known to us. I suspect these 2 fruits hail from extraterrestrial origins, Professor Wang proclaimed with a resonant voice. What the hell? Zhang Tong's expression shifted drastically, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, nearly compelling him to flee. Chapter 39. The joke of a god of wealth? Seeking death? From outer space? Professor, are you jesting? The crowd was taken aback, disbelief etched on their faces. Ha ha ha, of course, it's merely a jest. After all, if I don't recognize these fruits, no other botanist would either. Professor Wang chuckled heartily. However, miracles do exist in this world. Perhaps within some primordial forest, there are numerous undiscovered species, and these 2 fruits are among them. You nearly scared me to death. Zhang Tong wiped the sweat from his forehead. From where do these 2 fruits originate? Professor Wang failed to recognize Zhang Tong. Commercial secret, I cannot disclose. Zhang Tong dared not press further, as verbosity could lead to misfortune. Wang Qingshan is, after all, a renowned botanist. You are being rather unkind, my friend. Didn't you just say they come from the deep mountains? Someone interjected. Wild fruits from the deep mountains? How extraordinary! Professor Wang marveled. He wished to inquire further, but Zhang Tong began peddling, calling out, marvelous fruits from the deep mountains, duck egg fruit and goose egg grape. $100 a pound. If they don't taste good, you owe me nothing. What? Are you worried they might be poisonous? Let me assure you, I have consumed plenty and am in excellent health. Capable of defeating a tiger, he proceeded to eat 2 fruits on the spot, his face alight with enjoyment. Could they truly be that delicious? Many food enthusiasts were intrigued. Although pricey, this was a unique venture, featuring fruits they had never tasted before. Thus, some began to purchase. 3 pounds for you, 2 for me. After sampling, satisfaction spread among them. Some hailed it as the king of fruits, while others declared it the most delectable fruit on earth. Amidst the flurry, he sold off nearly half of his stock before the crowd began to dwindle. $100 a pound is still rather steep, and not many were willing to part with their money. Yet Zhang Tong was unbothered, content to sell at a leisurely pace, as he had little else to occupy his time. That moment, even Baoxing was illuminated by daylight, unsuitable for practicing martial arts. As for adventure, that could wait until the company was operational. After all, every expedition required a considerable investment of time. Well, Zhang Tong. Suddenly, a Mercedes-Benz pulled over, and a sharply dressed young man emerged, a smirk gracing his features. Old classmate, it has been ages. Are you selling fruits now? It was none other than He Kai-Xian, Zhang Tong's university peer. Their relationship had always been strained. Between individuals, it is possible to either feel an instant connection or harbor animosity. They belonged to the latter category. Zhang Tong, a grassroots individual, excelled academically, earning the title of a super scholar. In contrast, He Kai-Xian, born into privilege, had mediocre grades, gaining admission to Xiangzhong through connections. Otherwise, his scores would have required an additional 50 points for acceptance. During their university years, He Kai-Xian frequently faced make-up exams, failing several subjects, and was due for one final chance before graduation. Without passing, he would not receive his diploma. He had once approached Zhang Tong seeking assistance in cheating during exams. As the university allowed students to sit anywhere, If Zhang Tong agreed, He Kaixian could easily copy answers from behind him. However, Zhang Tong firmly declined, not out of low emotional intelligence, but from the fear of being discovered by the teacher, jeopardizing his scholarship, a significant concern for him. From that moment, their animosity was sealed. He Kaixian harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Zhang Tong in their 4th year. He Kaixian, through connections, secured a position at a well-known company, earning 30,000 a month, which incited envy among their peers and inflated his ego. Now, witnessing Zhang Tong selling fruits, he could hardly resist the urge to mock him. Indeed, selling fruits, Zhang Tong displayed no signs of shame. Zhang Tong, once the super scholar, consistently ranking first in the department, year after year receiving first-class scholarships. Yet, who would have thought that upon graduation, you would struggle to find a job and resort to becoming a fruit vendor? Meanwhile, He Kaixian, ranked near the bottom, frequently retaking exams. Yet I graduated to a promising position as an assistant manager, earning 50,000 a month. Truly, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. How unpredictable life is. He Kaixian's face was alight with derision, brimming with triumph. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of superiority, a thrill coursing through him as if electrified. A mere clown dares to mock me? Zhang Tong scoffed disdainfully, regarding him as one would a fool. Let your classmates witness your disgrace. With a mocking laugh, He Kaixian declared to the group of old classmates, today, I returned for my final makeup exam. And by a stroke of luck, I passed. Guess what I saw by the roadside? Ha ha ha, something you would never dream of. What did you see? A pig climbing a tree. The classmates erupted in chatter. Though they had yet to graduate, it was imminent, with thesis defenses approaching. They were still very much connected, frequently engaging in banter in their group. Most discussions revolved around work-related topics, complaints, boasts, or discussions about the attractive women in their companies. The once vibrant Luo Peng was the most active participant, always eager to discuss beautiful women, his interest bordering on obsessive. I saw the academic champion, Zhang Tong. He Kaixian laughed. Selling fruits? Can you believe it? No way. The scholar selling fruits? I refuse to believe it. You must be joking, He Kaixian. You're talking nonsense. With photographic evidence, He Kaixian quickly took several pictures of Zhang Tong and sent them to the group. The instant everyone saw, they were left speechless, unable to deny the truth. Zhang Tong was indeed selling fruits with remarkable professionalism, not merely setting up a stall but operating a four-wheeled cart, clearly having engaged in this business for some time. They began to murmur among themselves, not doubting Zhang Tong's ability to earn a living, perhaps even as much as they did in their jobs. Instead, they felt it was a gross underutilization of his talents, pondering whether those 4 years of university were wasted. Had they known this would be his fate, perhaps it would have been better to skip university altogether and sell fruits instead. Nevertheless, selling fruits ultimately lacked promise. Their jobs, in contrast, offered prospects for promotions and salary increases, with each job change typically resulting in a substantial financial leap. Their futures appeared bright, while Zhang Tong seemed bleak and barren. Zhang Tong, once you refused to help me cheat. But now I have graduated and will soon receive my diploma, He Kaixian taunted. But I am not like you. You are now down on your luck, reduced to selling fruits, while I could offer you a hand. Our company needs a cleaner. Would you care to join? The salary would surely satisfy you, at least 3,000. I think you should keep it for yourself, Zhang Tong replied, looking at him as if he were an imbecile. Truly, a dog-biting El Dongbin. Unable to recognize kindness, He Kaixian attempted to continue belittling Zhang Tong, but his gaze suddenly fixated, excitement and exhilaration flooding his features. A Porsche 911 had parked by the roadside, from which emerged an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Chapter 40. The first stinging slap. Zhao Qian, having skipped a day of classes for work, was caught by her teacher, who was furious and demanded she meet with her immediately, or face dire consequences. This teacher was notoriously unyielding and ruthless, known as the Exterminator. Thus, she bought some gifts to appease the teacher and headed back to school, only to unexpectedly stumble upon Zhang Tong selling fruits. She couldn't help but laugh and cry at the absurdity. The wealthy elite seemed to be playing a game of earthly indulgence. She halted her car, intending to share her work updates with Zhang Tong. Clad in a red dress and white high heels, her perfect figure was on full display. Her long, graceful legs moved with elegance, and her wavy hair cascaded like flames, while her slender waist swayed enticingly. her curvaceous hips undulating beautifully. Now a millionaire, her confidence soared, enhancing her allure. Recently, her skin had been glowing, as delicate as if one could squeeze water from it. Captivatingly beautiful, she was a natural enchantress. Thus, as she stepped out of the car, she drew the gaze of countless admirers, their eyes aflame with admiration. One individual even collided with a telephone pole. Nearby, a throng of street vendors had initially been amused by the spectacle of Zhang Tong and He Kaixian, eagerly anticipating a confrontation, but now, their attention was seized by the stunning beauty of Zhao Qian. Such a woman was unlike any they had ever encountered, her beauty rendering them spellbound, trembling, and moved to tears. He Kaishuan's face was a canvas of anticipation and excitement, his heart racing as Zhao Qian approached him. She was renowned as the first beauty of Xiangzhong University, and He Kaixian certainly recognized her. He had fantasized countless times about winning her affection, even preparing gifts to confess his feelings, only to be met with merciless rejection. This had always been a sore spot in his heart. Could it be that the campus beauty had realized his worth and was now coming to him? Perhaps she wished to date him. If so, it would be the most wonderful news imaginable. And surely Zhang Tong would be envious. Zhao Qian, your eyes are truly remarkable. You even noticed me? He Kaixian quickly adjusted his clothing, smiling as he approached, his voice taking on an unusually magnetic quality, utterly enchanting. Who are you? Do we know each other? Zhao Qian shot him a frosty glance, her memory of He Kaixian utterly blank. She had received countless confessions from suitors, with several love letters arriving daily. Did she step out of the car to see me? She no longer recognizes me? He Kaixian was taken aback. The beautiful fantasies he harbored crumbled into nothingness in an instant, in infinite anguish. An endless gloom and boundless indignation overwhelmed him. Countless street vendors and passers-by could barely contain their laughter. Surely, this must be the epitome of social embarrassment, perhaps one of the most awkward situations in existence? What could be the extent of this man's psychological trauma? I am He Kaixian, a senior at Xiangzhong University, majoring in computer science. Once, I even confessed my feelings to you. Now, I have entered the workforce. As an assistant manager, earning a monthly salary of 50,000, driving a Mercedes. Yet, He Kaixian still clings to a flicker of hope, hastily introducing himself. It dawned on him that the campus beauty, Zhao Qian, had stopped her car not to see him, but rather to buy fruit. He had misunderstood. But perhaps it was a beautiful misunderstanding. Maybe he could seize the opportunity to confess his feelings once more. To make the goddess fall in love with him, He Kaixian. From that moment on, he would be the happiest man alive, making Zhang Tong envious to the point of drooling. Excuse me, could you please step aside? Otherwise, I will call the police, Zhao Qian said coldly. She was infuriated, utterly detesting men who held themselves in high regard yet possessed no substance. 50,000 a month. Boasting about driving a Mercedes? Look at Zhang Tong, whose wealth exceeds 100 billion, driving a Ferrari Raphael. Has he ever flaunted it? Now he is selling fruit. In comparison, the two situations were worlds apart. Step aside? Call the police. As He Kaixian was lost in his daydreams, his heart soaring with anticipation, Zhao Qian's words struck him like a slap in the face, leaving him bruised and heartbroken. He felt as though he had been struck with a mighty blow, causing his vision to blur and his heart to shatter. It turned out that all was merely his own delightful imagination. The campus goddess had never regarded him as a classmate, but as a nuisance, a harasser. He even began to doubt whether she saw him as human or merely as an animal. The blow was undeniably severe, leaving him momentarily unable to accept the reality. Bewildered and dazed, he stood there. A pitiful sight. Ha! This guy is so shaken that he's questioning his existence. Has he lost his mind? Ha ha ha! The beauty is ruthless, delivering a stinging slap. The stunning girl completely ignored him. It was not her intention to belittle him. She simply perceived him as an intrusive stranger. Hadn't he once declared his feelings for her? Yet, she had entirely forgotten him, failing to remember his existence. What a crushing blow! It was evident that he would take days to recover from this humiliation. The onlookers could hardly contain their laughter, each one reveling in the spectacle, nearly applauding in delight. Especially the vendors, who found immense pleasure in witnessing He Kaixian's downfall after he had previously expressed utter disdain for them. Still not stepping aside? Do you really want the police to come looking for you? Zhao Qian, seeing He Kaixian dazed, felt a surge of inexplicable anger. She had already been harassed on the street, and now, here he was, refusing to leave. Had it not been for her boss's presence, she would have certainly called the authorities. I'm sorry. He Kaixian finally snapped back to reality, hastily stepping aside. With a heart heavy with sorrow, he watched as Zhao Qian approached Zhang Tong. Indeed, she had come to buy fruit. What brings you here? Zhang Tong smiled as he embraced Zhao Qian, inhaling the delicate fragrance that enveloped her, utterly intoxicating. Today, he was bold enough to show affection in public. Zhao Qian blushed deeply, wrapping her arms tightly around Zhang Tong's waist, her face alight with love and longing. This man captivated her completely. His embrace was utterly enchanting. She could remain in his arms for eternity. I came to school. Saw you. So I couldn't help but come to you. Zhao Qian pouted. And why heavens, the super beauty driving a Porsche 911 has thrown herself into the arms of a fruit vendor? And with such deep affection, the spectators were left dumbfounded, in shock, unable to believe their eyes. How could such fortune elude me? What exactly does this stunning beauty see in him? Indeed, the world is vast, and anything can happen. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He Kaishuan's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his jaw almost dropping, and he felt as though his lungs might explode. The goddess he had pursued so desperately, the one who eluded countless suitors, had just embraced the very Zhang Tong he had scorned moments before. How could this be? This must be a dream. This was a devastating blow, one he could hardly bear. Chapter 41. With one beauty leaving, another arrives. Whose fortune is this? After an extended embrace, Zhao Qian remembered she had to meet with a teacher. Otherwise, she would fail and face severe consequences. Reluctantly, she released Zhang Tong, promising, I'll be back soon to cook for you. She planted a sweet kiss on his cheek before leaving, her cheeks flushed, and why heavens, this super beauty is truly his woman? Living together and even cooking for him? The crowd was left in utter disbelief, envious beyond measure, sensing the extraordinary nature of this love. Love, indeed, is a luxury, not something everyone can possess. This is driving me insane. He Kaixian was on the brink of madness, ready to explode. Now, he finally understood why Zhao Qian had approached him. It was to throw herself at Zhang Tong because she had fallen deeply in love with him and was already living together. How could it be that Zhang Tong, who had fallen from grace, a former academic prodigy now reduced to selling fruit, had captured the heart of the campus goddess? Why was it that despite his own excellence, charm, and prowess, he was dismissed as a mere nuisance? Why? Once again, he began to question the very fabric of his existence. Zhang Tong took out his phone and snapped a few pictures of He Kaixian, sending them to the class group chat with the caption, This guy has been standing on the street in a daze for half an hour. What should we do? What has happened to He Kaixian? The classmates were left speechless, struggling to believe their eyes. The photos depicted He Kaixian with a look of utter confusion and sorrow, as if contemplating suicide. He appeared truly pitiable. Was this the greatest blow he had ever faced? Zhang Tong, what just occurred? A classmate inquired. I didn't even touch him. Don't jump to conclusions. He merely encountered Zhao Qian, couldn't resist confessing again, was soundly rejected, and then witnessed Zhao Qian throwing herself at another man. That's what turned him into this. Zhang Tong said, I genuinely feel for him, but I don't know how to console him. Ha ha ha, so he was rejected by Zhao Qian once more, suffering deep emotional harm. It's fine. He'll wake up soon enough. Just make sure he doesn't wander into traffic and get hit by a car. I heard the goddess Zhao Qian has fallen for a senior from our department. I wonder who it could be? The guy Zhao Qian just embraced is probably him. Truly remarkable. I'm in awe. Envious to the point of bleeding from my nose. Zhang Tong, do you recognize the man Zhao Qian has fallen for? Which classmate is it? He is tall and handsome. Seems familiar. Should be from our school. But I don't know his name. Zhang Tong could never admit it was himself. Instead, he continued shouting, Fruit! Fresh fruits from the deep mountains, unlike anything you've ever seen. Absolutely delicious, guaranteed to leave you wanting more. Selling fruit was not so bad after all. Sitting in the shade of a tree, watching beautiful girls pass by, witnessing the antics of fools, and earning tens of thousands in the process. Soon, Zhang Tong sold several £100, raking in another few thousand. However, no one believed he was making a fortune. High-quality fruit came at a steep price. Zhang Tong, how did you manage to win Zhao Qian's heart? Surely you didn't employ any underhanded tactics? He Kaixian finally regained his senses, receiving a call from a concerned classmate. Upon glancing at the chat, he was enraged. Zhang Tong, that scoundrel, had actually taken pictures of him and shared them to humiliate him in the group chat? And he claimed not to know the man Zhao Qian had fallen for? Ah, how could anyone be so despicably shameless? Pursue. I never chased her, Zhang Tong replied earnestly. Becoming Zhao Qian's secretary was entirely her own idea. Initially, I wanted to hire a secretary who matched her beauty, as I believed that with a high salary, even a goddess would come to apply. You're talking nonsense. He Kaixian trembled with rage, furious beyond measure. How could a fruit vendor possibly have a secretary? Who would believe such a ridiculous claim? He Kaixian exclaimed in exasperation. Who says a fruit vendor can't have a secretary? Who made that rule? Zhang Tong looked at him as if he were foolish. Some wealthy individuals indeed started from selling fruit, their fortunes reaching hundreds of billions. How could they possibly not have a beautiful secretary? I simply do not believe it. Zhao Qian cannot possibly be your secretary, He Kaixian exclaimed, his voice laced with anger. Ask anyone. Who would believe such a claim? He cast a searching gaze around, hoping to find someone to echo his sentiments. Yet, no one paid him any heed. Their eyes were fixed intently on the far end of the street. Another stunning beauty was approaching. Her allure and figure rivaled that of Zhao Qian, clad in a deep V-short dress with a lace back. And perched on red high heels, her long, snow-white legs shimmered under the sun's rays, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. She was indeed a vision of vibrant life and unparalleled beauty. To add to the spectacle, she walked with the distinctive catwalk stride of a model, her silky black hair billowing in the wind like waves. The overall effect was irresistibly captivating, exuding an innate sensuality that was utterly enchanting. Countless onlookers were left spellbound, some trailing behind her in a daze, while others, despite covering their noses, found blood streaming from them so that the beauty streamer Lu Qingxi. He Kaixian thought, excitement coursing through him. His face flushed. He had always enjoyed watching beautiful women live stream, and he held a particular fondness for Lu Qingxi's broadcasts, often sending gifts in hopes of catching her attention, perhaps even sparking a chance for romance. Now, by sheer fortune, he found himself in the presence of Lu Qingxi, more breathtaking than ever. Leaving him utterly entranced, he stared, infatuated, and to his delight, it seemed Lu Qingxi had noticed him, her face lighting up with surprise as she quickened her pace towards him. Could it be that she recognized him as her fan? He Kaixian was filled with a mix of astonishment and joy, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. Indeed, where one door closes, another opens. If not Zhao Qian, then Lu Qingxi. My luck and love has finally arrived. Chapter 42. Dancing in the street for you, Lu Qingxi approached, her face radiant with delight, her movements graceful as she made her way directly towards He Kaixian, basking in the multitude of ardent gazes. She must be coming for me, he thought, brimming with anticipation and hope. He felt slightly entranced, yearning for Lu Qingxi to alleviate the humiliation he had just endured, restoring his confidence. Yet, despite being a fan, he retained a modicum of intelligence. Logically, Lu Qingxi would not recognize him. Thus, he hesitated to greet her, fearful of becoming a laughingstock once more. Although the path ahead seemed to hold only him and Zhang Tong, there remained a slim chance. Perhaps Lu Qingxi was merely on an errand to buy fruit. As she drew nearer, Lu Qingxi finally stood before He Kaixian, yet she paid him no mind, instead bypassing him to reach Zhang Tong. Her laughter ringing out, "Handsome, what a coincidence! We meet again today, and you are looking more dashing than ever." "You are even more beautiful," Zhang Tong replied, somewhat speechless. This was indeed a true coincidence. The street vendor was unexpectedly visible to Lu Qingxi. There was no escaping it. Recently, she had been flirting with him on WeChat, and when rebuffed, she would invite him to watch her live streams. However, he seldom responded and had never visited her stream. As he spent most of his time exploring treasures and had Zhao Qian, his secretary, accompanying him upon his return. Really? Lu Qingxi's eyes sparkled, her cheeks blooming with color, rendering her even more enchanting, of course. "I never flatter others," Zhang Tong remarked with admiration. He understood that she was quite materialistic, but this did not diminish his appreciation. After all, what beauty is not driven by material desires? The pursuit of a fulfilling life is an instinct. Much like men who are equally materialistic, If presented with two beauties, one a wealthy heiress and the other of modest means, men would undoubtedly choose the former. Zhang Tong, however, worried that Lu Qingxi's interest in him stemmed from a desire to be his girlfriend, and he suspected she might pursue wealthy men frequently. Thus, he sought to avoid any deeper connection with her. Nonetheless, he could not help but admire her beauty and allure. Why have I invited you multiple times? Yet you do not watch my live streams? Lu Qingxi playfully chided. I've been quite busy. Zhang Tong replied evasively. You must have misunderstood me. I am not the type of woman you might think I am. Although I am a beautiful streamer with many wealthy patrons, I am pure and virtuous, and I have never gone on a date with anyone. Lu Qingxi's expression turned melancholic and resentful. I truly fell for you at first sight. And that is why I reached out. After your rejection, I understood my worth. I merely wished to be your friend. To chat and meet occasionally would suffice for my happiness. Wow. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Disbelief etched across their faces. Good heavens! This fruit vendor is truly remarkable. Just moments ago, a super beauty was his secretary, living with him. Now, another stunning beauty streamer is pursuing him, and he has rejected her? A beauty rejected yet seeking him out, wishing to befriend him? What extraordinary charm does he possess that attracts such divine beings? He is merely handsome, yet I too am handsome. Hello, beautiful. I am your fan. He Kai-Xian, infuriated to the point of wanting to spit blood, could not restrain himself any longer. He stepped forward, fervently declaring, You must not be deceived by Zhang Tong. He is nothing but a penniless fool with nothing to offer. Moreover, he has a stunning secretary, and their relationship is ambiguous. Why would you still harbor feelings for him? How superficial can you be? You think women are merely attracted to wealth. Let me tell you. I am drawn to his lack of possessions. I appreciate his character and integrity. In the eyes of the sordid, the beautiful secretary's relationship with him appeared murky, while in He Kaishuan's view, it was profound and enviable. Lu Qingxi's expression turned to one of disdain and contempt. This was yet another blow. He Kaishuan's face flushed crimson, a mixture of shame, anger, and boundless confusion flooding over him. In that moment, he began to question his very existence. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Am I truly as sordid as they say? Is this what true love looks like? It is overwhelmingly moving. Onlookers regarded Lu Qingxi with newfound respect. She was indeed extraordinary, far from superficial, truly a virtuous woman. If only I could encounter such a woman, one lamented. Dear beauty, I will certainly watch your live streams when I have the time, Zhang Tong remarked. Smiling. You should return now, too many are watching, and it's not appropriate. I still worry that you are being perfunctory, so I have decided to dance for you right here, allowing you to witness my enchanting moves. Lu Qingxi declared, activating the music on her phone, her melodious voice filling the air. Just one glance at you in the crowd, and I could never forget your visage, dreaming of the day we might meet again by chance. As she danced gracefully before Zhang Tong, her form swaying like willow branches, her bright eyes sparkling, and her smile radiant as a flower, she was utterly captivating. Countless passers-by were treated to this visual feast. Unable to tear their gaze away, hearts fluttering, spirits soaring, He Kaishian, however, was left even more shocked and bewildered. What was it that Zhang Tong possessed? Lu Qingxi was performing a dance for him in the street, showcasing her most beautiful movements. Did she truly fall deeply for him simply because she caught sight of him in the crowd? So beautiful, Zhang Tong was enraptured by her stunning performance. He finally believed that Lu Qingxi need not pursue wealthy patrons. Her dance alone could earn her a fortune, for heaven seemed to provide for her abundantly. With her exquisite form and beauty, along with her melodious voice, she could strike a chord in anyone's heart. She must be quite famous on her streaming platform. Eventually, as Lu Qingxi concluded her performance, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. Yet, she remained unfazed, her gaze fixed expectantly on Zhang Tong, hoping to move him. Zhang Tong, however, was preoccupied with his phone. She felt a pang of disappointment and frustration. Was he truly so heartless? Suddenly, a notification pinged on her WeChat. A transfer of exactly 1 million IT was from Zhang Tong, who wrote, "Thank you for dancing for me. I am delighted. This is your reward. Thank you, dear. I love you." Lu Qingxi exclaimed, her face alight with joy and astonishment. As a super beauty streamer, she had encountered many affluent patrons. Yet no one had ever gifted her such a sum. Zhang Tong's generosity was unparalleled, transferring the funds directly to her WeChat to avoid sharing with the streaming platform. This was a genuine million, an amount one might not earn in a year of streaming. Now that is true wealth, she thought, exhilarated. After such a long pursuit, her dance had finally yielded a reward. Best return now. The crowd is overwhelming and I worry about safety, Zhang Tong advised. Yes, do invite me when you have time. I am always at your beck and call, Lu Qingxi replied, planting a quick kiss on Zhang Tong's cheek before departing, leaving only a lingering fragrance that invited contemplation. The multitude of onlookers stood agape, filled with envy and awe, revering Zhang Tong to the point of wanting to kneel and worship him. He was no mere vendor. He was a master of love. Chapter 43. A leap from the rooftop. I wished to intervene as soon as Lu Qingxi left. The crowd began to disperse, each person reluctant to part, murmuring in astonishment. He Kaixian, still dazed, wandered away, likely to question his life for some time to come. It would be difficult for him to return to his former self. Zhang Tong exhaled, relieved that the nuisance had finally departed. Otherwise, it would have been quite bothersome. Once Zhang Tong finished selling his fruit, he prepared to drive back when suddenly someone shouted, "Oh my God, someone is about to jump. Could it be He Kaixian?" Zhang Tong thought, startled, his eyes widening as he looked across the street. There, on the edge of a skyscraper's rooftop, stood a woman with long hair, trembling in the wind, clearly contemplating a tragic end. Of course, it was not He Kaixian. Zhang Tong's concern was unfounded. But the woman appeared so young. Why would she consider such a drastic measure? Heavens, standing on the edge of a rooftop is perilous. One misstep could lead to disaster. Skyscrapers towering at 50 to 60 stories high, a leap from such heights would undoubtedly spell doom. Let us proceed to investigate. Perhaps we might lend a hand. The faces of the crowd were suffused with compassion as they rushed forward, Zhang Tong among them. Upon arriving at the scene, they found the area beneath the edifice teeming with onlookers. The fire brigade had arrived, setting up inflatable cushions below, though their efficacy remained uncertain due to the difficulty of pinpointing the exact location, compounded by the formidable winds of the day. A voice boomed through a loudspeaker, offering various words of comfort that seemed to fall on deaf ears. The woman remained unresponsive, her countenance etched with resignation. Rescue personnel had ascended to the upper levels, yet none dared to approach. The woman stood perilously close to the edge, and any movement towards her might provoke her to leap prematurely. What rational woman would engage in such a perilous act? Who was she, and what had driven her to this brink? We must ascertain the cause to provide appropriate assistance. Does anyone know her? Below, a rescue worker inquired anxiously. I know her, a tearful woman in her 30s replied. Her name is Yang Qing, 30 years old, a graduate of a prestigious university, formerly employed in finance. She later resigned to trade futures, amassing a fortune in the millions. Yet recently, market conditions have soured, leaving her with a mere few $100,000. Just as she was poised for a comeback, she fell victim to a conman who swindled her of both her affections and her wealth. To make matters worse, her mother has been diagnosed with uremia, and without funds for a kidney transplant, death is the only outcome. Thus, she has succumbed to despair and seeks to end her life. Such a tragic fate. The hearts of all present quaked with sympathy for the unfortunate woman. Had she led an ordinary life, devoid of possessions, she might have weathered such a storm without devastation. But having once basked in glory and vitality, how could she not shatter under such relentless blows? Ha! A kidney transplant costs merely 500,000. In my heyday, I was worth tens of millions. I would have scoffed at such a sum. But now, I am destitute, unable to save my mother. I can only accompany you into the abyss. Yang Qing laughed bitterly from her lofty perch. He how, you deceitful scoundrel. You have robbed me of my love, my fortune, and the very lives of my mother and me. I shall haunt you as a vengeful spirit. It was clear. No one could save her today. The crowd's faces were painted with regret, and the rescue workers shook their heads in helplessness. Please, do not jump. It is merely a matter of hundreds of thousands. We shall raise funds for you. If you fear death, why fear living? Beautiful lady, come work at my company. I will offer you an annual salary of 500,000 and advance you a year's pay. Countless voices below clamored in desperation, striving to prevent the impending tragedy. Yet the woman remained unmoved. IT was not solely a matter of finances. She had endured professional failure and emotional betrayal, leaving her distrustful of everyone. An expert analyzed the situation. Alas, this woman is so young and beautiful. Her death would be a grievous loss. Perhaps she is even with child. I sense her belly is somewhat pronounced. With child? That scoundrel deserves to rot in hell. Zhang Tong felt a tremor of indignation at the unfolding tragedy. Were it beyond his power to rescue her, he might reconcile himself to mere regret. Yet possessing the means to save her and refraining from action would haunt him for a lifetime. With this thought, he extricated himself from the throng. Friends, we shall meet again in another life. Yang Qing finally resolved herself, her sorrowful cry echoing as she leaped, plummeting like a shooting star. No! A cry of alarm erupted. She had leapt beyond the reach of the inflatable cushion. It was over. The faces of all present contorted with anguish, hearts aching, some shutting their eyes in disbelief, as the tragedy seemed imminent. An extraordinary event unfolded. A young man suddenly soared from the alley, ascending straight into the sky with a resounding rush. He quickly enveloped the woman in his embrace, descending a short distance before ascending rapidly once more. Clad in a costume and two masks, one obscuring his mouth and nose, the other his forehead, with holes carved for his eyes, he appeared ethereal. Who are you? Are you a deity? Yang Qing's face was a canvas of confusion and astonishment. Hardly believing her eyes, had someone truly caught her mid-leap? This was beyond reason. Heavens, what is happening? How can he fly? Is this a manifestation of supernatural powers? Surely, he must be a cultivator. Her mind raced with revelations. Recalling a photograph of someone transcending tribulations, what had once seemed fictitious now felt all too real. The crowd below erupted in chaos. The rescue personnel stood aghast. Could this truly be Earth? How could anyone possess the ability to fly? I have recorded everything. This is going viral. I shall profit immensely. A woman exclaimed gleefully, broadcasting live as she captured Zhang Tong's miraculous rescue. Indeed, she was not alone. Many others had captured the moment, a primary reason for Zhang Tong's disguise. You are so beautiful in the prime of your life. You will overcome this hardship. Cease your suicidal thoughts. With your talent, finding a job with a salary in the hundreds of thousands will be effortless. You have garnered attention. The state will assist you, and kind-hearted individuals will offer their support. Scammers are but a minority. Zhang Tong cradled her in midair, soothing her gently. He refrained from dispelling her suicidal thoughts. Saving her this time would not guarantee her safety in the future. Tio intervened without addressing her underlying despair would render the rescue futile and spawn a multitude of complications. The authorities would undoubtedly investigate, and he was reluctant to let his monumental efforts be rendered meaningless. Are you a deity? Yang Qing looked at Zhang Tong, lost in thought. I am not that I do not believe you. How could you possibly fly and carry another? If you are not a deity, you must be a master of cultivation, she insisted. Did you heed my previous words? Zhang Tong felt a surge of frustration. I heard you. I shall not perish. I wish to cultivate with you. No? I wish to pursue cultivation. Zhang Tong. Chapter 44. A global sensation. Though Yang Qing's reasoning seemed rather peculiar, Zhang Tong felt a surge of joy. She had abandoned her death wish, and his purpose had been fulfilled. Swiftly, he soared to the rooftop and gently set Yang Qing down. She understood his intentions and clung to him desperately. Oh, not leave me. You must take me with you. I want to cultivate. No. To pursue the path of cultivation? Yet Zhang Tong easily extricated himself as several rescue personnel rushed toward them. No. Yang Qing cried, attempting to leap after him, but she was restrained by the rescuers. Unable to jump again. Look, he is flying again, ascending into the heavens. Countless spectators were frantically recording the spectacle, even those in nearby buildings leaning out to capture the moment. This was a complete upheaval of their understanding. Zhang Tong felt a prickling dread, a sense of being exposed. He feared being shot down or caught in a trap, for he would eventually have to descend. Suddenly, the skies darkened, ominous clouds gathering, thunder rumbling, and fierce winds howling. Torrential rain began to fall, obscuring the sky, blurring vision, and shrouding all in ambiguity. Heavens! Is he transcending tribulations in the urban skies? Some imagined wildly. Eyes widened in disbelief as, amidst the flashes of lightning, they glimpsed a figure suspended in midair, seemingly surrounded by electricity. Was this not a transcending of tribulations? By the heavens! Zhang Tong felt a chill run down his spine. Should he be struck by lightning? He would likely be reduced to ashes. He was still young, with countless beautiful women yet to behold. There was no way he could linger in the sky any longer, taking advantage of the downpour as cover. He swiftly descended into a deserted alley. Escaping notice, he quickly removed his mask and clothing, using them to conceal his identity. With such heavy rain, how could any camera capture his features clearly? Thus, he felt little concern over being exposed. Soon, Zhang Tong returned to the fruit stall where he had been earlier, where many vendors had similarly returned, seeking refuge under awnings and engaging in fervent discussions. Of course, all centered around Zhang Tong and the enigma of his flight. Zhang Tong feigned excitement and astonishment, joining in their discussions before departing in his vehicle. Upon returning home, he discovered the internet ablaze with fervor. His heroic rescue had gone viral, eclipsing even celebrity weddings, presidential visits, and billionaire speeches. Countless videos spread across the web like wildfire, igniting discussions in various QQ groups, WeChat circles, forums, and even among international netizens. Haha, cultivation truly exists. I must find him and become his disciple. Cultivation is mere superstition. I do not believe it. Perhaps he is an alien? A benevolent extraterrestrial? Aliens are not so kind as to save others. Perhaps he hails from Mars. After all, humanity is said to have originated from there. Or perhaps his attire is specially designed for flight, making him merely a scientist. Indeed, he was the legendary Superman, known as the Flying Man. Flying Man was an astounding figure, a wonder from the East. Zhang Tong admired the imaginative speculations, each more absurd than the last. Yet they would never uncover the true answer. Just then, his boss, Luo Peng, called, "Boss, I can't shake the feeling that the cultivator is you. You look just alike. Poppycock, how could it possibly be me?" I was selling fruit at the time, surrounded by numerous vendors. Zhang Tong's succinct words dispelled Luo Peng's suspicions. Almost immediately, Zhao Qian called, "Boss, that cultivator is you. Isn't it? In the past, you could leap over 10 meters. Turns out you are a cultivator? If I were a cultivator, would I remain so low profile? I would have unified the earth long ago and gathered dozens of stunning beauties for my harem." Zhang Tong replied. Thus, Zhao Qian was also convinced and ceased her doubts. However, Lu Qingxi messaged via WeChat, "Brother, that man who saved people today looks just like you. A cultivator who sells fruit? Who runs a company? Who seeks beautiful secretaries?" Zhang Tong retorted. Lu Qingxi was left speechless but couldn't resist her habitual teasing. "Brother, shall we date?" Zhang Tong responded with 6 ellipses. The enchanting scene of Lu Qingxi dancing earlier today involuntarily flashed before his eyes. It was simply too alluring and vibrant. If such a woman were let go, the readers would send daggers. Should he agree? He had never been in a relationship, nor had he dined with wealthy patrons. Lu Qingxi continued, "I truly am not a flirtatious woman. Then I will come find you." Zhang Tong replied, "I await your arrival," Lu Qingxi exclaimed joyfully. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The anticipated wealthy patron had arrived. Lu Qingxi's heart soared with joy as she quickly opened the door, revealing Zhang Tong. She greeted him with a radiant smile, inviting him inside. The apartment was a tidy 3-bedroom unit, approximately 100 square meters. Impeccably clean. There were no signs of male belongings, indicating that she truly lived alone. In reality, this apartment was rented by Lu Qingxi, who, at just 19, had accomplished the remarkable feat of securing a 3-bedroom unit through her own efforts. Lu Qingxi offered Zhang Tong a seat on the sofa and presented him with fragrant tea. She then nestled beside him, engaging in charming banter filled with various insinuations. However, Zhang Tong remained unmoved. Confining the interaction to casual conversation, "I'm going to take a shower," Lu Qingxi said bashfully. "Then I shall take my leave." Zhang Tong stood to depart. What does wealthy patron mean? Since we arranged a meeting? Since I am here, why am I not stirred? Am I not beautiful enough? Lu Qingxi pondered, feeling somewhat bewildered and helpless. Why was it so difficult to cling to the wealthy patron's leg? "Do not go. Let's chat some more." Lu Qingxi held on to Zhang Tong, this time abandoning her flirtations and genuinely engaging in normal conversation. Finally, she curiously asked, "Brother, you buy luxury cars one moment, sell fruit the next. What exactly is your profession?" Now this was the right way to converse. Zhang Tong smiled slightly. "I am a treasure seeker. specializing in locating hidden treasures such as ginseng, jade, gemstones, and diamonds. Is there really such a profession as a treasure seeker? Lu Qingxi was astonished. Are they all formidable, having trained in martial arts from a young age? You guessed correctly. All treasure seekers are martial arts masters, even more powerful and extraordinary than depicted in novels. Zhang Tong chuckled. Then you must run a company. Otherwise, how could Zhao Qian possibly be your secretary? Lu Qingxi inquired. I own an auction house, and it will soon be opening in a few days. Dozens of exceptional treasure seekers from around the globe will attend my auction. Zhang Tong explained with a grin. Is your company in need of staff? May I work for you? Lu Qingxi asked eagerly. Your live streaming income is quite impressive, isn't it? Zhang Tong replied, astonished. I've heard some people sell tens of millions in a single live stream. But I don't live stream sales. I'm not that famous, Lu Qingxi replied. In truth, live streaming income is not as great as you might think. Many operate under a money laundering scheme where most of the tips must be refunded, leaving only a small percentage. Even if they are genuine patrons, many harbor ulterior motives, seeking only to seduce you. Should you refuse, they will cease their financial support. Thus, I have offended quite a few wealthy patrons. And my earnings are quite unstable. So you believe that following me is better than live streaming? Zhang Tong asked, bewildered. Because you are a true wealthy patron. I have never encountered anyone as generous as you. Which is why Zhao Qian is so devoted to you. I feel the same way. Lu Qingxi shyly confessed. I believe that if I follow you, you would not treat me poorly. Implicitly, she wished to become the second Zhao Qian. This revelation stirred an inexplicable thrill within Zhang Tong. Go think. Being a wealthy patron could be so blissful and exhilarating, with stunning women vying for his affection. With but a beckon, they would eagerly leap into his embrace. I only have a small auction house that hasn't even opened yet. I can't possibly hire 2 beautiful secretaries. Wouldn't that be laughable? Zhang Tong tactfully declined. I could serve as the auctioneer. Consider it, with my looks and physique, wouldn't I be a highlight? I am confident I can excel. My eloquence and reflexes are sharp, Lu Qingxi proposed. Aren't you trained in dance? I have talent. I hone my skills as a streamer, Lu Qingxi replied. Brother, please agree to this. I promise I will not disappoint you. But do you possess an auctioneer's certification? Zhang Tong inquired. I do not. But I believe that education and certifications do not define one's abilities. Lu Qingxi asserted. Rest assured, I am definitely not just a pretty face. If you hire me, I will obtain my auctioneer's certification promptly. I'll think it over. Zhang Tong felt a flicker of interest. They had yet to find an auctioneer, and the headhunters had not yielded any results. After all, there were very few with auctioneer experience, and Lu Qingxi's eloquence and quick reflexes made her a suitable candidate for the position. However, the auctioneer must be trusted with all the treasures of the company. Could Lu Qingxi be trusted? Brother, once I become yours, I will undoubtedly be loyal and steadfast to you. Lu Qingxi seemed to sense Zhang Tong's thoughts and said sincerely, I am not trying to be your girlfriend. My skills are more than sufficient. Currently, you only have Zhao Qian by your side. She still has her studies and cannot be with you all the time, which must be inconvenient, right? But I can? She continued, this isn't about seeking a woman but rather finding an auctioneer. How about this? Prepare a resume, and in 2 days, go for an interview at Tianbao Auction House. Whether you succeed will depend on your capabilities. Zhang Tong rubbed his nose, then smiled, I'll attend the interview. Lu Qingxi cheered, her face beaming with joy. In recent times, she had secretly observed Zhao Qian and discovered that the Porsche 911 Zhang Tong purchased was indeed driven by Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian had also earned over 10 million in commissions due to Zhang Tong. Even after a decade of live streaming, Lu Qingxi could not match what Zhao Qian had recently earned. Today, she finally witnessed the generosity of the wealthy patron. Merely for one dance, he tipped $1 million. Such a wealthy patron could not be easily let go. With her extraordinary beauty, she had resisted countless temptations over the years, rejecting numerous wealthy suitors, all in anticipation of his arrival. Now, the opportunity had finally come, a chance she had tirelessly sought. I have matters to attend to. Let us continue our conversation next time. Zhang Tong stood to leave. Are you truly leaving? Stay and chat a bit longer. Lu Qingxi ushered him to the door, pulling Zhang Tong's hand with sultry eyes. There's always tomorrow. Zhang Tong replied, quickly making his exit. Tomorrow? I look forward to it. Lu Qingxi blushed, then began her search. Tianbao Auction House. Although she knew Zhao Qian worked at Zhang Tong's company, She had never been able to uncover its name before, as it hadn't opened yet. Soon, she found a wealth of information, primarily related to a recruitment advertisement. It garnered attention from countless women and scorn from numerous men. What? The monthly salary for receptionists and clerks is $350,000, simply for being beautiful, and each person receives a 3-bedroom apartment. After 10 years, they gain ownership. This is too extravagant, Lu Qingxi exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement and wonder. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming eagerness. She had finally found a lifelong benefactor, and she would no longer need to endure the indignity of live streaming and dancing for money. All she needed to do was please him. As Zhang Tong descended the stairs, he discovered that the rain had ceased, and a dozen women were gathered around his luxury car, snapping photos with expressions of excitement and exhilaration. This car, valued at over 20 million, was something they had never even glimpsed before. Now that it was parked downstairs, how could they not take pictures to commemorate the moment? What a beautiful Ferrari LaFerrari. I want to take a few photos too. Zhang Tong feigned surprise and shock as he rushed over. A rather attractive young woman, fearing that Zhang Tong might cut in line, blocked his path. All right, I will wait in line. Zhang Tong complied, standing patiently behind her, curiosity piquing. Whose luxury car is this, do you know? Beautiful? Most likely, she was one of Lu Qingxi's admirers. The young woman looked on with envy and jealousy. Wow, it must belong to a super beauty, right? Zhang Tong's excitement was palpable, of course. She is an extraordinary beauty, more stunning than a star. She is the most beautiful streamer on Feiyu. Countless wealthy men pursue her, driving their luxury cars to seek her out, desperately trying to win her over. But they simply cannot. For she was ambitious, only seeking a super wealthy patron. I perceive that the owner of this luxurious vehicle may indeed be a person of interest. The young lady is quite the chatterbox. Speaking at length without waiting for Zhang Tong to inquire further. Thank you, you are truly kind, Zhang Tong expressed, his face brimming with gratitude. He felt reassured. A personal investigation was imperative. He could not rely solely on the accounts of Zhao Qian or Lu Qingxi. Patiently waiting for the individuals ahead to finish their photographs, when it was finally Zhang Tong's turn, he chose not to take a picture. Instead, he pressed a button on his key fob, causing the car door to unfold gracefully like a butterfly. With poise, he entered the vehicle and sped away. Why heavens, did I just engage in conversation with a wealthy individual for so long? The young lady stood there, stunned, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Chapter 46. Trouble arrives. Wu Nan, have you spoken ill of me? Lu Qingxi appeared before the still-dazed young lady, her demeanor serious. No, truly not, Wu Nan stammered, a sense of panic rising within her. Had she inadvertently spoken negatively about Lu Qingxi? Would it lead to adverse consequences? What exactly did you say? I need you to recount every word, Lu Qingxi insisted. Rest assured, I will not blame you. I merely fear you may have misunderstood and said something unfavorable, which I could then rectify. Wu Nan cautiously recounted her words. No worries. What you said was factual. I appreciate your assessment. Lu Qingxi finally smiled. Yet, inwardly, she felt a pang of fear. If her former self had succumbed to any temptation or garnered a negative reputation, it would have surely come to light. The earlier tactics employed were chilling, feigning a photo opportunity while casually conversing with Wu Nan. Wu Nan had exhibited no vigilance, divulging everything she knew. The wealthy individual was not easily deceived. Nor could he be misled by mere appearances. To win the favor of such a person, mere beauty was insufficient. One needed character without blemish. Qingxi, is he your suitor? Wu Nan asked enviously. Certainly not. How could someone of his stature pursue someone as impoverished as me? Lu Qingxi replied with self-deprecation. Then how did he come to be here? Wu Nan inquired, her face a mask of confusion. I sought employment at his company, and he subtly sought to gauge my character. Lu Qingxi explained, Wow, he must hold you in high regard. You are bound to achieve great success, Wu Nan said, her eyes glistening with envy and jealousy. In a parallel scenario, another woman was being interrogated. Recount every word he has shared with you. It is of utmost importance, do you understand? This woman was Yang Qing, and her interrogator was a strikingly capable and astute woman, accompanied by a dozen formidable team members, including an elderly man with white hair and beard, exuding an air of authority. Who are you? What right do you have to question me? Yang Qing retorted defiantly. We are from the Anomalous Phenomena Handling Bureau. I am Captain Wu Na, the woman declared, producing identification. You won't harm him, will you? I believe he is a good person. Yang Qing's expression shifted, concern evident in her voice. As long as he is a good person. How could we possibly harm him? Wu Na assured her. It is merely a routine investigation, as he is quite exceptional. All right, I trust you. Yang Qing proceeded to share everything in detail. Wu Na instructed her team to escort Yang Qing away and commenced playing a video, projecting it onto a pristine white wall. We are aware of the events that transpired. Let us discuss our thoughts. Who is this individual, and how is he capable of flight? Yang Qing asked if he was a celestial being, to which he denied it. He claims to be a practitioner of cultivation, yet he did not refute the notion. She continued, It is highly probable he is indeed a practitioner, a team member asserted. He cannot be a practitioner. Since the complete depletion of Earth's spiritual energy a century ago, cultivation has become impossible. Even a prodigy like myself, after 120 years of arduous training, has only reached the second level of Qi cultivation, which does not grant the ability to FL1. No matter how exceptional his talent, he cannot surpass me. He is not an enhanced individual either. We have studied such abilities for years without encountering someone with such formidable flight capabilities. No other country has such an entity, a particularly robust team member stated. Could he be an extraterrestrial? Another speculated. Although we have yet to discover aliens, perhaps he is the first, regardless of his identity. It is imperative that we uncover the truth and thoroughly investigate his background. I suspect he has been living in Xiangqing, disguised as an ordinary person, which enabled him to respond promptly in times of crisis. We must meticulously question the residents surrounding the building, especially the street vendors. They are likely to possess crucial information. Act immediately. Commence interviews and investigations. We must locate him with utmost speed. That very evening, the investigation yielded results. A team member returned with a report. Captain, we have identified a suspicious individual, Zhang Tong, a 22-year-old student from Xiangzhong University, a treasure seeker, involved in jade auctions, discovered a millennium-old ginseng, resides in a villa, drives a luxury car, and on the day of the incident, sold 2 unfamiliar fruits while maintaining close relations with 2 stunning women. Wu Na scrutinized the report. Here is his photograph. It was taken while a beauty was dancing for him, captured quite clearly. A team member presented a phone. The clothing and shoes match, and their heights are nearly identical. There is a high probability this is him. Ha! What good is a disguise? You cannot evade us, Wu Na sneered. Captain, he is not a criminal. He has no reason to flee, a team member reminded her. Apologies, old habits die hard, Wu Na admitted, feeling somewhat awkward. Yet, who could assert he had not committed a crime? Captain, you cannot proceed in this manner. Without evidence, you cannot suspect him of wrongdoing, a team member cautioned, rubbing his forehead. He is so powerful, capable of soaring through the skies, and could acquire vast wealth through crime, making it challenging to leave any evidence behind. The temptation is too great. I want a thorough investigation into his entire background, Wu Na declared. Should we not go directly to find him? A team member, eager to unravel the mystery of his flight, asked. What if he refuses to cooperate? That would alert him, Wu Na replied. If he truly is a master of cultivation or an alien concealed on Earth, that would be disastrous. Thus, we must prepare adequately, gather all necessary information, and then formulate an appropriate course of action, whether it be apprehension or otherwise, will depend on the situation. That night, Zhang Tong did not sleep at the villa, as Zhao Qian had moved into her newly purchased residence. The house was exceptionally opulent, a duplex suite exceeding 200 square meters, exquisitely decorated, equipped with all necessary furniture and appliances. It was not an abuse of power on her part. She recognized that Zhang Tong would frequently visit, and a mundane abode would be too modest for him. As such, she did not even report this matter. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Tong expressed no discontent, but rather delight, offering her compliments. Naturally, Zhao Qian provided him with a key, signifying that he could come and go as he pleased. This effectively made it his second home. Occasionally residing in a smaller space was also quite comfortable, offering a unique charm. Zhang Tong reclined on the sofa in the grand hall, relishing Zhao Qian's shoulder massage, lost in blissful contentment, entirely unaware that an investigation into him was underway. Even if he were aware, he would not be overly concerned. The mysterious passage was remarkably powerful, allowing him to access Baoxing at any time. As a solitary figure, should trouble arise, he could simply retreat to Baoxing for a century or two of cultivation and return to Earth. Ready to conquer all, Your Highness, it is my honor that you enjoy this place. Allow me to assist you in loosening your attire. Zhao Qin beamed, her voice sweetly alluring, rendering one weak at the knees. How splendid life could be, Zhang Tong mused. Chapter 47. Lu Qingxi arrives for an interview. Zhao Qin fumes on the morning of November 26. Zhang Tong and Zhao Qin arrived at the company. Good morning, boss. Good morning, Secretary Zhao. The impeccably dressed Luo Peng greeted them at the entrance. Good morning, Zhang Tong nodded, entering the company amidst their adulation, taking a tour. The renovations were complete, and the quality was commendable. Most impressive was the underground vault, a true marvel of high technology, secured by a thick iron door that required both the management's retinal scan and a correct password for entry. The vault's floors and walls were reinforced with thick steel plates, rendering it nearly impervious to explosives. Inside the vault were several massive safes capable of housing an abundance of treasures. Zhang Tong was pleasantly surprised to discover that the mysterious passageway appeared in a corner of the vault, though Zhao Qian and Luo Peng were oblivious to its presence. Henceforth, Zhang Tong could effortlessly access Baoxing through the vault, retrieving various treasures with remarkable convenience. The auction hall was spacious, spanning over 2,000 square meters. Additionally, there were the chairman's office, secretary's office, manager's office, employee's office, finance office, appraisal room, 2 meeting rooms, and a stone-cutting room. The office supplies had already been procured. Most of this was the result of Luo Peng's efforts. With Zhao Qin's assistance. Very good, very good. I shall reward you, Zhang Tong declared, promptly transferring 100,000 to each of them. Thank you, boss, Luo Peng and Zhao Qin exclaimed, their faces alight with joy. It was indeed a grand gesture. Especially for Luo Peng, who had never before possessed such a sum. He had long awaited the promised bonus of 100,000, and now it had finally come to fruition. The sensation of founding his own company was unparalleled. Zhang Tong entered the expansive, well-lit, and luxurious chairman's office, seated himself in the imposing executive chair, gazing out at the scenic river view through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, his spirits soaring higher than ever. Chairman, please enjoy some tea. Zhao Qian presented fragrant tea, her smile radiant as she began to massage Zhang Tong's shoulders. The sensation of being a boss is truly exhilarating, Zhang Tong mused quietly to himself. No wonder so many individuals aspire to entrepreneurship and long for success. Boss, today's work schedule is as follows. In the morning, we will conduct interviews for security personnel, followed by management positions. Zhao Qin chimed in with a clear voice. In the afternoon, we will interview clerks and front desk staff. Time is quite tight. Zhang Tong expressed his concern, suggesting that they could easily postpone the interviews for clerks and front desk staff until tomorrow. He worried that an entire afternoon would not suffice, especially given that many beautiful women would be applying, thanks to his relentless efforts. The notion of extending the interviews to the next day was rather appealing. The sooner he could behold the alluring candidates, the better. Luo Peng's face bore a lascivious expression. Haha, I'm just worried you might be dazzled by their beauty and desire each one of them. How would you handle that? Zhang Tong chuckled inwardly. In university, Luo Peng was the quintessential shy yet lustful individual, possessing a heart full of desire but lacking the courage to pursue the most beautiful women. His pursuit of Tanjia was said to have a backstory, ultimately leading to him becoming a devoted admirer. It was uncertain if he had changed since then. Noticing that there were still 20 minutes until work officially began, Zhang Tong stepped onto the office balcony to admire the view outside. Luo Peng, ever the sycophant, handed him a cigarette and lit it. Brother Tong, do you remember saying during our school days that you would work for a few years to gain experience before starting a business? Who would have thought that no company would want you? They practically forced you into entrepreneurship, and now look at you. Successfully running a business worth over 100 billion, owning this entire floor, and even having the campus goddess as your secretary. How does that feel? One word to describe it, delightful. 2 words, exceedingly delightful. 3 words, utterly exhilarating. Zhang Tong smiled subtly. 4 words, I am filled with pride. If those companies that rejected him knew of his current status, they would undoubtedly be left in shock and shame. Luo Peng, brimming with excitement, suggested, should we send invitations to those companies, inviting them to our grand opening? That would be unnecessary. After all, we have no business relations or personal connections. Zhang Tong replied with a smile. In due time, they will come to know. Boss, your vision is truly remarkable, Luo Peng said, giving a thumbs up. His face filled with admiration. Before the security interviews could commence, a stunning woman arrived. Lu Qingxi, dressed more exquisitely than ever. Her deep V-back short dress paired with white high heels showcased her long, slender, snow-white legs. Her flowing black hair cascaded like silk down her back, complemented by a delicate makeup and an intoxicating fragrance. She resembled a bewitching enchantress or perhaps a celestial being descended to earth. Lu Qingxi, what brings you here? Zhao Qian sensed trouble and blocked her entry with a frown. I'm here to apply for the position of auctioneer. Lu Qingxi replied with a smile. I have an appointment with your boss. It appeared that this enchantress had indeed managed to captivate him, having already connected with him on WeChat and often flirting with him. Zhao Qian felt frustrated and irritable, snapping, Aren't you a beautiful streamer? Why are you applying for the role of an auctioneer? Aren't you a student? Shouldn't you be focused on your studies instead of seeking to be a beautiful secretary? Well, we are both in the same boat. Neither of us can be his girlfriend, so let us not hurt each other, Lu Qingxi said amicably. Shameless enchantress, who would want to be your friend? Zhao Qian retorted, gritting her teeth. Lu Qingxi was clearly a threat to her, intent on seducing the boss. You arrived rather early, didn't you? Eager to get him into bed, Zhao Qian coldly remarked. The two engaged in a verbal duel, exchanging barbs and insults. Just then, Zhang Tong and Luo Peng emerged. And upon seeing Lu Qingxi, Luo Peng was struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. Heavens, how could there be such an incredibly beautiful woman in this world? She is the epitome of beauty, a true goddess. My heart is captivated. From this moment on, you shall be my dream goddess, Luo Peng thought, having never encountered a top-tier model and stunning streamer like Lu Qingxi, who maintained her perfect figure through daily workouts. Good morning, Chairman. Lu Qingxi quickly abandoned Zhao Qian and approached, her intoxicating fragrance alluring, her beauty dazzling, capable of enchanting anyone. Since you arrived early, let us interview you first, Zhang Tong said. He had commissioned a headhunting firm, yet they had failed to find a suitable auctioneer by today. Zhang Tong felt a sense of urgency. Perhaps he would have to take matters into his own hands. With Lu Qingxi applying for the position, he had to see if she was indeed capable. A super beautiful auctioneer would certainly elevate their status. In the conference room, Zhang Tong and Zhao Qian sat side by side, while Lu Qingxi gracefully occupied the opposite seat. With Luo Peng also present, ostensibly to find an excuse to admire the beauty. Zhang Tong glanced at Lu Qingxi's resume. 19 years old, from Wu Province, graduated from the Wu Province Dance Academy. Skilled in dancing and singing, currently learning about auctions with some understanding. No romantic history. Diligent and loyal. Work experience. Began modeling and streaming during university, totaling 4 years to date. Salary expectation. The same as the secretary. Zhao Qian. At this point, Zhang Tong was ready to slam the table in frustration. What kind of absurd resume is this? You can't state your salary expectation like that. Zhao Qian was equally enraged, feeling as though this temptress was directly challenging her. Are you not a model? Why should you expect the same salary as me? You're implying that you deserve the same salary as me simply because we were both models. I'm earning 3 million a year. You think you deserve that much too? Zhang Tong decided to hold his tongue. Nowadays, many stunning women sought shortcuts, and he was that shortcut. This was simply the truth. Lu Qingxi had keen insight, recognizing the opportunity. My parents divorced, and I returned to Xiang Province with my mother, Lu Qingxi succinctly explained. Our company lacks any notoriety. Why do you seek employment here? Zhang Tong inquired. Still navigating the unfamiliar territory of being a boss. Having met you by chance, I found you to be handsome and intelligent, a true scholar destined for greatness. I believe you will achieve enormous success with your company. I aspire to develop alongside you, Lu Qingxi flattered, prompting Zhao Qian to roll her eyes in disbelief. How shameless can you be? Zhao Qian thought, while Luo Peng was left speechless, nearly bursting into laughter. A stunning model and top streamer like Lu Qingxi was intent on becoming the second Zhao Qian, hinting and seducing without restraint. You are indeed a remarkable woman, Zhang Tong mused, despite recognizing her flattery. It was uncanny how she had struck upon the truth. Let me show you a treasure. Give it a simulated auction. Without further ado, he presented a ruby the size of a fist, placing it on the table. Its radiant red light transformed the conference room into a vivid spectacle. Boss, I'm not an appraiser. I lack the expertise to evaluate this treasure. Please tell me more about it, Lu Qingxi exclaimed, visibly awestruck. This is a natural ruby weighing 528 grams, more than 4 times heavier than the largest ruby in the world. Its luster is exquisite, a top-tier gemstone of immeasurable value, Zhang Tong explained. Oh my goodness. Such a precious treasure. Lu Qingxi's heart raced at the thought. To think that the world's richest man would present me with such a gem during an interview. This single piece could be worth billions. Incredible, my dream man. I have finally found you. She did not immediately begin her performance. Instead, she researched ruby auctioning, preparing herself before commencing the simulated auction. Standing elegantly, she held the ruby, her voice swift and clear, resonating with passion and depth. Only 2 words can describe it: perfection. Zhang Tong applauded, realizing that Lu Qingxi was not merely a pretty face but a remarkably talented woman. She had simply lacked the platform to showcase her abilities, which had thus far gone unnoticed. Zhao Qian felt a twinge of jealousy but remained unperturbed, confident that her long-standing bond with Zhang Tong would prevail. She had been the object of his affections during university, a foundation Lu Qingxi did not possess. Zhang Tong had assured her that as long as she remained faithful to him, she would forever be his secretary, a promise he would undoubtedly keep. Boss, do you think I am suitable for this position? Lu Qingxi inquired with anticipation. This is merely a simulation, not a genuine auction. I have a concern. When you stand on the auction stage, facing a multitude of formidable and affluent individuals, will you not feel intimidated? Zhang Tong pondered. I have always broadcasted live, facing tens of thousands, even over 100,000 viewers. I have never flinched that day. Dancing for you on the street with so many people watching, I was unfazed. So, you need not worry, Lu Qingxi responded with unwavering confidence. You make a valid point. Zhang Tong nodded, then asked, what are your salary expectations? It must be a specific figure. Whatever Zhao's secretary earns, I should earn as well. It's only fair, and my demands are quite modest, Lu Qingxi replied with remarkable quickness. Why must you compare yourself to me? Zhao Qian retorted, infuriated, nearly rushing forward to seize her hair and deliver a harsh slap. Zhao secretary, please do not be angry. I am full-time and can work every day. Moreover, I will be responsible for the auction, which requires extensive preparation, familiarizing myself with the items, various studies, and so forth. Yet you are part-time, merely assisting the boss and cannot manage independently. Tio put it bluntly. I can do everything you can do, and I can also do what you cannot. My request for equal treatment is already quite low, Lu Qingxi articulated with sharp eloquence and conviction. I can do everything you can do. I am also capable of being an auctioneer. Zhao Qian was incensed. All right, let us cease this quarrel. Zhang Tong, concerned that the two might come to blows, hastily intervened. You are both valuable talents in my company, both exquisite beauties whom I greatly appreciate. You are my right and left arms. Henceforth, your compensation will be the same. An annual salary of 3 million. I hope you both work together to create value and achieve greatness for the company. My heavens, I have successfully secured the position. The joy on Lu Qingxi's face was unmistakable. An annual salary of 3 million, accompanied by a luxury car worth 1.5 million and a house. What a staggering offer. It was sheer bliss. Chapter 49. The most lavish security guard interview. Lu Qingxi was overjoyed at her successful application. Taking advantage of Zhao Qian's trip to the restroom, she boldly stated, Boss, I have already vacated my accommodation, and I have nowhere to stay tonight. What should I do? The company has housing. Later, you can gather your belongings, and the security guard who is starting tonight can assist you in moving with my small four-wheeler. Zhang Tong scratched his nose. Was this not too bold and open? Were it not for having investigated her, he would genuinely suspect her of being a naturally seductive temptress who enjoyed enticing men. It was precisely because Lu Qingxi knew Zhang Tong had looked into her that she dared to be so forward. With such a generous salary, she was certain there would be something expected in return. Otherwise, given her resume, a salary of 500,000 would have been the utmost she could hope for. I understand. Lu Qingxi cast a flirtatious glance at Zhang Tong, her charm radiating like a high-voltage current. Good things come to those who wait. The longer the wait, the sweeter the reward. In any case, the good job is already secured. Oh my, I have acquired another stunning beauty. Being a wealthy patron is truly delightful. Luo Peng secretly envied, sending a candid photo of Lu Qingxi to Yang Bo, saying, Senpai, I ascended this beauty magnificent? The beautiful streamer Lu Qingxi? How could she not be? Yangbo replied. I often watch her broadcasts. I am one of her fans. What do you mean by sending her photo? From now on, Lu Qingxi will no longer be streaming but will be kept in a golden house by Zhang Tong. Luo Peng asserted. From now on, she and Zhao Qian will both be Zhang Tong's lovers. Not girlfriends, mind you, do not get it wrong. Are you saying Zhang Tong is keeping Zhao Qian and Lu Qingxi? Yang Bo questioned. Yes, get lost. You perverted fatso, only spouting nonsense, utterly tedious. How am I spouting nonsense? Luo Peng exclaimed in frustration. I have been subtly suggesting you come and cling to the big leg, yet you refuse to believe it. It's simply foolishness. I have seen the pictures of Zhang Tong in the fruit business. Keeping two top-tier beauties? Ha, do you take me for a fool? With your intellect, you can't even blow a decent boast. Damn, I forgot that Zhang Tong sold fruits, and he Kaixian snapped pictures to share with the group. Yang Bo, this fool actually believed it. Luo Peng rubbed his forehead. Sighing deeply, he lamented, alas, this child is destined to lack wealth. His fate is harsh. He believes in what he shouldn't and disbelieves what he should. Forget it. I want to save you. Just accept society's harsh lessons in the magical city. The security guard interview commenced. Over 300 tall and robust men stood in the auction hall, each one filled with anticipation, dreaming of passing the assessment. The compensation was too enticing. A monthly salary of 30,000. Along with an apartment and a property deed after 10 years. Securing this position would be akin to soaring to great heights. Such a wealthy company was a first for them, hence they traveled from afar. Of course, they were all connected through Luo Peng's assistance. Thank you all for attending our company's interview, but I did not expect the turnout to be so overwhelming. We will conduct a preliminary selection. Zhang Tong announced, former Special Forces, please step forward. With a clatter, over 50 former Special Forces stepped forward, standing in orderly lines. The recruitment requirements clearly stated that former Special Forces would be given priority, hence the substantial turnout. We are not denying you opportunities. If anyone can lift over 300 pounds, they may stay. Zhang Tong addressed those behind. Many sighed and departed, as most were uncertain of their strength to lift such weight. Only one remained. This individual was remarkably tall, standing at 2 meters, robust and muscular, with an endearing simplicity. Please introduce yourself, Zhang Tong requested. My name is Niu Gao, hailing from a rural area in the northwest. I have practiced martial arts since childhood, possess great strength, and my mother said she could not afford to raise me, so I came out to seek work. Just how strong are you? Zhang Tong inquired. I can lift 500 pounds, Niu Gao asserted. This piece of jade weighs 500 pounds. Why don't you give it a try? Zhang Tong lifted a plastic sheet to reveal a massive piece of chicken oil yellow jade. Unprepared for such a prompt challenge, he utilized a jade worth billions as a substitute for the weight. How extravagant! Wow, is this auction house incredibly wealthy to use jade as a substitute for weight? All present were dumbfounded, their jaws nearly dropping. Even Lu Qingxi, watching from the side, was bewildered. Is this jade? It must be quite valuable. I fear I might break it. Niu Gao scratched his head, innocently asking. This is high-iced chicken oil yellow? One of the finest jades, worth billions. It belongs to our boss, so you need not worry. You won't be responsible if it breaks, Luo Peng casually remarked. Seizing the moment to show off, he rendered Zhang Tong speechless. Clearly, a private admonishment of Luo Peng was in order to prevent such ostentation. Do you truly believe this jade was won through gambling? If I were to tell you the truth, you would be utterly astounded. What? Worth billions? All the security guards, especially Niu Gao, trembled in fear. Who dares to lift a piece of jade worth billions? Lu Qingxi's breathing quickened, her heart racing. Oh my, I have indeed encountered a super wealthy patron. My luck is truly extraordinary. Thankfully, I met him during that occasion as a car model. I want to lift it. I'd rather die. Niu Gao shook his head vigorously. I want to break. I am here. Zhang Tong effortlessly grasped the jade and lifted it above his head as if it were made of foam, utterly weightless. During this period, Zhang Tong had diligently refined his strength, absorbing considerable celestial energy and essence, continuously enhancing his physique and strength. Lifting 1,000 pounds with one hand was well within his capabilities. Lifting 500 pounds was merely a trifle. This public display not only alleviated Niu Gao's concerns but also showcased Zhang Tong's formidable prowess, instilling awe in the security guards. After all, a stronger boss would ensure the guards were more obedient and diligent, deterred from any tricks. Coupled with a high salary, such loyalty would naturally follow. Any exceptions would result in termination. Lifting 500 pounds with one hand? How absurd. It's just a prop. How ridiculous. The waiting former special forces burst into laughter. This boss is quite amusing. Is he testing Niu Gao's character? It seems Niu Gao has passed. Do you wish to try? Zhang Tong gently set the jade down. Sure. This time, Niu Gao agreed, emboldened by the notion that it was merely a prop. Grasping the jade with one hand, he attempted to lift it, but his expression instantly shifted. He hurriedly switched to both hands, shouting, and managed to lift the jade off the ground. Squatting down, he raised it above his head, though his face turned red and his limbs trembled incessantly. Clearly struggling, damn, is it not a prop? Is this truly a piece of jade worth billions? All eyes widened, their faces etched with shock. This boss was immensely strong, lifting 500 pounds effortlessly. Moreover, he seemed far from reaching his limit. How astonishing! Lu Qingxi's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, her heart racing. This was an invincible golden thigh. Chapter 50. The Front Desk Interview. A sea of beauties, this individual undoubtedly had an extraordinary background. His strength was beyond belief, surpassing even that of the Wait King. Pang Dunpoint, one of the former special forces, with a flickering gaze, swiftly sent out a message. Lifting 500 pounds as if it were foam? How impressive! Could he truly be a practitioner of the martial arts? Wuna observed the text message, her expression shifting slightly, filled with trepidation. This matter must be handled with care. It cannot be taken lightly. Otherwise, it could lead to significant trouble. Long eyebrow Taoist, do you still assert that he is not a practitioner? Wuna explained the situation, asking seriously, could he have truly succeeded in foundation building, transformed by true essence? Does one possess immense strength? Furthermore, having mastered the arts of magic, can one soar through the skies and traverse the earth? The long-browed Taoist was utterly astonished and perplexed. Yet where did the spiritual energy for such a transformation originate? From whence came the essence of the sun and moon? While the sunlight and moonlight of earth could be considered the essence of the celestial bodies, they lack the spiritual energy needed to neutralize the heat and poison. Indeed, they are toxic. Inhaling too much would surely lead to death. Indeed, you have not spoken falsehoods. You can indeed lift 500 pounds. Henceforth, you shall serve as the security for my company, with a monthly salary of 30,000. Residing in a 3-bedroom apartment. As long as you remain loyal and safeguard the company's assets. Zhang Tong assisted in placing the jade on the ground, examined his identification, and prompted him to practice a few punches. He discovered that there was indeed martial prowess, and it was formidable, thus accepting Niu Gao. Thank you, boss. I will strive to work diligently and ensure the protection of the company's assets. Niu Gao's face was aglow with exhilaration. Such favorable treatment was exceedingly delightful. Once I earn enough money, I shall return home to marry Cuehua. Surely, she will not reject me now. Who among you dares to attempt lifting? Zhang Tong inquired again. I will. More than a dozen stepped forward, each attempting the lift. Only 3 succeeded, evidently exceptional former special forces soldiers who, despite retirement, had never ceased their training, thus their strength had not diminished. Zhang Tong inquired about the circumstances of these 3 and was greatly satisfied. Directly hiring them, 6 more were needed, but not all would qualify, hence this number was uncertain. Zhang Tong declared, now, showcase your specialties. Yes, boss. The crowd responded with spirited enthusiasm. Each possessed remarkable skills. 1 displayed terrifying expertise in concealed weapons, shooting iron nails with pinpoint accuracy. Another exhibited astonishing speed, striking with the swiftness of lightning, incomprehensibly fast. A third demonstrated exceptional combat prowess, instilling dread in onlookers. Zhang Tong selected 6 individuals from among them, bringing the total number of security personnel to 10, appointing a 30-something, yet the strongest among them, as the security team leader, named Wang Hao, a true king of soldiers in his prime. Zhang Tong instructed them to don their security uniforms, and they promptly began their shifts. The atmosphere had shifted dramatically. 10 robust and formidable security guards stood in 2 rows at the entrance, elevating the company's stature significantly. Hiring such capable security was indeed a remarkable feat. Luo Peng felt a swell of pride within. Zhao Qian and Lu Qingxi also felt an unusual sense of status. Zhang Tong proceeded to interview others, recruiting 3 additional staff members, a financial manager named Li Yun, age 36, and 2 appraisers, one named Luo Fong, a 51-year-old woman skilled in assessing jewelry, ivory, and rare stones, the other named Zheng Wan, a 48-year-old man adept at appraising calligraphy, antiques, and porcelain. Luo Peng's position was also established as the human resources manager. With the bronze sword in hand, Zhang Tong could easily extract treasures from the Baoxing, slicing through stone with ease. Merely bringing back jade would be substantially simpler. Of course, he still required a vice president. But there was no rush. For the time being, Zhang Tong could manage adequately. He chuckled to himself. I am the human resources manager. Does that mean I must participate in the afternoon interviews? I wonder how many beauties will attend? Luo Peng was elated, feeling as if he had reached the pinnacle of his existence, exuding vitality and charm. Lunch consisted of a simple yet sumptuous meal. Lu Qingxi remained, eager to assist, asserting that she had few belongings and moving would be effortless. Thus, during the meal, Zhang Tong found Zhao Qian on his left and Lu Qingxi on his right, both stunningly beautiful, smiling radiantly at him. Luo Peng, consumed with envy, felt his eyes redden. This was the daily life of a wealthy magnate, exhilarating indeed. Such a statement was hardly exaggerated. Many second-generation wealthy individuals, like Wang Tsongtsong, routinely accompanied multiple stunning beauties, each day with a different entourage. One security guard, resting a hand on Luo Peng's shoulder, chuckled, "Our boss is an extraordinary magnate, a first-generation wealthy individual. Merely 2 beauties? What is the big deal? You are correct, I indeed was shallow in my perspective." Luo Peng nodded, fully in agreement. Our boss is truly extravagant. The security guard began to inquire about Zhang Tong, employing a high level of conversational skill, catching Luo Peng completely off guard. Naturally inclined to boast, he shared numerous details about Zhang Tong. Before 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the entrance of Tianbao Auction House was bustling with several hundred beautiful women, each adorned in vibrant attire, vying for attention as if spring had arrived overnight, with flowers blooming in abundance. Many passers-by were curious, wondering if a modeling agency was recruiting models. Yet, this was undoubtedly Tianbao Auction House. What was happening? My heavens, so many beauties applying for jobs. But we are hiring only 6. Perhaps we should suggest to Zhang Tong to establish a modeling agency, recruiting all suitable candidates. Luo Peng was dazzled, his heart racing with excitement, eager to commence the interviews. This would allow him to converse face-to-face with the beauties and even acquire their contact details. However, with so many applicants, the competition would undoubtedly be fierce, posing quite a challenge. Another beauty named Tanjia arrived later, only to find the entrance already dominated by countless stunning women, including campus flowers from the Art Institute, the Music Academy, Xiangnan Normal University, and the second campus flower from Xiangzhong University, with more to count among department flowers. At22, she was older than these beauties and could not compete with their allure, as she was merely the flower of the electronics department at Xiangzhong University. My only advantage is my availability, as I am in my senior year. Unfortunately, I received the news too late. My interview will likely be scheduled last, making it more difficult. Yet, such an opportunity is rare. I must seize it, for otherwise, survival will be arduous. New graduates without work experience truly suffer. I toil tirelessly, exhausted, earning merely 8,000 a month. My admirer Luo Peng is even worse off, having lost over 10 pounds from his labor, scarcely finding time to pursue me. The thought of Luo Peng made her chuckle. This devoted admirer, lacking in looks, physique, and hailing from a rural background, was poor to the core, yet he relentlessly pursued her. Utterly oblivious to his standing, thankfully, he has now accepted the harsh realities of life and ceased his pursuits. Nevertheless, should I request a gift, he would sell everything to fulfill my wish. In truth, Luo Peng was not the most unfortunate. Zhang Tong was. He believed that good grades would lead to a good job. Alas, without connections, how could such a position be his? Now he found himself toiling in the fruit market, realizing the futility of his education. What a tremendous tragedy! Chapter 51. Interviewing Luo Wei, a beauty that makes one weep. Boss, there are so many beauties. I estimate there are 500 to 600, primarily university students. The campus flowers and department flowers from nearby universities seem to be entirely gathered here. My recruitment advertisement must have been quite effective. Luo Peng beamed with pride, seeking praise. Had it not been for my meticulous follow-up, would there be so many candidates? Zhang Tong thought to himself, stifling a smirk. careful not to dampen Luo Peng's enthusiasm. With so many beauties, how could the interviews be conducted efficiently? Luo Peng felt both elated and distressed. Conducting interviews for 20 at once, selecting the most attractive, was that the plan? Zhang Tong had already devised a plan. Shall we conduct the interviews akin to selecting models at a beauty pageant? Luo Peng's eyes sparkled. Isn't this essentially a beauty contest? Delightful, precisely. As long as their looks rival those of Lu Qingxi or Zhao Qian, they will qualify, Zhang Tong remarked, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, I share your sentiments. It seems we are of one mind. Luo Peng chuckled, both men reveling in their scheme. How utterly frivolous! Lu Qingxi nearly burst into laughter, while Zhao Qian shot them both a disapproving glance. Yet, as one was the boss and the other the HR manager, they had no say in the interview process. You come in for your interview. Zhao Qian began to call candidates, not following any particular order but selecting 9 ordinary beauties alongside one exceptional beauty, thus streamlining the interview process for Zhang Tong and Luo Peng. Fortuitously, the first batch included me. It seems Zhao Qian's eye for talent is sharp, befitting a top campus flower from Xiangzhong University. Luo Wei was elated. She was well aware of Zhao Qian's renowned beauty, having crossed paths within the university town, where the finest campus flowers were familiar with each other's photographs. Zhao Qian recognized Luo Wei, the top beauty from the Art Institute, knowing her looks and figure were equally impressive. Such a beauty was likely to succeed in the interview, prompting Zhao Qian to be particularly cordial and friendly, as they would soon be colleagues, possibly even close friends. Goodness! The top beauty from the Art Institute, Luo Wei? Amidst the neatly arranged 20 beauties, Luo Peng immediately spotted Luo Wei, who stood out like a crane among chickens, exceptionally radiant and striking. Dressed in black stockings that hugged her curves and a revealing top paired with high heels, her ensemble accentuated her figure, revealing her intent to make a strong impression for this job opportunity. Zhang Tong's eyes widened, his heart racing. This was a natural response upon encountering a super beauty, a primal instinct of man. Some men refer to this reaction as love at first sight. Indeed, men easily fall for top beauties at first glance. However, that is where it typically ends. It is essentially unattainable, and even approaching seems a daunting task. This is due to a gradual decline in self-worth, leading one to perceive her as an unattainable goddess, sparking an instant infatuation. However, Zhang Tong's reaction is merely that of admiration, a fondness for beauty. The two interviewers appear exceedingly captivated, gazing at Luo Wei in a daze. Has she thoroughly enchanted them? The other beautiful candidates are left feeling disheartened, sensing their chances are dwindling. The roles of clerical staff and receptionists are indistinguishable, often interchangeable. Zhang Tong eventually regains his composure and resumes the interview, inquiring about their educational backgrounds and work experience before requesting them to leave their resumes and await a call. Soon, only Luo Wei remains. She is invited to take a seat and presented with a cup of fragrant tea. After reviewing her resume, Zhang Tong asks, Luo Wei, what are your salary expectations? Would 50,000 be acceptable? Luo Wei's eyes light up, her heart racing with exhilaration. It seems she has a chance to succeed, as she is the first to be asked about her salary. The job advertisement mentioned a salary range of 30 to 50,000, so she boldly states the maximum figure. After all, one can always aim high. It is a common practice. The interviewer seems to be willing to negotiate. However, Zhang Tong, with a heavy heart, places a hand on his forehead, lamenting, I have always held the utmost respect for beauties of your caliber, wishing for their happiness without reliance on any man. But can a monthly salary of 50,000 truly bring you joy? What is this game he is playing? Luo Wei is bewildered. Who has ever seen salary negotiations unfold in such a manner? Could it be that he intends to break his own ceiling of 50,000? What is the intention behind this? Zhang Peng is equally taken aback. How should I cooperate with this? There was no plan for such a scenario. Well, it would be rude not to respond, so he decides to follow Zhang Tong's lead. Especially since she is clearly in a position of financial abundance. He slams the table and declares, every time I witness those stunning beauties laboring tirelessly for their livelihoods, forced to rise early and toil late, or compelled by life's harsh realities to barter their charms, I feel a deep sorrow and indignation. Luo Wei, a beauty of your stature deserves far more than 50,000 a month. We must increase that figure. The collaboration is commendable. Zhang Tong discreetly gives Zhang Peng a thumbs up. How much of an increase are we talking about? Luo Wei is stunned for a considerable time before coming to her senses. Surely, these two are not jesting, are they? Am I being played with? This is utterly absurd. However, rumors she overheard outside linger in her mind. Earlier that day, security candidates were tested for strength using a piece of jade worth billions. Such extravagance is beyond mere wealth. It is opulence personified. Given the limited number of staff at the auction house, an exorbitant salary is not entirely implausible. Hence, she tentatively suggests, how about a third of what the secretary and auctioneer earn? Zhang Tong replies, though that is somewhat less, it would still suffice for your living expenses. If it falls short, work diligently. The bonuses will surely satisfy you. Indeed, our company offers substantial bonuses. This month, I distributed 100,000 in bonuses, so do not consider it insufficient. Zhang Peng adds an agreement. What is a third of the secretary and auctioneer's salary? Luo Wei asks, utterly perplexed. Their annual salaries are 3 million. Do the math, and you'll see. Zhang Tong states, you can start work tomorrow. Thank you, boss. Thank you. Luo Wei exclaims, her face radiant with joy and excitement. A dancer, receiving an annual salary of 1 million, and bonuses too. This is akin to a windfall from the heavens, and a golden one at that. Unbelievable. Yet, a shadow of doubt lingers. Could there be a catch? Might I be subjected to unspoken rules? Hesitantly, she inquires, what will my job entail? Either as a receptionist or clerical staff. Rest assured, no inappropriate demands will be made. Anything unreasonable can be declined, and this will be stipulated in the contract, Zhang Tong assures her earnestly. We are a very reputable company, with profits ranking first globally. 1 million a year is quite ordinary, so there is no need for concern. You are truly kind, boss. I adore you. Luo Wei nearly weeps with gratitude, rushing to embrace Zhang Tong and planting a kiss on his cheek. What a sudden kiss! Zhang Tong is momentarily taken aback, unable to react. Chapter 52. The super campus beauty from the Music Academy. Luo Wei exited with delight, her heart brimming with joy. I too can earn 1 million a year. I can become a high-ranking professional. Those wealthy heirs pursuing me can roll away. A few petty coins will not sway my heart. Luo Wei, you landed the job, didn't you? The beautiful girls from the Art Academy surrounded her, eagerly inquiring. Confidential, Luo Wei replied. Yet her radiant smile betrayed her happiness. Her roommate, Sun Jiejia, quickly caught on, asking expectantly, what is the salary? 30 or 50,000? You have no idea how wealthy my boss is, how sentimental he is. I mentioned 50,000, and he claimed it was too little, insisting on raising it to 1 million a year. Unable to contain herself, Luo Wei recounted the interview experience. Are you joking? Sun Jiejia responded. Disbelief etched across her face. Is there truly such absurdity in this world? Absolutely true, Luo Wei confirmed. Zhao Qian is the secretary, and a beauty named Lu Qingxi is the auctioneer, both earning 3 million a year. I want to try as well. Do you think I have a chance? Sun Judge's eyes brimmed with envy. You are not even a department flower. Give it up. Just now, 9 department flowers were eliminated. Luo Wei said. What? Luo Wei got the job, and her salary is 1 million. Zhao Qian also earns 3 million. Tan Jia, who had been eavesdropping, was stunned, her mind racing. Is there a way to succeed in the interview? Quickly, she devised a plan, noticing Zhao Qian selecting candidates for the next round. She rushed to Zhao Qian, whispering, as a fellow alumna, could you help me secure an interview? Our company primarily selects receptionists and clerical staff based on appearance. With so many campus beauties, I can't assist you, Zhao Qian replied, looking troubled. You're the secretary. You must have some influence. Please help. I'm on the brink of despair. Tan Jia implored, I can only give you a hint. The boss and the HR manager responsible for interviews are both seniors from our Shangzhong University. Graduating in half a year, Zhao Qian softens, revealing a secret. This secret is bound to leak quickly. Once the first auction is held, it will resonate far and wide, and anyone with intent will uncover Zhang Tong's background. Is the boss really an alumnus, and from my year? Tan Jia is both startled and elated, excitement coursing through her veins. Perhaps she knows him. With this connection, she might just stand a chance at 1 million a year. How exhilarating that would be. Thank you, Secretary Zhao. Tan Jia expresses her gratitude, then pleads, could you let me interview this round? That's not an issue. Zhao Qian readily agrees, finding it a trivial matter. Thank you so much. Tan Jia rejoices, realizing there are 5 slots available. Being quite beautiful herself, and with the added advantage of possibly knowing the boss, she could not possibly be eliminated. Soon, she and 19 other beauties entered the conference room. Lined up like blooming flowers, exuding an intoxicating fragrance, a sight to behold. Tanjia eagerly glanced around, only to be left speechless, utterly dumbfounded. What am I witnessing? Zhang Tong? Luo Ming? Of course, she recognizes them. They are indeed fellow alumni. However, the familiarity is overwhelming, leaving her in disbelief and confusion. Zhang Tong had been selling fruit, hadn't he? Just days ago, He Kaixian shared a photo of him in their group chat, and she had mocked him for quite some time. And what of Luo Ming, that infatuated admirer? Wasn't he working for a meager salary? How did they end up here? Could it be that Zhang Tong's fruit selling was merely a temporary endeavor? And he is actually a remarkable treasure hunter? Perhaps he has discovered gems like jade and ginseng, thereby ascending to wealth and founding this auction house, offering $1 million a year for clerical staff and receptionists? Zhang Peng, your goddess from 4 years has arrived. How do you feel? Zhang Tong immediately spotted Tanjia, playfully tapping Zhang Peng's shoulder. That beauty in the center is stunning. She must be the most beautiful campus flower from the music academy. Qingxiang, Zhang Tong remarked. Zhang Peng barely glanced at Tanjia, his gaze fervently fixed on the beauty in the center. Hua Qingxiang, a name as lovely as the moon, evoking the essence of flowers. Unable to resist, Zhang Tong too looked over. With cherry blossom lips and a willow waist, she was a vision of grace, like a delicate flower radiating an enchanting aroma, distinct from any perfume, reminiscent of nature's blossoms. Perhaps her name is intertwined with this unique characteristic, such beauty. Another rare gem, Zhang Tong thought, filled with pride and admiration. It is precisely because he offers such irresistible salaries that so many top campus beauties flock to apply. Only someone of his extraordinary wealth could attract such stunning women and provide them with protection. He instructed Lu Qingxi to collect the resumes of 18 candidates and have them await a call. Meanwhile, Tanjia and Hua Qingxiang remained behind. Naturally, the first question was directed at Hua Qingxiang, as the comical scenario unfolded once more. You are the campus flower from the music academy, truly captivating. I shall refrain from inquiring about your motivations for applying. Instead, I shall ask you about your desired salary, Zhang Tong remarked. Be bold. Do not be afraid. Encouraged Luo Peng. Is 50,000 acceptable? Hua Qingxiang felt a surge of joy within her heart. Did this mean she had passed? She was a student at a music academy, proficient in playing the erhu and the xiao, yet opportunities for advancement in her field were scarce. Now in her final year, she had yet to secure an internship, and graduation loomed ominously, often synonymous with unemployment. And of course, with her striking beauty, she could rely on men if necessary, but that notion left her feeling discontented. Thus, she yearned fervently for this high-paying job. Our company's salary is determined by looks, and with your beauty, you precisely match $1 million annual salary. Are you satisfied? Zhang Tong inquired. $1 million a year? Hua Qingxiang was momentarily taken aback before her excitement took over. I'm satisfied. Satisfied? Is it truly $1 million? When can I start? Tomorrow, Zhang Tong replied. Could I possibly start today? Hua Qingxiang asked, a hint of awkwardness in her voice. I would prefer not to spend money on a hotel. That is fine. You may rest here for a while. You can assist in overseeing matters, and later, I shall assign you to a room. We will have a dinner gathering tonight, Zhang Tong said gently. Hua Qingxiang, aware of the stark reality, understood that her situation might not be promising. Hence her eagerness to begin work immediately. However, it also spoke to her admirable character, for a woman can easily become morally compromised if driven by financial need, especially one as stunning as she. Chapter 53. 4 years of unrequited love. Today a goddess rises to kneel. Hua Qingxiang settled beside Zhang Tong, and an intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, bringing him immense comfort and elevating his spirits. The age-old adage rang true. When men and women collaborate, the workload feels lighter. Please enjoy some tea. Lu Qingxi offered Hua Qingxiang a cup, and feel free to indulge in the fruits on the table. She felt a strong affinity towards Hua Qingxiang, perhaps due to their shared aesthetic appeal. Thank you. Hua Qingxiang expressed her gratitude, glancing appreciatively at Lu Qingxi, thinking to herself how beautiful this woman was. Her beauty rivaled her own. What position could she possibly hold? Perhaps it was her hunger that prompted her to eat a grape, and then another, as their deliciousness proved irresistible. How on earth did these two scoundrels achieve such success? The interview was laughable. Determining salaries based on looks was utterly absurd. Tanjia's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, and she couldn't help but envy Hua Qingxiang's effortless success in securing a position with a salary of $1 million a year. What a delightful turn of events! Luo Peng's gaze finally fell upon Tanjia, his expression peculiar and twisted, betraying either excitement or distress. After all, she was the goddess he had pursued for 4 long years without success. Yet today, it appeared that beauty was not invincible. In comparison to a campus beauty, the disparity was evident. Zhang Tong had already taken under his wing 2 campus beauties, Zhao Qian and Lu Qingxi. If he mingled with Zhang Tong, with so many beautiful women in the company, surely winning over one would not be insurmountable. Why cling to a single tree? Yet, why did his heart still ache? At the outset, this interview centers on you, Zhang Tong generously stated to Luo Peng, allowing him to relish the elevation in status. It marked a definitive farewell to his past as a mere sycophant for 4 years. Left with nothing, today, he stood as the esteemed interviewer, wielding the power to determine the fate of his former goddess. Thank you, boss, Luo Peng expressed his gratitude, then turned to Tanjia. Miss, please introduce yourself. His tone was devoid of emotion. Perhaps the experiences of the past few days had enlightened him to the essence of love. With wealth comes affection. Without money, even a dog would disregard you. My name is Tanjia. Her heart sank as she spoke, yearning to charm him in some way, perhaps soften his heart, yet she feared inciting Zhang Tong's ire, the true arbiter of her fate. A pang of regret washed over her. If only she had accepted Luo Peng's advances back then, might she be earning $1 million a year now? Since you already have a job, there's no need to occupy resources that other women may need more. Luo Peng remarked coolly, "Oh Ming, I truly liked you. I didn't accept your advances because I was waiting for the day you would rise." Tanjia confessed. The company I work for is dreadful. With endless overtime and meager pay. I truly cannot endure it any longer. Tanjia's complexion turned pale as she pleaded. Luo Peng's heart ached. How could 4 years of unrequited love harbor no emotions? Tanjia had committed no wrong. Her only fault lay in Luo Peng's lack of financial stability. Was it wrong for her to keep him as a fallback? No, she had anticipated this day. And now it had arrived. Apologies, but our company requires candidates to possess exceptionally high standards of beauty, and you do not meet the criteria. Perhaps next time, Luo Peng stated, if you wish, I could support you financially. So you wouldn't have to work. Sighing, Zhang Tong nearly choked with rage. Luo Peng, how foolish to think of supporting her. Does he really believe Tanjia has any affection for him? If she truly liked him, she would allow him to work, giving him the same treatment as Hua Qingxiang. Otherwise, what sincerity did he possess? I'm sorry, but your looks do not meet our standards. You may leave, Luo Peng replied, shrugging his shoulders. He offered Tanjia one last opportunity, which she failed to seize, and thus, her prospects faded. Well done, you have indeed matured, Zhang Tong thought to himself, pleased with Luo Peng's transformation. What is happening? Tanjia was bewildered, struggling to comprehend. Was it not evident that Luo Peng still harbored feelings for her? He was still the same man who would go to great lengths to fulfill her desires. Why then was he unwilling to assist her with something so trivial today? Leave now, do not delay our work, Luo Peng said impatiently. No, Luo Peng, you cannot do this, Tanjia exclaimed, her voice rising in agitation. I was wrong. Is that not enough? I will obey you from now on. Tonight, I can let you. Will you allow me to pass? Her tone shifted to one of desperation, tears streaming down her face. Goodness. Luo Peng's eyes widened in surprise, his expression a mix of disbelief. Once, he had pursued Tanjia, who had always tantalizingly held him at bay. She accepted all his gifts but had never let him so much as touch her. The thought of sharing a bed had been a distant fantasy. Yet now that this reversal was nothing short of astonishing. 4 years of unrequited love, 2 tears shed. Today, the goddess rises to kneel. What a thrill! I'm sorry, but it's too late now. You may leave, Luo Peng stated coldly. Ro Ming, you are utterly heartless. Was it not you who employed underhanded tactics when Hu Kai pursued me? Did you not pin that embarrassing love letter, causing me to miss my chance with Hu Kai? Now he earns 20,000 a month, owns a car and a house, and has a girlfriend, while I can only watch and envy. Tanjia finally unveiled her trump card. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, Luo Peng stammered, his expression shifting to one of alarm. This embarrassing incident was a stain on his reputation. Zhang Tong felt equally awkward but couldn't help but admire Tanjia's cunning intellect. She had played her cards well. This situation was becoming troublesome. Cause and effect. One must take responsibility for their actions. Not just you. I believe it was both of you. Tanjia retorted angrily. Are you merely sitting back and watching me sink? She turned to Zhang Tong, her voice softening. Boss, please allow me to work. I promise to put forth my utmost effort. She was adamant that a slight dip in looks should not disqualify her from a clerical role. It was an absurd notion indeed. Every position at the auction house is unsuitable for you, Zhang Tong replied. Here is what I propose. I can offer you an annual salary of 500,000 to sell fruit exclusively for me. Or I can provide the fruit, and you can take on the risk yourself, which may yield far greater returns than being employed. Is this revenge? I merely jested about your fruit sales, and now you want me to sell fruit? Can you not be so petty? Tanjia pouted, but inwardly she was elated. A guaranteed salary of 500,000. She would gladly sell fruit or even pork if it came to that. Which option do you choose? Zhang Tong inquired. I would prefer the first option, but I'm curious about the duration of employment. Would a 10-year contract suffice? Tanjia asked, fearing a lack of job security. I can assure you, you may work for a lifetime as long as you are able. You may continue until you choose to retire, Zhang Tong replied. Though shrewd, this woman had still opted for a more solitary path. Had she chosen the second option, she could have earned thousands daily, given the unique nature of the business. Thank you, boss, Tanjia exclaimed joyfully, then turned to Luo Peng. I will wait for you to finish work. Tonight, I shall stay at your place. With that, she left, a blush gracing her cheeks. Luo Peng stood there, speechless. Had the former goddess truly offered herself? Why? Chapter 54. Is there a spy among the security guards? Because you have transformed beyond recognition, far surpassing Hu Kuan, Lu Qingxi pointed out. Surely not. I was unaware, Luo Peng replied, still somewhat insecure. He was merely an employee, fortunate to have crossed paths with Zhang Tong. To claim superiority over Hu Kuan seemed far-fetched. You are the human resources manager at Tianbao Auction House, with a bright future ahead. Consider that front desk and clerical positions offer annual salaries in the millions. Your compensation cannot be less. It will undoubtedly be higher. Besides, you are a university classmate of the boss. He cannot overlook your potential. As the boss ascends to become a global tycoon, your worth will rise in tandem. Those who follow the two Ma, which one is not a wealthy magnate? Lu Qingxi remarked. So, does my excellence stem from having a good brother? Luo Peng's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. It was Zhang Tong who altered my fate. He reflected. Do you still have feelings for Tanjia? Zhang Tong inquired. I don't know. I'm a bit confused right now, Luo Peng admitted, his mind a swirling mass of uncertainty. Tanjia is no ordinary woman. I see her as a high-level manipulator. You might find her difficult to conquer, Zhang Tong cautioned. You need to ponder your choices carefully and absolutely avoid becoming a sycophant. The interview proceeded, yet there were no top-tier beauties left, as nearly all the campus goddesses from nearby universities had already been recruited. Zhao Qian from Xiangzhong University, Luo Wei from the School of Arts, and Hua Qingxiang from the Music Academy were notable mentions. However, there remained many beautiful women of above-average appeal. Zhang Tong employed 4 more individuals. Susan, the campus flower from Xiangnan Normal University, age 20. Chen Fong, a yoga instructor, age 22. Pan Yu, a professional model, age 23. And Xiao Lily, an elegant white-collar worker, age 25. All were rare beauties, their allure only slightly eclipsed by Zhao Qian and Lu Qingxi. However, they were offered an annual salary of 800,000 instead of $1 million. It wasn't due to a lack of funds, but rather to reflect a hierarchy. Top-tier beauties commanded $1 million, while ordinary beauties understandably received less, enticing talent to join. This was indeed a testament to the foresight of a great boss. They were all more attractive than Tanjia, and I could pursue one of them, Luo Peng mused, though I fear they might be dishonest and already have boyfriends. He was somewhat unsettled. They all earn high salaries and own homes. Even if they don't have boyfriends now, if they do, they would likely break up, as relationships are fundamentally built on compatibility. Lu Qingxi added sagely, thus, you have ample opportunities. As for Tanjia, do you genuinely believe she has never been with a man? Although she is a high-level schemer, she might have slipped up. That's a valid point. I must think carefully and can no longer be deceived. I will definitely not become a sycophant again, Luo Peng nodded. You are only 22, still young. Why the rush? Zhang Tong remarked. Look at me, I haven't even dated anyone and have no desire to. You've already taken on two. What need have you for a girlfriend? Luo Peng said enviously. Did the boss really take care of two beauties? Hua Qingxiang, having overheard, pulled Lu Qingxi aside, curious to inquire. No, don't listen to his nonsense, Lu Qingxi replied, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. Yet her heart swelled with sweetness. It was an honor indeed. The day's interviews finally concluded, and next came the busy time for Luo Peng and Zhao Qian, assigning housing for the security personnel, Lu Qingxi, Hua Qingxiang, and others. Additionally, the security team assisted Lu Qingxi with her move.as for Tanjia. She had no housing and needed to resolve that herself. Although she waited for Luo Peng to finish work, he ultimately rejected her, leaving her to depart in disappointment. After the company's staff dined together, Captain Wang Hao of the security team reported, "Boss, I would like to request some special equipment, all related to surveillance and security. We need 3 million in funding. Make it 6 million, as I need to equip my villa with these technological instruments as well." Zhang Tong was certainly not stingy. "Thank you, boss," Wang Hao said, his face brimming with gratitude and satisfaction. Previously, at other companies, when he requested 3 million for equipment, the bosses were miserly, often declining outright. It seemed he had finally encountered a wise leader. He resolved to work diligently to ensure the boss's satisfaction. Then he astonishingly declared, "Boss, there's an issue with a security guard named Lu Jia. He is likely a spy with ill intentions toward you. Today, he has been inquiring about you incessantly, first asking Luo Peng, then Zhao Qian, and during the evening while assisting Lu Qingxi with her move, he skillfully probed her as well. He possesses the finesse of a top-tier spy, which is why the three had no suspicions and shared much about you. Yet I remained vigilant." "What? A spy? You must be mistaken," Zhang Tong replied, utterly bewildered. "I have no enemies. This is merely a treasure hunt, not a competition with anyone. How could there be a spy? Boss, please trust the experience and intuition of a soldier." Wang Hao insisted solemnly. "Think carefully. Do you truly have no enemies? I see that even the piece of jade worth billions could attract wolves, but I only revealed that piece of jade today." Zhang Tong countered. "Others have never known. Yet you have auctioned off jade worth billions before, along with 9 roots of ginseng valued at 20 billion. Lu Jie gleaned this information from manager Luo. "And I overheard it too," Wang Hao stated. "Such matters are known worldwide." Zhang Tong's expression grew increasingly serious. "Does this mean I have attracted wolves seeking to seize my wealth? It could also be corporate espionage. There may be other reasons as well, such as you possessing secrets worth the effort of sending skilled individuals to infiltrate and spy." Wang Hao suggested, "I have no secrets. They must be after my wealth." "They must be growing impatient," Zhang Tong scoffed. Having cultivated the formidable sky-penetrating fist and undergoing rigorous training, his strength had increased significantly, and his senses had sharpened, allowing him to detect hostility and perceive threats. He felt an uncanny awareness, akin to a cicada sensing the autumn winds or a duck sensing the warming waters of spring. Thus, if someone aimed to rob him, he would be able to sense it. Lu Jia was someone he had recruited and had not sensed any malice from him, which struck him as peculiar. Could it be that Wang Hao was overly sensitive? Nevertheless, he dared not let his guard down and ordered, "Keep a close watch on him and see whom he associates with. Leave it to me. I will definitely uncover his connections," Wang Hao declared confidently. As the security team captain with an annual salary of 500,000, and recognizing Zhang Tong as a wise leader, he was certainly motivated to work diligently. Upon returning to his villa, Zhang Tong received a WeChat message from Wang Hao. "Boss, Lu Jia has left. I'm tracking him. He is quite alert and extremely cautious. He truly is a formidable spy. I nearly lost him." "What? A spy?" Zhang Tong felt an exhilarating rush, yet also found it absurd. He was just an ordinary person, with a few minor secrets, yet truly harmless. Having committed no heinous acts and done many good deeds, he had never imagined a spy would infiltrate his life. What could the spy's intentions be? Chapter 55. A subtle temptation. I finally have my own house. A 3-bedroom apartment. It's wonderful and incredibly comfortable. From now on, I am a high-ranking white-collar worker, part of the home-owning class. Fortune has turned in my favor, and my future looks bright. Hua Qingxiang wandered through her new abode, inspecting every room and playfully rolling on each bed. She then enthusiastically set about cleaning, leaving no speck of dust behind, contemplating what types of greenery and trinkets to purchase to make her home cozier and more beautiful. Suddenly, Lu Qingxi arrived, Beaming as she said, "Qingxiang, let us go visit the boss's villa. It's already 9 o'clock. Isn't it a bit late?" Hua Qingxiang glanced at the time and then at her own attire, which was rather revealing and alluring. Venturing out at night in such clothing felt somewhat precarious. "Not at all. The boss's villa is very close, just a few minutes away. And don't worry about safety. The area is very secure." Lu Qingxi tugged Hua Qingxiang along as they headed out. "Won't our visit at night lead the boss to misunderstand our intentions?" Hua Qingxiang asked, concerned. "I'm precisely worried about the boss misunderstanding." "That's why I brought you along," Lu Qingxi laughed. "Our boss is a bit repressed and tends to overthink. I merely wish to discuss work matters with him." "Really? The boss is quite interesting." Hua Qingxiang giggled, her charm evident. It shows just how captivating you are. And no wonder you are the most beautiful anchor and a top-tier model. It's only natural the boss would have such thoughts. "Stop flattering me. You are no less impressive, being a top beauty yourself, which is why you passed the interview and will soon earn $1 million, marrying a wealthy man and reaching the pinnacle of life." Lu Qingxi laughed. "Oh, what are you saying?" Hua Qingxiang's cheeks flushed, her heart fluttering. $1 million annual salary is indeed delightful. Although I cannot claim to marry a wealthy man, I need not worry about being single anymore. From now on, I am financially free, ready to enjoy life to the fullest. "Boss, I'm here, right at your villa's entrance." Zhang Tong suddenly received a WeChat message from Lu Qingxi, awakening from his thoughts about Lu Jie being a spy. He rubbed his forehead, astonished. Goodness, on the very first day, this opportunity presents itself. Is this truly appropriate? Yet his heart raced with excitement at the thought of Lu Qingxi's breathtaking beauty, a wave of uncontrollable impulse washing over him. Should I open the door or not? How can I properly educate her if I don't? Thus, Zhang Tong opened the door, only to find Lu Qingxi and Hua Qingxiang standing gracefully at his doorstep, both adorned in stunning attire, their beauty captivating and fragrant, sparking endless fantasies. "What brings you here?" Zhang Tong felt a mix of disappointment and joy. Disappointment that Lu Qingxi was not there to offer affection, yet joy that Lu Qingxi was not there to offer affection. Indeed, men are truly contradictory creatures. "I came to discuss work matters. I heard the auction is set for December 1st, and with only 3 days left, I am somewhat anxious as I am still unaware of the specific auction items," Lu Qingxi expressed nervously. Zhang Tong invited them inside, and Hua Qingxiang volunteered to make tea. Zhang Tong engaged in conversation with Lu Qingxi regarding the upcoming auction items, primarily featuring a millennium-old ginseng and exquisite jade. "I intend to compile all the auction items into a detailed dossier," Lu Qingxi remarked. "Without even an auction manual, how can we proceed with the auction? There's no time left to prepare, so let this auction be casual. After all, these are all my own possessions, and I have little to worry about." Zhang Tong countered, however, that starting from the next auction, there may be treasures belonging to others, necessitating a more formal approach. "Boss, may I have the pleasure of touring your villa?" Hua Qingxiang interjected, noticing the two were engrossed in their work. The villa's opulence captivated her, and she yearned to see it in its entirety. Upon receiving consent, she jubilantly ascended the stairs to explore. "Boss, I brought Hua Qingxiang along. Are you not disappointed?" Lu Qingxi teased with a mischievous grin. "How dare she jest with the boss? A reprimand is in order." Zhang Tong feigned annoyance as he pulled her closer, landing a playful slap on her pert dairy, which quivered enticingly, soft and elastic. "Boss, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please punish me severely." Lu Qingxi lay across Zhang Tong's lap, blushing profusely, her sultry gaze and voice intoxicatingly alluring. "Why heavens, what a gem!" Zhang Tong silently marveled. He quickly released her. Hua Qingxiang was still present. It was imperative to avoid any scandalous rumors. Once Lu Qingxi returned to her seat, Zhang Tong hastily shifted the conversation. "Have you settled in? Are you satisfied with your accommodation?" "I've settled in well. My place is similar to Secretary Zhao's. Both are duplex suites, spacious and comfortable. You must come visit me sometime. I'll dance for you," Lu Qingxi replied, her smile radiant, her eyes shimmering with an alluring charm that was both teasing and inviting. Truly, she was a bewitching enchantress, utterly captivating. Zhang Tong mused, finding their interaction refreshingly effortless. Having such an exquisite woman among his subordinates certainly added to his prestige. "Boss, your villa is splendid," Hua Qingxiang exclaimed as she descended the stairs, her face alight with excitement. "Is there no maid yet? I could come and clean for you in the future. Would that be agreeable?" "That might not be appropriate. I plan to hire a cleaning service regularly. Zhang Tong remarked, captivated by her delicate beauty. What did she mean? Was she aspiring to follow Lu Qingxi's example? Hiring a cleaning service is inadequate, but having a maid seems unfit too. I earn $1 million a year. Working merely 2.5 days a week. Wouldn't it be splendid if I could also help with cleaning? I could practice my musical instruments too, without disturbing anyone, Hua Qingxiang suggested. So, she wanted to practice her music? Zhang Tong realized and handed her a key. All right, come whenever you wish. I am rarely here. Indeed, at night, he resided in the villa, but in reality, he frequented Baoxing. Resting and training there yielded significantly better results. Perhaps owing to the difference in the environment, boss, you are truly kind. I adore you. Hua Qingxiang beamed, her smile breathtaking. Had he misjudged her? This seemingly innocent girl might actually possess hidden motives. Was she seeking a chance to be alone with the boss? How far was she from climbing into his bed? Lu Qingxi frowned slightly. Another formidable rival had emerged. Yet, it was her prerogative. She was not Zhang Tong's girlfriend, nor even his lover, thus she could hardly say anything. But why should she be troubled? Let Zhao Qian deal with it instead. After their farewell, another visitor arrived at the villa. This time, it was not a woman, but the head of security, Wang Hao. His expression was grave, and his hands trembled slightly, clearly having made a significant discovery. Chapter 56. A major discovery and great associations. Wang Hao gulped down 3 cups of tea before exhaling deeply, his face a tapestry of complex emotions. Boss, I tracked Lu Jie and made a major discovery. He is indeed a spy, and a top-tier one at that. I also learned who is backing him. Truly remarkable, to unearth a lurking spy so swiftly. He is indeed worthy of his past as a soldier. Zhang Tong admired him quietly and inquired, who is behind him? He is affiliated with the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs, Wang Hao revealed. This department specializes in handling extraordinary matters. It is filled with numerous experts and peculiar individuals. Such a department exists? What are their intentions? Zhang Tong asked, astonished and perplexed. A sudden dread gripped him. Had the secrets of Baoxing been exposed? Could they possess such extensive capabilities? They have confirmed that you are the flying man who saved someone a few days ago. They are currently investigating you to uncover your origins, whether you hail from outer space or are a practitioner of ancient arts. They also wish to understand how you acquired the ability to fly. Wang Hao conveyed, his expression a mix of intrigue and concern. Discovering such a revelation while tailing Lu Jie prompted him to hastily research the Flying Man videos online, comparing them to Zhang Tong, which revealed a significant likelihood that Zhang Tong was indeed the Flying Man. Now he felt apprehensive. If Zhang Tong were an extraterrestrial, would he eliminate witnesses? However, if he were a practitioner of ancient arts, he likely wouldn't pose a threat, especially since Wang Hao was in his employ. This was a gamble, trusting that Zhang Tong was not an alien. He certainly believed in the existence of extraterrestrials somewhere in the vast universe, though it was unlikely they could reach Earth. Zhang Tong's potential as an extraterrestrial was minimal. So that's the case, Zhang Tong relaxed completely, no longer worried. When he used the flying pearl to save someone, he was prepared for the possibility of discovery. Keeping Lu Qingxi at bay was merely a strategy to buy himself some time, preventing him from becoming flustered. Boss, are you truly the Flying Man? Wang Hao asked hesitantly. That question will soon be answered, Zhang Tong replied with a smile. But I can assure you, I am a native of Earth, not an alien. Boss, you're just keeping me in suspense. Wang Hao relaxed, tension dissipating. How many people from the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs are there? What special skills or abilities do they possess? Zhang Tong inquired, curious. I'm not sure of the exact number. In fact, I don't know them very well. I only know one, a Taoist named Changmei, who once taught us about qi cultivation. He was one of our instructors, albeit a rather unique one, as he is a practitioner of ancient arts and possibly one of the few remaining on Earth. Wang Hao explained that in a way, ancient arts truly exist. There are living practitioners. Zhang Tong's interest was piqued. Ancient arts certainly existed in the past. Many Taoists such as Chen Tan, Laozi, El Dongbin, and Zhang Sanfeng were practitioners. However, as Earth's spiritual energy gradually diminished, the practice of ancient arts became impossible, fading from the annals of history. Chang'e Taoist is 120 years old. He began his qi cultivation in his teens, having entered the realm of ancient arts. But once spiritual energy completely depleted, it became impossible to begin qi cultivation, Wang Hao recounted, his gaze fixed on Zhang Tong with a peculiar intensity. Are you not a practitioner? Why did Changmei Daoist mention the depletion of spiritual energy? Zhang Tong pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps the abundant spiritual energy in Baoxing facilitated his rapid training. However, Tong Tian Fist was unique, focusing on body refinement rather than qi cultivation. It relied heavily on spiritual energy and the essence of the sun and moon. It was precisely because Earth's spiritual energy had waned that he could not cultivate Tong Tian Jin before. He had certainly researched this, discovering that the spiritual energy springs had been sealed. Countless practitioners had sought the springs to reopen them. Yet none succeeded. Such a ridiculous notion, our batch of special forces never believed it. Wang Hao remarked. Zhang Tong's mind surged with tumultuous thoughts. He recalled the mysterious passage connecting Earth and Baoxing. Wasn't that the spiritual energy spring? Perhaps, in ancient times, it had been open, allowing a continuous flow of spiritual energy from Baoxing to Earth, thus enriching Earth's spiritual energy and enabling the practice of ancient arts. If I could reopen that passage, would it not restore the glory of ancient times? But could anyone find the passage and enter Baoxing? Not everyone could. Only a select few, like those with fate, could access it. The bronze sword was proof of this. But could practitioners trace the source of spiritual energy to find the entrance? It might be difficult, as the passage could change location. As long as I moved, the passage would shift too, and others would not perceive it. Good heavens, the implications are vast. This matter cannot be approached recklessly. Prematurely reopening it could unleash tremendous disasters, as hidden sects of ancient practitioners might swiftly rise, altering the balance of power on Earth. The clash between technology and ancient arts could lead to widespread devastation. For now, it was best to maintain the status quo. I would quietly grow stronger and savor life. Is Changmei Daoist truly formidable? Zhang Tong inquired cautiously, concerned that the other party might come knocking. Regardless of the circumstances, it's hard to say. He has only reached the second level of qi cultivation and is frail with age. So his combat capabilities are limited. The main issue is that he is reluctant to use his techniques, fearing it would shorten his lifespan. Wang Hao replied, he can still use techniques? Zhang Tong's eyes lit up momentarily, but soon dimmed that he was focused on body refinement, not ancient arts. They were entirely different realms. Techniques were unrelated to him. There was no need for curiosity or anticipation. The captain is a woman, seemingly quite powerful. I suspect she might be an ability user, Wang Hao added. Ability users? Do they truly exist? Tell me more, Zhang Tong inquired, intrigued. The individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, such as strength, speed, reflexes, and intelligence, are indeed remarkable. However, the notions of space and time manipulation as depicted in novels are nothing but fanciful fabrications, utterly non-existent in our reality. Wang Hao has been left utterly bewildered. Observing Zhang Tong's reaction, it is evident that he is neither a cultivator nor an extraordinary being. He himself asserts that he is not an alien. Yet, how is it that he possesses the ability to fly? Now it becomes clear. Zhang Tong feels a sense of relief. There are not many threats to his existence, as long as he manages the incident involving the flying individual. He can continue to remain low-key while amassing great wealth, thus becoming a true tycoon in the near future. Boss, how should we deal with Lu Jie? Wang Hao inquires. For now, we need not concern ourselves with him. Zhang Tong replies with a faint smile. Since he is a person of the state, working for the country and harboring no ill intentions, there is no need to take action against him. Now that we have uncovered everything about Zhang Tong, he is left with nowhere to hide. Let us proceed to apprehend him. Within a certain skyscraper, Wu Na, brimming with confidence, arrives at Zhang Tong's villa accompanied by dozens of exceptionally powerful team members. Along with Daoist Changmei, such formidable strength would compel even the most adept cultivator to surrender. Chapter 57. Deceiving Wu Na. Barely had Wang Hao left when Wu Na and her team reached the villa. Knocking on the door, she addressed Zhang Tong. Hello, we are from the National Department, and we have matters to investigate with you. We kindly ask for your cooperation. They have thoroughly investigated Zhang Tong, knowing every detail about him, including his discovery of the golden dog head and his gambling success of 50 million on the streets. They even obtained his birth certificate, firmly establishing he is not an alien, as for whether he is a cultivator. That remains uncertain, and of course, they are oblivious to Zhang Tong's mysterious passage that leads to the treasure planet, as that secret is too concealed. Zhang Tong scrutinizes their credentials before inviting them inside. His expression slightly perturbed. They've arrived so swiftly? I had thought I could delay for a few more days. Seems they believe they have me cornered. I merely acted out of kindness to save a woman. Yet it has drawn trouble upon me. I shall see what tactics they employ. Taoist Changmei, rather impolitely, plops down on the sofa, observing Zhang Tong with a peculiar gaze before stating, "You are not a cultivator. I am quite curious about how you can fly. Could it be that you are indeed a cultivator? Is the existence of cultivation not merely a figment of the imagination of novelists?" Zhang Tong, intrigued, poses a question, "Is cultivation truly real? I must confess my ignorance, I am indeed a cultivator. Were it not for the blockage of Earth's spiritual energy springs, we would still be in the age of cultivation." Taoist Changmei explains, if the spiritual energy springs can emit spiritual energy, then from whence does that energy originate? Zhang Tong inquires further. Naturally, it comes from the underground spiritual veins. These veins are remarkably mystical. They cannot be seen or touched, yet they continuously emit spiritual energy from the springs, Taoist Changmei elucidates. Could the mysterious passageway perhaps be the underground spiritual veins? Zhang Tong is profoundly shaken, feeling as though he has stumbled upon an ancient secret. The connection between the treasure planet and Earth may be profound, concealing countless mysteries. He must hasten his exploration. Let us not digress. We are here to inquire about your ability to fly, Wu Na interjects. Tapping the coffee table impatiently, "I can fly. Since when was I aware of this?" Zhang Tong is taken aback, though not deny it. "You are the flying individual. We are absolutely certain." Wu Na asserts it would be wise to cooperate rather than suffer the consequences. "And where is your evidence?" Zhang Tong remains unruffled, having already anticipated their visit. "Certainly, we can procure evidence, but we have numerous matters at hand and do not wish to squander time on you. Thus, we hope for your cooperation." Wu Na states, "I am not the one you seek. You have made a mistake." Zhang Tong denies. "Without evidence, your words hold no weight. You returned to the countryside to start a business out of frustration after losing your job, and then you stumbled upon a fortunate encounter that led you on a treasure-hunting journey, culminating in a fortune exceeding 10 billion. Some of your treasures have dubious origins," Wu Na coldly asserts. "Such as your jade. Where did it come from? Am I to be accused of theft or robbery? Has someone filed a report?" Zhang Tong retorts angrily. "Are you not concerned? Do you not fear that we will continue our investigation?" Wu Na presses, "I am unperturbed. You may investigate as you wish." Zhang Tong replies, "I am a treasure hunter. All my belongings were acquired through treasure hunting endeavors or entrusted to me by other hunters for auction. Currently, I possess only a millennium-old ginseng, jade, and of course, rubies. These are all treasures birthed by nature. I believe I have infringed upon no one and have committed no illegal acts. You have practiced martial arts since childhood. Yet prior to your senior year, there were no anomalies. Now you possess immense strength, as if you have awakened some extraordinary ability." Wu Na questions, "Could it be that you have also awakened the ability to fly?" "My strength is a result of diligent training in martial arts. I am neither a cultivator nor an extraordinary being. I cannot fly," Zhang Tong insists. "You truly have the wrong person. However, I did hear some news related to the flying individual." "What news?" Wu Na's eyes gleam with interest. It appears Zhang Tong is unable to withstand the pressure and is about to reveal some secrets. This is far more efficient than conducting a covert investigation. The flying individual utilizes a special device to fly. This device will be auctioned at my event, so if you can wait a few days, you will see it, Zhang Tong divulges. Indeed, he intends to auction the flying pearl. After all, the flying pearl is not a unique item but rather cultivated within the flying clam. There are countless flying clams in the lakes, and I have already seen dozens. There must be even more in the rivers. Allowing him to continuously acquire flying pearls, it would be futile to keep them for himself. Presenting the flying pearl as a device might garner tacit approval for its auction, effectively securing official permission. If he were to reveal the flying pearl to Wu Na now, he would likely be denied, as it is too extraordinary, a minuscule object that can render one weightless and allow for flight. Should its principles be deciphered, it may lead to the development of anti-gravity technology, ushering in a new era. However, such a task is far from simple. It may take years, even decades, or perhaps remain forever unsolved. After all, it is a product of the treasure planet's flying clam, and replicating it through technological means would undoubtedly face insurmountable challenges. Thus, for the foreseeable future, Zhang Tong cannot auction the flying pearl. That would be an immense loss. Moreover, if he persistently auctions flying pearls, with countries collaborating on research, The competitive pressure would increase the likelihood of breakthroughs, allowing the public to benefit sooner. At worst, he could sell some to the state to maintain his advantage. Is it truly a device? How can I not discern it? Wu Na is astonished. Pray tell, what sort of device is it? I have yet to see it. It will only be revealed on auction day. Zhang Tong responds, but it is rumored to be quite compact. A compact device? How can it enable flight? Wu Na queries. Could it be a large flying talisman? Daoist Changmei furrows his brow, but from where does the spiritual energy come? How could it be successfully crafted? There is no need for speculation. You shall know in a few days, Zhang Tong assures them. Produce it now for us to examine. Wu Na insists firmly, otherwise, we shall not permit the auction. That is not a domestically produced device. If you prohibit the auction, can you prevent others from auctioning it abroad? Were it not for my good relationship with him, the device would never have appeared in Xiangnan. Zhang Tong counters. Humph, that flying individual is you, and your denials are futile. Wu Na exclaims, exasperated. I am not. It is that treasure hunter. Zhang Tong cannot possibly admit to it. If so, I shall refuse him and cancel the auction of that device. No, that cannot happen. The auction must proceed. Wu Na panics. Now that she possesses insider information, she can seize the initiative. The device will eventually be in her hands. All is in order. Zhang Tong secretly rejoices. The auction is now assured. Even if the other party does not approach him, Zhang Tong intends to auction a single piece to test the waters. After all, it is a treasure he found. Keeping it to himself would be wasteful. Presenting it would be a contribution, enabling countless wealthy individuals to possess flying pearls, all soaring through the skies. Such a spectacle would surely be remarkable. The throne of the world's richest person shall belong to me. Following this, the discussions between both parties proceed quite amicably. Zhang Tong even jokingly inquires if Wu Na has a boyfriend and offers to introduce her to one. What about I introduce you to a girlfriend? How about Fan Bingxiang? Wu Na retorts playfully, clearly aware of Zhang Tong's previous matchmaking experience with Fan Bingxiang. You both are truly intrusive. Zhang Tong grinds his teeth in frustration, wishing to swat her backside to see what that feels like. Chapter 58. The company opens, and the auction begins after days of intense preparation. December 1st has arrived. The day of the company's grand opening and the planned auction of the Millennium Old Ginseng. Early in the morning, all company staff are present, including all the beautiful recruits, each adorned in splendid attire, forming the most vibrant scenery. Many guests arrive bearing floral tributes. Numerous bosses from the jewelry industry. World-class treasure hunters and dignified foreigners, some representing the Stock Gods Company and others from the world's richest person's company, all gather in pursuit of the Millennium Old Ginseng. They are already aware that the elder of the Fan family consumed the Millennium Old Ginseng, restoring his health and potentially extending his life by several years. Naturally, everyone desires to acquire the ginseng. Spending a few $100 million to gain an additional 10 years of life is simply too advantageous. Congratulations, congratulations! Fan Bingxiang also arrives with a floral tribute, her smile radiant. Thank you. Zhang Tong is somewhat astonished. This woman even brought a congratulatory gift. Had she not been enraged to the point of turning pale last time? Wu Na also arrives bearing a floral tribute. Today, she adorned herself with exceptional elegance, rivaling the likes of Fan Bingxiang and Zhao Qian. After all, she is indeed a super beauty. Exuding confidence, she radiated an impressive aura. Zhang Tong nearly burst into laughter, pondering the expression that Wu Na might wear upon discovering that the prop was a flying pearl. Would it be one of exasperation or delight? My goodness. So many affluent individuals, and most of them are foreigners. Luo Wei, Hua Qingxiang, Lu Qingxi, Zhao Qian, and Luo Peng, among others, were all taken aback. Could it be that the boss possesses such formidable connections? Wu Na and Fan Bingxiang sat together. With Fan Bingxiang curiously inquiring, you appear remarkably relaxed and cheerful. Could it be that this investigation has yielded results? That remains a state secret, but soon it shall no longer be so. You will naturally come to know. Wu Na replied with a smile, by the way, I am quite curious. Since Zhang Tong dismisses you and shows no interest in pursuing you, what compels you to attend the opening of his company? Isn't that rather awkward? It is entirely normal for a young man worth over 100 billion to refrain from making a public declaration. It does not necessarily imply that he holds me in low regard. Fan Bingxiang answered with a smile. You seem rather self-assured, Wu Na teased lightly. Let me speak candidly. Since your family is keen on him and you harbor affection for him, Why not take the initiative in pursuing him rather than waiting for him to make the first move? He might surpass your expectations in excellence. If he is indeed so remarkable, it stands to reason that you too might fancy him, and thus, you could pursue him as well as far as I know. You are still single, correct? You two would make a splendid couple. It would be a great pity if pride were to keep you apart. Wu Na's smile held a hint of mischief. As for me, as a practitioner, I have never contemplated matters of romance. How amusing, I thought. I expected these two stunning beauties to be discussing something else entirely, yet they were talking about the boss. Wang Hao, being a seasoned warrior, had been closely monitoring the potentially perilous figure of Wu Na, approaching her nonchalantly, only to awkwardly retreat. At long last, the auction commenced. Zhang Tong and Lu Qingxi took to the stage, one handsome and composed, the other beautiful and dignified, resembling a pair of celestial beings, captivating the audience's attention. Even Fan Bingxiang felt a twinge of jealousy. Why were all the women surrounding Zhang Tong so alluring and irresistibly captivating? Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, today's auction features 4 exquisite treasures, and the grand finale is not a 1,000-year-old ginseng, but rather an even more precious and mysterious artifact, so stay tuned. Lu Qingxi's voice was passionate, clear, melodic, and alluring, showing no signs of stage fright, while Zhang Tong served as the translator, effortlessly converting her words into English, thanks to his past as a top student. English was undoubtedly his forte. What? There exists something more precious than a 1,000-year-old ginseng. The wealthy attendees were taken aback, incredulous to them. A 1,000-year-old ginseng was the most precious treasure in the world, capable of extending one's lifespan. It could even lead to the development of alternative medicines, thereby generating boundless wealth. Perhaps this was merely an exaggeration, or perhaps it was indeed true. It seemed prudent to prepare more funds. Some top-tier magnates were highly perceptive. After all, amassing fortunes in the hundreds of billions or even trillions is no mere stroke of luck. The first item for auction was a ruby, weighing 187 grams, crystal clear, radiant as a cloud, flawless, the largest and most beautiful ruby in existence. With a starting bid of 50 million, I bid 100 million. Exclaimed an excited foreign female tycoon. 200 million, 230 million, 300 million, 400 million, 500 million, 700 million, 1 billion. Ultimately, the first bidder secured the exquisite ruby for 1 billion, marking a promising start that ignited the atmosphere. The numerous staff members, seemingly invigorated, were filled with excitement and exhilaration. Next came the auction of jadeite, which unfolded in several rounds. 100 jin, 200 jin, 300 jin. Other jadeite varieties, such as violet and glass-type young green, were auctioned piece by piece due to their scarcity. Many industry titans engaged in fierce bidding, with some wealthy individuals joining the fray. After all, these were top-tier jadeites, beautiful and exceptionally rare, especially the glass-type young green, which is a treasure one could only hope to encounter. Using it to create jewelry would signify immense prestige and status. Knowledge enriches the body, while wealth adorns the home. With abundant wealth, one naturally strives to embellish oneself. After the jadeite auction concluded, the total reached an astonishing 15 billion, leaving Fan Bingxiang momentarily speechless. Zhang Tong was indeed remarkable, a true treasure seeker. Ever since he discovered the gold nugget, his fortunes had spiraled upward. Today, his net worth might breach 300 billion, all in cash. He could truly be compared with the Fan family. In hindsight, it was a mistake to pressure Zhang Tong into making a declaration. She ought to have pursued him actively. Even if it did not materialize, their relationship would not have grown distant. Boss, you've struck gold. Luo Peng was already brimming with excitement. He could hardly contain himself, wanting to point at young Bo's nose and exclaim, "You fool, open your eyes wide and witness today's spectacular event." What is a wealthy magnate? This is it. Zhang Tong is truly impressive, a rising star in the treasure-hunting realm. Many treasure seekers envied and admired Zhang Tong for establishing an auction house to sell the treasures he had unearthed. There was no need to worry about being swindled. With this, Tianbao Auction House would gain worldwide renown. In the future, treasures they found could also be auctioned, perhaps fetching even higher prices. The boss was extraordinarily impressive, and his wealth was staggering. All the beautiful female staff blushed, their gazes toward Zhang Tong imbued with sweetness. Undoubtedly, their fondness for him stemmed from his generous treatment of them, merely because of their beauty. Such a boss is hard to come by. Soon, the auction for the 1,000-year-old ginseng commenced. Everyone was on high alert, each ready to engage in fierce competition and a battle to the finish. On stage, 9 staff members held aloft a 1,000-year-old ginseng, its long, snowy roots cascading down. Lu Qingxi passionately proclaimed, "The 9,000-year-old ginseng roots weigh approximately 7 jin. Undoubtedly genuine treasures. 1,000-year-old ginseng can restore vitality." The elder of the Fan family, aged 83, had been suffering from declining health, with multiple organ failures, and was in a coma, with doctors estimating he had only 3 days left to live. However, after consuming a root of 1,000-year-old ginseng, he miraculously revived, and doctors stated he could live for another 20 years. This is a true priceless treasure, a rare find. Now, the first root of 1,000-year-old ginseng was up for bidding. With a starting price of 100 million RMB, she was not lying. The elder of the Fan family was increasingly healthy. After a recent hospital checkup, it was reported that he had the physique of a man in his 60s. Did this not imply he could live for another 20 years? 200 million, a voice boldly declared. This was a representative from an American pharmaceutical company. Seizing the initiative, they raised the bid by 100 million immediately. 300 million, a top-tier magnate refused to be outdone. Extending one's lifespan by 20 years, who wouldn't pay 300 million? Even 10 billion would be worth it. Who among us isn't worth several hundred billion? 500 million, 600 million, 1 billion. Ultimately, a frenzied elderly tycoon secured it for the astronomical price of 1 billion. What on earth? Is a 1,000-year-old ginseng truly worth this much? Zhang Tong was momentarily dazed. Unable to comprehend at that moment, he even began to doubt if he had been set up in the past. When Fan Bingxiang purchased a 1,000-year-old ginseng, the appraiser surnamed Sun had valued it at only 50 million. Fan Bingxiang bought it for 4 times that amount, and at the time, he felt that Fan Bingxiang was exceptionally generous. Of course, it might also be that the medicinal properties of the Baoxing ginseng surpassed those of earthly ginseng. Hence, the elder of the Fan family gained an additional 20 years of life. Naturally, the price soared as well. Without that initial route to set the precedent, the subsequent ones couldn't possibly fetch such exorbitant prices. Thus, Zhang Tong chose not to dwell on it. The ensuing auctions became increasingly heated and terrifying. The second route sold for 11 billion. The third for 11.5 billion. The following sold for 12.8 billion. The final route even fetched 15 billion. Zhang Tong profited over 13 billion. Were these magnates out of their minds? Fan Bingxiang was so incensed she nearly spat blood, her expression darkening considerably. This time, she had come representing the Fan family to bid on the ginseng, having prepared 5 billion in funds. Yet, she walked away empty-handed, not securing even one root of 1,000-year-old ginseng. Previously, she had purchased Zhang Tong's 1,000-year-old ginseng for 2 billion, which was indeed a substantial bargain. No wonder Zhang Tong held no fondness for her. It was clear he had been aware of the loss he had incurred. Selling it to her for 2 billion was likely just to repay a favor. Such treasures, for the Fan family to acquire even one at 2 billion was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Did they still expect to obtain more at a low price? What a delusion. Wu Na shot a glance at Fan Bingxiang. Isn't it fortunate that we didn't acquire any? Why are you reveling in misfortune? Fan Bingxiang glared at Wu Na, her face flushed with indignation. Since there are so many 1,000-year-old ginseng roots, there must surely be plenty of those aged 800 or 900 years. Why should I be concerned? Wu Na's expression was filled with mockery. As long as you set aside your pride and seek Zhang Tong, your wishes shall be fulfilled. Fan Bingxiang was at a loss for words. The last time had been a disaster. The Fan family had their sights set on Zhang Tong, hoping for a union. She too had developed feelings for him, wishing to pursue a deeper relationship, even to the point of marriage. Yet she had hoped Zhang Tong would confess, maintaining the dignity and facade of their affluent families. Little did she know, Zhang Tong had remained silent, seemingly uninterested in her. It had nearly driven her to madness, and she had sworn never to acknowledge him again. Although her grandfather had urged her to pursue him, she had been reluctant. The thought of seeking him out now seemed absurd. Today, our boss has amassed 29 billion. The staff members, whether security personnel, receptionists, or appraisers, were astounded and elated, sharing in the glory. With a boss as extraordinary as this, how could there be any lack of fortune? 2 mistresses were not enough. Surely she must acquire more. After all, how could one possibly spend such immense wealth? Luo Peng was deeply immersed in the moment, murmuring with a lascivious expression on his face. Next, the auction was set to unveil the Pi Sida Arsistance, a treasure that would undoubtedly subvert all preconceived notions and ignite boundless inspiration among our scientists. Potentially heralding the dawn of a fifth technological revolution, Lu Qingxi exclaimed passionately, "What could this treasure possibly be?" To everyone's astonishment, it turned out to be a bead no larger than a single bean. Hua Qingxiang smiled as she raised a tray containing the small bead, which was pale with a hint of yellow, utterly unremarkable in appearance. "A mere bead is a treasure. I fail to see it." The crowd was engulfed in confusion. Wu Na frowned, pondering whether this bead was merely a prop capable of granting flight. Surely not. This exquisite gem is called the Flying Pearl, Lu Qingxi explained, as the name suggests. It possesses the ability to enable flight. The recent incident involving a person soaring through the sky to rescue another was the result of this very flying pearl. What? How can that be possible? The crowd was left speechless, grappling with the notion that such a diminutive bead could allow a person to fly. Was it some mythical artifact or perhaps an alien technology? Ladies and gentlemen, the flying pearl is neither an artifact nor extraterrestrial technology. It is a treasure birthed by nature itself, merely a pearl extracted from an oyster. Yet, it bestows the gift of flight, Lu Qingxi declared. The audience was left in utter disbelief, struggling to comprehend the existence of such an extraordinary gem. The secret behind the flying pearl was unveiled. The oyster from which it was harvested was colossal, capable of leaping from the water to snatch birds from the sky. When the pearl was extracted, its flawed appearance led it to be discarded, only to be picked up by a dog, which then soared into the air. What? A flying oyster? Is it a fairy that has produced this miraculous flying pearl? How astonishing! Curiosity and excitement surged through the crowd. Can we conduct a live demonstration? A wealthy individual eagerly shouted, followed by a chorus of agreement from the others. "As you wish," Zhang Tong said, placing the pearl into a small pouch connected to a strap worn around the neck, ensuring that it would not interfere with the user's experience while preventing accidental ingestion. The rules are simple. Open your mouth to descend, close it to ascend, lean forward to advance, and lean back to reverse. Let us fly without further ado. The audience's impatience was palpable. They were eager to witness the spectacle, anxious that Zhang Tong might be exaggerating. "I shall perform immediately, but brace yourselves for an unprecedented shock." "Do not succumb to a heart attack," Zhang Tong declared earnestly. He had secretly honed his flying technique over the past few days, anticipating a remarkable breakthrough that would astound everyone. Wearing a mask to avoid being recorded, Zhang Tong sat cross-legged and held the flying pearl in his mouth, instantly lifting off the ground. Heavens above! He is truly flying. The crowd's eyes sparkled with exhilaration, their faces alight with excitement. Zhang Tong hovered effortlessly in midair, resembling an ethereal being. Suddenly, he sprang into action, executing punches and kicks in midair with astonishing agility, performing somersaults at an incredible speed. With such a miraculous treasure, we will no longer need special effects in films. We can engage in aerial battles, someone exclaimed, marveling at the anti-gravity properties of the gem. "I do not care about the scientific principles behind it. All I know is that with such a treasure, who needs airplanes or cars? It would be faster than driving and eliminate worries about traffic jams." The wealthy spectators were utterly astonished, overwhelmed by joy at the discovery of such a divine gift. "Our boss is truly extraordinary for acquiring a treasure that allows for flight." All employees were left speechless, in awe of the spectacle. Captain Wang Hao of the security team remained utterly dumbfounded. It dawned on him that the flying man was indeed their boss, and not a practitioner of the mystical arts. He had merely utilized this miraculous pearl. Lu Qingxi smiled. "Our boss has tested it, and it is significantly faster than any aircraft, capable of almost infinite acceleration. This scoundrel, he claimed it was merely a prop. This is no mere prop. It is a flying treasure. How could he even consider selling such a precious gem?" Wu Na seethed with rage, her teeth clenched in frustration, wishing to confront Zhang Tong for deceiving her. Now she understood the gravity of her error in falling for Zhang Tong's ruse. The implications were dire. She had to acquire this treasure, yet her current funds were insufficient. "Wu Na, the flying pearl is likely a core cultivated by an oyster spirit," Chang Meidao remarked. "Replicating it through technological means would be exceedingly difficult. if not impossible, as they belong to entirely different systems. Comparing airplanes and cars to the Flying Pearl is truly nonsensical. The former consumes fuel, while the latter requires no energy expenditure whatsoever. I've used it for an extended period without any depletion. Zhang Tong said as he gracefully descended back to the stage, grinning. It is also much faster than any aircraft. With protective armor, it can exceed missile speeds. In fact, one could reach the United States in just 10 minutes. 10 minutes to reach the United States? This is utterly unbelievable. If this treasure could be replicated through technology, it would undoubtedly transform everything about humanity. Someone gasped in astonishment. The astute individuals had already begun mobilizing funds discreetly. The Flying Pearl must be theirs. It could lay the foundation for an everlasting commercial empire, easily surpassing even the richest in the world. May I try? A beautiful woman from Russia shouted eagerly. Of course, Zhang Tong replied with a smile, guiding her through the necessary precautions. The Russian beauty soared into the air, her courage propelling her to fly faster and faster. Oh my goodness, this is such a miraculous treasure. If I were outside, I would fly straight back to Russia, she exclaimed gleefully. The rest of the audience, filled with envy and excitement, clamored for their turn to experience flight. One after another. A dozen individuals took to the skies with remarkable grace, including Chang Mei Dao, Wu Na, and Fan Bingxiang. At last, everyone was convinced. This seemingly inconspicuous bead was indeed a wondrous treasure capable of granting flight. The Tianbao auction house had truly outdone itself in acquiring such a remarkable gem. Finally, the Flying Pearl was retrieved and placed for auction, with an opening bid of 1 billion, 11 billion, 18 billion, 25 billion, 50 billion. The bid soared higher and higher as numerous wealthy contenders vied for ownership, each eager to possess the extraordinary treasure. Ultimately, the less affluent bidders began to withdraw from the competition. Wu Na, while not a billionaire herself, represented her country with a modest 10 billion in funds. Alas, 10 billion proved to be a mere drop in the bucket, insufficient to secure the prize. 60 billion, 80 billion, 100 billion, 120 billion, 150 billion. Finally, the bidding reached a standstill. The value of a single bead had skyrocketed to an astonishing 150 billion, far exceeding anyone's wildest expectations. Zhang Tong had made a staggering profit of 430 billion, catapulting him into the upper echelons of the nation's elite. The astonished onlookers couldn't help but admire and envy his incredible fortune. If one were to inquire about the most lucrative venture, the answer had shifted dramatically. It was now treasure hunting, an endeavor with little to no risk. Ha ha ha. The boss has struck it rich. This is truly remarkable. The employees were ecstatic, brimming with pride, eager to boast to friends and family about their extraordinary boss. How can I safely return to my country? The winning bidder of the Flying Pearl was Smith, a treasure hunter backed by a powerful, invisible family from the United States. Smith was confident in his ability to return home safely, yet the value of the Flying Pearl was immense and would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. If anything went awry, it could easily be stolen. Such a small object would be nearly impossible to locate if lost. Moreover, given its potential to spark a fifth technological revolution, whoever possessed the Flying Pearl held the key to becoming a superpower. This treasure was far more significant than any 1,000-year-old ginseng. If the Huagua government were to discover the existence of the miraculous Flying Pearl at the auction, they would undoubtedly intervene. It was clear that they had been unaware of it beforehand. But now that they were informed, it was highly likely they would obstruct Smith's attempts to transport the Flying Pearl back, claiming it posed a threat to national security. Faced with this reality, Smith made a critical decision. Upon acquiring the pearl, he would make a swift exit and take to the skies, transforming into a streak of light as he soared away at an increasing velocity. Fast enough for the human eye to scarcely register. The fierce winds threatened to scatter him, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Such high speeds, even missiles would struggle to intercept him. Even if they succeeded, the Flying Pearl would be destroyed, leaving no one the wiser. Thus, he felt a sense of reassurance. The escape was remarkably swift. Wu Na's countenance darkened, as she had initially intended to detain the other party. Yet, she was taken aback by their rapid response, taking flight directly to the United States. What was to be done about this? It was all Zhang Tong's fault. He was the one who caused this predicament. Could it be that Zhang Tong is a spy for the United States? With a scowl on her face, She gathered her associates to confront Zhang Tong. This time, if Zhang Tong could not provide a satisfactory explanation, he would surely face severe consequences. Chapter 61. Wu Na is once again deceived. In the conference room of Tianbao Auction House, Wu Na sat across from Zhang Tong. She fixed her icy gaze upon him, radiating an aura of coldness. Suddenly, she slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Do you realize that your actions are tantamount to treason? Weren't you the one who permitted me to auction it?" Zhang Tong replied, feigning innocence. "You misled me, claiming it was merely a prop. Now you tell me it is just a prop. That is an extraordinarily miraculous treasure, capable of developing anti-gravity devices and equipment, heralding the fifth technological revolution. It is of utmost importance to the nation, and now it has fallen into American hands. The consequences are dire." Wu Na gritted her teeth. "Young man, you've landed yourself in serious trouble, truly serious trouble. Your greed has blinded you. A nation is paramount. Without a nation, there is no home. By auctioning off the flying pearl to the Americans, you are effectively aiding their rise. I cannot fathom how you dared to commit such an act." "You're exaggerating," Long Mei Daozhang interjected. Unperturbed, Zhang Tong replied, "I merely sold a single pearl, albeit a rather special one. Is it fair to blame me for your inability to secure it? A pearl that allows one to fly?" Long Mei Daozhang retorted, exasperated. "Let me enlighten you. The clam has transformed into a spirit, and the flying pearl is its inner elixir. That is why it is so extraordinary. There is only this one on the entire planet. It is a treasure beyond valuation. Is your perspective solely fixated on wealth? Inner elixir?" Zhang Tong burst into laughter, bemused. This old man truly lived up to his title as a cultivator, albeit without any substantial accomplishments. Yet he believed in the existence of monsters and their inner elixirs. It was utterly ludicrous. "What are you laughing at?" Both Wu Na and Long Mei Daozhang glowered at him, wishing they could slap Zhang Tong dead. "I simply cannot contain my laughter. Daozhang, you are too amusing," Zhang Tong remarked. "This is indeed a pearl, a unique type, as I found two within, the other being slightly larger. Is it possible for an inner elixir to exist in two forms? Even novels do not depict such a scenario." "What? Two? How could that be?" Long Mei Daozhang's face was a mask of shock and disbelief, utterly upending his worldview and understanding. However, Wu Na was ecstatic, urging, "Quick, show me." "Behold," Zhang Tong said, revealing the other small flying pearl, placing it upon the table. He had already schemed for this, as he intended to reserve this one for the nation. Should he manage to procure more flying pearls in the future, he would continue to auction them, but only with permission. Otherwise, there might not even be a future. Wu Na promptly placed the flying pearl in her mouth, and to her delight, she began to float. Indeed, it was a flying pearl, magnificent. Though her face was alight with joy, she quickly returned to her icy demeanor, stating, "Even if there are two, it is unacceptable for the Americans to possess even one. However, this treasure is not mine. It belongs to another treasure seeker. Whoever wins the bid, I cannot concern myself with. It is merely a matter of their wealth," Zhang Tong replied. "Moreover, my friend mentioned he discovered another flying clam. Yet it is significantly larger and formidable, making it challenging to hunt. Nevertheless, it can still be obtained, and I shall auction it again next time. By then, it may not even be in my possession. Thus, the Americans will inevitably acquire it in due course. Another flying clam? Where exactly is it located?" Long Mei Daozhang was thoroughly excited, believing the place must be conducive to cultivation, vital for him. "Could you divulge its location?" Setting aside the possibility of cultivation, Zhang Tong replied, "Do you truly believe anyone would reveal such a miraculous place? As of now, he is even hiding, fearing threats. He entrusted me with the auction of only one pearl. And if you wish to claim it, there must be compensation. Otherwise, the possibility of obtaining more flying pearls is utterly non-existent. He will no longer trust me." Sighing deeply, Long Mei Daozhang expressed his disappointment. That place must surely be the legendary paradise, rich in spiritual energy, yet its location eluded him. "Daozhang, do not overthink it. The flying clam is not a monster. Otherwise, how could there be two inner elixirs? It is a new species, capable of flight without wings. It simply remained hidden, undetected by mankind. Even if discovered, it is unlikely anyone would uncover the secret of the pearls," Zhang Tong explained. "At a new species? Impossible! Long Mei Daozhong stubbornly rejected the notion. How about this? Tell your friend I shall impart to him the secrets of cultivation, on the condition that he takes me to that place for cultivation as well. Very well, I shall inquire with him promptly, Zhang Tong replied. Then I shall await your news, Long Mei Daozhong said, pleased. You mentioned it is a new species, so there must be many flying clams in that location? Correct? Not in abundance, but there are both large and small. Some are as big as a car, while others are merely palm-sized. Yet all possess flying pearls, albeit of varying sizes, Zhang Tong explained. Daozhong, if this holds true? It indeed indicates a new species, Wu Na remarked, but your hopes may be dashed. If it truly is a new species, there is nothing that can be done. This one will be purchased by the nation. How much do you propose? Wu Na inquired. How about half price? Zhang Tong suggested. Half price would amount to 7.5 billion. Are you not concerned that your friend might blame you? Wu Na queried. I can certainly persuade him. Zhang Tong asserted. Such a treasure, if taken to other countries for auction, would undoubtedly be seized, meaning it could not be sold for a high price. Only our nation is sufficiently open-minded to facilitate a successful auction. Achieving a staggering sum of 15 billion. He ought to be grateful to our country, and offering some concessions is only fair. Should he continue to be permitted to auction in the future, perhaps even greater concessions could be offered. You make a valid point. Perhaps a special agreement can be reached with the nation, allowing continued auctions in the future. How many flying pearls do you estimate you could acquire? Wu Na asked earnestly. Quantifying the exact number is challenging, but I believe 1,000 should not be an issue, Zhang Tong replied, cautiously estimating the potential for a deal with the nation. The planet is replete with lakes and rivers. I anticipate being able to hunt many flying clams in due time. 1,000? That amounts to 15 trillion. Wu Na and Long Mei Daozhong were left speechless, astounded by the sheer magnitude of such wealth. Immediately, Wu Na stepped aside to make a call to her superiors, engaging in lengthy discussions. She then turned to Zhang Tong and said, the nation is willing to enter into a special agreement with you, allowing future auctions to continue. However, the quantity auction must be discreetly sold to the nation at a price of 5 billion per pearl. It is not that the nation is being overly harsh, but rather due to the abundance of flying pearls. If dozens or hundreds are released, the price is sure to plummet. The nation's offer is based on the average price, so an average of 5 billion per pearl is not unreasonable. If you can persuade your friend, you will have made a significant contribution, and the nation will reward you. I will reach out to him to see if he agrees, Zhang Tong replied. You ought to inquire immediately. This matter is of utmost importance, Wu Na urged. I cannot get in touch right now. I will provide you with a response by tomorrow morning, Zhang Tong said. You may take this one with you for now. Very well, Wu Na consented, a smile gracing her face. Despite the earlier blunder, the outcome remained remarkably favorable. If the nation could acquire the flying pearl at the price of 5 billion, other countries would be forced to bid exorbitant amounts. The nation would undoubtedly enjoy a significant advantage. Should many flying pearls be obtained, they could not only be utilized for research but also equipped for operatives, enabling them to navigate unfriendly nations without risk, and rescue key figures with ease. It appeared Zhang Tong had long had a plan for managing the flying pearls. This fellow was audacious, yet his intelligence was indeed commendable. Upon exiting the Tianbao auction house, Wu Na ordered comprehensive surveillance of Zhang Tong, both to protect him and to uncover whom he was contacting. Chapter 62. At the celebration banquet, everyone is a beauty. In a private room of a certain hotel, Tianbao auction house was hosting a celebratory banquet attended by all staff, including security personnel. With the company's treasury devoid of treasures, there was no need for vigilant guarding. A simple lock would suffice. A total of only 23 individuals were present. 8 beautiful women, 2 appraisers, a finance manager, along with Zhang Tong and Luo Peng. The security personnel sat at one table, while the remaining individuals were divided into 2 tables. Zhang Tong's table consisted of him and 4 stunning beauties, Zhao Qian, Lu Qingxi, Luo Weihua, and Qing Xiang. The 4 women frequently raised their glasses to toast Zhang Tong, their smiles radiant and their glances flirtatious. One does not need to be intoxicated to feel inebriated. One does not need to be bewitched to be captivated. Zhang Tong felt utterly elated and immensely proud. He had once vowed that should he ever establish a company, he would employ numerous beauties. Now, that dream had materialized. Though the company was small, comprising merely 23 individuals, it boasted an impressive quartet of top-tier beauties. Each one was extraordinarily enchanting, capable of captivating any audience. At a separate table sat Luo Peng, accompanied by another 4 beauties: Susan, Pan Yu, Xiao Lily, and Chun Fong. 2 appraisers and a finance manager also graced the table, creating an atmosphere filled with alluring charm. Each one raised their glasses to him, their voices sweet and endearing, their smiles radiating warmth. Once a sycophant, Luo Peng found himself overjoyed, especially as the once indifferent Tan Jia now regarded him with newfound favor. Thus, he was exuberant, thrilled, and electrified. This is truly the pinnacle of life. Today, the company has experienced a prosperous start. Congratulations to the boss for an astonishing profit of 43 billion. Let us welcome the boss to deliver a speech. Zhao Qian stood up, smiling charmingly. The multitude of employees applauded with delight, their faces brimming with anticipation. I am grateful to each of you for your hard work during this period. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed, Zhang Tong proclaimed, rising to address the crowd. Therefore, each of you will receive a bonus of 500,000. My heavens, just a few days into work and we're receiving 500,000 in bonuses. The employees were left in shock and elation. The boss is indeed extravagant, truly a magnate. His generosity knows no bounds. I am tempted to truly follow him. Lu Jie wore a complex expression. It was his first encounter with such a generous employer. He had yet to resign and was tasked with continuing to monitor Zhang Tong's every move. Especially tonight, he could not allow Zhang Tong to slip from his sight, even for a moment. Thank you, boss, I love you. All the beautiful women cheered in unison. Luo Wei rushed forward, giving Zhang Tong an enthusiastic hug and planting a kiss on his cheek. She hailed from the art academy. Though her studies focused on calligraphy and painting rather than singing and dancing, monetizing her talents proved exceedingly challenging. Before her rise to fame, even with exceptional skills, her works went unsold. Coming from a modest family, her living expenses were meager, far from sufficient for someone of her exquisite beauty. Yet, she had yet to find a satisfying partner, leading to a rather frugal lifestyle. Her clothing was unremarkable, but her striking looks and keen sense of style gave even the most mundane attire the allure of high fashion. Despite an annual salary of 1 million, her pay had yet to be dispersed. She had anticipated enduring another month of hardship before enjoying a semblance of happiness. Little did she know, the boss would unexpectedly grant a bonus of 500,000, leaving her overjoyed. Is this an ambush? No. I must return the kiss. Zhang Tong, having indulged in ample libations, boldly embraced her slender waist, planting a kiss on her cheek in return. Luo Wei felt a rush of warmth. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with allure, almost collapsing into Zhang Tong's arms. One more. The other employees burst into laughter. Perhaps the alcohol had loosened their inhibitions. They were all surprisingly unrestrained. Even Zhao Qian joined in the laughter. Showing no signs of jealousy, she had long accepted her place. Why feel envy when one could simply revel in the moment? With such high salaries and generous bonuses, and the opportunity to maintain a flirtatious rapport with such a handsome boss, it was a situation many women would envy. Zhang Tong, having not overstepped his bounds, released Luo Wei, only for her to steal another kiss, leaving a rosy imprint on his other cheek before giggling and darting away. Laughter erupted among the crowd, their joy palpable. Boss, thank you for your generosity. I raise a toast to you. Hua Qingxiang, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment, approached Zhang Tong with a glass brimming with liquor, at least 3 taels worth. After clinking glasses with Zhang Tong, she gracefully drank it all, her face blossoming with color as she swayed unsteadily, ultimately collapsing into Zhang Tong's embrace. Goodness, she must be quite the lightweight. The onlookers were astonished. Was this intentional or merely a coincidence? Each one was a mesmerizing beauty. Lu Qingxi smirked slightly. It wasn't so simple to entice the boss. He was not the type to be easily swayed. Despite numerous attempts on her part, there had been no success. On one occasion, they had been alone in her room, yet he had walked away without hesitation. Another time, in Zhang Tong's villa, he had merely given her a playful slap on the backside. With no further advances, it was evident he had no intention of expanding his harem. One Zhao Qian was more than sufficient. Nonetheless, he had an undeniable fondness for beauty, hence the high salaries and gathering of stunning women around him. Perhaps he simply relished being surrounded and adored by such beauty. Zhang Tong was enveloped in an intoxicating floral aroma, unable to resist inhaling deeply. The fragrance was captivating, refreshing his spirit. Yet, he scolded playfully. Hey, 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 snap out of it. You can't be drinking to toast me. Ah, I'm so sorry. I'm just overwhelmed with JOYMY. Tolerance for alcohol has always been poor. I can't hold my liquor at all. This is my first time drinking out. Hua Qingxiang's eyes were glazed with intoxication, her words slurring. All right then. Zhang Tong sighed in resignation, continuing to hold her close as he passionately declared, Ladies and gentlemen, my speech is far from over. Tomorrow, there will be no work, for I have decided to grant a half-month holiday. Feel free to travel. Gentlemen, bring your sisters-in-law. Ladies, bring your lovers. And if any beauties find themselves without a companion, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will gladly discuss overtime with you. Wow, incredible, boss. You are too generous. Long live the boss. Boss, I love you. You are so humorous. I thought you would accompany me to the Maldives. Yet you mention overtime? The crowd erupted in cheers and laughter, each radiant with joy, lost in their happiness. This must be the most extravagant and free-spirited boss in existence. A mere disagreement results in a 500,000 bonus, a spontaneous decision to grant a month-long holiday. Such generosity is enough to make one's heart soar. To work in such a company is truly a blessing from above. Ha ha ha. Senpai, this month I've received a bonus of 500,000. My assets are nearing 1 million. Luo Peng could not help but boast to Yang Bio. Do you never tire of bragging? Just get lost. In a certain office in the Magic City, Yang Bo, toiling away, wore a sullen expression. Maddie, they bully me because I'm new, making me stay late every day. Luo Peng, this fool, often comes in to brag mindlessly. Am I a fool? Zhang Tong earns 40 billion in a day? Not even 400 would be believable. I wish I could fly over there and slap that foolish fatso to silence him. Chapter 63. You are responsible for being beautiful. I am responsible for making a living. Just as the crowd was in high spirits and excitement, the door was abruptly kicked open, and a rotund man stormed in, shouting, What is all this ruckus? You're deafeningly loud. Do you want us to come looking for trouble? Behind him trailed over 20 burly men, all looking rough and intimidating, exuding an air of menace. Upon seeing the numerous beauties present, their eyes widened in astonishment, each one clearly taken aback by the sight. They felt a pang of injustice, surrounded by so many stunning women, yet not a single one on their side. Who are you? What do you want? Zhang Tong halted the security personnel who were ready to retaliate. He despised fighting, especially in a hotel. A celebratory banquet should not devolve into chaos. Ha ha ha, who am I? You needn't know. Pang Tang glared at Zhang Tong. Are you a newly established entertainment company or a modeling agency? How is that any of your concern? Zhang Tong retorted, growing irritated. He had initially wished to resolve matters amicably, but the other party was too arrogant. Get lost now, or I'll ensure you enter standing and leave lying down. A mere small company dares to act so brazenly before me? Are you seeking death? Pang Tin sneered, and his companions joined in mockery, looking at Zhang Tong as if he were a simpleton. Come, I'll take you all on at once. Let's see who meets their end. Luo Peng leaped forward, gesturing defiantly at the opposition. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, he was a mass of muscle, his presence formidable. With 10 incredibly skilled ex-special forces soldiers, including a legendary soldier, backing him up, he felt entirely unafraid. He took the lead, as such ostentatious displays were never to be missed. Hadn't he noticed the 4 beauties at the table admiring him? Attracting women was the first step, if luck favored him. Perhaps he would enjoy the same allure as Zhang Tong, able to choose any beauty he desired at whim. You little fatso? You clearly don't know your place. Any of my men could easily take you down. Pang Tin looked down on him, his face filled with disdain. Here's the deal. You apologize immediately and buy our goods, and we'll let this slide. This is only because of the lovely women present. Otherwise, you wouldn't have it so easy. His companions glared with disdain and fury. We toil tirelessly for a pittance, while these entertainment company scoundrels rake in the profits, handing out 500,000 bonuses and taking a half-month vacation. It's utterly unjust. Leave now, or face the consequences. Wang Hao stepped forward, shielding Luo Peng behind him. The other security personnel remained still, confident that Wang Hao could handle the situation. After all, he was a former soldier king. You are clearly not good people. You must have committed some misdeeds and are now dividing the spoils. Behave yourselves and come with us to clarify matters. Pang Tan, brimming with malice, charged forward with his companions. They were genuinely prepared to fight. Are you city management? Wang Hao moved suddenly, executing a shoulder throw that sent Pang Tan crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Following up with a sweeping kick, the frontline men fell like dominoes. The rest were left bewildered, collapsing one after another. Strewn across the floor, is this the caliber of individuals thinking they could take on your fat lord? Luo Peng burst into laughter. Goodness, this entertainment company must be incredibly wealthy to hire a soldier king as their bodyguard. Pang Tan was nearly apoplectic with rage. Once, he too had been a soldier, a special forces operative at that. His combat prowess was no joke, but against a soldier king, he was outmatched. Today, he had lost all face. Yet, the matter was far from over. Do you dare to confront the urban management officers? Do you wish to court death? One of them exclaimed in exasperation. Due to the sudden influx of wealthy individuals and treasure hunters in Xiangqing, they had been dispatched for patrol duty, disguised in plain clothes, serving as a covert force. Now that their mission was complete, they had come to the hotel to dine. Urban management officers? Zhang Tong felt a bit bewildered. How did a conflict with the urban management officers arise out of nowhere? Yet, undaunted, he replied coldly, "We are employees of Tianbao Auction House." "What do you intend to do?" "Employees of Tianbao Auction House." All the urban management officers were taken aback. They were summoned for overtime precisely because this auction house had drawn countless affluent patrons. Rumored to have sold over 43 billion in a single day. One item, called the Flying Pearl, purportedly grants the ability to fly. A misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. Pang Tan scrambled to his feet, awkwardly explaining, "I thought you were from an entertainment company flaunting bonuses, making a racket and disturbing us. We were already irritable due to your late-night antics. You've worked hard." Wang Hao casually tossed 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes. Distributing them, he had no desire to stoop to the level of the urban management officers, nor to engage in conflict with them. "Thank you." Pang Tan beamed as he accepted the cigarettes, then turned to Zhang Tong with familiarity, asking, "You must be Zhang Tong, the esteemed owner of Tianbao Auction House. Truly a young and accomplished gentleman, remarkably handsome. I hold you in the highest regard. I will certainly apply for patrol duty during the next auction." Without waiting for Zhang Tong's response, he nodded and left. Once outside, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, terrified. So these were the employees of Tianbao Auction House. A single security guard had swept us all aside? That fellow must be a remarkable veteran soldier, among the elite, whose combat prowess had not waned with age but had rather intensified. I thought today would be my end, perhaps even a beating to death. Instead, I ended up with a pack of cigarettes. Truly, surviving a great calamity must bring blessings. They were not mistaken. Wang Hao was indeed among the elite of veteran soldiers, if not for his extraordinary talent. How could he have been nurtured by the long-browed Taoist? Where was I? Ah, yes, I was discussing the holiday. Zhang Tong took another sip of wine and chuckled. "You all chose to work for my company because you value me. So, rest assured, as long as you remain steadfastly loyal, I will certainly not neglect you. In summary, you are responsible for your beauty and charm, while I shall take care of the finances." Pfft. Laughter erupted among everyone. The boss was drunk. He appeals to all genders. We, as security, certainly cannot claim to be beautiful. Numerous beautiful women giggled, their laughter like the fluttering petals of flowers. The boss was utterly amusing, yet his character was truly admirable. Being his subordinate meant not worrying about how to generate profit for him, as long as they performed their duties well. Given that he was an extraordinary treasure hunter, the matters of making money were entrusted to him. Chapter 64. Sharing a bed with Hua Qingxiang. Zhang Tong lay in bed, dazed and inhaling a captivating fragrance. Gradually, he awoke, astonished to find himself not in a villa or a hotel, but in a rather ordinary room. The bed was spacious, yet more perplexing was the sight of Hua Qingxiang nestled beside him. She had been inebriated, showing no signs of waking up, appearing as if in a deep, spring slumber, so beautiful, so alluring. Did I get drunk? Is this how it was arranged? Whose idea was this? Zhang Tong rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat bewildered. Was this a prank orchestrated by Luo Peng? This could be disastrous. He was not that kind of person. He merely wished to provide excellent jobs for the stunning beauties, to ensure their happiness. not to establish a harem for himself. Yet now, sharing a bed with Hua Qingxiang, there was no way to clear his name. Even if he could, it might still become a reality. She was too beautiful, both innocent and sensual, vibrant yet fresh. She lay intimately against him. Who could maintain composure in such a situation? Just as his breath quickened and his heart raced. The door swung open. Zhao Qian entered gracefully, smiling. "Boss, you're awake? Have some tea to sober up." She then explained the situation. It turned out that Zhang Tong had gotten drunk but remained upright, worrying about Hua Qingxiang's safety. So he insisted on escorting her back to the newly assigned residence. Consequently, they both ended up collapsing on the bed and were unable to rise. Zhao Qian had no choice but to wait by their side for him to awaken. "So that was it," Zhang Tong exhaled, feeling a wave of relief. Had Zhao Qian not entered in time, things could have taken a turn for the worse. He released Hua Qingxiang and jumped up, urgently pulling Zhao Qian along as he exclaimed, "Let us go to your place." "So hasty? Were you thinking of something untoward?" Zhao Qian teased with a mischievous smile. Upon hearing this, Hua Qingxiang pulled the blanket over her head, her cheeks blooming with a vivid blush. In truth, she had already awakened but was too timid to move or speak, feeling disappointed that her boss could be such a person. Did he intend to take advantage of her in her inebriated state? Would he turn a blind eye, pretending not to know? Or would he refuse? Would she still be able to keep her job? She was caught in a dilemma, hesitating. When Zhang Tong awoke, restless and eager, her heart nearly leaped from her chest. She understood that something undesirable was about to transpire. He was so strong and capable. She could hardly resist. If that were the case, she might as well enjoy it. However, a sudden twist revealed that he was not at all as she had imagined. He was genuinely a good person, concerned for her safety, personally escorting her home. Surely, being so beautiful, even a security guard would not suffice to ensure her safety. She feared the guard might take liberties. "Boss, I love you. I truly admire you," Hua Qingxiang silently declared in her heart, followed by a deep sigh. It seemed Zhao Qian was his woman. That rascal Luo Peng had mentioned that the boss kept two stunning beauties. Was Zhao Qian one of them? Who could the other be? Perhaps it was Lu Qingxi. That seemed unlikely. Maybe Luo Peng was merely spreading rumors? Had Zhao Qian not entered earlier, what might have transpired? Would she have become one of his women? Would he treat her well in the future? He treated all the beautiful employees, no, all the staff, exceptionally well, offering such generous benefits and bonuses. With such treatment, how could he treat his own woman any differently? 3 hours later, just before dawn, Zhang Tong emerged from Zhao Qian's room, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Zhao Qian was undeniably a warm haven, effortlessly soothing his restless heart, making him feel as if he had been reborn, fully revitalized. Perhaps this was the unique charm of a super beauty. "Good morning, boss." As he descended the stairs, he unexpectedly encountered Luo Wei. Luo Wei wore black leggings, a white t-shirt and sneakers, her satin-like black hair tied in a ponytail, clearly ready for a run. "Morning." Zhang Tong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, nearly covering his face. However, as long as he remained unembarrassed, the awkwardness fell upon others. Thus, he feigned nonchalance, smiling. "Going for a run? It's raining, so you won't be able to run, nor can you go anywhere. How about coming to my place for a while?" Luo Wei's cheeks flushed like blooming red plums, her eyes sparkling like peonies. Rich fragrance emanated from her, intoxicating. "It's all right. The rain isn't heavy." Zhang Tong began to leave but was halted by Luo Wei. "Boss, wait a moment. Let me get you an umbrella." She hurried upstairs to fetch an umbrella. "Thank you." Zhang Tong stole a glance at her flower-like smile, opened the umbrella, and stepped into the rain. The raindrops pattered against the umbrella as he gradually vanished from Luo Wei's sight. "The boss is so handsome. I wonder what kind of beauty could be his girlfriend?" Luo Wei's cheeks were still flushed as she watched him depart. Last night, Zhang Tong had insisted on escorting Hua Qingxiang home, ensuring that all the beautiful women accompanied them for supervision. They were all deeply moved. Eventually, they stayed for a while before departing, as Zhao Qian was there to guard her. After all, Zhao Qian was the secretary, earning 3 million a year, precisely for this duty. Thus, Luo Wei remained unaware that Zhang Tong had actually spent the night in Zhao Qian's room. On the way, Zhang Tong noticed 8 individuals trailing him, both men and women, all quite skilled. Were they sent by Wu Na, agents from the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs? Were they attempting to uncover my connections? Zhang Tong mused. Upon returning to the villa, he found no anomalies. Evidently, no one had entered. After all, Wang Kai and Hui Hui had been guarding the home, only allowing Zhang Tong, Zhao Qian, Luo Peng, and the recently cleaned Hua Qingxiang to enter. Zhang Tong promptly took Wang Kai and Hui Hui through the basement into the mysterious passage, his face reflecting deep thought. This was somewhat troublesome. He might be under surveillance. The goal was to identify that enigmatic treasure hunter. Ideally, he could dissuade her from pursuing him. Otherwise, this situation would become quite unpleasant. The mysterious passage follows my movements. This implies it can be moved at will. Could it alter its exit location? Zhang Tong mused. Regardless, I do not wish to exit from the villa. Other places are fine, like Changbai Mountain or my rural hometown. If this mysterious passage possessed intelligence, it would surely fulfill its master's desires, and indeed, it did. Upon exiting, Zhang Tong found himself in a cave beneath the crater of Changbai Mountain. Heavens! Is this really possible? How exhilarating! Zhang Tong's face lit up with joy. Continuing to experiment, he soon discovered that while he could change locations, he could only go to places he had previously exited. That is the villa, the treasure trove of the company, the countryside cellar, and the crater of Changbai Mountain. If one wishes to visit another city, one must wait until he has established his own territory there, complete with a basement or cellar. As only then can he be deemed worthy of such a journey. It seems I must wander to other places. This is the essence of treasure hunting. Chapter 65. The new use of the flying pearl. What? That scoundrel has made no noise at all. He hasn't contacted anyone, nor has he met with anyone. Early in the morning, Wu Na received a report that soured her expression. That rascal had stayed overnight at Hua Qingxiang's place before moving on to Zhao Qian's. It was utterly absurd. Not to mention him, there are indeed many absurd wealthy individuals. Yet Zhang Tong is somewhat younger, but could it be that he has not taken her matters to heart? Thus, he has not contacted that treasure hunter. Could it be that he himself is that treasure hunter? However, Zhang Tong has not spent much time away from Xiang City, and he is far too young for such a role. Logically, it shouldn't be so. Suddenly, her phone rang, and to her surprise, it was Zhang Tong calling. Hello, my beautiful Wu Da. I have contacted that treasure hunter, and he has replied. He is willing to meet our demands. But he has one condition. If there are any discoveries regarding the flying pearl, we must inform him. No specific technical details are necessary, just the basic functions, such as what else it can do besides flying. Zhang Tong, how audacious of you to toy with me once more. Treating national matters as a joke. Wu Na seethed with rage, slamming her palm onto the table. The rosewood table instantly crumbled into dust. With her esteemed status, who would dare to mock her? This time, she was truly provoked. In what way have I mocked you? Not at all. I am conveying a serious message, not a hint of jest. Zhang Tong retorted angrily. Are you being overly sensitive? You owe me an apology. Otherwise, I will refuse to collaborate with you. You haven't even stepped outside today, nor have you used the internet or made any calls. How could you possibly contact that treasure hunter? In fact, you are that treasure hunter, aren't you? How dare you deceive me? Do you still expect me to apologize? How about I invite you for tea instead? Wu Na thundered. Heh, you think you can invite me for tea? Zhang Tong scoffed at tea that moment. He was seated atop a mountain in Changbai, surrounded by pristine white snow, feeling a chill even as a superhuman. For Wu Na to find him would be akin to chasing a dream. Just wait, Wu Na snapped, abruptly hanging up the phone. With a contingent of subordinates, she headed directly to Zhang Tong's villa. Zhang Tong, come out, Wu Na shouted, but silence reigned. Not even a bark from a dog could be heard. What is going on? Wu Na sensed that something was amiss. We have been monitoring him with 8 men, and detected that he entered the villa an hour ago and has not left since. He must still be inside. One team member reported confidently. You buffoon, he has long since fled, Wu Na exclaimed in exasperation. As expected, she sent people to infiltrate and search thoroughly. Not a single living soul was found. Not even a trace of a person. This is infuriating. Wu Na trembled with rage. With so many skilled individuals monitoring him, how could they fail to notice how he escaped? She promptly ordered an inquiry into Zhang Tong's phone call location. What? Changbai Mountain. How could that scoundrel have dashed off to Changbai Mountain so swiftly? Wu Na was left dumbfounded. Could it be he possesses another flying pearl? Did he silently ascend with Wang Kai and Xiao Songshu just before dawn? Is he meeting that treasure hunter in Changbai? Soon, Zhang Tong received a call from Wu Na. He chuckled. My beautiful Wu Da, how are you? Can't seem to invite me for tea, can you? I apologize, I misunderstood. I thought you hadn't contacted anyone yet received a reply. Concluding you must be that treasure hunter who has been deceiving me all along. Wu Na expressed her regret, then added, we have received your reply. The state has tentatively agreed to this collaboration. However, it will not involve any technical materials regarding the research on flying pearls, only their applications. Can my people monitoring you be dismissed? Zhang Tong replied, dismiss them. They are utterly useless. Wu Na retorted sharply. Do you still possess a flying pearl? Be cautious. Don't let anyone snatch it away. Rest assured, Zhang Tong reassured himself, feeling a sense of relief. It seems Wu Na has misconstrued his arrival at Changbai Mountain as being due to the flying pearl. This time, even the use of the flying pearl to soar through the skies is permitted. How delightful! When is the next auction for the flying pearl? Wu Na inquired with seriousness. That's hard to say. It hasn't been determined why it depends on luck. Perhaps in a few months, or maybe sooner, or possibly longer, Zhang Tong answered. I will go check the lake in a while. There may still be flying clams within. They must have forgotten the past and will emerge to attack me. I shall seize the opportunity to hunt them. If the lake yields nothing, that would be troublesome. We might have to venture to the sea, which is perilous. Therefore, I cannot afford to be certain. I must find a way to expedite things. He continued. Wu Na asked expectantly, have there been any discoveries in the research? Is it that quick? I have merely conducted some special experiments. The flying pearl possesses immense capabilities and numerous applications. One flying pearl is simply insufficient for research. Many more are required. The military also needs them, hoping to dispatch experts to rescue some significant figures. Even scientists wish to use them to construct airborne skyscrapers. Construct airborne skyscrapers? How could that possibly be achieved? Zhang Tong was astonished. By supplying energy to the flying pearl, one can render a skyscraper weightless, allowing it to float in the air, Wu Na explained. While I can share these research findings, they must be kept confidential. Do not leak them. Of course, I am only interested in those functionalities that aid in treasure hunting. Nothing else matters to me, Zhang Tong affirmed. Yet inwardly, he was quite astonished. Could the flying pearl truly absorb energy to enhance its power? Could it allow a building to float? Would this not transform it into an anti-gravity device? Could a city be constructed above the ocean? However, the more functions it possesses, the more delighted Zhang Tong became, for he had no worries about selling the flying pearl if hunting flying clams proves challenging. We can assist, Wu Na offered. Really? Zhang Tong exclaimed with joy. Of course, Wu Na also felt elated. Then provide me with several powerful firearms. Zhang Tong responded, I will supply you with several experts in firearms handling. No need to thank me. As for the people, I'll pass. Just the firearms will suffice, Zhang Tong stated. Wu Na nearly exploded with anger, but promptly sweetly replied, don't be hasty in refusing. The individuals I provide you will be the finest beauties, and they are highly skilled. Such beauties as you? Zhang Tong appeared intrigued, yet secretly scoffed. Heh, the finest beauties? Are they more beautiful than Zhao Qian? More alluring than Lu Qingxi? More pure than Hua Qingxiang? More graceful than Luo Wei? Let me tell you, I am surrounded by beauties aplenty. They are all more stunning than I. What do you think? Have you made up your mind? Wu Na queried. Perhaps not. We treasure hunters prefer to operate independently, Zhang Tong declined. In truth, he was merely jesting with her. Very well, I shall send the firearms and documents to you promptly. Wu Na felt somewhat helpless. Zhang Tong was difficult to handle and not easily deceived. It was best not to entertain fanciful thoughts. I am truly looking forward to it. Zhang Tong was genuinely pleased. He could now be equipped with firearms. He could hunt flying clams and monsters. Chapter 66. Has the villa become a spider lair? Zhang Tong did not return immediately from Changbai Mountain. Instead, he delved into a mysterious passage, resting and cultivating at Baoxing for most of the day. Only then did he emerge from the villa's basement, and it was around 8 in the evening. He then heard the sound of a flute, poignant and melodious, accompanied by other musical instruments, along with the laughter of several beauties. Is this truly my villa? Zhang Tong was bewildered, stealthily approaching to peek, and was met with an enchanting scene. The hall was adorned with numerous colorful lights that radiated a dazzling array of colors. Dressed in simple, revealing attire, Hua Qingxiang was playing the flute. Zhao Qian, Lu Qingxi, Luo Wei, Su Shanshan, Chen Fong, Pan Yu, and Xiao Lili were dancing, each adorned splendidly, radiating beauty beyond compare. Some wore denim shorts, showcasing their long legs. Others donned spaghetti strap dresses, revealing vast expanses of fair skin. Some sported deep V dresses, exposing half of a snowy expanse. Others wore body-hugging skirts paired with red high heels, exuding extreme sensuality. They twirled and danced with abandon. What on earth? I've been gone for half a day, and the villa has transformed into a spider lair? Zhang Tong stood there, wide-eyed, secretly admiring while silently critiquing. Lu Qingxi danced in the most seductive manner. Her expressions and movements perfectly on point, leaving one salivating. Zhao Qian was equally captivating, her dance moves vibrant and striking, especially the action of closing her eyes while shooting. It sent shivers down one's spine. Luo Wei exuded the grace of a princess, her demeanor impeccably poised, evoking a desire to desecrate her. Yoga instructor Chen Fong was also a master, her dance movements expansive and flawless. Pan Yu, a professional model, had a slender waist, long legs, and a curvaceous figure, dancing joyfully, her captivating eyes electrifying Zhang Tong's limbs. The white-collar beauty Xiao Lili was also letting loose, wildly tossing her hair, creating a delightful mess, sending pulses racing. Once the performance concluded, they relaxed and began to laugh and chat. Our boss is great at making money but terrible at spending it. He just earned several billion and has taken Wang Kai and Hui Hui to go treasure hunting again. Who knows when he'll return? Then we shall reside in his villa and hold parties every day. Will the boss scold us when he comes back? Scold us? The boss loves us. He wouldn't he dare. Didn't he say before that he is responsible for making money to support the family, while we are in charge of being beautiful? Therefore, it is imperative that we pay attention to our skincare. In addition to indulging in daily joy, we must also apply facial masks and engage in beauty treatments regularly. By the way, I have procured an exceptionally effective facial mask that enhances skin texture and promotes a fair complexion. Would anyone care to give it a try? Soon, they sprawled across the sofa in various positions, each adorned with a mask, continuing their delightful chatter. You have no idea, ever since my annual salary reached 1 million, I have lost interest in romance. I have bluntly told every man who pursued me to go away. It feels liberating. I once had high hopes for 2 suitors, both well off, with houses, cars, and annual incomes in the hundreds of thousands. I was torn over whether to choose one for a relationship, but I suddenly realized they are beneath contempt. I possess a house, a car, savings, and a good job. Achievements they could only dream of. Thus, I told them to keep their distance. You have a house and a car? Really? My boss provided me with a 3-bedroom apartment and even awarded me a bonus of 500,000, presumably for purchasing a vehicle. Right? Zhang Tong continued to listen with keen interest, remaining hidden. He was eager to hear what other amusing anecdotes they might share. The results are indeed impressive. My skin feels so much more supple. My complexion has acquired a lovely sheen. This mask is quite remarkable. I truly enjoy it. Really? Zhang Tong was somewhat skeptical. Is there truly such a miraculous product in existence? He craned his neck to observe, yet could discern no difference in their appearances compared to before. The boss has returned. Someone exclaimed upon spotting Zhang Tong. As long as I remain unembarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others. Zhang Tong feigned nonchalance and stepped out confidently. Boss, when did you arrive? We had no idea. All the lovely ladies appeared somewhat dazed. They had searched thoroughly earlier and had not seen Zhang Tong. Not even Wang Kai and Hui Hui were present. How did Zhang Tong suddenly materialize? Naturally, he jumped in. Zhang Tong smiled slightly. The boss is quite formidable, capable of leaping over 10 meters high. This wall cannot hinder him. Zhao Qian chuckled, reassuring them that the boss had just returned. Really just returned? Why do I feel as if the boss has been back for quite some time? Has he overheard everything we said? The many beauties felt bashful and awkward, having shared quite a few embarrassing remarks. Would the boss mock them? Boss, weren't you off treasure hunting? Lu Qingxi asked charmingly. I merely took a look around, like a reconnaissance mission. I will officially go in a few days, Zhang Tong replied. I should be heading back, right? The numerous beauties wished to continue their revelry, yet were apprehensive, fearing Zhang Tong's displeasure. It's all right. You may continue your merriment, do whatever you wish, Zhang Tong reassured them. He then lamented, I've been exceedingly busy these past few days, unable to attend to many matters. It is unacceptable that such exquisite beauties as yourselves do not possess your own vehicles. How can that be? Would you have to rely on public transport, thereby risking harassment from unsavory individuals? Therefore, the company will provide you with cars, each worth over $1 million. Thank you, boss. I love you. The many beauties immediately erupted in excitement, rushing over to embrace Zhang Tong warmly. Some even planted a few kisses on his cheeks. In that moment, they were thoroughly convinced that Zhang Tong was not upset. Otherwise, how could he be so generous? Such a magnanimous and kind boss is truly akin to a beloved husband. They began to dance joyfully, pulling Zhang Tong into their ranks. After more than an hour of festivities, exhaustion set in, and they all sank onto the sofa to rest, transforming into a breathtaking scene. Suddenly, a visitor arrived, none other than Fan Bingxiang, driving a Ferrari and clad in the most luxurious designer attire, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. What brings you here? Zhang Tong was taken aback. They had already had a falling out, and although she had attended the opening ceremony, their relationship had thawed somewhat. Yet her late-night visit still surprised him. Surely, she is not unwelcome? Fan Bingxiang wore a look of feigned sorrow and playful reproach. Of course, you are welcome. Zhang Tong gestured for her to take a seat on the sofa. The 8 beauties quickly offered her a place, with Zhao Qian even preparing some fragrant tea. This is truly a high-class lady. Zhang Tong may be impolite, but they dare not be. They then scampered upstairs, aware that the two needed to discuss matters. Does Fan Bingxiang have feelings for our boss? Is she pursuing him? That is obvious. Coming over at such an hour is akin to delivering a gift. Our boss is far more formidable than the Fan family. His personal fortune will soon surpass theirs. In fact, it likely already has, as even if the Fan family's stocks were entirely liquidated, they would struggle to amass over 40 billion in cash, whereas our boss possesses genuine wealth. They whispered among themselves on the second floor, straining to eavesdrop on the conversation below. Particularly Zhao Qian and Lu Qingxi, who stood at the staircase entrance, eager to hear every word. Chapter 67. Fan Bingxiang's confession. Fan Bingxiang's charming face flushed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with emotion as she shyly confessed, I like you, truly like you. Would you be my boyfriend? She has indeed initiated the pursuit. Wow, a top-tier heiress like Fan Bingxiang is boldly declaring her affection for our boss. He is incredibly impressive. The beauties upstairs were all taken aback, their faces filled with astonishment. Zhao Qian, however, wore a complex expression, her heart in turmoil. Will he accept? Will he then belong to another? Will he still cherish me? Can I still secretly meet him? Will he still spend the night at my place? Despite having recognized her position, Zhang Tong had already given her more than enough. With her current fortune, she could live comfortably for a lifetime. If she relied solely on her own efforts to earn money, she would likely work herself to the bone without achieving such wealth. Marrying a man and managing a small family might not yield the same affluence either. She'd still have to cater to in-laws, a husband, and raise children. What a burden. Just the thought sent shivers down her spine. Yet now, her life was entirely different, filled with happiness and sweetness, lifting her spirits to new heights, leaving her wanting to sing and dance every day. A confession? Oh my! Zhang Tong was equally bewildered. This heiress was far too forward. How could she confess so suddenly? What about her modesty, her dignity, her noble bearing? Is none of that relevant anymore? If word of this gets out, it would be quite embarrassing for her. Yet a surge of pride and exhilaration welled up within him. This was Fan Bingxiang, the sole daughter of a billion-dollar family, proclaiming her feelings for him, Zhang Tong. It was a dream he never dared to entertain. It seemed true that wealth could indeed work wonders, even summoning celestial beings to the mortal realm. Therefore, I must strive to earn more money to better enjoy a splendid life. However, we have not known each other long, and we are still quite unfamiliar with one another. Thus, I cannot agree to this matter at present. Let us revisit it in the future, shall we? Zhang Tong tactfully declined. Although Fan Bingxiang was stunning and exuded grace, rivaling the 8 beauties upstairs, she perhaps even surpassed them, for her figure, appearance, and demeanor were unparalleled. She embodied the finest qualities of Zhao Qian, Lu Qingxi, and Luo Wei. Yet the fragrant virtues of Zhao Qian, Lu Qingxi, and Luo Wei were also remarkably prominent, truly unbeatable. You already know me well. Did you not learn of my circumstances? I mentioned last time that I have never had a boyfriend and lack romantic experience. Fan Bingxiang's expression shifted slightly, her eyes nearly welling with tears. I am not familiar with your character or temperament. For instance, will you become very jealous? Do you possess a strong desire for control? Zhang Tong replied, I do not enjoy jealousy and do not possess a strong controlling nature. Fan Bingxiang chuckled softly. Zhang Tong found this hard to believe. It contradicted human nature. If he were to become her boyfriend, how could she not feel jealous? How could she not want to control his wealth, especially since he was quite indulgent, relishing the company of many beautiful women and finding joy in their adornments and lively chatter? He possessed considerable wealth and would likely accrue even more in the future. Who would not be envious? Ultimately, he genuinely did not wish to enter into a relationship so soon, for that would strip life of much joy. Moreover, how many wealthy individuals marry early? Most wed in their 30s or even 40s. I understand your character and know you treat all women well, but that does not necessarily mean you wish to possess them. Besides, what wealthy individual does not have a few lovers? That is the norm. Why should I be jealous? My family is currently researching longevity drugs and will soon succeed, thus becoming one of the top-tier wealthy families. I am the sole heir and have no desire to control your wealth. Fan Bingxiang explained earnestly. Then what is it about me that you find appealing? Zhang Tong countered. Fan Bingxiang struggled to articulate her thoughts. Tio say it was his good looks felt too superficial and lacked persuasion. Finally, she stated resolutely, do you understand the significance of a noble marriage? A marriage alliance? Zhang Tong replied with a bemused smile. What is it that you find worthy in me? You possess rare ginseng worth thousands of years. We are in dire need of it. Moreover, we see great potential in your future. With your abilities, you will undoubtedly become one of the top-tier wealthy families, possibly even surpassing the Fan family. A union between us would be a formidable alliance, establishing a legacy for generations to come. Fan Bingxiang stated earnestly, should you agree, I promise not to interfere with your affairs, including your relationships with other women, nor will I control your wealth. I can assure you that I will never betray you. You will be my only man. Please, do consider it. Zhao Qian, Lu Qingxi, Luo Wei, and the others silently urged in their hearts. Such favorable conditions? If Zhang Tong were to agree, he would merely need to part with a few strands of millennial ginseng. Yet he would gain not only a stunningly beautiful and sensible wealthy girlfriend, but also a connection to a prestigious family through marriage. Given Zhang Tong's current wealth and treasure-hunting abilities, a few strands of ginseng are hardly a concern. From then on, they would bask in happiness, continuing to enjoy the affection their boss bestows upon them, with no one to interfere. This is the epitome of perfection. Their greatest fear is that once Zhang Tong takes a wife, they might be dismissed. After all, no normal woman would relish the sight of her husband doting on beautiful female employees, even if there were no ambiguous relationships involved. Moreover, Zhao Qian among them has an ambiguous connection with Zhang Tong. Was she hoping to take advantage of my millennial ginseng? Is this the consequence of my previous assertion regarding the cost of more than 10 strands? Zhang Tong awkwardly touched his nose and waved his hand, saying, Miss Fan, I truly apologize, but I am not interested in dating at the moment. Let's put this matter to rest. As for your need for millennial ginseng, I can sell it to you, even at 1.3 billion per strand. Of course, we shall remain friends and partners in business. Oh my. The boss has declined, and quite bluntly at that. Fan Bingxiang must be furious. The beautiful women upstairs were left dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. Why would Zhang Tong refuse such an advantageous offer? Is he truly reluctant to part with a few strands of ginseng? No, it seems he simply does not wish to pursue a romantic relationship at this time. After all, he is still quite young. If he were to take a girlfriend, he would want to enjoy life fully. Although Fan Bingxiang would not blame him, society certainly would. While they pondered this, their curiosity piqued regarding Fan Bingxiang's reaction. All right, we wish to purchase 3 strands of millennial ginseng. Do you have any? After a considerable pause, Fan Bingxiang's voice finally came through. Yes, please hold on. Zhang Tong promptly retrieved a burlap sack from the basement, containing 3 strands of millennial ginseng. Although he did not find any treasures during his training at Baoxing today, he had accompanied Wang Kai and Hui Hui to the mountains, where they discovered the 3 strands. Although they encountered an elephant, it was friendly, and no conflict arose. Chapter 68. Fan Bingxiang, in tears. The beautiful women laughed and cried. With these 3 strands of millennial ginseng, Our Fan family will undoubtedly be the first to develop the most miraculous longevity potion. At that point, we won't just be 100 billion family or 1,000 billion family. We will be a trillion family. Once the transaction was complete, Fan Bingxiang's face radiated pride, feeling accomplished once more. So what? Zhang Tong shrugged, showing no concern. With treasures in hand, the world is mine. He had no intention of engaging in research or high-tech endeavors. He was content to explore and collect treasures. With your abilities, acquiring 1 trillion in wealth might not be overly difficult. But have you considered this? Our Fan family will inevitably develop a longevity potion. Don't you wish to extend your life by several decades? You might say that in the future, when the potion is sold, you could purchase it. However, the super longevity potion will not be available for sale. It will only be used by our Fan family, Fan Bingxiang remarked. Now, if you wish to have regrets, it is not too late. This woman has gained leverage after obtaining the millennial ginseng and is now trying to dominate the boss. The expressions of the 8 beautiful women shifted, and they secretly admired Fan Bingxiang for her remarkable resilience. In such a situation, she could still launch such a sharp counterattack. A super longevity potion? Can it truly grant immortality? Zhang Tong scoffed. While it may not grant immortality, extending one's life by 30 or even 50 years is entirely possible. Fan Bingxiang replied, I will say this, confidently live for 200 years. And I shall strike at the waters for 3,000 miles. Reflect on that. Zhang Tong smirked. From the day he mastered the heavenly fist technique, his lifespan had already been extended by 100 years. Reaching 200, if he were to break through again, his life could double, reaching 400 years. The heavenly fist technique continues to grow stronger, and the transformation of his body is ongoing, showing no signs of stagnation. Further breakthroughs are entirely plausible. The prospect of a super longevity potion extending life by 30 to 50 years is hardly significant. Moreover, Baoxing is rich in treasures. If it can yield miraculous millennial ginseng, it surely harbors even better treasures for extending life. Though these 2 lines of poetry hold another meaning. Fan Bingxiang was utterly perplexed, her face a mask of confusion, unable to fathom why Zhang Tong would dismiss the notion of extending his lifespan. It seemed impossible. There are no such foolish individuals in this world. Perhaps the impoverished might understand, but he is wealthy enough to last several lifetimes, indulging in the splendor of life. Miss Fan, take care. And I wish you success in developing the longevity potion soon. Zhang Tong, noticing Fan Bingxiang was still in a daze, grew somewhat impatient and gently urged her to leave, of course, in a courteous manner. For to do otherwise would be too hurtful. Even if her motives were not pure, she likely would not have expressed her feelings unless she admired him. She was simply rejected without mercy. Thank you. Fan Bingxiang snapped back to reality, her face flushed with anger, trembling with indignation. This scoundrel shows no appreciation for romance at all. How dare he urge me to leave immediately? Am I hindering his chances with the beautiful ladies? She attempted to maintain an air of nonchalance, but once outside the villa, her tears flowed uncontrollably. Congratulations, boss. You have earned another 3.9 billion. The beautiful women lined up as they descended the stairs, each one captivatingly beautiful. Their smiles radiant as they congratulated him. A mere 3.9 billion is trivial. Next time, we shall aim for something grander, perhaps another high-profile auction. Zhang Tong remained unfazed, as if he had merely earned $39. Boss, you are incredible, truly miraculous. I adore you. A multitude of beautiful women gazed at him with fervent admiration. The young man before them was entirely unlike other affluent individuals who amassed wealth by exploiting the hard work of their employees. Instead, he ventured out alone to seek treasures, returning with billions in profit. His method seemed almost divine. By the way, do you all have boyfriends? Zhang Tong inquired. No, they replied, shaking their heads without hesitation, their faces flushed with shy anticipation. Could it be that the boss intends to take them in? Should they agree or simply consent? I once stated, I am responsible for earning a living, while you are responsible for being beautiful. I wish to do something for you, Zhang Tong declared. Do not misunderstand. I mean that the company is my home, as well as yours. Boss, you need not be so coy. Do as you will, we are willing. The beautiful women exclaimed, giggling shyly. While you must remain beautiful, purchasing clothing and cosmetics incurs considerable expenses. Thus, I would like to provide you with a stipend, which I shall call the beauty subsidy. Let's say 100. 000 each month. Of course, should you enter into a relationship or marry, the subsidy will cease. For that is the duty of a boyfriend or husband. And why heavens, what kind of boss is this, to treat us so generously? A beauty subsidy? The name is utterly amusing. The beautiful women were left in awe, deeply touched, some even on the verge of tears. The feeling of being cared for is simply magnificent. Initially, they had thought Zhang Tong intended something nefarious. But it was quite the contrary. He was finding creative ways to provide them with funds. Could a boyfriend be so considerate? Could any boyfriend possess such wealth? They felt as though they were living in a honeypot. With an annual salary of $1 million, housing and vehicles provided, and a monthly 100,000 beauty subsidy. Boss? No. Husband, I love you. I will forever love you and always be your subordinate, forever beautiful for you. They came to their senses, excitedly expressing similar sentiments. Do you have any suggestions for how the company can improve, ensuring that employees, especially you, lead happier lives? Zhang Tong asked. How about establishing a cafeteria? It's quite troublesome to eat. I don't want to cook for myself, nor do I wish to eat fast food. A beauty salon would be wonderful. We could indulge in various beauty treatments daily, allowing us to remain beautiful for longer. They genuinely began to propose suitable suggestions. A cafeteria is worth considering, Zhang Tong responded, but as for the beauty salon, it seems too troublesome. However, you may submit expenses for beauty treatments. Daddy? No, boss, you are truly wonderful. I adore you. I love you so much. The beautiful women were ecstatic, overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. Each one embraced Zhang Tong, leaving numerous lip prints on his face. All right, it's getting late. Everyone should rest. Zhang Tong smiled. Time to sleep. The beautiful women happily ascended the stairs. They had brought their belongings, intending to enjoy a prolonged stay at the villa. However, they hadn't anticipated Zhang Tong's swift return. Yet, the boss was better than their fathers, and they had no fear of being turned away. Perhaps something wondrous might occur this night. Chapter 69. I won't marry. Let Daddy take care of me for life. The villa has numerous rooms on every floor, so there is no worry about space. Thus, the beautiful women each chose a room and settled in. After bathing, they donned the most alluring sleepwear or intimate apparel, lying on soft beds, lost in fantasy and imagination. Would the boss come to steal a kiss? If he did, would they agree? Or would they pretend not to notice? What are you hesitating about, of course? You should sleep with me. Zhang Tong took Zhao Qian into the master bedroom. Isn't that inappropriate? I should stay in another room. Zhao Qian blushed deeply, knowing so many colleagues were in the villa. Surely they would notice, and it would be utterly embarrassing. Do you think they are unaware of our relationship? Zhang Tong remarked. They merely harbor suspicions, even questioning whether you are financially supporting Lu Qingxi. Zhao Qian pouted playfully, remarking that if it were confirmed, it would not bode well. My primary concern is that if they discover you are sleeping in another room, they may come to harass me, Zhang Tong expressed. With 7 of them, if each were to bother me once, would I even be able to sleep? It won't happen. Absolutely not. At most, they would simply leave the door unlocked, making it convenient for you to indulge in clandestine pursuits. If you were to sleep with me, wouldn't that disappoint them? Zhao Qian shook her head, caught between laughter and exasperation. Indulging in what clandestine pursuits? Zhang Tong stroked his forehead, questioning whether merely seeing 7 exquisite flowers would compel him to pluck them. A moment of admiration suffices. You would not merely pluck them. Rather, you would excavate them and transplant them into your harem, enjoying their beauty daily. Zhao Qian teased. It is not as absurd as you suggest. At most, they would be planted within the confines of the company. Zhang Tong frowned, expressing his long-standing disdain for those affluent second-generation heirs who maintain harems. Yet, the once valiant dragon slayers inevitably transform into malevolent dragons. Zhao Qian laughed. You are quite the contrarian, are you not? Zhang Tong retorted angrily. Watch how I punish you. Soon, the room was filled with Zhao Qian's pleas for mercy, a springtime atmosphere enveloping them. Night swiftly passed, and dawn finally broke. The 7 beauties rose early, their faces etched with melancholy and disappointment. The boss didn't he come to seek me out? Nor did he come to find you. Could it be that he is lacking in that regard? What lack? He is more than capable. I made my way to the restroom. Passing by the master bedroom, I overheard. Good heavens, you daring enchantress, you eavesdropped on the bed. I happened to overhear. it was unintentional. Truly, I swear I see Zhao Qian as a bewitching spirit, utterly captivating the boss. With a single glance and a smile, she outshines the beauty of the 6 palaces. The boss is not as superficial as you might imagine, nor is he as lustful as you presume. While he admires our beauty and wishes for us to become increasingly exceptional, he never contemplated possession. Lu Qingxi remarked, hence you must not belittle yourselves. It is not that you lack beauty, nor that Zhao Qian has ensnared the boss. Rather, she seized the opportunity. With her by his side, why would he seek other women? We can only wait for our chance. Wait for what chance? He would never mistreat us. We should simply enjoy life, Lu Qingxi concluded. Indeed, the boss treats us exceedingly well, and he harbors no possessive intentions. He is our guardian, nay, our father, a father who will care for us for a lifetime. As long as we remain unmarried. Only a fool would marry. Our father treats us so well. We must repay him handsomely. I am willing to give everything for him. I would willingly die for him. I would bear him 10 children. Lu Qingxi was left utterly speechless. A group of shameless enchantresses. Do they all hail from the Silk Cave? Yet, she could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Zhang Tong is undeniably exceptional, his character beyond reproach. This leaves many beautiful employees utterly enchanted. If it were any other tycoon, housing so many beauties who secretly adore him, it would be impossible to resist him. They would undoubtedly succumb. Zhao Qian awoke from her slumber, her first gaze fixed upon the man beside her, her face awash with affection, her beautiful eyes brimming with deep emotion. Last night, he truly did not venture out for clandestine escapades. Even when she feigned sleep, breathing steadily without movement for half an hour, he remained undisturbed, sleeping soundly. Clearly, he had no intention of engaging in any illicit pursuits. His virtue is commendable, inspiring both admiration and infatuation. Upon rising, they discovered the 7 beauties busily engaged in various activities. Some were cooking in the kitchen, others practicing yoga, while a few were honing their singing voices. Each one, a stunning spectacle. Dinner is ready. Dinner is ready. Come taste the noodles I prepared. Hua Qingxiang called out with a delightful laugh. Delicious, truly delicious, Zhang Tong was the first to praise. Who would have thought that the pure Hua Qingxiang was also skilled in the culinary arts? Quite impressive. The other beauties felt a tinge of rivalry. I can cook too. I was simply outpaced by Hua Qingxiang. Later, we shall go shopping, and today, I shall foot the bill, with no deductions from the beauty fund. Zhang Tong produced a bounty of gooseberries and duck eggs from a nearby room for the beauties to enjoy, proclaiming, if you have money and do not spend it, you are a fool. With no siblings and parents long departed, he had only a few distant relatives, leaving him to revel in the company of his employees. Wonderful, Daddy is treating us. Daddy, you are so kind. I love you. The beauties erupted into excited cheers. When did I become a father? Zhang Tong rubbed his forehead, slightly bewildered. I am merely your boss, not your father. Good morning, beauties. Good morning, boss. Today, I am both driver and bodyguard. Luo Peng parked the car at the entrance and confidently strode inside. The current Luo Peng was a far cry from his former self. Clad in designer attire, sporting a slick hairstyle, and adorned with a luxury watch, he exuded confidence, embodying the image of a successful individual. Gone was the despair of his past. Since Zhang Tong opened a fruit shop and appointed Tan Jia as manager with an annual salary of 500,000, she had pursued Luo Peng with fervor. Becoming his devoted admirer, Luo Peng initially rejected her on the first day, but when Tan Jia arrived the following day with a large bouquet and chocolates, he could not resist and accepted her. Leading to them cohabitating. Tan Jia, this green tea type, seemed to have settled down, transforming Luo Peng into an exceptionally dapper figure, showering him with daily care and attention, treating him like royalty. Luo Peng had turned the tables. Finding himself blissfully content, even contemplating marriage with Tan Jia. Thus, upon witnessing 8 beauties spending the night at Zhang Tong's villa, he felt no envy, only profound admiration and amazement. Good heavens, the boss is incredible. He managed to spend the night with 8 women. Can his vitality withstand it? Chapter 70. What? You all have boyfriends? And they're the same one. A Mercedes-Benz and an Audi roared out from the villa. Zhang Tong sat in the car with Zhao Qian, Lu Qingxi, Hua Qingxiang, and Luo Wei. The trio was quite restless, continuously checking in on Zhao Qian. insisting she must eat something nourishing to replenish her strength after last night's exertions. This nearly pushed Zhao Qian to her breaking point. These three enchantresses, are they envious or jealous? The boss did not engage in any clandestine affairs. It was not I who stopped him. I am merely his secretary and have no authority to intervene. Besides, I too have my struggles. If any of you could captivate the boss, I would be thrilled. My burdens would lighten considerably. A verbal duel ensued, both fierce and humorous. However, a single fist could hardly match four hands. How could Zhao Qian contend with three beauties? She soon found herself overwhelmed and had to cover her ears. I cannot hear it. I will not listen. What can you do to me? Women, especially super beauties, are truly peculiar creatures. Tea times. They can be the best of friends, sharing everything, yet at other times, they engage in mutual ridicule, jealousy, and even seek to steal each other as lovers. Zhang Tong shook his head in quiet disbelief. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the Porsche dealership. I asked the boss considering gifting us Porsches. All the beauties were aflame with excitement. Good heavens, what kind of billionaire is this? A stunning saleswoman emerged, her beauty only slightly eclipsed by Susan, Chenfeng, Panyu, and Xiao Lili. Upon seeing Zhang Tong surrounded by 8 radiant beauties, she was left utterly speechless. As for Luo Peng, although he appeared to be a successful individual, he did not share such privileges and was thus overlooked. She instinctively recognized Zhang Tong as the focal point of this group. Welcome. The saleswoman enthusiastically introduced the various price ranges of Porsches, while other sales associates and potential buyers stood by, stunned into silence. Where on earth did this ostentatious rich heir come from, accompanied by 8 extraordinary beauties? This is practically blasphemy. I wish to buy each of them a car. Which one do you think is suitable? Zhang Tong said nonchalantly. Good heavens, what a display of wealth. Today, I am destined to strike it rich. The saleswoman beamed. 8 beauties, 8 cars, over 10 million. She could earn quite a commission. However, her joy was short-lived as there were no cars available for immediate purchase. Regardless of the model, they could not provide 8 cars on the spot. It would take several days. Then let us move on. Zhang Tong unhesitatingly headed to the neighboring Ferrari dealership. Oh, I could scream. It feels like I've missed out on a fortune. The saleswoman was fuming, feeling as if she had lost $1 billion. This billionaire is far too impatient. Doesn't he realize that one cannot simply buy a car and expect to drive it away the same day? It's not like purchasing cabbage. Can't you see? He is merely a show-off, never truly intending to buy a car, just trying to impress the ladies. Just wait and see. He won't buy even one at the Ferrari dealership. The manager declared with certainty he was exceedingly envious of Zhang Tong, who alone was accompanied by 8 stunning beauties, 4 of whom were exceptionally gorgeous, truly breathtaking. The Ferrari dealership was even more luxurious and spacious, boasting several cars available for immediate purchase, albeit all at exorbitant prices. Most models started at over 200,000, with the 2 most expensive models exceeding 500,000. Hello, beautiful. I am Qin He, son of Qin Neng, owner of Tianyuan Company. May I add you on WeChat? A wealthy heir, captivated by Zhao Qian's stunning beauty, could not contain himself and rushed over to ask eagerly. I'm sorry, but I already have a boyfriend, Zhao Qian replied, wrapping her arm around Zhang Tong's. Would you like to exchange WeChat? Qin He gazed ardently at Lu Qingxi, a paragon of beauty, exuding an enchanting allure that could utterly mesmerize anyone. I apologize, but I already have a boyfriend, Lu Qingxi replied, wrapping her arms around Zhang Tong's other arm. Who the hell is this guy? Both of these stunning beauties are his girlfriends? Qin He was seething with indignation. Yet, he remained undeterred. After all, there were plenty of beautiful women to pursue. Thus, he inquired successively with Luo Wei, Hua Qingxiang, Xiao Lili, Panyu, and Chen Feng, only to receive the same response from each. They too clung to Zhang Tong, declaring they had boyfriends. They all used Zhang Tong as a shield, a quick and straightforward tactic, sparing them the need for elaborate excuses. Naturally, Zhang Tong did not expose their ruse. On the contrary, he was more than willing to play the role of a decoy, keen to protect the lovely employees of his company. Who was this wealthy second-generation heir? Yet Qin He took it seriously, his envy and jealousy reddening his eyes, filled with questions. He was acquainted with the renowned wealthy heirs of Xiang City. Yet this particular figure was unknown to him. Could he be from Yinjing? Or perhaps from Shenzhen or the bustling metropolis of Shanghai? Brother, I saw you come over with them. You must know him. Who is he? Qin He grasped Luo Peng's arm, handing him a Huangle cigarette. He is our academic prodigy at Shangzhong University, exceptionally handsome, in his final year and graduating next year. As for these beauties, they are essentially the campus flowers of the university town. They are drawn to the academic elite. It is simply a fact of life. Luo Peng exhaled a puff of smoke. Some people are born into privilege, while others are destined to toil, and you, my friend, belong to the latter category. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Qin He shouted in frustration. How dare this mere chubby fellow mock him? How could this so-called academic prodigy flaunt his conquests with such audacity? 8 of them, no less. Was he showing off? Today, Qin He vowed to teach him a monumental lesson. Ignoring Luo Peng, he strode forward with an air of confidence and declared, Ladies, so you are all campus beauties. It is no wonder you are all so captivating. A few of you even look somewhat familiar. Surely you have modeled for cars before. Let me tell you, what is so great about this academic whiz? Can he afford to take you car shopping? Unlike him, I have ample funds. If you become my girlfriends, I will gift each of you a car, a Porsche Macan from the neighboring dealership. The Porsche Macan, while not excessively expensive at around 600,000, still held prestige. Driving it would certainly garner attention. 8 cars amounted to 4,800,000, a considerable fortune. Only a truly affluent heir could afford such a sum. Yet, if he could secure the affections of these 8 exquisite women at once, it would be entirely worth it. Young master, you probably don't have 4,800,000 in your account. His subordinate cautioned in a hushed tone, I will borrow from a friend. Qin He whispered back, unwilling to let this golden opportunity slip away. For these were 8 exceptionally rare beauties who seemed to be accustomed to this lifestyle. Requiring no training in the art of charm, he gazed at the group of beautiful women, hoping they would instantly nod and flock to his side. How delightful and prestigious that would be. Yet, while dreams are enchanting, reality is often harsh. The 8 beauties did not even spare him a glance, remaining blissfully close to Zhang Tong, who was the object of their affections. What on earth does this academic prodigy possess that draws you all to him? Leaving me utterly ignored? Qin He felt a tumult of emotions, anger, confusion, and above all, disbelief. Chapter 71. Buying a Ferrari. The Ferrari 812 was stunning. The Ferrari Purosang and Ferrari SF90 were equally breathtaking, evoking a desire that was hard to resist. How blissful it would be to possess one. Truly, Ferrari lives up to its reputation as the king of supercars. Unfortunately, they are rather pricey, starting at over 2 million, far beyond his means. The showroom was bustling with onlookers, most of whom were beautiful women. Luo Peng's eyes sparkled with delight as he focused solely on the ladies, finding them far more captivating than any car. Among all these beauties, none could compare to the 8 accompanying that insufferable Zhang Tong. Qin He remained in a state of furious discontent, shadowing Zhang Tong and his entourage, eager to observe how this scoundrel wooed women. Could he truly possess the eloquence to leave them entranced? Astonishingly, Zhang Tong did not charm women with sweet words. His speech was refreshingly candid, merely expressing his thoughts on the car's aesthetics without inquiring about prices, evidently aware he could not afford them. He was merely there to browse. What the hell? Is this guy truly winning these women over solely with his academic prowess? Are these ladies so naive as to be attracted to a penniless scholar? Have the campus beauties of today completely forsaken their standards? Seeking only pure love, Qin He was increasingly agitated and baffled, wanting to vent his frustrations. This fool was determined to uncover the truth. Luo Peng, meanwhile, couldn't he help but stifle his laughter. The saleswoman accompanying Zhang Tong, realizing he was merely a student who was only browsing, felt utterly disheartened, concluding he would not be purchasing a car and thus wasting the opportunity to be surrounded by such lovely women. She turned to Qin He and coyly suggested, Young Master He, since you like this car, why not buy it? We have it in stock, and you can drive it away today. I'll think about it. Qin He replied, secretly pleased that the saleswoman had abandoned Zhang Tong to attend to him. This felt quite prestigious. However, he hesitated to commit immediately. Consider this. If I spend a few million on a luxury car, might not those super beauties regard me with newfound admiration? Perhaps this would afford me an opportunity. The saleswoman was quite persuasive, demonstrating her skills in sales. What is your surname? Qin He asked, intrigued by her incisive remarks. My name is Lu Mei. I hope you will look after me, young Master He, she replied. Handing him her business card. You're quite impressive. Qin He acknowledged. If I buy a car, will you join me for dinner tonight? Depends on which car you choose. Lu Mei shot him a playful glance. I'll take the Ferrari F8. Will that suffice for dinner? Qin He declared with pride. The Ferrari F8, priced just over 3 million, is indeed a luxury vehicle. But young Master He, aren't you aiming to woo those beauties? I am not your target, Lu Mei replied. Fair point, however, if none of the 8 beauties are willing to date me. Would you accompany me for dinner? Qin He proposed. Are you suggesting I become a backup option? Lu Mei exclaimed, exasperated. After much deliberation, she reluctantly agreed. After all, encountering such a wealthy brat, one had to offer something to entice him into purchasing a vehicle. 3 million would yield a substantial commission. Thus, they began processing the purchase, and Qin He successfully swiped his card. He strutted over to Zhang Tong, taunting. I just picked up a Ferrari F8. Would you like me to give you a ride back to school with a girlfriend? He then gazed eagerly at the 8 beauties, hoping one would be willing to join him. Surely, a 3 million Ferrari F8 was the ultimate tool for attracting women. No thanks, we have our own car. Zhang Tong replied, not even glancing in Qin He's direction. This wealthy second-generation heir, who could do nothing but chase women, was beneath his notice. Zhang Tong felt no need to teach him a lesson. It was akin to an ant provoking an elephant. Why would the elephant bother to respond? You have a car. What kind of car? Qin He queried, astonished. Could this pauper have driven here? That is impossible. If you can't buy one, then you can't have one. Zhang Tong replied nonchalantly. Ladies, I plan to buy a dozen. Really? You're not joking, are you? The saleswoman, now assisting a different customer, looked utterly bewildered. This was a Ferrari dealership. Each car cost millions, and she had never encountered someone intending to purchase a dozen. Pfft, you're buying a dozen? Do you think this is a toy car? Qin He scoffed, disbelief etched on his face. Every car here costs millions. A dozen is tens of millions. Do you even realize that? Is tens of millions a lot? Zhang Tong asked, his expression unperturbed. What do you think you are? Even Ma Yun wouldn't dare to make such claims. Qin He was furious, suspecting Zhang Tong was merely pretending to be affluent. This was incredibly frustrating. We will take the Ferrari 812, Ferrari Puro sang, and Ferrari SF90, 4 of each, with no repeating colors. Zhang Tong instructed the saleswoman, whose name was Yang Xiaomei, her face radiant with joy, overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of such a massive sale. Each of these 3 models was priced around 5 million. 12 cars would total over 60 million. Boss, isn't that a bit too expensive? The 8 beauties and Luo Peng gasped, stunned. Buying a dozen Ferraris? Worth over 500 million? That is outrageous. Why is it too expensive? It's not worth as much as a stone I could pick up. Each of you can choose your favorite color. Zhang Tong replied casually, by the way, call the finance manager and the appraiser. Ask them what colors they prefer. Wait, we each get one? They exclaimed, elated beyond measure. Absolutely, it's splendid, it's indulgent, it's exhilarating, they shouted. Nearly ecstatic, Zhao Qian hesitated, adding, but the 3 of them are too old for such cars. Why would age matter? Zhang Tong retorted. Ask them. I can't believe they would oppose. Zhang Tong remarked, I simply wish to avoid trouble and resolve everything in one go. I promptly inquired. Zhao Qian began dialing Manager Yang. Hello, this is Zhao Qian. The boss intends to provide you with a vehicle. What color do you prefer? Are we truly outfitting you with a Ferrari worth over 5 million? At that very moment, Yang Yun lay blissfully on her bed, indulging in music. With a half-month vacation and salary intact, she felt elated. Upon hearing of such good fortune, she naturally leapt up, her face alight with joy and excitement. It is undoubtedly true. I adore red. The more vibrant, the better, Yang Yun declared. Immediately after, the 2 appraisers were contacted, both left astounded. Yet, they offered no objections. Who would be foolish enough to oppose such a stroke of luck? Old man, let us relive our youthful exuberance and take a joyride in a sports car, they thought. Each selected their preferred colors, and soon enough, Zhang Tong successfully swiped his card. All onlookers were left in awe. My goodness, is he truly this wealthy? Qin He trembled in fear, his heart racing, quickly hiding behind a vehicle, silently pleading, Don't see me, don't see me. Chapter 72. The past of Lu Qingxi. Where is that fellow? Zhang Tong suddenly realized Qin He had vanished and inquired. That fellow is clearly seeking his grave. Where else would he dare remain? Luo Peng chuckled. Ha ha ha, Zhang Tong and the 8 beauties burst into laughter. I regretted immensely, a lifelong regret. Lu Mei wept nearby, her eyes swollen from tears. It was she who had been attending to Zhang Tong, but in a moment of folly, she had pursued Qin He instead, missing out on a monumental opportunity and losing over $1 million in revenue, something difficult to earn even in a decade. After all, such fortuitous events are rare and cannot be encountered again. I am so fortunate. I have struck it rich, Yang Xiaomei chirped, jumping with joy, her excitement palpable. Indeed, if one makes the wrong choice, no amount of effort will suffice, Lu Qingxi lamented. Lu Mei was astute, a seasoned professional in business. Yet, she made a poor choice, losing a watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. Meanwhile, I seized the opportunity tightly, clinging to the golden thigh of the wealthy benefactor, forever altering my fate. 12 Ferraris soon paraded into the lobby, exuding an air of extravagance. All gathered were astonished by Zhang Tong's display of wealth, purchasing a dozen at once, splurging over 60 million. To what extent does wealth reach? Zhang Tong called for Wang Hao to bring a few security personnel, driving 2 Ferraris and a Mercedes Audi back to the company, informing Wang Hao that the Audi was designated for security use. The security staff were elated, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. What company offers such generous treatment? Just 10 security guards, and they each receive a luxury vehicle? Zhao Qian inquired. Just keep it. Switching it up is quite nice, Zhang Tong replied with a smile. He himself had 2 cars, a Ferrari Raphael and a Mercedes, along with a small 4-wheeled vehicle for deliveries. The cars purchased that day were designated for company employees, owned by the company, which in turn belonged to Zhang Tong. Thank you, boss, Zhao Qian beamed, her eyes sparkling with affection. Capable of melting hearts, though not his girlfriend, she enjoyed the privileges akin to one. How fortunate she felt. Soon, Zhang Tong and his entourage drove off in the Ferraris. Indeed, the 5 million Ferrari offered a comfortable ride and rapid acceleration. However, compared to the Ferrari Raphael, the disparity was notable, leaving Zhang Tong feeling less exhilarated. Yet, Luo Peng reveled in the experience, speeding along while whistling excitedly. Spotting beautiful women on the road, he would blow kisses. Driving such a luxurious supercar, he had never even dreamt of it before today. It was all a gift from Zhang Tong. Dad, I love you. You are too good to me. The 8 beauties were equally thrilled, their gratitude for Zhang Tong unprecedented. Good heavens, is this a Ferrari convoy? Wow, is it a gathering of rich second-generation heirs? What a stunning lineup, so lavish, so wealthy. The pedestrians were left dumbfounded. Eventually, the convoy arrived at the Xiangjiang Grand Hotel, a 5-star establishment boasting 45 expansive and lavishly decorated floors, one of the finest hotels in Xiangnan. Upon entering, they were met with countless ardent and envious gazes, not only admiring their luxurious vehicles but also Zhang Tong's company of 8 stunning beauties. The 3rd-floor dining area was bustling with patrons, reflecting the establishment's excellent cuisine and booming business. I dined here once in the past, Lu Qingxi remarked. Who brought you here? It wouldn't be a man. Would it? Zhao Qian asked. Is that the point? I merely mentioned the food is delectable, Lu Qingxi retorted, visibly agitated. I haven't even attempted to seduce the boss, yet you remain wary of me, provoking me? Dare you face the consequences of igniting my wrath? I merely speculated and you grow anxious? I almost forgot. You are a beautiful anchor, likely accustomed to dining with affluent sponsors. Zhao Qian confidently provoked her, firmly believing Zhang Tong would be curious about the truth. My mother worked here as a cleaner. After being mistreated, I took her for a meal at this hotel to comfort her. A small act of retribution, Lu Qingxi said angrily. I apologize, Zhao Qian responded. Lu Qingxi remained somewhat dissatisfied, feeling that Zhao Qian was overly cautious of her. You are just a beautiful secretary. What right do you have to dictate the boss's choice of women? You lack self-awareness. How long has your mother been a cleaner here? Zhang Tong asked, astonished. It's a long story. Lu Qingxi sighed deeply. It turned out this hotel was a joint venture, and Lu Qingxi's father held a 0.5 stake. After the divorce, that portion was given to Lu's mother, who returned to Xiangnan with Lu Qingxi and worked as a client manager at the hotel. However, her fortunes soon changed when someone coveted those shares, attempting to acquire them at a low price. Thus, Lu's mother was presented with 2 options: take 10 million and leave, or retain her shares but work as a cleaner. 0.5 of the shares is worth at least 25 million. How could she sell for 10 million? Lu's mother refused, forced into cleaning, often berated, feeling deeply frustrated and aggrieved. For she was one of the shareholders. I didn't wish to share this. It was all prompted by you. Zhao Qian, Lu Qingxi said, her expression darkening, as it wasn't a matter of pride, and I'm sorry. Zhao Qian apologized, then compassionately asked, doesn't your father care? My father can't handle this. He lacks the capacity. Besides, he has a new family and is overwhelmed himself, Lu Qingxi replied. You have two fathers. This one can help, Hua Qingxiang teased. Indeed. This father can assist and has the means, the other beauties chimed in, their eyes glimmering with hope. Luo Peng also looked to Zhang Tong, hoping he would assist Lu's mother. Boss, please help my mother, Lu Qingxi implored, wrapping her arms around Zhang Tong's neck, adopting a charming demeanor. Her eyes sparkling with allure. It's a trivial matter, a simple gesture. Zhang Tong smiled faintly, relishing the feeling of being needed. Thank you, boss, that I love you, Lu Qingxi exclaimed, embracing Zhang Tong tightly, her face radiating gratitude and affection. Good heavens, it feels like two mountains are pressing down on me. How intense! Zhang Tong's heart raced inexplicably, his breath quickening. You are too much, he thought. Zhao Qian nearly choked with indignation. Is it merely a question about your past? Is this your form of revenge? Are you intentionally trying to provoke me? Haha, that I am not angry. Not at all, I am just a secretary. If you can entice the boss, that's your ability. I just fear you may lack that talent. Chapter 73. If you kneel and beg for mercy, I might spare you Luo Yan. If you don't want to be a cleaner, then get lost. Where's my fault? The bald manager reprimanded the beautiful cleaner. General, you are truly shameless. Luo Yan's face was filled with disdain and fury. She was strikingly beautiful, standing at least 1.75 meters tall. Her figure curvaceous and elegant. Despite being in her 40s, time had left no mark on her. Her skin remained smooth and radiant, so fair it seemed almost luminous, youthful enough to appear as if one could squeeze water from it. No wonder, General, he sought to take advantage of her, finding ways to bully her. I can be even more shameless. No, 1,000,000,000 times more, that's so. You better recognize your position and sell your shares to me sooner rather than later. Or face the consequences, General, he sneered. You will face retribution. Luo Yan gritted her teeth, tears nearly spilling over. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a breathless cleaner rushed in. General, I have heard unsettling news, she began, hesitating when she noticed Luo Yan's presence. What bad news? Speak up. What are you hesitating for? General, he glowered. This pertains to Luo Yan. The cleaner stammered. Please continue speaking. I fear nothing. Behind you stands me, do you understand? Mr. Det, he declared with an air of arrogance. Luo Yan's daughter, Lu Qingxi, had come for a meal and was casting her affections toward a remarkably poised young man, seeking his assistance, which could lead to complications. The janitor recounted the details meticulously. Luo Yan, did you hear that? Your daughter is seeking help? He could be a formidable second-generation rich kid. I'm quite frightened. Mr. He scoffed repeatedly, showing no signs of alarm. Just a beautiful anchor. Who could she possibly know? At most, it's someone who sponsors her. They are merely after her beauty. How could they possibly contend with me, the hotel general manager? There must be some misunderstanding. My daughter would never throw herself at anyone. Absolutely not. Luo Yan began to feel anxious. This could escalate into serious trouble. Setting aside the young man's capabilities or intentions to assist, if he truly did, the leak of information coupled with Mr. H's methods could lead to significant repercussions for him as well as for her daughter. Have you discerned who that young man is? Mr. He inquired, disregarding Luo Yan's concerns. Though he did not regard the opponent as a threat. A lion does not underestimate a rabbit. One must not overlook any adversary. It could be a director scouting for talent, as he is accompanied by 8 stunning beauties and a remarkably impressive assistant. The janitor remarked. She works at a 5-star hotel and has indeed encountered many directors dining there for casting. A director? How old? Mr. He furrowed his brow slightly. If it's a well-known domestic director, he would have extensive connections and considerable influence. He appears to be around 21 or 22, the janitor replied. He might also be the heir of a modeling agency, dining with 8 models. Whether he is a director or an heir, we shall ascertain soon enough. If it turns out to be the latter, I will teach him a monumental lesson to make him aware that some individuals should not be trifled with. Mr. He grinned menacingly, promptly summoning security to confront Zhang Tong. Daughter, the situation has been exposed. You all must leave quickly. Mr. He is coming with people to deal with you. Luo Yin, trembling with anxiety, swiftly sent a message. At that moment, Zhang Tong and his companions were seated in a spacious private room, having already ordered their meal. They were curious about how their boss intended to assist them, the 8 beauties. Along with Luo Peng, eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. They were somewhat oblivious to Zhang Tong's true influence. However, given that he had auctioned such a significant treasure without encountering any trouble, and now possessed over 500 billion in assets, it was evident he held considerable power. Thus, when Zhang Tong stated he would help, they believed him wholeheartedly. Soon, the dishes were served: lobster, abalone, Australian crab, all exquisite and expensive seafood. Naturally, the wine was a fine 1982 Lafite. Remarkably, the flavors of the dishes were superb. Even the simplest vegetables were delicious. Everyone enjoyed their meal immensely. The chef here is truly remarkable. He is undoubtedly well regarded in the industry, Luo Peng commented. If only I could dine like this every day. Hua Qingxiang savored her food, her mouth watering with delight. She had endured a difficult life, and only after securing her job did her fortunes begin to change. When have I ever tasted such lavish and delectable dishes before? If you eat like this every day, one day you fear gaining weight. Zhao Qian said with a bemused smile. I'm not worried. I practice yoga with Sister Fong every day, Hua Qingxiang replied. At least for 2 hours, sometimes even 4. Sister Fong, of course, referred to Qin Fong, the former beautiful yoga instructor. Practicing yoga with her was a piece of cake. Sister Fong, I'd love to join you in yoga sessions. The other beauties chimed in. You're welcome. Qin Fong responded with a smile. Practicing alone is dull. It's far more enjoyable with more people, and it helps maintain consistency. Can I count myself in? Luo Peng said, drooling. You might want to reconsider. If the boss speaks, then that's settled. Chun Fong tactfully declined. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and a distinguished man in his 30s entered. He surveyed the 8 beauties, recognizing them as models of exquisite beauty, and his confidence surged. Clearly, they were a group of models, and the young man among them must be an heir from a modeling agency. He cautiously inquired. Hello, my name is He, the hotel manager. You seem quite impressive. May I ask which modeling agency you represent? We are not from a modeling agency. Most of us are students. Please do not attempt to forge a connection. Zhang Tong responded coolly. Lu Qingxi's phone was on silent, so she had not noticed the WeChat message. Therefore, Zhang Tong was unaware of their intentions and spoke with restrained candor. Students? Mr. He chuckled coldly to himself, then smiled again, asking, May I inquire which wealthy individual is your father? My parents are farmers, and they disappeared during my childhood. Hardly fits the description of a wealthy individual, Zhang Tong replied. What a relief. It seems my fears were unfounded. Mr. He could no longer contain himself, gesturing for 8 imposing security personnel to enter. With a malicious grin, he declared, You, a mere student with no foundation, dare to create trouble for me? Are you seeking death? Who said anything about causing you trouble? You must have mistaken me for someone else, Zhang Tong replied, astonished. Earlier, you promised Lu Qingxi that you would assist her mother. I am the one intending to purchase her shares. Isn't that essentially a threat against me? Mr. He hissed dangerously. Do you wish to deny it? Indeed, that is the case. I intend to confront you and teach you a monumental lesson to ensure you understand that some individuals should not be trifled with. Zhang Tong wiped his hands with a towel. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might consider sparing you. Isn't that my line? Mr. He seethed, nearly choking on his frustration. Chapter 74. Terrifying. Very well. Come and teach me a lesson. How do you intend to do that? Mr. He had no choice but to alter his tone, wearing an expression of disdain and cold amusement. He regarded Zhang Tong as inconsequential, convinced that a mere student without any foundation would be no match for him. I wonder how the boss will deal with this idiotic fool that has presented himself for punishment? Luo Peng and the 8 beauties were filled with excitement and anticipation. Asked the general manager, your salary must be quite substantial. I bet your kickbacks are numerous. Perhaps your annual income exceeds several million? Zhang Tong replied nonchalantly. Thus, my lesson for you is to dismiss you, stripping you of this lucrative position, and conduct a thorough audit. If no discrepancies are found, I shall initiate a reward for reporting you, potentially exposing your embezzlement issues. Subsequently, I will report you, leading to a vacation in prison for several years. Of course, if you truly have not engaged in corruption, you may lose your job but could still escape relatively unscathed. What are you to dismiss me? Mr. He roared in outrage. If he were to handle the situation as suggested, he would undoubtedly face significant trouble, perhaps even imprisonment for several years. The methods employed were terrifying, sending chills down his spine. This young man might be more formidable than he appeared. I am just an ordinary person, but I am absolutely capable of dismissing you. Just wait and see, Zhang Tong stated casually, exuding confidence. Do you know my boss? Haha, do you even know who my boss is? I am his confidant, his right-hand man, generating billions in profit for him annually. Moreover, I am acting on his behalf to purchase shares. The true perpetrator against Luo Yin is my boss. What can you do about it? Mr. He, in a fit of rage, inadvertently revealed a significant secret. This should deter the other party from filing complaints, allowing him to teach Zhang Tong a harsh lesson. So what? I still have the power to dismiss you, Zhang Tong retorted, his face a mask of mockery. Dream on, Mr. He bellowed. Get him. Throw this bastard out. Come on, I will take you all on myself. Luo Peng seized the opportunity to act tough, stepping forward with an imposing presence. His considerable bulk and confident demeanor were intimidating. The 8 security personnel hesitated, wondering if this hefty individual was a bodyguard or a retired special forces soldier. We are merely ordinary security guards. We might not stand a chance. As a result, they momentarily faltered, causing Zhang Tong and the 8 beauties to laugh. Luo Peng felt a swell of pride, pointing at them with his chubby finger, proclaiming, "You bunch of useless sacks of flesh, not to mention 8 of you. Even if there were 80, I could easily take you all down with one hand." The 8 security personnel grew even more apprehensive. What a bunch of fools. They are just students, and this fat guy is also a student. How could he possibly be a master? Get him, beat him to a pulp. Mr. He, well-versed in such encounters, recognized Luo Peng's bluster for what it was and nearly burst into laughter. Keep acting. I'll have you flattened into a pig's head. Get down. The 8 security personnel felt a wave of relief as they charged forward to surround Luo Peng. Daddy, help! Luo Peng, no longer able to maintain his bravado, quickly retreated. Seeking death, Zhang Tong, however, sprang into action. With merely a casual movement, the 8 security guards cried out in pain, flying back and crashing to the ground, sprawled out in disarray. Meanwhile, Zhang Tong returned to his seat, sipping his drink as if nothing had just occurred. Oh my goodness, the boss is incredibly strong. The 8 beauties blushed, their hearts racing, particularly Zhao Qian, who felt this intensity daily. Luo Peng wore a smug expression, as if to say, "Ha ha ha, this is my dad. Dare to bully me, and my dad will make you regret it." Mr. He, however, was left speechless, trembling with fear as a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had never encountered a young man so formidable. It was utterly unprecedented. His perception had been utterly shattered. Given this, could the youth be so simple-minded? Seeking trouble on his own accord was akin to courting punishment. Nonetheless, as the boss, he was quite resourceful and swiftly regained his composure, sneering, "So, you are quite formidable, but what of it? No matter how skilled, a single bullet can bring you down. I will call the police and have them deal with you." Before he could finish his sentence, the door swung open. A strikingly beautiful woman entered, followed by 2 robust and imposing men. It was Wu Na. She paid no heed to the 8 security guards sprawled on the ground and approached Zhang Tong directly, handing him a box and a document. "Here are the firearms and the gun permit you requested." Firearms? A permit? Goodness, the boss is impressive. Luo Peng and the 8 beautiful women were all taken aback, brimming with excitement. "Shall we sit down and dine together?" Zhang Tong nodded and extended the invitation. "I am quite busy and have no time to watch you pursue women," Wu Na replied, turning on her heel and leaving. Zhang Tong opened the black box to discover a long and a short gun, along with half a box of bullets. The short gun was a handgun, boasting a substantial caliber, clearly quite powerful. The long gun was a submachine gun, seemingly the latest model. Unfamiliar with firearms, Zhang Tong felt uncertain about how to use them, but there was an instruction manual and plenty of special forces security personnel around. Thus, he felt no panic. In contrast, His own was a bundle of nerves, sweat pouring down his face, his complexion as pale as a ghost. Good heavens, was this truly a student? dining with 8 model-like beauties? And now a stunning woman had delivered firearms and a permit to him. That woman was evidently no ordinary person. She was undoubtedly a figure of immense power. Call the police. What nonsense! Was there any difference between that and seeking death? Should this rascal be provoked? Would he shoot me dead? At this thought, Hezong felt a warm sensation in his trousers. He was scared stiff. Hezong, weren't you just saying you would call the police? Hurry up, Luo Peng scoffed. I will call. Why should I fear? You attacked my people. Do you think you have any justification? Hezong's bravado was but a facade, his eyes darting nervously. Suddenly, the door swung open once more. An imposing middle-aged man strode in, furrowing his brows. What's going on here? Boss, what brings you here? Hezong's anxiety escalated, his expression shifting dramatically. Zhao Qian disregarded him, nervously approaching Zhang Tong with a smile. You must be Zhang Tong, the owner of Tianbao Auction House? I am Zhao Qian, the owner of this hotel. Zhang Tong had previously promised Lu Qingxi that he would inquire in the Tongtian Treasure Group if anyone knew the owner of Xiangnan Grand Hotel, seeking assistance for a matter. Now, the Tongtian Treasure Group was no longer the small gathering it once was. It had grown to over 500 members, many world-class wealthy individuals having been invited after the last auction. Such a remarkable treasure seeker as Zhang Tong was certainly someone they wished to keep in contact with. Someone had promptly reached out to Zhao Qian, who hurried over. What? This rascal is the owner of Tianbao Auction House? Hezong nearly fell to his knees. Goodness, it was the recently renowned Zhang Tong. He had kicked a metal plate this time. What to do? Who would come to his rescue? Chapter 75. Zhao Qian weeps. Hezong is done for fool. Why aren't you coming over to apologize? Zhao Qian bellowed at the sweating Hezong. Apologies are unnecessary. Zhang Tong waved his hand. Zhao Qian, let me ask you, do you wish to acquire 0.5 of Luoyin's shares for 10 million? Is that so? Naturally, 10 million is merely an indicative price. We can negotiate, Zhao Qian replied. Are there any other partners involved? Zhang Tong inquired ambiguously. There were 2 others. But I have reclaimed their shares. They were essentially 40 million per share, Hezong stated. They have profited handsomely from this investment, so they are certainly willing to sell to me. Operating alone, I will be more dedicated. 40 million per share. You still stand a profit? Excellent, then I will purchase your hotel at this price, totaling 4 billion, Zhang Tong said nonchalantly. This? Zhao Qian's complexion shifted dramatically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Regret surged within him, wishing to pound his chest in despair. How could Zhang Tong be so cunning and audacious? Was he truly seeking to buy his hotel just to avenge his lover's mother? Why hadn't he elaborated earlier? This was a significant loss. He had employed numerous tactics to pressure his partners into selling at low prices, and now selling the hotel at the same price would mean a catastrophic loss. What to do? Are you trying to deceive me? Zhang Tong slammed the handgun he had been toying with onto the table. I would never dare deceive you. It's just that I have a deep affection for this hotel. Zhao Qian was drenched in cold sweat. If so, would you consider increasing your offer? Certainly, I can add another billion, making it 4.1 billion in total. Zhang Tong replied coldly. This is the final price. Do not be greedy, else I may resort to other means to settle the score with Luoyin. You may not be able to bear the consequences. Fine, I'll sell it to you for 4.1 billion. Zhao Qian responded as if bereaved. Fully aware of the loss he was incurring, if he truly intended to sell, he could have fetched 5 billion. However, considering his previous investments, he was still profiting. With 4.1 billion in cash, even if he never ventured into business again, he could live comfortably for the rest of his life. Yet, the thought of losing 900 million due to offending Luoyin made his heart ache, nearly bringing him to tears. However, he had no choice but to agree. He had no desire to make an enemy of Zhang Tong, the treasure seeker with immense connections. The flying pearls were all orchestrated by him. Countless world-wealthy individuals were his esteemed guests. The firearm on the table further testified to his extraordinary status. Let's consider it a financial loss to avert disaster. Zhao Qian summoned a lawyer to draft the transfer documents. Xiao Lili, also acting as a lawyer, participated as well. She had previously worked as a white-collar professional in the legal field, her mother being a renowned lawyer, which was one of the key reasons she secured a position at Tianbao Auction House. Soon, the documents were finalized. After both parties signed, Zhang Tong transferred the funds, and the hotel changed ownership. I am truly finished. I will be fired and may even face imprisonment. Hezong collapsed to the ground. Despair etched across his face, feeling as if he wanted to die. Never had he anticipated that Zhang Tong would directly purchase the hotel. How could he not be easily dealt with now? Boss, please save me. Seeing Zhao Qian preparing to leave, He Zong clung to his leg, pleading desperately, if your backside is clean, you need not rely on my assistance. If not, do you think I would help you? Zhao Qian kicked him away angrily and stormed off. Were it not for this He Zong wielding his authority and bullying Luo Yan, he would not have lost 900 million. He was tempted to crush He Zong underfoot. Why would he assist him? Boss, you are so kind to me. I love you. You will forever belong to me. Lu Qingxi could no longer contain herself, throwing herself into Zhang Tong's embrace, crying and laughing. Overwhelmed with emotion, Zhang Tong had spent 4.1 billion to avenge her mother, causing Zhao Qian to suffer a significant loss, and now, under the guise of hotel owner, he was going to deal with He Zong. This was truly a tremendous show of support. How could she not be moved? If a man were willing to do such a thing for her, she would gladly lay down her life for him. The other beauties shared similar sentiments in their hearts. Yet, they also understood that if they sought Zhang Tong's help, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to assist them as well. Thus, having such a benevolent boss, even surpassing a father, was indeed a tremendous blessing. All right, enough of the tears. You've soaked my clothes. Zhang Tong found it increasingly difficult to resist the allure and excitement emanating from Lu Qingxi in his arms. In truth, I have another purpose for buying the hotel. Last night, you mentioned wanting me to establish a cafeteria, correct? Henceforth, Shangjiang Grand Hotel will serve as the company's cafeteria. Goodness, that's amazing. Luo Peng and the multitude of beauties' eyes lit up, their faces alight with happiness and excitement. Their boss was incredibly generous, directly purchasing Shangjiang Grand Hotel to resolve the employees' dining issues. The two locations were not far apart. It would only take a few minutes to walk. What a convenience, sigh. What woman could resist such a man? Outside, Luo Yan observed and listened to everything. Now, she wore a complex expression as she gazed at Lu Qingxi nestled in Zhang Tong's embrace. It seemed Zhang Tong was the one her daughter adored. How was she to face him now? A boss or a son-in-law? Feeling conflicted, she stepped inside and respectfully said, "Hello, I am Luo Yan, Lu Qingxi's mother. Thank you for avenging me. I am truly honored." Lu Qingxi flushed and fled from Zhang Tong's embrace. Even Zhang Tong felt a bit awkward. However, as long as he remained unfazed, it was others who would feel awkward. Thus, Zhang Tong maintained a nonchalant demeanor as he appraised Luo Yan from head to toe. She was extraordinarily alluring, stunningly beautiful, and appeared as if she could easily pass for Lu Qingxi's sister. It was hard to believe she was already in her 40s. He silently praised her, as expected of Lu Qingxi's mother. He then declared, "From today onward, Luo Yan, you shall be the general manager of Shangjiang Grand Hotel. He Zong will be your responsibility. Investigate his corruption and bribery. Your shares will remain intact. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." Luo Yan was overjoyed, nearly overwhelmed with the urge to throw herself at him. Her boss was incredibly magnanimous, executing matters with such finesse. Purchasing the hotel and appointing her as general manager to personally settle scores with He Zong was simply brilliant. Were she younger and unmarried, she would undoubtedly fall deeply in love with him. She then glared at He Zong, sneering, "Evil begets evil, good begets good. It is not that retribution is absent, but the time has yet to come." He Zong, did you ever think today would come? Now, you would do well to confess all your corrupt dealings. Perhaps you can still hope for leniency. Do not think you can evade justice. Let me tell you, I am fully aware of your sordid affairs. I am finished, utterly finished. He Zong trembled in fear, his spirit seemingly fleeing his body. In the past, the incidents of his corruption, bribery, and the way he bullied Luo Yan and the beautiful waitresses surfaced vividly in his mind. The pride he once felt has now transformed into an overwhelming fear. It is exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Observing the once domineering Mr. He reduced to such a state fills Luo Yan with immense satisfaction. All of this is a gift from her boss, Zhang Tong. He is indeed a rare gem in this world. Chapter 76. The fortunate Zhang Tong and the miserable Yang Bo. Having resolved the matters concerning the hotel, Zhang Tong took 8 beautiful employees on a shopping spree. They indulged in a variety of purchases: bags, watches, clothing, shoes, without even glancing at the prices. After all, money was abundant. The 8 beauties were utterly ecstatic. Overwhelmed with joy, however, they exercised considerable restraint, refraining from excessive purchases and avoiding any jewelry stores, not wishing to waste their father's money or provoke his displeasure. Zhang Tong shared their sentiments, as he too had no desire to visit such establishments. He firmly believed that he could uncover exquisite jewels within Baoxing. Should these beauties choose to remain single for life, devoted to their roles as his employees, he would undoubtedly bestow upon them fitting rewards. Heavens, to escort 8 stunning beauties on a shopping excursion? What kind of wealthy heir is this, more ostentatious than Wang Tsongtsong? Ha! Does Wang Tsongtsong dare to compare? His surname is Zhang, nicknamed Fij, at the tender age of 22. A senior in college, having launched his venture just 2 months prior, amassing over 500 billion. To say he could take 8 beauties shopping is an understatement. Even 80 would not warrant a single person to question him. Goodness, how impressive. Is he perhaps named Zhang Fei? You truly have no idea who Fij is. He is the very hero who saved a woman from jumping off a building, a treasure seeker who discovered a miraculous gem that grants the ability to fly when held in one's mouth. Now I understand. It is indeed him. I remember watching the video of his heroic act. It sent chills down my spine, and I even thought of seeking him out as a mentor in the arts of cultivation. As they strolled along, Zhang Tong was closely surrounded by the 8 enchanting employees, eliciting envy and admiration from countless men. Following the recent auction, the incident involving the hero also received a proper explanation. As the authorities released footage of Zhang Tong's introduction and performance prior to the auction of the flying gem. Consequently, Zhang Tong acquired 2 new nicknames, the Flying Man and Fij. Yet, few had actually seen his face, as he had been masked on both occasions. Exhilarating, utterly exhilarating. Robang, however, felt liberated, as he was not required to accompany them on their shopping spree. He sped off in his Ferrari 812, finally parking it in front of the Tianbao fruit shop. Stepping out with great flair, dressed to the nines, Tanjia rushed out to greet him. Darling, you're back. Where did this car come from? Of course, it was provided by my father, costing 5.4 million. What do you think? Is it beautiful? Robang replied, brimming with pride. Beautiful, absolutely stunning, Tanjia exclaimed, her admiration evident, though she questioned, your father provided it? Where did he get so much money? Wasn't he said to be a farmer? I mean our boss. Zhang Tong. Now we all call him father because he is simply extravagantly generous, more so than a biological father. Today, he bought a dozen Ferraris, .1 for each employee. Robang boasted, why goodness, how generous. Tanjia's eyes glistened with envy. Unfortunately, she had not been able to secure a position at the Tianbao auction house and had settled for the role of fruit shop manager, earning a mere 500,000 a year with no benefits. Thankfully, she had caught Robang's attention, ensuring she would still enjoy a good life ahead. What is this? To resolve employee dining issues, he also sought retribution for Lu Qingxi's mother, spending 4.1 billion to acquire the Xiangjiang Grand Hotel. Robang flaunted. How impressive, how extravagantly wealthy. Lu Qingxi is so fortunate. Being pampered is indeed a different experience. Tanjia lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks. If only she were as beautiful as Lu Qingxi. She would certainly strive to win Zhang Tong's affections. How long can such lavish spending last with hundreds of billions? Tanjia could only express her frustrations. Why worry about such trivial matters? Robang shot her a glance. Why father just made a trip to Changbai Mountain, and in half a day's time, he returned with 3,000-year-old ginseng, selling it for 3.9 billion to Fanbing Xiang. He also mentioned he would be treasure hunting again tomorrow, likely to strike it rich. I estimate he will soon join the ranks of the trillionaires. Tanjia was left speechless. What kind of godly figure is he? Could he be the reincarnation of the god of wealth? How could I not have recognized Zhang Tong's extraordinary ability to generate wealth before? If only I had pursued him back then, perhaps I would have succeeded. When one is at their lowest, that is the best time to approach them. Once they achieve success, it becomes nearly impossible. How about I take you for a drive? Robang suggested, it's not off work yet. How about after? Tanjia struggled to resist the overwhelming temptation, fearing Zhang Tong's knowledge of her actions might provoke his ire. If she wished to marry Robang, it would have to remain a dream. Therefore, she must behave appropriately, never arriving late or leaving early. Every penny earned must be transferred to Zhang Tong's account, without fail. Senpai, what do you think of my new car? Isn't it beautiful? Robang began to tease Yang Bo, which was his greatest pastime. He sent a picture of himself in the Ferrari 812, but after a long wait, there was no response, likely due to Yang Bo's indifference. Bang grew frustrated and sent a photo of Zhang Tong shopping with the 8 beauties, discreetly taken from behind to avoid Zhang Tong's wrath, and said, Zhang Tong slept with 8 beauties last night and is now shopping. How does that sound? Exhilarating, isn't it? The response from Yang Bo finally arrived. Why don't you believe it? You are simply incorrigible. R.O. Bang sighed deeply. R.O. Bang. It's one thing to boast, but there's no need to exaggerate Zhang Tong's achievements. I'm well aware of his situation. I heard he opened a fruit shop, with Tanjia as the manager, your dream girl. Did you not confront him? Yang Bo inquired. Tanjia is now my girlfriend, and it was only with Zhang Tong's assistance that I managed to win her over. How do you know such trivial matters while remaining oblivious to everything else? Bang retorted, exasperated. Pfft, you've now exposed yourself. Zhang Tong is indeed in the fruit business, and there is finally some glimmer of hope for his rise, having opened a shop. If he could establish a chain across the country, he would truly become a wealthy man. But he is still far from that, so stop your boasting. I'm not a fool. When will you return to school after the new year? Bang conceded, shifting the topic. Perhaps only by allowing Yang Bo to witness it firsthand would he believe it. I'm quite busy with work, and I'm genuinely in a relationship, so I may only return to defend my thesis and then leave. I doubt I'll have time to gather with you all. Yang Bo replied, I in a relationship? With which beauty? The daughter of the vice president of the company, a local from Modu. She has a decent appearance, about 80 points, but her personality is rather challenging. The trouble is, she's pregnant, and I have to marry her due to the situation. I'm quite overwhelmed right now, so I don't have the energy to chat. That's tragic, utterly tragic. Who told you not to believe my words? Bang feigned sympathy. To be engaged before graduation while interning, without a house, car, or money. You're likely just living off her, which will surely lead to disdain from her. You'll never be able to hold your head high. Is it any wonder you say she has a poor temperament? Couldn't she vent her frustrations on you? After all, you're living off her. When is the wedding? Bang pressed. Due to the circumstances, I can't let Yang Bo break up with her. Perhaps this is fate. After the new year, around the 5th day, Yang Bo replied, if you have time then, come to Modu to visit me. That is a must. I'll speak to Zhang Tong about it, and we'll go together. If we don't show up to support you, it will weigh on our consciences for a lifetime, Bang promised. Chapter 77. Luo Yan's Absurd Thoughts. Qingxi. How did you meet Zhang Tong? After their shopping trip, Lu Qingxi returned to Luo Yan's rented apartment, ready to answer Luo Yan's inquiries upon her arrival home. Their family's greatest asset was a mere 0.5 stake in the hotel. However, due to Zhao Qin's persistent pressure on partners to transfer their shares, they had not seen dividends for several years, leaving their lives somewhat strained. The reason they did not live together was that Lu Qingxi could not endure Luo Yan's constant remarks about her live broadcasts. Prompting her to move out, it was my shamelessness that brought me close to him, and the outcome has been nothing short of wonderful, Lu Qingxi recounted, gently massaging her sore calves. There's truly nothing scandalous about it. I see him as a nurturing boss. Luo Yan was utterly astonished. How could such an exceptional boss exist in this world? Offering Lu Qingxi a salary of 3 million a year, providing clerical staff and receptionists with salaries in the millions, covering beauty expenses for the stunningly beautiful, and gifting every employee a Ferrari? We all call him father, Lu Qingxi added with a mischievous grin. But the nickname nurturing boss suits him perfectly. Mother, you truly have some skills. You must work diligently. Do not let your boss's kindness go to waste, Luo Yan advised earnestly. Of course, we are all working hard, especially me. In preparation for the last auction, I barely slept for 3 days. Fearful of any mistakes, in the end, it turned out wonderfully, and he was extremely satisfied, even praising me personally, Lu Qingxi replied proudly. That's splendid. Luo Yan's face radiated happiness. Now that he has become the hotel owner and appointed me as the general manager, my monthly salary has been adjusted to the same as the previous general manager, 2 million a year. The shares remain intact, and I will receive dividends every year. All my worries have vanished, and it's all thanks to him. I truly do not know how to repay him. Leave the repaying to me, mother. You need not concern yourself with that, Lu Qingxi assured her. What do you intend to do? Simply work hard and treat him well. Lu Qingxi remarked that, in truth, he had not taken it to heart, for to him, it was merely a trifling matter that required little effort. It is indeed a blessing from the heavens that you have the opportunity to know him. But do remember to express your gratitude. Luo Yan sighed. By the way, is the auction house still hiring? What do you mean, mother? Are you trying to push someone in? Lu Qingxi playfully chided. Oh, you heartless sister. Have you forgotten your little sister now that you have become prosperous? Luo Yin retorted. How well does your sister treat you? Are you hoping to have her come to the auction house? That simply cannot happen, absolutely not. Lu Qingxi shook her head repeatedly, stating, we must understand the balance of give and take. One cannot merely seek to take advantage, or I would find it difficult to hold my head high. Aren't you doing splendidly as an auctioneer? Isn't he quite satisfied with your performance? You certainly have more value than those clerks, receptionists, or secretaries, and you are not merely living off others. Besides, promoting talent does not shy away from kinship. Your sister is so beautiful and capable. I have no doubt she could excel in any role, and of course, if the company is not in need of personnel, then that is another matter, Luo Yin commented. The company truly does not lack staff. Even if it did, I would not recommend my sister. Lu Qingxi replied, my sister is pursuing a career as a star, and the auction house is simply not suited for her. She has only played 2 supporting roles. I see no promising future there. Moreover, the entertainment industry is fraught with chaos. Can my sister avoid being taken advantage of? Luo Yin said. Thus, if she could work at the auction house, with such favorable treatment, it would be far better than being a star. My sister's dream is to be a star. If you suggest she work as a receptionist or clerk, I believe she would explode on the spot. Lu Qingxi countered. In any case, she feels that if the 2 sisters are in the same company, even if their relationship with Zhang Tong is entirely innocent, the rumors will surely multiply tenfold or even 100-fold. Which is undoubtedly not a good thing. Very well, I shall find time to visit your sister and see if there is any way I can assist, Luo Yin conceded, realizing she could not persuade Lu Qingxi. My sister is with our father. He is a successful individual and will naturally consider her future well, Lu Qingxi reassured her. What does he count as a successful individual, compared to Zhang Tong? He is of no significance, Luo Yin replied. Moreover, he has a new love. He may not treat your sister well. Although Qingqing claims she is doing well, I remain unconvinced. All right, I happen to have some time off recently. I will pay a visit to Wuqing and see her, Lu Qingxi declared. The next morning, as Lu Qingxi drove home, she encountered Zhao Qian, Luo Wei, and Su Shanshan, who were on their way to school. They did not dare to drive the Ferrari, fearing it would attract undue attention from teachers and classmates. Good morning, 3 stunning beauties, Lu Qingxi greeted as she parked her car. The boss is still asleep. Do not disturb him. He did not sleep well last night. Zhao Qian replied. Is he overexerting himself? Lu Qingxi asked with a teasing smile. Even if he is, you had better not provoke me, Zhao Qian replied tersely. Though secretly feeling a bit smug. The boss dotes on me, only seeking me out. Your jealousy is futile, Lu Qingxi laughed. With work and classes during the day and overtime at night, you might age prematurely. Look, you already have dark circles under your eyes. Then thank you for your concern. I will take note of it, Zhao Qian huffed, pulling Luo Wei and Su Shanshan along. Along the way, she worriedly asked, do I really have dark circles? Very faint, not noticeable. Do not worry, Lu Qingxi reassured her. Is Lu Qingxi trying to scare you? Where would dark circles come from? Su Shanshan and Luo Wei chuckled. Upon entering the villa, Lu Qingxi found Pan Yu, Chen Fong, and Xiao Lili practicing yoga, and she teased, you are all so honest. Did you not go to seek affection? The door would not open, and she felt too shy to knock. Pan Yu smirked. Xiao Lili tried it already. Nonsense. I merely went to report work and found the boss still asleep. So I came back down, Xiao Lili said, her face flushed with embarrassment. You were indeed seeking affection. What work report could there be? Chen Fong chimed in with a mischievous grin. I am the legal advisor for the hotel and discovered a few minor issues. Xiao Lili defended herself. Then why sneak around? Waiting until Zhao Qian left to go? Dressed like a fairy. No less, Pan Yu teased. That is because I had just woken up. Of course, I need to groom myself. Xiao Lili's face grew even redder. I did not. I only had a slight inclination. Primarily, I went to report work. What is there to be ashamed of? I am going to tempt the boss and see if he reacts. Lu Qingxi let out a playful laugh, swaying her alluring waist, enveloped in a captivating fragrance as she ascended the stairs. Lu Qingxi was truly breathtaking. No wonder she exuded such confidence. If I possessed Lu Qingxi's beauty, I too would dare to tempt the boss. The 3 women looked on with envy, eager to know the outcome. Would Lu Qingxi succeed in her endeavor? They exchanged glances and stealthily approached, intent on witnessing the spectacle and learning how Lu Qingxi, the enchantress, captivated the boss. Chapter 78. An empty eavesdrop. Lu Qingxi gracefully ascended the stairs, her heart brimming with anticipation. Zhang Tong had not yet risen. She would knock on the door and employ her seductive tactics, certain he would be unable to resist. Yet, as often is the case, reality diverged from her expectations. The door was ajar. Zhang Tong had already risen and was tidily arranging his clothes, seemingly preparing to leave. "Good morning, boss," Lu Qingxi said, a hint of disappointment flickering across her face, though she still entered with a radiant smile, her waist swaying joyfully, her curves accentuated, as if concealing two adorable little rabbits within. "Aren't you with your mother? Why are you back so soon?" Zhang Tong gazed at her, entranced. For today Lu Qingxi appeared exceptionally beautiful. Clad in a red short skirt, she revealed a glimpse of her fair waist and elegantly long legs, accentuating her curves to perfection, embodying a beauty that harmonized with nature. Her flowing raven locks cascaded like a waterfall, and he longed to grasp them. Most enticing were her luscious red lips, akin to ripe cherries, exuding a sweet fragrance. Her physique, beauty, attire, and demeanor were flawless, and no wonder she held the title of the top beauty streamer and the premier car model, rivaling even the finest models from Han Country. "I missed you," Lu Qingxi declared, puffing up her chest, further accentuating her allure, a subtle tremor making her all the more enticing. Yet, Zhang Tong merely stole a few glances before returning to his task. His willpower was astonishingly strong. "Allow me to assist you." Lu Qingxi gently retrieved the clothes Zhang Tong had hastily stuffed into his bag, folding them with care. She playfully added, "I had intended to warm your bed, given how cold it is outside, but I did not expect you to rise so early." She cast flirtatious glances at Zhang Tong, her charm radiating like 380 volts of electricity, capable of leaving one's limbs tingling and bones weak. "You dare to tempt the boss again? Have you forgotten about the incident from last time?" Zhang Tong responded casually, his tone light, as he picked up his bag and prepared to leave. Yet, inwardly, he felt overwhelmed. This enchantress was too skilled in the art of seduction, utterly captivating. He needed to leave quickly to avoid embarrassment, especially with other beauties present in the villa as soon as he exited the room. Zhang Tong spotted Pan Yu, Chen Fong, and Xiao Lili, who were attempting to sneak away. They had come to witness the spectacle and overhear the conversation, but were caught in the act. How embarrassing. "Slow down, be careful not to trip," Zhang Tong said gently, concerned for their ankles as he followed behind. "Actually, we just came up to call Lu Qingxi for yoga," Chen Fong quickly devised an excuse, calming the flustered Xiao Lili and Pan Yu. Beautiful women should practice yoga to maintain their beauty. Zhang Tong nodded in agreement. "Boss, are you heading out? Are you off to seek treasure?" Pan Yu tossed her hair, exuding grace. "Indeed," Zhang Tong replied, setting down his luggage and preparing to enjoy the breakfast prepared by the beauties. "Where are you going to seek treasure?" Lu Qingxi, descending the stairs in her high heels, inquired with curiosity. "To Shenangjia," Zhang Tong answered after a moment of contemplation. "We must open up more entry points. Otherwise, we will be restricted to the old family cellar, the company basement, and Changbai Mountain, which is quite inconvenient. Ideally, each treasure hunt should establish a new entry point, allowing for a network of entrances worldwide. This way, I can instantaneously reach any place globally, which would be incredibly convenient and impossible to track. With the magical flying pearls for concealment, others would merely speculate that Zhang Tong had flown there under the cover of night. I'll go too, Lu Qingxi exclaimed excitedly. What do you intend to do? Zhang Tong asked, bewildered. You are a stunning beauty, the auctioneer of the company, yet you wish to hunt for treasure. Do you truly believe Shenangjia holds riches? Even if it does, finding them would be exceedingly difficult. The only treasures abundant are the ones on the starry planet, which one can collect at will. I happen to be heading to Wuqing. I was going upstairs to discuss this matter, Lu Qingxi explained. And Shenangjia is not far from Wuqing, so I am on your way. Let us go together, driving there. If we are to go together, then so be it, Zhang Tong conceded. Initially, he had intended to fly, which would have been a swift journey. However, that would have to wait until nightfall. During the day, it would create a stir, and Wu Na would undoubtedly cause trouble. Driving would only take about 3 hours, which is still quite fast. Soon enough, the two set off. Zhang Tong was driving a Ferrari LaFerrari, with Lu Qingxi seated in the passenger seat. They sped towards Wuqing, provoking the envy and admiration of countless onlookers along the way. The sight of a luxurious car accompanied by a stunning beauty, particularly one of such unparalleled elegance, was undeniably captivating, yet it also stirred feelings of resentment. Let go of that beauty. Allow me to take her place. Who is that wealthy second-generation heir, so ostentatious? That's my goddess. Why is she in the car of a rich kid? I am consumed with envy, driven to madness. Boss, did Zhao Qian not know you during your university days? Lu Qingxi inquired with curiosity that I knew her, but she did not recognize me. She only became aware of my existence after I purchased a villa, and your relationship developed swiftly thereafter. Lu Qingxi continued to question. Do not pry into the boss's affairs, Zhang Tong admonished her with a glare. Be cautious, or I might have to discipline you. Come on, just share a bit. From what I gather, you are charming yet not overly indulgent. You appreciate beauty without seeking possession. Yet, why did you falter in front of Zhao Qian? Lu Qingxi playfully pressed. Zhao Qian was my dream goddess during university. I have known her for 2 years and understand her well. I firmly believe that for a man and a woman, familiarity is essential as a foundation for any deeper connection, Zhang Tong explained. But Zhao Qian is not familiar with you, Lu Qingxi retorted. Embodying the role of a skeptic. Well, one could argue we are familiar enough. She knows I am her senior, and I suspect she has discreetly inquired about me, Zhang Tong chuckled. Did you refuse Fan Bingxiang because of Zhao Qian? In truth, Fan Bingxiang would be a suitable match for you. It would be a case of social parity, and she agreed to overlook any of your shortcomings. Lu Qingxi persisted in her inquiry. I simply do not wish to pursue a girlfriend. I am still young, Zhang Tong replied with subtlety. Mastering the art of cultivation could grant one a lifespan of 200 years, with recent breakthroughs hinting at a potential 400 years. Should further advancements occur, one might attain an 800-year life. If I were to engage in a relationship now, it could lead to an outcome akin to Yang Bo's, marrying due to unexpected circumstances. Over such an extended lifespan, one's spouse and children would inevitably precede them in death, leading to profound sorrow and heartache. What? You suggest taking family to Baoxing? Ha, don't be ridiculous. Only those fated to enter can see the gateway. It is inaccessible to others. One can only bring along less intelligent beings, like Wang Kai. This secret was something Zhang Tong stumbled upon during his initial stone-gathering session with Luo Peng in the basement. Though the entrance was visible, he could not enter himself. The ground beneath was either solid or void. Thus, this present arrangement is quite satisfactory, blissful and sweet, joyful and novel. Chapter 79. Arriving in Wuqing, a beauty seeks a date in Zhang Tong's heart. Zhao Qian was merely a secretary, not a girlfriend. Therefore, any beauty could pursue him, including Lu Qingxi. Elated, she hummed a tune throughout the journey, occasionally casting flirtatious glances at Zhang Tong. Could this girl be aspiring to be a secretary as well? Zhang Tong cast a sidelong glance at her but refrained from voicing his thoughts, wary of bruising her pride and igniting trouble. Wuqing soon came into view. This provincial city rivaled Xiangqing, perhaps even surpassing it in vibrancy. However, it was still a considerable distance from Shenangjia, and Zhang Tong planned to fly there that evening. Lu Qingxi was in no hurry, wishing to spend more time with him, so they leisurely drove around. Wuqing is quite delightful. I think I shall purchase a villa here for occasional stays, Zhang Tong remarked, secretly aiming to establish another entrance in Wuqing. Then I will take you to buy a villa. Lu Qingxi exclaimed, both surprised and elated. Growing up in Wuqing, she held deep affection for the city. Zhang Tong's intention to buy a villa here received her enthusiastic approval, for perhaps one day, she could share that villa with him. As she navigated, she contacted an old friend, Su Lan. Are you still in real estate sales? Yes, but I have no other skills. Business has been tough lately due to falling prices. I am nearly starving. When will you come to rescue me? You are my best friend. I am coming to your aid. My boss wishes to purchase a large villa, the most expensive one, none of the cheaper options. Is that for real? Of course it is. Why would I lie to you? Will there be any hidden rules? Certainly. So, you must present yourself impeccably and look stunning. Lu Qingxi teased, I am going to get rich. I am finally going to get rich, Su Lan exclaimed in excitement from the sales office of Changdao Villa. Su Lan, have you lost your mind? Manager, he shouted. Apologies, I was just too thrilled. Su Lan replied. I have a close friend bringing someone to buy a villa, and they want the most expensive one. The most expensive one is worth 88 million. Even top-tier millionaires might hesitate to buy it. Indeed, Many wealthy individuals have come to view it and liked it, yet they could not bring themselves to purchase Sulan. You are destined for disappointment. Perhaps they are just toying with you. Other sales staff were skeptical, some even scoffing. What does your friend do? Does she know any top-tier millionaires? However, manager, he inquired with anticipation. She is a model and a beauty streamer, quite successful and of good character. I trust her. She doesn't boast, a model and a beauty streamer? Indeed, she may know some wealthy heirs, but it's still a long shot. Manager, he remained doubtful. After a while, a LaFerrari roared into the sales office, screeching to a halt at the entrance, and Zhang Tong and Lu Qingxi stepped out of the car. Heavens, Su Lan was left stunned, her gaze vacant. The others stood in shock at a supercar worth over 20 million. Where did this tycoon come from? Certainly, such wealth was unheard of in Wucheng. Su Lan, you look more beautiful than ever. Lu Qingxi greeted warmly. This was no mere flattery. Su Lan was indeed striking, with a captivating figure. But she paled in comparison to Lu Qingxi, not to mention Susan, Chen Fong, Pan Yu, and Xiao Lili. Nevertheless, she was undeniably a beauty. You two radiate with beauty, splendidly alluring. Could it be that you have encountered good fortune? Su Lan embraced Lu Qingxi enthusiastically. I have encountered a benefactor today, and I am here to assist him in purchasing a villa. This is my boss, Zhang Tongda, and this is Su Lan, my close friend. Lu Qingxi introduced them to Mr. Zhang. It is an honor to meet you. Su Lan extended her hand for a handshake, her fingers brushing against Zhang Tong's palm. Goodness, does this beauty truly believe Lu Qingxi's words? Does she genuinely think I would seek to exploit her? Zhang Tong found himself in a humorous predicament. With a handsome tycoon like you, who wouldn't he want to be courted? But I will ensure your safety. Lu Qingxi whispered playfully in his ear. What on earth? How could Lu Qingxi say such things? Su Lan felt a mix of embarrassment and confusion, yet she feigned ignorance and warmly invited Zhang Tong inside. A throng of sales staff and the manager eagerly surrounded them, attending to the affluent figure, generating envy among the other guests who were also viewing properties. Was this the power of a LaFerrari? Zhang Tong wasted no time, directly purchasing the villa valued at 88 million, boasting an area of over 1,400 square meters, featuring a lookout tower on the roof, a conference hall accommodating 50 people. Equipped with an elevator, complemented by a garden exceeding 1,000 square meters, complete with a helicopter landing pad and swimming pool, alongside a private dock and an 8-car garage, it was even more luxurious than the villas in Xiangqing. Situated in a prime location on the northeastern shore of Tongshuan Lake, surrounded by picturesque scenery. The entire structure resembled a rare, ancient coin-shaped island, narrow east-west and elongated north-south, with an 800-meter-long levee symbolizing private territory connecting to Jiangxia Avenue. Complemented by a 1,000-acre private inner lake, the island, lake view, gardens, and villa harmoniously merged, creating what was undoubtedly the most exquisite private garden in all of Wucheng. Simply breathtaking. Walking in such an environment could elevate one's beauty to ethereal heights. Boss, I adore it. I absolutely love it, Lu Qingxi exclaimed. Instantly enamored, I was particularly drawn to one feature. The basement, perfect for storing a safe, Zhang Tong noted. Lu Qingxi burst into laughter, then playfully clung to Zhang Tong's arm, gently shaking it as she coquettishly suggested, let us stay in the villa tonight, and you can go treasure hunting tomorrow, shall we? She completely forgot about her plans to see her sister. But don't you have other matters to attend to? Zhang Tong questioned. I can handle that tomorrow. Spending time with you is my priority, Lu Qingxi giggled. Then, as you wish, Zhang Tong acquiesced. After purchasing such a lavish villa, it was only fitting that they spend their first night there. Thoroughly experiencing its grandeur, my goodness, who is this extraordinary tycoon who doesn't he even haggle over price, swiping a card for the full 88 million? The sales staff were utterly astonished. The manager was so taken aback he nearly knelt. The wealthy guest observing the properties covered his face in disbelief. He had visited 8 times, yet could not bring himself to decide. 88 million was indeed a substantial figure for most affluent individuals. Necessitating careful consideration, Su Lan was ecstatic, having earned over 2 million in commission. Unable to contain herself, she whispered shyly to Zhang Tong, handsome, how about a date tonight? Chapter 80. Ultimately yielding to the temptation of this enchantress' apologies. Beautiful, but I am unavailable this evening, Zhang Tong replied with a smile, politely declining. He was not a man to be swayed easily. He is certainly not a stallion. Otherwise, with so many beautiful women around him, he would have long since bedded them all. He strongly disagrees with the notion of relationships devoid of emotions. After dining together at a hotel, they returned to the villa. Lu Qingxi's face was alight with joy and excitement, and she eagerly expressed her desire to take a swim in the pool. "Are you out of your mind? It's December, and you dare to swim?" Zhang Tong exclaimed as he grabbed her arm. "What's the big deal? I often swim in winter. Furthermore, you're referring to the Gregorian December, but in reality, it's merely early November, and the water temperature is around 10 degrees, Lu Qingxi retorted, resolute in her intention. "I simply worry you might catch a cold," Zhang Tong replied, choosing not to dampen her spirits any further. Soon, Lu Qingxi changed into a seductive bikini, her unparalleled figure fully revealed. Zhang Tong gazed, mesmerized, his heart racing. With a splash, Lu Qingxi dove in, frolicking in the water and exclaiming with delight. Watching her glide through the water like a mermaid was breathtaking. Zhang Tong, utterly entranced, sat in a chair and lit a cigarette. Savoring the moment, "Boss, do you dare to join me for a swim?" Lu Qingxi challenged playfully. "What is there to fear?" Zhang Tong chuckled, realizing he was indeed a superhuman, impervious to the cold, even when exposed to snow. He donned his swimwear and jumped into the pool, joining her in playful swimming. It was an experience unlike any other. Zhang Tong mused inwardly about the myriad pleasures of the wealthy. When he was poor, all he knew was suffering. An hour later, they emerged from the water. Lu Qingxi began to shiver uncontrollably. "I'm so cold. Share some warmth with me," she pleaded, leaping into Zhang Tong's embrace. Their skin touching felt electric. "My goodness, this is too thrilling. Who can withstand such intensity?" Zhang Tong's heart raced as he pulled her closer. Soon, they were lost in a passionate kiss, their bodies trembling, unsure if it was from the cold or something else entirely. After what felt like an eternity, they finally broke apart, Lu Qingxi blushing with joy, having crossed a significant threshold in their relationship. Zhang Tong sighed, realizing he could no longer apply the brakes against this enchantress. In the opulent room, the ambient lights shimmered seductively. Fresh from her bath, Lu Qingxi donned a tight black miniskirt that showcased her flawless, long legs and a hint of her upper body, resembling a pristine snowfield radiating beauty. She began to dance gracefully as enchanting music filled the air. "I am a fox who has cultivated for 1,000 years, 1,000 years of solitude." Her delicate form and alluring posture captivated Zhang Tong, who leaned against the bed, lost in admiration, feeling nothing but elation. Lu Qingxi was not the type of woman who would recklessly pursue her boss. She had always been patient, after waiting so long. She struck with precision. Moreover, her charm was undeniable, as she now danced to entertain him, skilled at pleasing men, provided one had the means to inspire her. Though Lu Qingxi had once been a celebrated beauty streamer, often seen dancing and singing in her broadcasts, this sensual dance was a privilege reserved solely for Zhang Tong, a badge of honor. Ultimately, Lu Qingxi melted into Zhang Tong's embrace, and delightful events began to unfold as the moon shyly hid behind the clouds. The following day, before dawn broke, Zhang Tong flew deep into the Shenangjia region, seeking a cave to explore. As expected, a mysterious entrance appeared, and he leaped inside. He soon reached the treasure star. Woof, woof. Squeak, squeak. The joyful welcomes from Wang Kai and Hua Hui, released into the treasure star, filled the air. Zhang Tong began to test his strength, and with no surprises, it was effective and powerful. Thus, he armed himself with a bronze sword in his left hand, a short gun in his right, a long spear made of ironwood strapped to his back, and several burlap bags tucked at his waist. He set off boldly toward the lake. The treasure star basked in the morning sun, its rays fierce and bright. Recent heavy rains had widened the streams, leaving traces of flowing water everywhere. Soon, Zhang Tong encountered numerous rolling stones, likely washed down by the flood, which he skillfully cleaved with his sword. Among 1/3 of the stones, he discovered jade. Dismissing the lower-quality ones, he sought only the precious, high-quality jade. "Is this a glass type?" Zhang Tong exclaimed in astonishment upon spotting a stone the size of a basket. A corner had been chipped away, revealing a lush green interior. Its transparency and vibrant hue were breathtaking, far surpassing the previous glass-like green jade he had found. Was this the fabled glass-type Imperial Green? Had he finally stumbled upon the Emperor of Jades? Zhang Tong cautiously began to carve it out, revealing a barrel-shaped piece, uniform in quality, each section as intoxicatingly green and transparent as glass. Why heavens! Such a massive piece of glass-type imperial green. It must weigh around 200 pounds. What could it possibly be worth? Zhang Tong's face radiated excitement, his heart racing with elation. Such a treasure, while meant for sale, would surely allow him to keep half for crafting jewelry, either for himself or as gifts, ensuring he would be the envy of others. What a delightful surprise this torrential rain had brought him. The treasure star was indeed rich with gems. He pressed on, the rolling stones gradually becoming less frequent as he moved further from the mountain's base. Suddenly, from the brush, Huahui unearthed a glimmering object, bouncing around and squeaking excitedly. What could it be? Zhang Tong wondered aloud as he reached for it, only to be left dumbfounded. In a way, a diamond? That's the size of a peach. It sparkled brilliantly. Flawless and of exceptional quality. In 1905, the premier mine in South Africa yielded a diamond weighing 3,106.75 carats, presented to King Edward VII. The rough diamond was cut into 9 pieces of varying sizes, the largest being Cullinan I, embedded in the royal scepter, while the slightly smaller Cullinan II adorned the crown. Today, the largest diamond in the world is the Golden Jubilee, weighing 545.67 carats. 1 carat equals 0.2 grams, which is about 110 grams. Compared to the diamond Huahui uncovered, the difference was staggering. This peach-sized diamond could easily be worth hundreds of millions, perhaps even over $1 billion. Zhang Tong was thrilled beyond measure. He had discovered yet another superlative treasure. For an auction house, the more diverse the treasures, the better. This colossal diamond would undoubtedly create a sensation, especially alongside the glass-type imperial green. Zhang Tong's delight was palpable as Huahui, sensing his excitement, began to frantically dig into the ground, her enthusiasm contagious. Wang Kai understood and joined in, unearthing 2 more diamonds with astonishing clarity, practically devoid of color, each weighing over 100 carats. Typically, the highest quality diamonds fetched 20,000 per carat, meaning each one could be worth several tens of millions. This surpassed even the jade's value, as not every stone guaranteed jade within, and even if it did, it might not be of premium quality. Zhang Tong eagerly began to scour the area, the loose sand from the recent floods making it easy to search. One diamond after another emerged from the earth. 72 hours later, Zhang Tong had filled a sack with over 1,000 diamonds, the largest weighing over 5,000 grams. However, he didn't solely focus on collecting diamonds. He made sure to rest and return to his self-constructed abode for sleep. Treasure hunting mustn't lead to exhaustion, as that would heighten the risk of danger, especially in the treasure star, where terrifying beasts lurked. Later, Zhang Tong yearned to continue his diamond hunt, relishing the thrill of finding stones worth millions. Alas, luck had run out. He strolled towards the lake, enjoying the splendid weather. The sky was a flawless blue, devoid of clouds, offering an unobstructed view. Only a few giant birds soared above. Zhang Tong proceeded cautiously, constantly scanning the skies. Wary of potential bird attacks, he finally reached the lakeside, meandering around the water, but after a long search, no flying clams emerged to threaten him. He felt a twinge of disappointment. Could it be that the flying clams had retained a memory of him? It seemed that any hopes of auctioning the flying pearls were dashed. Wu Na would surely be furious. Had he inadvertently played her? Suddenly, a colossal tortoise, as large as a small mountain, emerged from the water with a splash. Its fearsome head shooting towards Zhang Tong like an arrow, extending nearly 100 meters in an instant, ready to snap at him. What in the world? Such a monstrous creature lurks in the lake? Zhang Tong was horrified, retreating like lightning. Yet, the beast pressed on, roaring as it clambered onto land, allowing Zhang Tong to see it clearly. Its shell was thick, with 8 legs and a neck extending hundreds of meters. Likely a mutated tortoise, it charged like a massive armored vehicle, relentlessly pursuing Zhang Tong and Wang Kai, moving faster than either of them. While Zhang Tong could use the flying pearl to ascend, he hesitated. Spotting over a dozen giant birds circling above, clearly waiting to swoop in. Thus, he chose to confront the tortoise directly, drawing his gun and firing a shot at its massive head. The resounding bang echoed as a deep crater appeared on its skull, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The tortoise let out a heart-wrenching wail. The head also plummeted with a resounding thud, Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Tong, concerned that the mutated turtle might feign death, offered it 3 more peanuts. At that moment, the turtle was utterly lifeless, lying there motionless. Whoosh! The enormous bird in the sky, startled by the gunfire, vanished without a trace, evidently sensing a grave threat. Fortunately, he had prepared his firearm. Otherwise, today would have been a most embarrassing affair. Zhang Tong wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Without a gun, he would have had no choice but to flee on his flying beads. Now, his flying speed was impressively swift, barely inferior to that of the giant bird. He could still manage to escape back to the cliff. Yet today, he stood triumphant. Having dispatched a mutated giant turtle with a single shot, he returned to sever the turtle's head and began to cut through its shell. He had heard tales of treasures hidden within a turtle's body. Once, someone had discovered dozens of luminous pearls within a massive turtle shell, each one worth a fortune. The bronze sword was extraordinarily sharp. Even though the turtle's shell was incredibly tough, it could not withstand the blade for long. Soon enough, the shell was sliced open. Alas, there were no pearls to be found. Were they perhaps in its stomach? Zhang Tong felt deeply unsatisfied. After hunting down a mutated giant turtle, he had found no treasure. Gradually, he began to dissect the beast's belly, searching meticulously. He uncovered numerous fish bones, but also bones of other beasts and birds, all impressively large. Clearly, this was an amphibious creature, consuming whatever it could from the skies, land, and water. It might be one of the apex predators of this world. Zhang Tong felt an unspoken dread. Surely, such beasts existed in the ocean. Their size likely terrifying. Even with a firearm, safety was not guaranteed. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, Wang Kai made a discovery, scratching at something, and soon unearthed a shell as large as a door. It was, astonishingly, a flying clam shell. Good heavens! Zhang Tong's face lit up with uncontainable joy. The giant turtle had consumed the flying clam. Perhaps the flying pearls still resided within the creature's belly. However, if the beast had ingested the pearls, why had it not taken flight? Was it that once swallowed? Flight was impossible. Was it only feasible while held in the mouth? Zhang Tong's excitement surged as he continued to search, beckoning Hua Hui to join him. Hua Hui, true to its reputation as a treasure-seeking mouse, quickly sensed Zhang Tong's quest for the flying pearls and began to chirp excitedly, directing him. Before long, Zhang Tong uncovered a pearl the size of a bean. He tested it on the spot and discovered it could indeed lift him into the air. Overjoyed, he realized its worth was 15 billion. Of course, selling it to the state would only yield 5 billion. But the average price still reached 10 billion. It must be said that the flying pearl was the most valuable treasure Zhang Tong had discovered thus far. Were there more? Zhang Tong continued his search, determined to find at least 2 pearls to fulfill his agreement with Wu Na, so he could auction one. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Hua Hui sensed something again, incessantly pointing to a specific spot. Like a treasure hunter, Zhang Tong soon extracted 6 flying pearls from the creature's belly, 2 of which were merely a size larger than peanuts, while the other 4 were bean-sized. Clearly, the creature had consumed only 2 flying clams and had yet to digest the pearls. Otherwise, given the beast's formidable strength, it must have consumed many more. Who knows how many billions had been wasted? Nevertheless, even with just 6 pearls, Zhang Tong felt thoroughly content, as they were worth 60 billion. This was far swifter than robbing a bank. It was time to return. Zhang Tong harvested over 1,000 pounds of turtle meat, resting it on his shoulder, ready to take it back and prepare it as cured meat, which might prove delectable. He had taken only 3 steps when he suddenly halted, his gaze fixed intently on a thicket, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Chapter 82. Is there a woman hidden in the thicket? The thicket lay at least 300 meters from Zhang Tong, perhaps having been battered by fierce winds and storms, causing it to lean and expose a series of gaps. Peering through the openings, he was astonished to see a stunning young woman standing within. Her long green hair cascaded down to her ankles, and she wore nothing at all, revealing an exquisite scene that was utterly enchanting. She stood there gracefully, utterly still, her head slightly tilted as if lost in thought. Why heavens! Are there women on this treasure planet? Zhang Tong was utterly shocked, frozen in disbelief. His eyes remained transfixed for quite some time, only to find that the woman did not move an inch. Could she be a statue? With this thought, Zhang Tong's tension eased somewhat. He cautiously crept closer, with Wang Kai and Hua Hui falling silent, clearly sensing their master's anxiety. Finally, he approached within mere meters, and the sight became even clearer. Indeed, it was a woman, with skin as white as snow, delicate and radiant. Her figure was tall and voluptuous, and her features were exquisitely refined. With no imperfections to be found, she was undeniably the epitome of beauty. Why was she not wearing any clothes? Even a leaf would suffice. Zhang Tong pondered in confusion. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, Wang Kai rushed forward, barking wildly at the woman. Zhang Tong's heart raced. This could provoke her. Who knew how formidable her combat abilities might be? Perhaps she was a practitioner of the mystical arts, capable of surviving in a world teeming with ferocious beasts. Yet, astonishingly, the woman remained completely still, seemingly unfazed by Wang Kai's taunts. Was she deaf? Zhang Tong was bewildered. But how could a deaf person have survived to this day? Perhaps the deaf beauty had companions. He searched cautiously and indeed discovered several more naked women standing motionless a few dozen meters away. All were stunningly beautiful and alluring. Why did they not move? Zhang Tong was both shocked and filled with curiosity. Gathering his courage, he stealthily approached one of the women from the side. When he got close, he was left utterly dumbfounded. They were not women at all, but rather a type of plant. Their feet were roots deeply embedded in the earth. Good heavens, how could such a plant exist in this world? Zhang Tong touched his forehead, overwhelmed with astonishment. He marveled endlessly as he circled the plant woman. He found it indistinguishable from a real woman. If he were to speak of this, no one would believe him. What a close call. He nearly scared himself to death, thinking he had encountered extraterrestrial beings. Zhang Tong patted his chest, his heart still racing wildly. He had long considered this treasure planet to be his alone and could not bear the thought of sharing it with others. Drip, drip, drip. A liquid began to flow from the upper part of the tree, falling to the ground with a crisp sound. The air was filled with a rich milky fragrance. Could Wang Kai be testing it? Zhang Tong offered some to Wang Kai, but the dog not only refused but also retreated repeatedly. Hua Hui reacted similarly. Was it toxic? Zhang Tong was filled with doubt. There was indeed a possibility. Otherwise, why would the two little creatures hesitate to consume it? He pushed aside the grass and examined closely. The milky liquid had soaked into the soil, and the plant was thriving, showing no signs of toxicity. After all, a potent poison could kill even grass. Therefore, Zhang Tong filled several bottles with the liquid, collecting 3 in total, intending to take them back for analysis. He instinctively felt this liquid was a treasure, possibly possessing unique properties and immense value. After all, a substance exuding from a tree that resembled a woman, if it had no special use, would hardly be believed if spoken of. Even a fool would regard it with importance, let alone Zhang Tong. He then began conducting other experiments, gently touching the plantwoman's skin, grasping her delicate hand, only to elicit a reaction. The plantwoman's face immediately turned crimson, appearing quite bashful. Had she somehow come to life? Was this a plant that had cultivated into such a form? Zhang Tong was left speechless. Beautiful lady, if you have indeed come to life, please speak. No response came. Perhaps his conjecture was erroneous. This was merely a peculiar plant. If he were to bring the plant woman back to Earth and cultivate it, those reclusive men would surely be immensely delighted and fulfilled, for she was far more real than any robotic beauty. Zhang Tong began to lose himself in fanciful thoughts, marveling at the wonders of this treasure planet. Filled with bizarre flora and fauna, including plants he could never have imagined. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suddenly, Hua Hui made a discovery in the thicket, pointing excitedly at a piece of green stone. Could the green stone be a treasure? Without a second thought, Zhang Tong struck it in two with his sword. Finding no jade within, he flipped the green stone over, revealing a green object beneath. Astonishingly, it was a mud-covered green brick. Good heavens! This must have been crafted by ancient earthlings. Zhang Tong was deeply astonished. Yet, countless questions flooded his mind. There were no signs of human presence anywhere in sight. Perhaps many, many years had passed, hundreds, even thousands of years. But why was this green brick still intact? It completely defied logic and reason. Could it be that the green brick was something special? With this thought, Zhang Tong examined it closely. Indeed, the green brick was extraordinary. Smooth and flat, with sharp edges, showing no signs of wear. The surface bore intricate dark patterns. a dragon soaring through the clouds. This must be a valuable treasure, though its uses remained a mystery. Zhang Tong's face radiated joy. This treasure could not be auctioned. It likely wouldn't fetch a decent price, but he could keep it for himself. After all, this was a green brick from the treasure planet, and only he understood its true worth. Zhang Tong continued to dig for a while longer, but found no further discoveries. This only deepened his confusion. If this place once had buildings, there should be a pile of green bricks. Yet here lay only a solitary green brick. How had it come to be? Was it a magical artifact? Had someone hurled the green brick to create a lake? Did it bounce back here? Zhang Tong's imagination ran wild, yet even he could hardly believe such a theory, prompting him to chuckle at himself, and no longer delaying, he promptly commenced his return. Today's exploration had been sufficiently prolonged, and he had faced 2 false alarms, leaving him utterly exhausted. It seemed that he was no longer suited for adventures. In the days that followed, he continued to explore, yet made little significant discoveries. The elusive flying pearls remained unfound. The lake lay in a profound silence, possibly due to the terrifying turtle having devoured all the fish within its depth. To yield any fruitful results, he surmised a change in direction might be necessary. He returned to Earth. Emerging from the basement of the Wuqing Villa at It was then that he heard an exceedingly peculiar sound, reminiscent of heavy breathing, distinctly masculine. Could it be that a man had intruded into his villa? Was it Lu Qingxi who had brought him? Or had a thief entered his home? Chapter 83. Mistaking sister for elder sister, Zhang Tong's countenance darkened slightly as he stealthily carried 2 burlap sacks to the first floor. The absence of others allowed the sound to become clearer. It appeared to emanate from the second floor. Thus, Zhang Tong quietly ascended to the second floor. Upon arrival, he found himself utterly amused. It turned out that Lu Qingxi was practicing yoga, seemingly employing a unique breathing technique. Clad in snug yoga pants, her long, shapely legs were prominently displayed, while her strapless top struggled to contain her bosom, showing signs of strain. Her dark hair was elegantly piled atop her head, revealing a graceful, elongated neck. Her collarbones were exquisitely sensual, and her waist was so slender it could be grasped with a single hand. Her movements flowed effortlessly, exuding profound beauty. How had Lu Qingxi become so adept at yoga? Zhang Tong pondered with mild confusion. He had witnessed her practice yoga at the Xiangnan Villa, yet she had not been this remarkable. Compared to Chen Feng, there had been a significant disparity, yet now? She had made astonishing progress, seemingly rivaling Chen Feng. It appeared she possessed a natural talent for yoga. Qingxi, you've made rapid advancements. You must have been diligently practicing yoga recently? Zhang Tong set down the sacks and approached her. You back? Lu Qingxi slowly turned, her expression not one of surprise, but rather intense curiosity, as she scrutinized him from head to toe, as if seeing him for the first time. What sort of reaction was this? Was she curious about whether he had discovered any treasures? In a flash, Zhang Tong dismissed his doubts, embracing her without hesitation. After all, they had already shared an intimate connection, an enchanting experience that lingered in his memory. Having not encountered any women during his days on Baoxing, he found it hard to restrain himself in the presence of the stunningly alluring Lu Qingxi. He imagined she would be equally affected. Entirely willing. Stop that, I am not Lu Qingxi. Lu Qingxi protested shyly, a hint of panic in her voice. If you're not Lu Qingxi, then who else could you possibly be? Zhang Tong chuckled. Are you attempting to be humorous? Speaking nonsense with your eyes wide open, but I fear you might be an imposter. Tell me, what is your relationship with Lu Qingxi? With flushed cheeks, Lu Qingxi playfully questioned. I am her boss, and also her father. Zhang Tong replied with a teasing grin. How amusing truly, Lu Qingxi is the master of seduction. Both a boss and a father. What does that even mean? Lu Qingxi looked perplexed, slightly dazed. Still trying to play along? Zhang Tong tightened his embrace, inhaling her intoxicating fragrance. He then leaned in to kiss her luscious red lips. Stop, I truly am not Lu Qingxi. Lu Qingxi protested, arching her back in panic. Yet this only drew her body closer to him, intensifying their intimacy, her demeanor a perfect display of coyness. Last time, you approached me in a bikini. This time, you've switched tactics? You truly know how to entice. Zhang Tong marveled inwardly, feeling a rush of excitement. Just as he was about to take decisive action to teach this enchantress a lesson, a tense voice called from downstairs, boss, you've mistaken me. I am Lu Qingxi. What? Zhang Tong's movements froze as he slowly turned, only to see another Lu Qingxi rushing up the stairs, her expression one of bemusement, as if she could hardly contain her laughter. She held a bag of groceries, evidently just returned from shopping. To Lu Qingxis. What was happening? Zhang Tong stood bewildered, his mind in a state of confusion. Was he dreaming? Or had the women from Baoxing come to Earth, transforming into Lu Qingxi's likeness for some nefarious purpose? Hee, you're quite eager. The Lu Qingxi in his arms seized the opportunity to escape, grinning mischievously. Sister, you're not being honest. You said he wasn't my brother-in-law, yet I believe he is. Boss, I apologize. It's my fault for bringing my sister Lu Qingqing along, which led to your misunderstanding. Lu Qingxi explained awkwardly. Identical twins? Zhang Tong finally regained his senses, astonished. Indeed. Both sisters replied simultaneously, their voices sultry and alluring. My heavens, they are utterly indistinguishable. I cannot tell them apart. Zhang Tong exclaimed, scrutinizing both women. He noted that they shared the same height, appearance, and even hair density and length. Even without matching outfits, they would be impossible to differentiate. This was nothing short of miraculous. Twin sisters, both of whom were stunning beauties. If the two sisters were to stand on a stage, one with a microphone and the other with treasures, it would surely create a sensation, greatly elevating the auction house's fame and business. They were truly a pair of treasure girls. Even my parents could not tell them apart, let alone you. When we were younger, it often happened that one would eat twice while the other went hungry, or one would bathe twice while the other had none. The sisters chuckled mischievously in unison. What does Qingqing do? Zhang Tong inquired curiously as he settled onto the sofa. I'm still a student. Attending Wuqing Film Academy in my 3rd year. Lu Qingqing replied, my dream is to become a star. I've played small supporting roles twice, but unfortunately, I haven't gained fame as the films flopped. Becoming a star? Zhang Tong mused, stroking his forehead. This ambition was strikingly different from what he had envisioned for her. The disparity was vast. Yet, everyone has their own dreams. It was entirely normal for such an extraordinary beauty to aspire to stardom. He was merely her humble brother-in-law, not her father, and had no say in her choices. I hear you are a very generous tycoon. Why not support me and help me become a star? Lu Qingqing clung to Zhang Tong's arm, gently shaking it and pouting. Qingqing, don't speak nonsense. Lu Qingxi admonished. Boss, his career has nothing to do with the film industry. He wouldn't even be interested in the meager profits of films. Who said film profits are low? Haven't there been many hit dramas in recent years, each grossing over 5 billion, with investors making billions? Lu Qingqing retorted defiantly. Moreover, if brother-in-law, you invested in an entertainment company, you could earn even more. Films can be profitable, and the artists under your wing can secure various endorsements and performances. It will be no less lucrative than treasure hunting. Treasure hunting ultimately relies on luck. If fortune does not favor you, all efforts are in vain. Zhang Tong smiled silently, unwilling to acquiesce to this little girl. She was clever and mischievous, attempting to lure him into the murky waters of the entertainment industry. How much could one truly earn there? Boss, did you yield any treasures during your treasure hunt this time? Lu Qingxi quickly shifted the topic, fearing Zhang Tong might agree, leading to a swarm of celebrities pursuing him and endless scandals. The haul is decent. Everything is in the bags. Take a look for yourself, Zhang Tong replied. Did you truly find treasures in Shenangjia? It wouldn't just be some mushrooms or fungus, would it? That would be laughable. Lu Qingqing scoffed, unwilling to believe, and joined Lu Qingxi to inspect the contents. She was very familiar with Shenangjia, having traveled there many times, yet had never heard of anyone finding treasures there. Chapter 84. Lu Qingqing's surprise one sister was filled with anticipation, while the other wore a teasing smile, eager for Zhang Tong to embarrass himself. Thus, both hastily began to untie the burlap sacks. Lu Qingxi was the first to free hers, gasping in astonishment. Heavens, diamonds? What? Diamonds? Are there diamonds in Shenangjia? Lu Qingqing couldn't believe it, immediately leaning in for a closer look, only to be left utterly speechless, completely stunned. Inside were diamonds of various sizes, some as large as a fist, others weighing over 10 carats. Under the lights, they sparkled brilliantly, breathtakingly beautiful. My goodness, so many? Lu Qingxi exclaimed, having already grasped a handful, her gaze dazed with wonder. Wow, this one is enormous. Lu Qingqing also pulled out a fist-sized diamond, captivated by its beauty. Unable to take her eyes off it, "Boss, how much do you think this bag of diamonds could sell for?" Lu Qingxi asked, her voice trembling with excitement. "Approximately 2 to 3 billion. The exact figure can only be determined through auction." Zhang Tong replied nonchalantly, indifferent to the value. 2 to 3 billion? "Boss, you are truly incredible. I adore you." Lu Qingxi was so overwhelmed she nearly fainted, instinctively throwing herself into Zhang Tong's arms, exulting with uncontainable joy. Her face radiating pride, akin to a wife reveling in her husband's success. In that moment, Zhang Tong felt a stirring in his heart. Lu Qingxi was genuinely happy for him. Since their intimate encounter, there had indeed been some changes. She was more caring and attentive towards him. He gently embraced her, inhaling her familiar fragrance, savoring a unique sense of bliss. And why heavens, 2 to 3 billion? Lu Qingqing remained in a state of shock, feeling utterly embarrassed. Earlier, she had argued that investing in films was highly profitable, far more reliable than treasure hunting. Yet here she was, promptly slapped in the face by reality. Compared to his treasure hunting venture, film investments were negligible. He had earned 2 to 3 billion in just over 10 days. The average profit from a film was merely 2 to 3 million at best. His earnings were 100 times greater than those from film investments. It was terrifying, miraculous even. Wait, there's still one more sack that hasn't been opened. Perhaps there are more treasures inside. Upon reaching this realization, she immediately found herself in a flurry, hastily untying another burlap sack. To her astonishment, nestled within was a jadeite piece as large as a bucket, resplendent and extraordinarily beautiful, causing her heart to skip a beat. Good heavens, how could such exquisite jadeite exist in this world? Could it be the fabled glass-type imperial green? With immense effort, she finally managed to extricate it, revealing its magnificence even more clearly. It seemed to exude an air of regal nobility, proud and beautiful in its own right. How much could such an enormous treasure be worth? She lifted her gaze towards Zhang Tong, seeking an answer, only to find him entwined with another in a passionate embrace. A blush crept across her cheeks. How shameless! Here I am, yet you cannot find a more discreet location. I am still a student. Yet, a wave of ecstatic joy surged within her. Oh my, such a prodigious wealthy individual is my brother-in-law? I have found my protector. Who would dare to bully me now? Who would dare to impose upon me? I would have my brother-in-law deal with you. What bliss! Such overwhelming happiness! As she indulged in her delightful fantasies, she also savored the beauty of the treasure, feeling an unparalleled sense of joy and fulfillment. What am I doing? My sister is still here. Lu Qingxi finally snapped back to reality, awkwardly escaping from Zhang Tong's embrace. Continue. What's there to be shy about? I wholeheartedly support your romance. Lu Qingqing chimed in with a mischievous grin. Oh, there's another piece of jade this large? Lu Qingxi's face flushed with embarrassment, yet her discomfort quickly dissipated upon beholding the treasure anew. She began to admire it obsessively. Boss, this jade is stunning. Could it truly be the legendary glass-type imperial green? Indeed, you've guessed correctly, Zhang Tong praised. My word, is it really glass-type imperial green? So immense. Lu Qingxi was utterly astonished. Brother-in-law, how much can this jade be sold for? Qingqing, don't call out like that. Refer to me as brother, Lu Qingxi playfully chided. Tonggu, you haven't answered my question yet? Lu Qingqing teased. As for its worth, I am not entirely sure. It depends on the auction conditions. However, a glass-type imperial green the size of a fist is valued at over 1 billion. Then this must be worth several dozens of fists. Wouldn't that amount is several hundred billion? Lu Qingqing exclaimed in shock. Oh, you made over 500 billion from this trip to Shenangjia? There are more treasures in the bag, Zhang Tong chuckled. More? The two sisters were filled with astonishment and delight, excitement bubbling within them as they began to search through the sack of diamonds. Soon, they unearthed a small wooden box containing 6 seemingly unremarkable beads. Yet, Lu Qingxi began to tremble with excitement, eagerly asking, Boss, are these flying beads? Yes, I encountered numerous perils in other locations to procure these 6 flying beads. Alas, treasure hunting is no easy feat, and making money is arduous. Zhang Tong lamented. You find treasure hunting difficult? You find making money arduous? Lu Qingxi and Lu Qingqing rolled their eyes, Counting the value on their fingers, .6 flying beads are worth 900 billion. Jade and diamonds are worth 500 billion. That totals 1400 billion. It's not as much as you think. Half of the flying beads must be sold at a low price to the state. So this haul amounts to about 1,000 billion, just passable. Zhang Tong stated. 1,000 billion, and you still find it lacking? The two sisters looked at him incredulously. For ordinary people, that is an astronomical figure. Someone could labor for several lifetimes and still not attain. Even among the most formidable tycoons, 1,000 billion is a ceiling. Working a lifetime might yield only a few hundred billion. While billionaires surpassing 1,000 are exceedingly rare. Yet, this was merely Zhang Tong's treasure trove collected in a little over 10 days. The disparity was staggering. Treasure hunting is indeed the most lucrative industry, quicker than robbery. Tong Gu, during our first meeting, you embraced and kissed me, yet you haven't given me a gift. Lu Qingqing clung to Zhang Tong's arm, playfully demanding a reward. What sort of gift do you desire? Zhang Tong touched his forehead. I merely embraced you. I did not kiss you. You should decide. Lu Qingqing's face lit up with anticipation. How about a set of jewelry? A glass-type imperial green bracelet and a diamond necklace. Would that suffice? Zhang Tong jested. Yes, thank you, Tong Gu, Lu Qingqing exclaimed, her face brimming with joy, lost in happiness. Who could have imagined that her sister had found such an extraordinarily generous boyfriend? You really dare to ask for such a gift? It's worth over 10 million. Lu Qingxi shot a glare at Lu Qingqing. It's not just a gift, you know? Tong Gu owes me for embracing and kissing me, Lu Qingqing retorted. You didn't even kiss? Lu Qingxi said, exasperated. Then make up for it? Lu Qingqing insisted, anxious about the imminent loss of the jewelry worth over 10 million. She clung to Zhang Tong, rising on her tiptoes, tilting her head back, closing her eyes and pouting her lips, as if genuinely seeking a kiss. You? Lu Qingxi was rendered speechless with fury. Chapter 85. The Portia and the younger sister-in-law. Boss, the gifts you promised are far too extravagant. Lu Qingxi pulled Lu Qingqing aside, her expression fraught with concern. It's nothing. Merely 2 small gifts. Zhang Tong waved his hand dismissively. I do have a concern. Though, will her future husband misunderstand? Will it cast a negative light on her? When Lu Qingqing marries, her husband will undoubtedly inquire about these 2 gifts. How could he not harbor suspicions? Indeed, that is a concern. Qingqing, you mustn't accept them. Lu Qingxi's expression shifted slightly. What is there to worry about? Just say they were given by my brother-in-law and sister. Besides, I've never even considered marriage, Lu Qingqing declared. I aspire to be a great star. I won't contemplate marriage until I'm at least 40. Truly articulate, Lu Qingxi felt a twinge of helplessness. Her sister was far too enamored with wealth, firmly believing Zhang Tong to be her brother-in-law and justifying her gift-giving. But it was not so simple. Her status was even below Zhao Qin's, but you must wait a while. You still need to wait for the jewelry to be crafted. Is there anything else you desire? Tong Gu will buy it for you. Zhang Tong remarked, I want a Portia. Lu Qingqing unabashedly replied, her face alight with excitement and rosy cheeks. Today has truly been a windfall. My fortune is about to skyrocket. Having such a wonderful brother-in-law is indeed extraordinary. How can you lack any sense of propriety? Lu Qingxi was exasperated to the point of wanting to vomit blood. Does she truly believe he is her brother-in-law? He has contributed so much to our family, spending 1 billion on a hotel to avenge our mother. Now he is gifting you such precious items? It was Tong Gu who offered. It wasn't my request, so you can't blame me. Lu Qingqing argued, looking aggrieved. What is a Portia anyway? Let it go that I also like this girl. Let her be happy and beautiful. Isn't that wonderful? Zhang Tong shot Lu Qingxi a knowing glance, signaling her to refrain from speaking. It was all trivial. Moreover, Lu Qingxi had become his woman already. It was perfectly normal for him to treat her sister, Lu Qingqing, with kindness. He was equally generous with ordinary beautiful employees. Thank you, Tong Gu. You are truly wonderful. I will love you forever. Lu Qingqing exclaimed, delighted, planting a kiss on Zhang Tong's cheek. Come, let us go buy a car and jewelry, Zhang Tong said. In a flash, Lu Qingqing was driving her newly purchased Porsche, while Zhang Tong sped along in his Ferrari LaFerrari. They soon arrived at a grand jewelry store. The 2 stunning beauties and a handsome man stepped out of the car, each lady linking arms with the handsome gentleman as they strode toward the entrance. Good heavens, Who is that remarkable figure? Accompanied by such beautiful twin sisters while shopping. These twin beauties are absolutely breathtaking. Surely they are top-tier models. Who is that handsome man? A super-rich second-generation heir? How could he possibly woo such exquisite ladies? Countless onlookers gasped in awe and turned green with envy. Zhang Tong? Suddenly, He Kaixian, who was idly browsing the jewelry store, widened his eyes in disbelief, his teeth grinding in frustration. What the hell? How did this scoundrel end up in Wucheng? Has he come to humiliate me? Damn it, Lu Qingxi even has a twin sister. And they've both fallen for this scoundrel? Heaven and earth, how can you be so unjust? I am more accomplished. Wealthier, yet I can't even attract a beautiful girl. I've been eyeing one lately, yet she insists on demanding various gifts. Recently, her requests for jewelry have escalated. I've exhausted my funds. I can't afford it anymore. But this scoundrel Zhang Tong, he looks like he is living off women. It's infuriating. He Kaixian? That idiot is also in Wucheng. Zhang Tong was taken aback. How did I encounter this foolish classmate again? I have no intention of humiliating him. It's too lowly. Lu Qingxi, what are you doing with him? You're dragging your sister into the fire. He Kaixian lamented. In truth, he couldn't even distinguish who was Lu Qingxi. A sordid mind perceives only sordidness. Lu Qingxi looked at him with disdain. Is your family aware of how disgusting you are? Who are you? How can you be so ugly and still dare to go out shopping? Lu Qingxing added, astonished. Can't you have a shred of public decency? He Kaixian trembled with rage. His face darkened. He said nothing further and turned to leave, not glancing back. His heart was shattered. I was merely concerned for you. I meant well, yet you mock me instead. Alas, goddesses, you are so heartless, so foolish. He had finally emerged from his shell of depression, only to retreat into it once more. Boss Zhang, you are even more charming than before. And both ladies are extraordinarily lovely, inciting envy. Zhao Yu, the owner of Zhaogua Jewelry Company, greeted them with a radiant smile, ushering Zhang Tong and his companions into the VIP room. Of course, Zhang Tong contacted her, requesting assistance in crafting some exquisite jewelry. The headquarters of Zhaogua Jewelry Company is situated in Wucheng. Zhang Tong retrieved a jadeite stone, approximately the size of several fists, along with a collection of diamonds weighing several carats, transforming them into bangles, pendants, and necklaces. Oh my! Is this glass-type imperial green? It's breathtakingly beautiful. Boss Zhao's face radiated with astonishment and admiration. It had been many years since he had encountered such extraordinary treasures. To behold them today felt like a stroke of luck in 3 lifetimes. Boss Zhao, would you consider selling me a piece? He inquired. Recently, he had acquired a substantial piece of glass-type imperial green. Zhang Tong showed her a photograph, promising to list it soon. Your fortune is truly remarkable. Such a massive piece of glass-type imperial green must be worth several hundred billion. You are practically the reincarnation of the god of wealth, exclaimed Zhao Yue, gazing at Zhang Tong with an almost ethereal admiration. Perhaps my good fortune stems from the presence of a beautiful woman, Zhang Tong jested. Then I should invite more campus beauties to work with me and see if my luck improves. Zhao Yue replied playfully. Shortly thereafter, she summoned the finest jewelry crafting master to discuss with Zhang Tong. Lu Qingxing emphasized, among the pieces, I have a bracelet and necklace. Master, how do you envision their design? Such a stunning beauty as yourself certainly deserves a design that is one of a kind. The elderly master remarked, scrutinizing Lu Qingxing closely, and inspiration struck, leading him to sketch a design on the spot. It's exquisite. I adore it, Lu Qingxing exclaimed, her face aglow with delight, tightening her embrace around Zhang Tong. How shameless! Lu Qingxi shot a glance at her sister, though she felt powerless to intervene. I gift you a present. You must reciprocate, Zhang Tong chuckled. Could you agree to one request? What is it? You don't mean to ask me to be your girlfriend, do you? I have no desire to compete with my sister. Lu Qingxing blushed, her eyes shimmering. Could it be that my brother-in-law is a rogue who wants to have both sisters? You shall be disappointed. I, Lu Qingxing, am not that kind of person, she huffed. Chapter 86. Caught by Lu's father, I suggest you and your sister co-host the next auction. You need only hold the treasures aloft without uttering a word, Zhang Tong proposed with a smile. Isn't it enough to simply find a beautiful woman? Your company has plenty, Lu Qingxing replied, somewhat bewildered by how simple the task seemed. Indeed, there are many beauties, but none are identical twins like your sister, Zhang Tong remarked with a grin. How cunning you are in business, seizing upon that detail. This could create quite a stir and add a highlight to your auction house, enhancing its fame and potential profits. Lu Qingqing finally grasped the implications, pouting playfully, her eyes darting. Then I must take the position and demand equal treatment as my sister. You are being unreasonable. Lu Qingxi's expression darkened as her feelings grew complex. Initially reluctant to introduce her sister to the company, fearing gossip, she now wondered if Zhang Tong had no such concerns. Yet, the prospect of twin beauties hosting the auction would indeed elevate their standing, benefiting the company immensely. Very well. If not the same treatment as your sister, then the same as other female staff will suffice, Lu Qingqing conceded, realizing she had been somewhat excessive. Even if her sister was not Zhang Tong's girlfriend, she was surely a lover, and thus their treatments could not be identical. To demand the same compensation might invite unwelcome rumors. That entails an annual salary of $1 million, with bonuses calculated separately, a housing arrangement, plus a beauty subsidy. Zhang Tong felt a surge of joy within. This way, Lu Qingqing would participate in all future auctions, ensuring a consistent highlight. However, he would not acquiesce to Lu Qingqing's demand for the same treatment as Lu Qingxi. It was not due to reluctance, but rather a concern about potential slander and defamation that could lead to a catastrophic blow to his reputation. Now, it seemed they had reached a mutually beneficial agreement. How delightful! I haven't even graduated yet and I'm already earning $1 million a year. Who could surpass that? Lu Qingqing laughed and danced with excitement, her beauty radiating. Given your unique circumstances and role, I will permit you to forego daily attendance, requiring only your presence on auction days. You might find yourself working just a few days a year, Zhang Tong generously stated. This arrangement allowed Lu Qingqing to continue her university studies while pursuing her dreams of stardom, without the risk of rumors surfacing about their relationship. After all, she would only be in Xiang City for a short while, and as for any speculation regarding Lu Qingxi, he felt unconcerned. He was unmarried, with no girlfriend, and his interactions posed no breach of societal norms. He was astutely cautious, anticipating every potential pitfall. Lu Qingxi was in awe of his remarkable intellect. Even if he were not seeking treasures, he would undoubtedly become a billionaire in due time. Brother, I adore you. You are truly the best and most handsome boss in the world, Lu Qingqing exclaimed in sheer jubilation. This was simply exhilarating. Working just a few days a year, and with the beauty subsidy, her annual salary would soar to $2.2 million. This arrangement was akin to living the life of a deity. While the staff typically drove Ferraris worth over $5 million, it was prudent for him to drive a Porsche in Wuchang to maintain a low profile. Did you plan all of this in advance? You are quite shrewd. No wonder you've become a billionaire. Lu Qingqing admired, her face reflecting respect and adoration. You do not reside in Xiang City. I can arrange for your accommodation in Wuchang. Zhang Tong continued, I do not require a house, but can you provide me with the funds for one? Zhao Qingqing retorted with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Goodness, are you a money grubber? Zhang Tong touched his forehead, pondering where she would reside. She would eventually graduate and could not remain with her mother indefinitely. Especially given her stepmother's presence, I shall reside in your 88 million villa. Do not misunderstand, I will primarily oversee the property. Such a lavish villa, if left unattended, would soon fall into disrepair, Lu Qingqing asserted with confidence. You have rather grand aspirations, Zhang Tong replied, bemused. Living in the villa is acceptable, but to receive a housing allowance, it must be after 10 years. He would not fulfill her every desire to prevent her from thinking she could act as she pleased. How stingy! Lu Qingqing pouted but felt a thrill of delight within. How wonderful! I can live in an 88 million villa. Who could rival my wealth? Which fool would dare to make unwelcome advances? After finalizing the jewelry arrangements, the two sisters took Zhang Tong shopping. Each linked an arm with him, their smiles radiant as they walked and chatted, expertly guiding him through Wuchang. However, their striking beauty and figures, comparable to the finest models from Han Country, drew far too much attention. Even with masks, their stunning allure was undeniable, causing Zhang Tong to be the target of envy and resentment from countless onlookers. Yet, he donned a mask as well, choosing to ignore the stares, unperturbed by their closeness. However, in this world, exceptions do exist. Suddenly, a middle-aged couple approached. The man was handsome and the woman stunningly beautiful. Upon spotting Zhang Tong and the Lu sisters, the man's eyes widened, his face darkening with fury as he stormed over, exuding an intimidating presence. I could send you flying several meters with a single slap. Zhang Tong noted the man's approach with a cold smile. However, the expressions of Lu Qingxi and Lu Qingqing shifted dramatically, hurriedly releasing Zhang Tong's arm and lowering their heads in a gesture of contrition. Dad, what a surprise to see you here. Goodness, is that Lu's father? Zhang Tong felt utterly bewildered. This situation had turned awkward. Strolling through the streets with the daughters of another man in such an intimate manner could easily lead to misunderstandings. Lu's father must have been seething with rage. I could just explode, he shouted, his eyes ablaze. The beautiful woman jeered at Lu's father. Your daughters have finally grown up and understand love, but how amusing that they both fancy the same man and manage to coexist peacefully. Silence, Lu's father roared. This is a public place. Such words should not be uttered, or else it would be utterly humiliating. Dad, Auntie, you misunderstand. We are not. Lu Qingxi and Lu Qingqing simultaneously tried to explain, perhaps due to their twin connection. Speaking in perfect harmony, Uncle and Auntie, it's truly not as you think. I am, in fact, also their father. Zhang Tong interjected. You are courting death. Before he could finish, Lu's father erupted in fury, nearly choking on his rage. How dare this rascal challenge him? To claim he was their father. That implied he had completely captivated both of his daughters. Today, one of us must leave standing, while the other departs horizontally. Chapter 87. Lu's father bows. Shall we find a place to talk? Zhang Tong shrugged. Lu's father, of course, had no objections. They could not afford to brawl in public. A quieter location was necessary. Thus, they entered a restaurant and requested a private room. Upon entering, Lu's father glared furiously at Zhang Tong. What did you just say? Have the audacity to repeat it? Well, you should listen closely. Not only am I the father of your two daughters, but I am also the father of your ex-wife. Zhang Tong declared. This is infuriating. Lu's father had never been so openly provoked before. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, he struck Zhang Tong with a fierce punch. Yet, Zhang Tong effortlessly caught his fist, rendering him immobile, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Zhang Tong chuckled. Uncle, do not be angry. Excessive anger only leads to sorrow. I have not yet finished my words. When I referred to father, I was actually speaking of the boss who disperses salaries. As it stands, I am now the employer of the three women you mentioned. Impossible! Lu's father exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. My ex-wife works at the Shangjiang Grand Hotel. How could she possibly be your employee? Father, it is true. Lu Qingxi elaborated on the entire situation. What? You spent 4.1 billion to avenge my ex-wife and made her the general manager of the hotel? Lu's father trembled, fear evident in his expression. How wealthy is this young man? Such extravagance. No wonder his two daughters are so close to him, accompanying him on shopping excursions. He was acutely aware that his ex-wife had been mistreated, yet he felt powerless to intervene. After all, he was no longer the man he once was, having fallen from grace. Life had become a grim struggle, devoid of the influence he once wielded. How did the two of them become your employees? The voice of the beautiful woman softened, becoming alluring and melodious, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Her name was Chan Nan, a beauty once capable of rivaling Lu's mother, and she possessed considerable acumen. Lu Qingxi recounted the details, unveiling Zhang Tong's impressive accomplishments. So, you are Zhang Tong, the owner of Tianbao Auction House? The legendary treasure seeker. Lu's father and Chan Nan regarded Zhang Tong as though he were a prodigy. This young man, having risen through treasure hunting, gold nuggets, millennial ginseng, jade, rubies, and flying pearls, had become one of the country's wealthiest individuals in just a couple of months. In comparison, their own lives felt insignificant. Please step outside for a moment. I need to discuss matters with Zhang Tong, Lu's father instructed, ushering the three out. He then spoke with trepidation. Mr. Zhang, you are my benefactor and my ex-wife's daughters are living well because of you, yet I mistakenly judged you. I sincerely apologize for my misunderstanding. Since it was a misunderstanding, it is sufficient to clear the air. We are all men here, and some matters are understood without needing to be spoken. You provide Lu Qingxi with a salary of 3 million annually, along with luxury cars. And you bestow countless gifts upon Lu Qingqing, including an 88 million villa for her to reside in. I comprehend the implications. Uncle, you are still misunderstanding me. Do you not realize that I am an orphan? With only 2 distant relatives, I have more money than I could ever spend. so I can only choose to treat my employees well. Do not refute me. You can marry, have 10 or 8 children, and establish a prestigious family, crafting a legendary tale. There is no need to squander your wealth unnecessarily. I understand perfectly well. My 2 daughters are stunning and intelligent. I can truly comprehend your desire to have them as your partners and bear your children. Lu's father, in his 40s, had long since formed his own worldview, speaking with unwavering conviction. Why is this old scoundrel so single-minded? Zhang Tong found himself both amused and exasperated. He had considered the possibility that he could remain unmarried yet still have children, raising a large family without any financial concerns. After all, he could ensure a legacy of wealth that would last for generations. He could even create a concealed underground sanctuary to draw spiritual energy from the treasure star, allowing his family to cultivate their abilities and achieve longevity. However, the idea of ushering the world into an era of cultivation or making his descendants superhumans was fraught with risks. One must not forget that the aliens from the treasure star had perished. There were none left. Thus, it was wiser to maintain the status quo, quietly amassing wealth and growing stronger, postponing matters of family for decades or even centuries. As a friend, I can certainly understand your perspective, but as their father, it is challenging to grasp. Nevertheless, since you have arranged for Qingqing well, there will be no suspicion. Therefore, I can choose to remain oblivious. After all, they will undoubtedly develop feelings for you. You are exceedingly generous, wealthy, and handsome. Lu's father wore a complex expression but pleaded, I require your assistance. My current situation is dire. Once a successful businessman, he had built a fruit empire with over 100 chain stores at its peak. Regrettably, fierce competition had reduced him to a single remaining store, leading to a painful loss of status. Confronted with Zhang Tong, a top-tier tycoon, how could he not seize this opportunity? I must clarify. While there may be some flirtation with Lu Qingxi, I harbor no intentions toward Lu Qingqing. I am not as lecherous or wicked as you might think. If you trust me, I can assist you. Otherwise, I will withdraw my support for Qingqing and return her to her previous path. I trust you. Of course that I see now that your assistance to my sister was motivated by your regard for her. Lu's father beamed with joy, not only because Zhang Tong was willing to help, but also because he had no designs on Lu Qingqing. Having one daughter as Zhang Tong's partner sufficed. There was no need for both. What would you like me to do in return? Zhang Tong exhaled, relieved that this seasoned negotiator had come to believe him. Though it had not been easy, still, Lu's father's character seemed commendable. After their divorce, he had granted his ex-wife shares in the Shangjiang Grand Hotel, valued at 25 million at the time. He likely had far less than that now. I have heard you possess 2 exclusive varieties of fruit, exceptionally delicious. May I join your sales channel? That would revitalize my fruit store. Lu's father implored eagerly. I find it difficult to agree. It's not that I lack fruit, but I simply do not have the time to harvest it. Even if I were to exhaust myself, it would be impossible, Zhang Tong replied, shaking his head. After all, it grows in remote mountains and forests. Only I can gather it. If I spent that time treasure hunting, I could easily acquire billions. Recently, I explored Shenangjia for about 10 days and unearthed treasures worth hundreds of billions. What on earth? Lu's father was left speechless. Who is this extraordinary person? How can he be so adept at treasure hunting? How could he assist me? Surely, I cannot ask him for money. That would be too humiliating. Do not despair. I will think of something else for you. Ultimately, the profit margins in the fruit business are too thin, Zhang Tong remarked. Thank you. Thank you. Lu's father nodded enthusiastically, his face alight with joy. Such a wealthy benefactor would undoubtedly keep his promises, for he had an abundance of resources. Lu's father ordered wine and dishes, and the 5 began to feast. Remarkably, the restaurant's cuisine was exceptionally delightful, impressing even Zhang Tong, who made a mental note of the restaurant's name, Tianxiang Restaurant. During the meal, Lu's father and Qin Nan displayed excessive flattery, eager to ingratiate themselves with Zhang Tong. This behavior was entirely understandable. Despite their past glory, they had never reached a net worth of over 100 million at their peak. Now, dining with a billionaire, they felt the weight of pressure. Had it not been for their 2 daughters' ethereal beauty catching Zhang Tong's eye, they would likely never have encountered such an opportunity in their lifetimes. Lu's father was no slouch. His eloquence was remarkable, likely honed through years of navigating the business world. He regaled them with amusing anecdotes, and Qin Nan played her part flawlessly, both striving to forge a closer relationship with Zhang Tong and win his favor. Brother Tong, may I join your Tianbao treasure group? Lu's father inquired eagerly. You call me Brother Tong? Lu Qingxi and Lu Qingqing both wanted to cover their faces. This was excessively flattering and obsequious. It was inappropriate in their presence. But Lu's father was unconcerned about their feelings. This could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had to seize it. This form of address. Zhang Tong was taken aback and slightly amused. Why do you wish to join this group? Because the group comprises world-renowned tycoons. By merely listening to their conversations, one can learn a great deal. While it may not lead to immediate success, it can certainly provide substantial advantages. Lu's father explained. Dining with Buffett costs millions. Brother Tong, please allow me to join. I promise to remain silent, or you can kick me out. That won't do. Only true billionaires can join. Wait until your net worth surpasses 100 billion. Zhang Tong decisively refused. If you encounter any difficulties, simply reach out to me. When will I reach that level of wealth? Lu's father was filled with surprise, joy, and trepidation, yet he remained hopeful. After the meal, the five exited the restaurant, only to encounter a group of imposing middle-aged men, seemingly about to enter for dinner. One of them recognized Lu's father and called out, Old Lu, what brings you and your family to Tianxiang restaurant today? Just a few days ago, you mentioned you were short on funds to repay me. Although it was merely a trivial 100,000, I do not mind. However, you cannot keep borrowing without repaying. How the mighty have fallen. Lu's father is in such dire straits, still in debt. Wasn't he just generous enough to cover the bill for a meal? Zhang Tong observed, bemused. Lu's father had been putting on a brave front all along. Now, cornered on the street, facing a debt collector, was it not utterly embarrassing? Old Lu, you misunderstand. Today, my daughter is treating us to dinner. Recently, I find myself in a bit of a financial bind. I will repay you in a few days. Rest assured. When have you ever known me to default on my debts? Lu's father trembled with rage, swearing in his heart that one day, he would compel that man named Lu to kneel and address him as Big Brother. How dare he lose face before a billionaire? Just wait. In the past, when you were affluent, your reputation was commendable. But now that you are destitute, you are even resorting to credit for your fruit purchases. How do you intend to repay me? Here's the deal. Transfer your fruit store to me. After all, your store isn't making any profit. Old Lu's true intentions have been laid bare. Old Lu, don't behave like this. Old Lu is a man of great integrity. Old Lu, you are being quite unreasonable. Let us put an end to this matter, I assure you. The debt will be settled within 3 months. To everyone's surprise, several individuals in the group recognized Lu's father, with two coming to his defense. It seems Lu's character is indeed commendable. Last month, you urged me to stock up and even lent me money. Was your intention to usurp my fruit store? Let me tell you, you are merely dreaming. Lu's father was enraged. Regardless of circumstances, you owe me money. It is only right to repay a debt. If you do not settle today, you have two options. Either cede your store to me, or marry off a daughter to me, and in return, I shall call you father-in-law. The 100,000 will be treated as a bride price. And I can help you rise again, establishing your fruit store in every corner of Wuching, amassing a fortune of over 100 million. Old Lu had long been aware that Lu's father had two beautiful daughters. Upon seeing them today, he found their beauty to be as reputed. He had recently divorced with the intent of marrying Lu's daughter. A series of schemes had been executed, leading to the downfall of Lu's fruit store, leaving it with but one last location. The timing was ripe to reveal his intentions. Lu's father remained oblivious, unaware of the underlying animosity, especially since Lu Guo was the wholesale distributor of fruits, giving him no reason to target Lu, who sold fruits on his behalf. You are delusional. Lu's father trembled with fury. This scoundrel dares to covet his daughter? You, a vile toad and scoundrel, think to set your sights on my sister? Dream on. Is it merely 100,000? I can repay you now. Lu Qingxi, too, was infuriated, stating that her father, being proud, had never disclosed his financial struggles. Did you truly believe our Lu family had fallen so low? To be schemed against by a despicable wretch like you? On the spot, she transferred 100,000 and 1,000 to Old Lu, the latter being interest. Did you actually manage to repay? Old Lu was infuriated to the point of wanting to spit blood, yet he maintained his composure, sneering, Old Lu, your daughter has saved you this time, but your fruit store is destined for closure. If you do not transfer it now, it will soon become a burdened, that time. Not even a deity could save you. Lu's father fell silent, too intimidated to respond. Who are you to speak so arrogantly? Zhang Tong sneered. I am Lu Guo, the fruit king of Wuqing. If I do not supply old Lu with fruits, how can he continue to sell? Will he not go under? At that time, he will be obliged to marry off his daughter to me. Lu Guo proclaimed proudly. Zhang Tong chuckled derisively and led Lu's father and the others away to inspect Lu's fruit store. The location was excellent, surrounded by densely populated residential areas with a hospital across the street. Covering about 100 square meters, quite substantial in its heyday, the store earned 200,000 a month. Lu's father reminisced about past glories. Since the rise of e-commerce, business had dwindled to the point of barely breaking even. With poor sales, fruits would spoil, leading to hesitance in purchasing stock, and business continued to worsen. It was indeed a struggle. Zhang Tong then proceeded to Lu's fruit warehouse, a dimly lit underground chamber. Stay out. He commanded that he entered and closed the door behind him. What is he doing? Chen Nan asked, bewildered. You think you can comprehend the mind of a billionaire? Lu's father shot Chen Nan a glare. I am not extravagant. Chen Nan retorted quietly, realizing she could no longer underestimate Lu's father. This seemingly ordinary man had two beautiful daughters, coveted by the billionaire. Why didn't you tell me how badly you're doing? Dad? Lu Qingxi questioned Lu Qingxi. He never told me. How would I know? Lu Qingxi replied, equally frustrated. Today, she felt utterly humiliated, unable to hold her head high before Zhang Tong. After a few minutes, Zhang Tong emerged, casually stating, Uncle, I've changed my mind. You need not change industries. You can still achieve greatness in the fruit sector. Register a company named Tianbao Fruit Company. I will hold 51 of the shares, and you will hold 49. I will supply fruits from the depths of Shenangjia, delivered to the warehouse in the dead of night. I have but one request. Crush that man named Lu and make him pay dearly for his actions today. From this day forth, all business dealings with Lu Zhenghua are to be terminated. I will not even supply him with fruit peels. I want his store to close immediately. Dare to offend me? Dare to deny me your daughter's hand? Your family shall reap the consequences. The following day, Lu Guo issued his chilling orders. Yes, boss, multiple managers replied, trembling, fearful of inciting the wrath of the merciless and unpredictable Lu Guo. I have long held disdain for that scoundrel, who dares to call himself Lu Zhenghua. My name is Lu Guo. Does that not mean you are suppressing me? Thus, I have secretly undermined you, causing your fruit business to falter and close shop after shop. You dare to suppress me? I will suppress you first and compel you to marry off your daughter to me. By the way, those two foolish daughters of yours are indeed quite stunning. Lu Guo grinned maliciously. As a wholesale fruit distributor, it was convenient for him to deal with Lu's father, by nurturing Lu's competitors to open stores in the same area, offering lower prices and maintaining secrecy. Lu's father would find it challenging to uncover the truth. Should he find out, he would surely be enraged to realize that it was the name conflict-angering Lu Guo that led to his gradual downfall. With his daughters viewed as mere prizes, initially, I offered you a lifeline. Marry your daughter to me, and we could become one family, and I would cease my hostilities, allowing you to rise again. But since you choose the path of demise, I shall fulfill your fate. Lu Guo seethed with rage, brimming with confidence. All the fruits in Wuqing flowed from his hands. If he refused to supply Lu's father, how could Lu's father continue to sell? Would his fruit store not perish? However, he was always cautious and cunning. After a moment of thought, he discovered a loophole and began calling each store owner, warning them that anyone who supplied Lu Zhenghua with fruits would find themselves blacklisted. The fruit store owners were left trembling with fear. Oh my God, this is disastrous for Lu's father. His last store is bound to close, forcing him out of the industry. How tragic. One must never offend Lu Guo. The business world is indeed a treacherous place, where a single misstep could lead to ruin, often without understanding the cause. Lu's father is a quintessential example of this. Lu Guo laughed maniacally, reveling in his assured victory. The exhilaration of holding the power of life and death over another was intoxicating. I am the fruit king of Wuqing. Who dares to challenge me? Lu Zhenghua, I will ensure you kneel before me. Respectfully marrying off your daughter to me. It is your honor that I desire your daughter. Reject my offer, and you shall face dire consequences. Early the next morning, Lu's father and Chen Nan arrived at the fruit cellar. Feeling quite apprehensive, did Zhang Tong manage to deliver the fruits? Could he have gathered them in just one night? After all, Harvesting from the depths of Shenangjia is no simple task. Even with flying pearls to assist, one cannot carry too much at once. A billionaire like Zhang Tong surely has limited time. Of course, Lu's father had registered the company as Zhang Tong instructed yesterday. Now, they awaited the fruits. Should they perhaps return tomorrow? Chen Nan shared his concern, fearing disappointment upon opening the door. Perhaps it would be wiser to return tomorrow. However, having come this far, Lu's father resolved to open the door. Gritting his teeth, he unlocked it. The two entered and turned on the lights. Fruits piled high, mountains of them. There were 7 or 8 kinds, with fruits resembling loquats the size of pool balls, pomelos as large as water buckets, apples as big as basketballs, oranges the size of grapefruits, and grapes each the size of a fist. In short, none were familiar to either of them. This bounty was undoubtedly harvested by Zhang Tong last night from Baoxing. Recently, he had explored Baoxing and discovered numerous fruit varieties, all exceptionally delicious, rivaling the famed goose egg grapes and duck egg fruits. However, the trees were towering, most reaching skyward. Now, with flying pearls, he could easily pick the larger fruits. Thus, within mere hours, he brought back 100,000 pounds. Moreover, he made a remarkable discovery. Carrying such heavy loads seemed to enhance his physique, allowing him to absorb the energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon more rapidly, thereby accelerating his strength gains. Especially after labor, training his martial arts proved 3 times more effective than before. If this continued, he would soon reach the 2nd level of the Tongtianjin. Perhaps this was the reward for his good deeds. Not only could he aid Lu's father, but countless people could also enjoy fruits from Baoxing. Additionally, he could topple scoundrels like Lu Guo. Of course, he deliberately avoided picking goose egg grapes and duck egg fruits, as he had previously claimed those were fruits from Dakingshan. In the present day, the fruits from Shenangjia are indeed extraordinary. It is only natural for them to be so. This serves to avert any suspicion. Why heavens, could there truly be so many? How is this even possible? Is he some sort of divine being? Chen Nan and Lu Fu were left utterly stunned, kneeling in shocked in a single night. They had procured an astonishing 100,000 pounds of fruit from the depths of Shenangjia. What a remarkable ability! No wonder he has become a wealthy magnate with a fortune exceeding 100 billion. After a while, they finally regained their composure and immediately began sampling the fruit. If it were not delectable, it would certainly be unsellable and would fetch no price. However, every single variety was extraordinarily delicious, nearly causing them to swallow their tongues in delight. It was far superior to the finest fruits available on the market. My heavens, I am destined to become wealthy, to strike it rich, Lu Fu exclaimed, filled with excitement, dancing with joy. With his experience, such high-quality fruit could be sold at 200 yuan per pound at retail, and 150 yuan per pound wholesale. Within half a month, it would all be sold out, yielding nearly 20 million yuan in revenue. If he could claim half, that would be close to 10 million. This could make him a millionaire in an instant. Darling, I want to live in a villa. I want to drive a luxury car. Chen Nan chimed in, beaming as she playfully hugged Lu Fu's neck. Buy. I shall procure anything you desire, Lu Fu declared grandly. He then burst into laughter. Lu Guo, you fool. How dare you covet my fruit store and even my daughter? You dare to boast in front of a wealthy magnate, claiming to be the king of fruits. Without my fruit, you will find no way to survive. You will soon learn the consequences of enraging a wealthy magnate. Prepare to face ruin, for I, Lu Zhenghua, shall indeed bring you to your knees. He promptly transported the fruit back to the store and began a grand sale. Business boomed tremendously. Soon, one of Lu Guo's subordinates received the news and rushed to report, his face a mask of terror and astonishment. Boss, this is bad, really bad. Chapter 90. Lu Guo stunned. In a panic, Lu Guo slammed his palm on the table. I have told you before, one must remain unflinching even if Mount Tai were to collapse before them, and not blink an eye if a deer were to appear on their left. Only then can great deeds be accomplished. Why can't you grasp this? What a waste of my teachings. Boss, the situation is simply too astonishing, too unbelievable. The subordinate struggled to calm himself, his breath quickening, fear evident in his eyes. Is the sky falling? Even if it were, there would still be tall individuals to hold it up. Sky? It has not fallen, but Lu Zhenghua possesses fruit. An immense quantity of fruit, of extraordinarily high quality, incredibly delicious, far superior to ours by hundreds of times. I fear our fruit will not sell anymore. No one will want to eat it. Where did he source this fruit? I did not supply him with any. He wouldn't even get the peels from me. You must be out of your mind. Lu Guo remained unfazed, not the slightest bit worried, for he could not believe it. His fruit was not cultivated but rather wild fruit sourced from the depths of Shenangjia. I saw it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. What? Wild fruit from the depths of Shenangjia? Lu Guo was taken aback. Is wild fruit even palatable? How could that be? Who provided him with this wild fruit? There are many varieties, countless people have sampled them, all declaring them exquisite, and now there's a mad rush to purchase them at a high price, 200 yuan per pound. Other fruit stores are seeing no business, all claiming that this is the true fruit. If they can buy in abundance, there's no need to consume any other fruit. Boss, with so much fruit in your warehouse, if we don't find a solution, we might end up with unsellable stock. Let us go take a look. Finally, Lu Guo began to panic. He had hundreds of thousands of pounds of fruit on hand and had ordered millions of pounds, all in transit. If he couldn't sell them, he would soon find himself destitute. 10 minutes later, Lu Guo arrived at Lu Fu's fruit store. Prominently displayed was a banner proclaiming, "This store is continuously selling large quantities of wild fruit from the depths of Shenangjia, fruit you have never seen or tasted before. If it's not delicious, you don't pay a dime." Below the banner hung various types of fruit. Loquats the size of billiard balls, pomelos as large as buckets, apples the size of basketballs, oranges as big as pomelos, and grapes the size of fists, all clearly visible. The store was packed with customers, and outside, a queue formed, each person buzzing with excitement. My heavens, this is exquisite, unmatched in flavor. The fruits we've eaten before were mere rubbish. This is the real deal, natural, unpolluted wild fruit is simply delightful, bursting with flavor. 1 bite fills your mouth with fragrance and sweetness. I want 10 pounds. I'll buy 10 of those gigantic pomelos. Business was booming. How could this be? Lu Guo wore a look of utter disbelief, questioning whether he was dreaming, or perhaps having a nightmare. Yes, wild fruit did exist in the depths of Shenangjia, but it could not possibly be of such size and quality. Boss, what should we do? More and more people are coming, all claiming that the fruits we offered were rubbish. Look at the fruit store across the street. There's not a single customer. And the owner's face has turned green, his subordinate reported. The owner of the competing fruit store, surnamed Chow, was considered Lu Guo's confidant. Previously, he had obtained fruit at lower prices than Lu Fu, easily stealing away Lu Fu's customers. Collaborating with Lu Guo, he had systematically pressured Lu Fu towards bankruptcy, forcing him to either sell the store or marry off his daughter to Lu Guo. This plan had been in motion for years, but now it had hit a snag. Old Chow, have you found out where Lu Fu sources his fruit? Lu Guo inquired over the phone, of course. I wouldn't be so foolish as to reveal that, Chow replied, his expression darkening. His mood was at an all-time low, leaving him devoid of the energy to even speak. What are you worried about? What of wild fruit? Can it be supplied long-term? At most, it will sell for a few days before disappearing. Lu Guo remained unperturbed, merely chuckling. The banner clearly states it's a long-term supply of fruit from Shenangjia. Chow remarked that they must have found a vast area of wild fruit and a method of storage. We can respond accordingly. We just have to track him to find out who his suppliers are. Lu Guo suggested, we can offer a higher price. Currently, he had hundreds of thousands of pounds of wild fruit in his cellar. Chow exaggerated, the fruit just sold out, and he has gone to restock. I dispatched someone to follow him to discover this. If it doesn't sell within 10 days or half a month, can we still consume the fruit we have? However, Chow was not overly concerned. Since he was in retail, his stock was limited. If his fruit didn't sell, he simply wouldn't restock the next day. The losses would be minimal. But Lu Guo's situation was different. He had no intention of worrying about Lu Guo, so he hadn't considered reporting back. He was content to let Lu Guo discover the situation himself. Damn it, Lu Guo cursed vehemently. How did things turn out this way? Just yesterday, Lu Fu appeared utterly destitute, unable to pay even 100,000. How did he procure so much wild fruit today? Who was aiding him? Could it be that young man from yesterday? He even asked me who I was and why I was so arrogant. Then laughed coldly. Who is he? I must find out. Yet, at this moment, I find myself at a loss, for investigating an unknown individual without even knowing their name is futile. Even with connections, Lu Guo was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. After pondering for a while, he devised a plan and entered Lu Fu's fruit store with a sinister grin. Liu Gua, what brings you here? Lu Fu noticed him immediately, sneering, you're not here to cause trouble. Are you? Let me tell you, that would be futile. Your fate is already sealed. With the wealthy magnate Zhang Tong backing him, he had no reason to fear a mere Lu Gua. Who sold you this fruit? Lu Gua demanded. Do you think I would tell you? Even if I did, you wouldn't be able to obtain any, Lu Fu replied with a mocking smile. Was it that young man from yesterday who provided it to you? Lu Gua pressed. You're just guessing, Lu Fu said, his face a mask of derision. Only a fool would speak the truth. Despite facing covert oppression, he had persevered for years. His capabilities were undeniable. Curse you! Lu Gua exclaimed, nearly spitting blood in frustration. For the longest time, I could not fathom why the nearby fruit stores could sell at such low prices yet still turn a profit. Now I understand. It's because you provided them with lower prices. You aim to drive me to bankruptcy, deliberately extending credit to me for fruit, plotting to seize my fruit store, and once I am destitute, you would come to propose marriage, offering benefits to make me wed my daughter to you. Lu Fu spoke through gritted teeth. I even suspect you recently orchestrated a divorce to prepare for your final step. You are truly insidious, but alas, you have chosen the wrong target. In any case, I shall ensure you experience the bitterness of bankruptcy. You think you can bring about my ruin? That is merely a dream. I can easily render you destitute. Just watch my methods, Lu Gua sneered, exuding confidence. Chapter 91. The final frenzy. Feel free to employ your schemes. If you can defeat me, I shall take your surname. Lu Fu replied, his face filled with disdain and scorn, not the least bit anxious or flustered. Everyone, listen closely. I have a few words to share. These so-called wild fruits are of such immense size. Yet they are unlike any I have ever seen. I fear they may be mutated fruits resulting from nuclear radiation. Consuming them could lead to a dire fate. Lu Gua feigned a pitiful demeanor, shouting out loud, indeed, such gigantic fruits are indeed peculiar. They may truly be mutated. My heavens, they're nuclear-radiated fruits. How can we consume them? I'm not buying. My life is paramount. Terrifying indeed. To think that these are fruits contaminated by nuclear radiation. What a blatant disregard for ethics. How could they dare sell such produce? Is the government not going to intervene? This tactic is remarkably effective. All those scrambling to buy are now in a state of panic, hastily abandoning their fruits. Some are even requesting refunds. Do you see it now? Reducing you to nothingness is so simple and effortless. Now, even if you were to beg me on your knees, I would not offer you salvation. I am determined to witness your complete ruin. Liu Gua cackled sinisterly. But observe my methods, Mr. Lu retorted with a cold smirk. Listen closely, everyone. This fruit store belongs to the Tianbao Fruit Company, and all our fruits have been procured by the treasure seeker Zhang Tong from the depths of the Shenangjia region, completely free from pollution and radiation, and instead, beneficial for beauty and health. The Tianbao Company was founded by Zhang Tong, the originator of the Tianbao auction house, and the pearls have been sourced by him. The goose egg fruits and duck egg fruits were also collected from the heart of the Dakingshan Mountains. Having undergone thorough testing, they are snatched off the shelves daily. What? This fruit store is so impressive. It's associated with Fei Gu. It must be trustworthy. Indeed, these fruits from the Shenangjia are exceptionally delicious. No wonder they are revered, as the ancient Shennong sought to sample all herbs there. Mr. Lu, you have struck it rich to be favored by Fei Gu. Fortune is now yours to grasp. The crowd, relieved of their worries, resumed their frenzied purchasing. Don't listen to his bluster. How could a mere penniless wretch like him possibly know Zhang Tong? Regardless, these fruits are enormous and have not been authenticated. I dare not consume them. If you're not afraid of death, go ahead and be you. While Yu Gua felt a twinge of anxiety, but it was now either Lu's father or himself who would perish. The two could not coexist. He could only continue to slander, intimidate, and spread rumors. That makes sense. Until we see the authentication results, I too hesitate to partake. Perhaps it's best to wait a few days. The crowd grew hesitant again, with many losing their desire to purchase. Suddenly, Zhang Tong entered, flanked by Lu Qingxi and Lu Qingqing, holding several documents. He spoke calmly. Everyone, do not be misled by this scoundrel. Here is the quality certification, with a document for each type of fruit. Last night, upon retrieving the fruits, Zhang Tong had contacted Wu Na to arrange for testing. He had anticipated the other party's vile tactics. Wu Na was slightly displeased. But when Zhang Tong mentioned procuring 6 pearls, her spirit soared, and she readily agreed. Thus, the results were swiftly available, complete with the official stamp of fruit certification. Haha, now we can buy with confidence. I want 10 pounds of each. The crowd meticulously examined the documents and felt entirely reassured. Now, anyone who dared obstruct their fruit purchases would be deemed an enemy, deserving of dire consequences. It could be fake. Elyugwa's face soured. His limbs trembling, his voice dry, he sensed the impending doom. Fake? Who are you to claim that the certification from national departments is fraudulent? Wu Na entered with 2 burly men, casting a menacing glance at Lu Gua. And who are you? What I am is none of your concern. Lu Gua seethed, anger surging within him. This woman, seemingly enchanting, exuded an overwhelming aura and had the audacity to target him upon her entrance. I bear no grudge against you. I have no intention of marrying you. I am Wu Na, from the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs, tasked with handling various irregularities. Wu Na brandished her credentials with pride. You, however, have engaged in slander and fear-mongering. Arrest him and conduct a thorough interrogation. Yes, Captain. The 2 men promptly subdued Lu Gua, pinning him to the ground and restraining him with handcuffs. I refuse to comply. I protest, Lu Gua shouted furiously. Oh, you refuse? Wu Na scoffed. For years, you have covertly undermined Mr. Lu, aiming for his bankruptcy, all to coerce him into marrying his daughter to you. Yesterday, your true intentions were revealed. Today, you spread slander, jeopardizing national security, now reduced to a prisoner. I ask this not of your own making. How do you know these secrets? Lu Gua's face was a mask of shock. If one wishes to keep secrets, one must refrain from wrongdoing, Wu Na replied disdainfully. Such scum would receive no mercy from her. Thus, Lu Gua was assuredly facing dire consequences. Haha, this scoundrel has been caught spreading rumors. Over 40 years of age. He still harbored dreams of marrying a young beauty's daughter? The crowd looked upon Lu Gua with utter disdain. Zhang Tong's methods were astounding. Within a single night, he had obliterated Lu Gua. Remarkable, truly remarkable. With such a powerful ally, who wouldn't rise to prominence? Lu's father and Chen Nan were utterly astonished, revering Zhang Tong immensely. Zhang Tong displayed not only strength but extraordinary intelligence. Had he not conducted the quality assessments, today's outcome could have been dire. Ladies and gentlemen, I represent the state in addressing today's affairs. After thorough investigation, all fruits have been sourced from the depths of Shenangjia, entirely free from any pollution or nuclear radiation, and are, in fact, highly nutritious, hundreds of times more so than ordinary fruits. Consuming them in abundance may even extend one's lifespan, Wu Na announced gravely. Thus, you may purchase with peace of mind. However, do not buy excessively. The supply is limited, and we hope more citizens can partake. My heavens, this is a state endorsement. How incredible! The quality of the fruits was so exceptional that the government felt compelled to clarify. Hearing the official endorsement was exhilarating. There may be purchase limits. We must acquire more. The crowd murmured, each person understanding, stuffing more fruits into their bags, resembling a scene of looting. It was an absolute frenzy. As for Lu Gua's fruits, no one would buy them anymore. They languished in the warehouse, quickly spoiling and rotting. Elyugwa's malevolent schemes and arrogance had finally provoked Zhang Tong's ire. After considerable effort and time, he executed a decisive blow. Chapter 92. Unable to endure such opulence in a certain room, Lu Gua was being interrogated. A seasoned player in the social sphere, he refused to divulge any information. Adamantly denying his past attempts to undermine Mr. Lu, however, he could not deny the slander, although it would not incur significant penalties. After all, he was not entirely incorrect. Selling a new type of fruit without verification was indeed questionable. His gravest offense was claiming the certification was fraudulent. You scoundrel! At over 40, you still wish to marry a girl barely out of her teens. You've caused over 100 fruit stores to close. A burly man struck him hard, causing Lu Gua's head to nearly split open, his face instantly swelling and bleeding from the corner of his mouth. You dare strike me? You are in violation of regulations. I will sue you. Lu Gua clutched his face, seething with anger and resentment. I am not a police officer but a member of the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs. I can not only strike you but also have you executed. The man drew a gun, pressing it against Lu Gua's forehead. Now, tell me, Will you confess or not? I will. I will. Elyugwa trembled in terror, feeling the chill of death creep over him. Who would dare defy such a threat? No one, indeed. Then, let me beat you first. Allow you to experience the consequences of lying. The man kicked Lugwa over and began a relentless assault. It is fools like you who waste national resources. You are the kind of scum who squanders my time. Do you realize how precious our time is? How many national matters require our attention? As the man struck and cursed, he was consumed by rage. I was wrong, truly wrong. Please, stop. If you continue, I will die. Lugwa, battered and bruised, cried out in agony. He dared not lie any longer, confessing everything. Beyond the name conflict, he had coveted Mr. Lu's wife, Cheon Nan. Frustrated by his failed advances, he had resolved to bring about Mr. Lu's bankruptcy. Upon discovering Mr. Lu had twin daughters of exquisite beauty, he altered his plan. Once Mr. Lu was on the brink of ruin, he would extend a helping hand, perhaps persuading Mr. Lu to marry off his daughter to him. After divulging everything, Lugwa felt a sense of relief. He was sent to a regular detention facility for temporary confinement. His connections finally revealed their power. The guards recognized him and treated him well, ensuring he was not assaulted. Officer He, can you tell me who I have offended? Lugwa inquired. Haha, it's not about who you have offended. Rather, you have brought this upon yourself? Officer He replied. The eldest daughter of Lu Jinghua is named Lu Qingxi, a renowned auctioneer at the Tianbao auction house, and also Zhang Tong's most cherished woman. How dare you lay your hands on someone connected to him? You have truly overstepped your bounds. His fortune is in the hundreds of billions, and he is a remarkable treasure seeker capable of extraordinary feats. Extinguishing your life would be as easy as squashing an ant. However, he adheres to the rules and has chosen to dismantle you through business means. Otherwise, you would have been shattered and fed to the dogs long ago. Could that young man be Zhang Tong? Lugwa's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Just yesterday, he had brazenly targeted Lu Qingxi, boasting of being the king of fruits and declaring that even the heavens could not save Mr. Lu. Now he faced a tempest of retribution, his fruit empire reduced to ashes. He has landed himself in trouble. This truly is a path to self-destruction. How could this happen? Why is my luck so abysmal? Encountering Zhang Tong? Though you possess some strength, your wealth amounts to merely over 100 million, and at over 40 years of age, you aspire to win the affection of a woman as stunning as Lu Qingxi? Such thoughts are nothing more than a delusion. Setting this aside, your numerous schemes have led you down a treacherous road. Officer, he scoffed, it appears your education has been lacking. You do not comprehend the meaning of a beautiful woman being a source of disaster. Allow me to elucidate. If one's strength is insufficient yet one wishes to attain an unparalleled beauty, it will inevitably bring about great calamities. Lugwa found himself at a loss for words. Engulfed in despair. Indeed, he had brought this upon himself. The outcome was already predetermined. This was all due to a lack of education, merit not matching position, beauty as a source of disaster. Officer He, evidently enjoying his role as a teacher, continued, both of these sayings are cautionary maxims. You grasped the latter, so now let us discuss the former. Thank you for enlightening me. Lugwa expressed his gratitude with a face full of appreciation. Furthermore, I sincerely advise you to liquidate all your assets immediately and vanish from Wuching. Do not let him lay eyes on you again, for he would not hesitate to trample you further. The inadvertent trampling of an elephant could spell your doom. Officer, he warned. Thank you. Lugwa was overwhelmed with gratitude. Officer, he was indeed a good man, imparting invaluable life philosophies and wisdom that could steer him away from disaster. In the future, he could relocate to a lesser-known town, engage in the fruit trade, and likely survive. He would not perish unnoticed in a foul ditch. Alas, it was regrettable that his limited education had left him ignorant of such truths. Leading to his current predicament, he lamented for a while before looking up and saying, Officer He, while I concede your points, I still feel that our names are at odds. That scoundrel is named Lu Jinghua, while I am Lugwa, suppressed by him, such misfortune. The fruit shop owned by Lu's father was bustling with activity, waves of customers coming and going without pause. In just one morning, over 5,000 jin were sold, yielding a revenue exceeding 1 million. Lu's father could pocket around 500,000. This was akin to picking up money. It was astonishingly swift and lucrative. far surpassing the earnings of over 100 fruit shops from yesteryears. This was the pinnacle of success. He felt proud, having raised two wonderful daughters who had brought him immense fortune. Such happiness, such bliss. I will soon rise. I will soon become a tycoon. He could hardly contain himself, counting the money repeatedly, reveling in the ever-increasing sum. Darling, perhaps today we could sell over 10,000 jin of fruit. We could make 1.5 million. That would secure a Porsche and a BMW. Qiannan said gleefully, you can no longer call me a spendthrift. It truly isn't my fault. It's that scoundrel Lu Guo who has been undermining you from the shadows. Of course, I won't say that anymore. I was foolishly enraged, too dim-witted to realize the cause, Lu's father replied. Darling, you mustn't blame yourself. Who could have anticipated such an extraordinary turn of events? Qiannan remarked. Ultimately, it all comes down to insufficient strength and background. But now, I fear nothing, for I have Brother Tong behind me. A proud expression illuminated Lu's father's face. Darling, perhaps you shouldn't call him Brother Tong. After all, he is technically your son-in-law, Qiannan added. Do not think of it that way. Merit must correspond to position. I shall still refer to him as Brother Tong, Lu's father replied, visibly anxious, worried that his daughter's luck might not be sufficient to withstand such overwhelming wealth. Chapter 93. Leading Wu Na into the abyss in a private room of a tea restaurant near Lu's father's fruit shop. Zhang Tong was meeting with Wu Na. Two imposing men stood behind Wu Na, exuding an intimidating presence. Behind Zhang Tong, however, stood two stunning beauties, Lu Qingxi and Lu Qingqing. They had initially been enjoying tea, but suddenly tension filled the air. If I were to demand the 3 flying pearls from you now instead of waiting for the auction day, do you not trust the state? I would never commit an act of betrayal. Wu Na declared, her expression darkening. I never said I wouldn't give them to you. I have another matter for which I seek your assistance, Zhang Tong replied. I spend all day cleaning up your messes. Can't you behave yourself for once? Wu Na retorted helplessly. What trouble have you caused now? Just tell me. If it's not too difficult, I will assist you. What trouble have I caused? This is slander. Zhang Tong snapped irritably. I am merely a conscientious citizen, never stirring up trouble. I lack hands. That I need you to clean up after me. That's absolutely absurd. Wu Na began to enumerate the incidents. The Flying Man incident, the mysterious fruit incident in Xiangnan, the auction of the flying pearls, and now the mysterious fruit incident in Wuqing. Which of these was not earth-shattering? We have all been helping you clean up your messes during this time. Am I wrong? Is this considered causing trouble? I see it as doing good deeds, Zhang Tong countered, insisting that the state and the people would benefit. All right, enough of this banter. It's a waste of time. What do you need? Speak quickly. I must take the flying pearls immediately. Numerous research institutions are waiting. Wasting even a minute is shameful. The matter is this. I have acquired a mysterious liquid, which I suspect has extraordinary properties. And I hope you can help me find experts to study it thoroughly, preferably as soon as possible. Zhang Tong produced 3 bottles of white liquid from his bag. This looks like milk. How can you be sure it is a mysterious liquid? Wu Na scrutinized it closely. Because it dripped from the 2 granaries of the woman tree, Zhang Tong responded. What is the woman tree? What do you mean by 2 granaries? Can you clarify? Wu Na's expression darkened. With such high intelligence, can't you express yourself concisely? Just take a look. Zhang Tong pulled out his phone and began to display footage of the liquid dripping from the 2 granaries of the woman tree. Is this a tree? Wu Na exclaimed, leaping up in shock. Where did you find this? Deep within Shenangjia, in the most secluded area, Zhang Tong replied. The fruits also come from that place. Wu Na's eyes sparkled, radiant and captivating, making it hard to look directly at her. Yes, Zhang Tong affirmed gravely. Lead me there. I want to see it. Perhaps not. To be frank, no one can enter except me, and even if they could, they would face certain death, Zhang Tong stated solemnly. Ha. You think you're invincible? I could dispatch any of my subordinates to handle you without breaking a sweat, Wu Na scoffed. How about we have a little contest? Since we are allies, there is no need for competition. Zhang Tong had no desire to challenge them, as they could continuously send forth experts, exhausting him. Sooner or later, he would have to concede. No individual strength could rival that of the state, which possessed countless extraordinary individuals, as long as a Taoist with long eyebrows were dispatched, willing to expend their lifespan to employ Taoist techniques, such as summoning heavenly thunder. He could be struck down by 5 thunders. His flesh charred. Unless he reached the 2nd level of the sky-soaring technique and further refined his body, he might withstand it. Whether or not one could enter was our concern. Do not worry about that. Now, hand over the flying pearls, and we shall soar together to see. Rest assured, I will ensure the properties of this mysterious liquid are researched thoroughly and promptly. Wu Na, impatient, insisted on going to see it. Very well, but you must not take unnecessary risks or act recklessly. Zhang Tong agreed, producing the 3 flying pearls. Excellent. The state has acquired 3 more flying pearls. Wu Na's face lit up with joy as she immediately transferred 15 billion to Zhang Tong through special channels. You all return to the villa or attend to your own business, Zhang Tong instructed Lu Qingxi and Lu Qingqing. Then, he, Wu Na, and the others took to the skies, disappearing into the heavens in the blink of an eye. Brother-in-law is incredible, so powerful and extraordinary. Lu Qingqing gazed at Zhang Tong's distant figure, marveling. Sister, you are truly fortunate. How is your life so blessed? I already told you he is not your brother-in-law, Lu Qingxi playfully chided. Hee, still trying to hide it from me? I saw you two embrace. It was impossible to miss, Lu Qingqing teased. That's what you call a cover-up, it's hard to explain. Lu Qingxi felt a bit exasperated. I understand well enough. You are being supported by him, Lu Qingqing stated, but in reality, he is still my brother-in-law. It's just that it's not appropriate to say it out loud. No, that's not the case. Lu Qingxi's face flushed with embarrassment, unsure how to articulate her thoughts. Am I truly being supported? No, that doesn't seem right. Zhao Qian is the one being supported. I am not. I am an auctioneer, his subordinate. We merely share a closer relationship. The flying pearls were truly remarkable, capable of infinite acceleration, exhilarating beyond measure. If they could decipher it, everyone could wear one in the future, ushering in an era of flight for Earth. Wu Na and her companions marveled as they flew. Perhaps that day would come. Zhang Tong's face was filled with anticipation and confidence. He lacked faith in deciphering it, but he was confident in hunting down more flying clams. The power of firearms could also be unstoppable on Baoxing. Next time, they could explore the rivers or the sea. The era of flight might be on the horizon. Soon, they arrived deep within Shenangjia and descended before a very secretive cave. Is this the place? Wu Na and her companions were both curious and perplexed, for it appeared there was nothing to see. Within the cave lies mystery and secrets, Zhang Tong declared. We can access a small space containing mysterious plants and fruits. I refer to this space as a secret realm. Then lead the way. Wu Na trembled with excitement. Not everyone can enter. Let us venture into the cave together. The 2 of them will guard the entrance, ensuring no one enters or exits, Zhang Tong instructed. You 2 must keep watch for me, do not blink, and be extremely cautious. Wu Na also commanded earnestly before stepping inside with Zhang Tong. These 2 team members are extraordinarily formidable. Even on an international scale, they are top-tier warriors. Together, they can withstand the might of thousands. Thus, she felt quite reassured. The cave was profound, yet they soon reached its end. There was nothing magical or extraordinary about it. How can one access the secret realm? Wu Na inquired with anticipation. One must possess fate to enter. Close your eyes and sense for a minute. If you can perceive the entrance, you may enter. Zhang Tong said with a serious demeanor. Wu Na promptly shut her eyes. Almost simultaneously, the mysterious entrance appeared, and Zhang Tong slipped inside. Emerging moments later from the basement of Wu City Villa, his face adorned with an eccentric smile. He chuckled. I suppose I shall not be pursued any longer? You all may focus on studying that cave. Chapter 94. Master Changmei seeks disciples. Wu Na sincerely sensed for a minute, no, at least 3 minutes, but ultimately found herself sensing nothing but solitude. She was utterly disheartened. It seemed she was not fated to enter. She reluctantly opened her eyes and realized Zhang Tong was nowhere to be found. Had he entered the secret realm? Or had he exited? Wu Na began to search meticulously. Although the cave was deep, it presented no branches, merely a singular passage leading to the end. Naturally, there were no discoveries. Eventually, she exited with her flashlight in hand and inquired, Where is Zhang Tong? Didn't he enter with you? Why are you asking us? The 2 psychics looked at Wu Na, bewildered, as though she were a fool. He hasn't come out? Wu Na exclaimed in astonishment. No. We've been keeping our eyes wide open. In such a short span, only 39 mosquitoes flew out and 25 flew in, nothing else, one team member replied. Could it be that a secret realm truly exists within the cave? Did Zhang Tong enter? Wu Na's face glowed with excitement as she instructed the two team members to venture inside and try. She would guard the entrance. Soon, the two members emerged, shaking their heads. We couldn't sense anything. We searched thoroughly, but found no hidden passages. The stone walls are solid. Could there be an array set up? Wu Na pondered. Perhaps laid out by ancient cultivators? It's a possibility. The two team members concurred, intrigued. This matter was indeed peculiar and extraordinary. Help was needed. Wu Na called for Master Changmei and several adept individuals, who arrived by helicopter. Did the secret realm truly exist? Had Zhang Tong genuinely vanished within the cave? As Master Changmei disembarked, his excitement caused his beard to quiver. Wu Na recounted the events in detail. The group could not resist entering to experiment themselves, only to find themselves sensing nothing but solitude, feeling disheartened and frustrated. None were fated to enter, and there were no traces of any formations. Nor any extraordinary aura. It did not resemble a secret realm, Master Changmei stated. Yet Zhang Tong had indeed disappeared, Wu Na replied. Perhaps he took advantage of your inattention and slipped away, playing tricks on you, Master Changmei suggested. The two stared wide-eyed, incredulous. How could he possibly escape? I could, Master Changmei replied. If Zhang Tong has entered the secret realm, he will inevitably emerge from here. We can just wait patiently. A team member remarked. But we are not fated individuals. If we wait here, the entrance to the secret realm won't appear, and Zhang Tong will never emerge, another countered. Then let us wait outside and see when he comes out, Wu Na proposed. Perhaps we should set up a monitor? Maybe the entrance to the secret realm will materialize when we cannot sense anyone. A team member suggested. One could not help but admire their exceptional talents, swiftly analyzing and articulating clear logic. Let us give it a try, Wu Na nodded. Soon, several cameras were installed, and they all exited. However, after waiting a considerable time, Zhang Tong still did not appear. This is troublesome. The monitor may have sensed the entrance to the secret realm and is preventing it from appearing, thereby trapping Zhang Tong inside, Master Changmei remarked. They had no choice but to dismantle the monitors. They continued to wait, now tightly packed at the cave's entrance. Not even a mosquito could escape. Having taken a brief nap at the villa, Zhang Tong returned to the basement, entering the mysterious passage. In a short while, he emerged from the cave, carrying several 100 pounds of fruit, with a bucket of milky liquid in one hand. Oh my, Zhang Tong has come out. There truly is a secret realm. The crowd stood agape, overwhelmed with astonishment. Each person was filled with envy. What fortune to be a fated individual, able to enter the secret realm and obtain treasures within. What extraordinary luck had Zhang Tong stumbled upon? Such good fortune? Even Master Changmei no longer questioned. While it was conceivable Zhang Tong could sneak in, it was utterly impossible for him to emerge carrying so much fruit, especially since the fruits were not found outside. Wu Na helped Zhang Tong unload the fruit, her excitement palpable as she urged, quickly tell us, what is the secret realm like? It's not too vast, perhaps the size of a mountain. Zhang Tong began to spin fanciful tales, fabricating wildly. There must be woman trees and fruit trees, not to mention a small lake. The fauna consists of small insects and birds. There must certainly be spiritual energy within. Master Changmei took a hearty bite of a large apple. For the fruit contained a faint trace of spiritual energy, nearly imperceptible, yet he sensed it. This is a fine treasure. It can extend my lifespan. I asked, there truly spiritual energy? Are you sure you are not mistaken? Zhang Tong queried, curiosity piqued. Indeed, there is at present. This cave has also acquired a hint of weak spiritual energy, likely due to the recent opening of the secret realm entrance, which has leaked out, Master Changmei explained. This is truly marvelous. Zhang Tong's face was filled with a look of wonder. Could the mysterious passage indeed be the Earth's spiritual vein? Does the Earth's spiritual energy originate from a treasure star? Is there perhaps a secret realm on Changbai Mountain, teeming with ginseng? Master Changmei inquired eagerly. During this time, he had scoured Changbai Mountain, yet had not located the hidden place, as he believed the 1,000-year-old ginseng he had discovered contained spiritual energy. He sought to find it, enter to cultivate, extend his lifespan, and perhaps even ascend to immortality. Indeed, yet only those with fate may enter, Zhang Tong replied. Perhaps it was arranged by ancient cultivators, intended to bestow life upon practitioners. Yet the tides of fate are irreversible, destined to fail. He was merely rambling nonsense. Yet to others, It sounded quite reasonable. Does Dakingshan possess a secret realm as well, producing goose egg grapes and duck egg fruits, along with flying clams? Wu Na inquired. Do not ask. It is a secret. Just know that it is not that I do not wish to bring others in, but rather that I am incapable. Fate is simply inexplicable and devoid of reason, Zhang Tong replied. Are you some celestial being, blessed with such fortune that all secret realms are open to you? Wu Na fumed, nearly spitting blood. The others were equally envious, their eyes turning red with jealousy, especially Master Changmei. Would you consider taking me as your master? Master Changmei offered. I can impart to you the secrets of cultivation, guiding you on the path of cultivation. Although you are older and may not be suited for it, you are a fated individual, and perhaps a miracle may occur, allowing for extended life and even ascension to immortality. Do you truly believe in the existence of an immortal realm? Zhang Tong scoffed. That mysterious passage clearly employs technological means. It should have no relation to cultivation. Importantly, in ancient legends, no one ever ascended to immortality. Their tombs can all be located, I do not believe. Master Changmei chuckled bitterly. That is merely a legend. Legends often exaggerate. Yet cultivation truly exists. It can prolong life and manifest miraculous methods. Spiritual energy is paramount. Then let us converse thoroughly. Zhang Tong, being of high intellect, would not indulge in superstitions. If Master Changmei was convinced of the existence of an immortal realm, blindly believing ancient legends, he would not engage in a one-on-one discussion with him. Chapter 95. Pursuing the ancient masters. Miss Zhang Tong and Master Changmei moved aside, sitting cross-legged as they began a serious conversation. Master Changmei first introduced the history of cultivation, stating that Laozi was the ancestor of cultivation and Zhang Daoling, the founder of Taoism, was the one who expanded it. Cultivation involves the refinement of spirit and soul. Once one has cultivated sufficiently, they must endure the cruel heavenly tribulation, where the body essentially turns to ash, leaving behind only a few bones, which is an extraordinary feat. While the soul may survive and ascend to the immortal realm, of course, whether this is true cannot be verified. Thus, cultivation is ethereal and elusive, with few believers. Due to the current depletion of spiritual energy, cultivation has fallen into decline. I shall impart to you the secrets of cultivation. You may enter the secret realm and attempt to cultivate, Master Changmei proposed. Then let us give it a try. Zhang Tong would certainly not refuse. Acquiring an additional method of cultivation is undoubtedly beneficial. Even if he could not cultivate himself, he could pass it down to future generations. Perhaps a descendant of an immortal might emerge. Master Changmei produced an ancient scroll, filled with dense characters and patterns. The technique was called the Insect to Butterfly Sutra, abbreviated as the Butterfly Sutra. The text was concise, yet the content was profound. Master Changmei meticulously pointed out and explained, yet could only elucidate the initial stages of the technique. The subsequent techniques were utterly incomprehensible to him. This was the most exceptional and complete method passed down from ancient times, worth its weight in gold. Master Changmei declared earnestly, yet it was exceedingly profound, requiring step-by-step cultivation and understanding. The attainment of mastery in cultivation is contingent upon one's own rebellious spirit. It is rather intriguing. Zhang Tong's eyes gleamed with enlightenment. The Insect to Butterfly scripture perceives humanity as akin to an insect, necessitating arduous training to undergo metamorphosis into a butterfly, representing a significant leap in existence. However, the fundamental principle remains the cultivation of spirit and soul, with the physical body merely serving as a temporary abode for the soul, which ultimately must be relinquished to allow the spirit to ascend to the celestial realm. This stands in stark contrast to the Tongtian Fist, which involves the absorption of the essence of heaven and earth, transforming the body to become increasingly robust, thereby granting longevity and strength, effectively achieving immortality in the physical form. It does not focus on the cultivation of the soul, but rather allows the soul to grow stronger in tandem with the body. Clearly, a powerful physical form with a frail soul is the emphasis here, while in the context of immortality, it is the soul that is empowered, rendering the body weak. The focal points are entirely different. Taoist priest, have you heard of body refinement leading to sanctity? Zhang Tong inquired. That too is a method of cultivation, where the principle lies in strengthening the body to attain immortality, albeit through a far more arduous and convoluted path. For never has it been reported that anyone achieved immortality through this means. Conversely, The path of immortality offers a glimmer of hope, as it has yet to be verified whether those who have cultivated were met with death. Their souls extinguishing alongside their bodies, perhaps their souls ascended instead? Taoist Changmei remarked. That is a valid point. Zhang Tong nearly erupted in laughter. After all, in his view, the pursuit of immortality seemed utterly devoid of hope. Merely a beautiful fantasy. If the body perishes, how could the soul possibly endure? Nonsense indeed. The Tongtian fist, however, holds promise. Having personally experienced its benefits, he had not only rejuvenated but also witnessed a genuine surge in strength, consistently able to absorb the essence of heaven and earth to transform his physique. Of course, had he not ventured to Baoxing, this secret would have remained undiscovered. He refrained from further discourse with Taoist Changmei and instead entered the cave. Subsequently traveling to Baoxing to attempt the insect to butterfly scripture. After toiling for half a day, there were no signs of progress or reaction. He shook his head in bemusement. It appeared that the path of immortality was more challenging than body refinement. Perhaps age had rendered him unsuitable for such pursuits. Nevertheless, he resolved to continue practicing for amusement, as it posed no conflict with the Tongtian fist, merely differing in the cultivation of body and soul. He emerged holding the bronze sword, shaking his head at the eager Taoist Changmei. There has been not the slightest reaction, though not be disheartened. Cultivation is a gradual process. In my earlier days, it took me many years to reach the qi refinement stage, where one can absorb spiritual energy into the body and subsequently strengthen the soul. Taoist Changmei advised. I discovered a sword within the secret realm. Can you ascertain its former owner? Zhang Tong presented the bronze sword, elaborating on its sharpness. Such remarkable sharpness? Taoist Changmei tested it and was utterly astounded. This must undoubtedly be the legendary artifact forged by a predecessor in the quest for immortality. You are aware that the height of bronze artifacts was during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, with iron tools beginning to gain prevalence during the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods. Thus, this sword must have been crafted during the Shang or Zhou eras, perhaps even predating Laozi. This revelation was astonishing. The history of immortality must be pushed further back.